threatens to cut funds if Mamdani wins. Oligarchic influence drives former president re-enters New York's political battleground. Federal workers speak out on shutdown Canada rejects surge many of revealed personal toll as pay over 70% of applications denied amid fraud and funding concerns. Nebraska prisoner punished for political ISRO podcast. Launches heaviest inmate communication satellite yet after India makes history policy with the largest satellite deployment on a domestic rocket's ICE weapons budget by 700%. India's IT industry controversial move raises concerns over domestic militarization outsourcing shift. 14. Parents turn Israel returns 45 after Palestinian bodies to Gaza. Bereaved families. Health Ministry confirms to demand justice amid ongoing ceasefire negotiations. 15. Trump defends nuclear testing revival. Protest into resistance through music. Artists US justifies its stance as police violence expand weapons program oppression. 16 Trump leaves Kaiser Permanente Nigeria military operation. Hints at possible cooperation with US interests and safe staffing nationwide. 17. Bangladesh-Pakistan relations warm after Hasina's exit as activists envoy credits new government for improved diplomatic civil rights groups rally against intimidation and authoritarian president sworn in amid violent protests. Supreme Court battle over voting rights arrests looms. Ruling could cement GOP power and UAE accused of arming Sudanese paramilitary forces. 20. Sudanese ambassador accused of targeting Chicago immigrant groups. ICE alerts linked Air to India crash survivor appeals spark for privacy outrage. Only surviving passenger pleads for government compensation. AI-driven job losses raise global worker visa rejections. Analysts hits warn of rising unemployment from automation in rejection rates surge to 74%. Trump's shutdown shows power without democracy. 22 fugitive say the administration challenges extradition in Belgium. 23. Wanted businessman Sudan's human rights violations in UN emergency session. 23. Humanitarian crisis backs new Supreme Court tariff case hearing. 24. UN global trade rules. Tech ethics charter. Trump's sanctions AI regulations chip technology amid deepfakes of US moves to block Navi sales. 25. China leaders tech urge ceasefire extension in Gaza. Global markets pressure mounts and natural disasters. Prices rise as investors weigh risks from Asia and the Middle East. Welcome to USApulse, your global window to today's most powerful headlines. From catastrophic storms in the Caribbean to new tensions in the Middle East, and your major Trump window to today's most powerful. Here are the top 25 global and from catastrophic storms in the Caribbean October to new tensions in the Middle East and a major Trump update. Here are the top 25 global and for 29th of October 2025 as she tried narratives. 1. Typhoon Kalmegi massive devastating of resilience ruined as floods submerged with winds up strangely empty. 2. Rescue efforts continue. 3. U.S. Republicans avalanche bodies of shutdown chaos recovered from the Himalayas. Critics say democracy is eroding in plain sight amid budget paralysis. Ukraine drone strikes hit Russian petrochemical plant, killed in Russia Sudan accuses Ukraine of targeting WHO condemns attack in Bashkortostan. Sudanese RSF fighters stormed Zora the facility, Mamdani leads NYC mayoral and race. Doctors. The progressive candidate emerges as frontrunner. Trump in FCC faces criticism reshaping over rising prison phone costs. 5. Telecom Corporation's Treasury accused of exploiting in tariff case hearing. Supreme Court 6. To debate the administration's trade policy impact on Nokia and Vapor. 6. China begins exposed production prison reality of flying in cars. Stage China-based companies takes audience in vehicles. NAs 7. America
North
pushes
Korea
to ceremonial head of
leaders
state Kim Jong-nam.
8 Gaza
Kim evacuation orders since the 1990s. Families vow to stay home away despite Israeli warnings and strikes.
FDA's top
Drug regulator resigns.
Civil rights
amid
urges
scandal.
youth to resist Trump.
And
Dr.
ICE
George
policies.
Tidmarsh quits following
Leaders
federal
recall
1960s
1960s
activism
as blueprint for
9.
modern resistance.
Nigeria's ethnic violence
10.
deepens.
Billionaires
Analysts
blamed
called for dialogue.
the deepening US shutdown
Experts
crisis.
urge reforms.
Experts
as
clashes
claim
escalate
oligarchic
between northern
influence
and southern
drives
groups.
political
gridlock. 10. 11.
Trump
backs
federal
Cuomo.
workers
Speak
threatens
out
to
on
cut
shutdown
funds
if
hardship.
Mandani wins. Many reveal personal toll.
The former president
as
re-enters
New
aid
York's
programs
political
freeze.
battleground.
12.
11. Canada
Nebraska
rejects
prisoner
surge of
punished
Indian
for
political
permits.
podcast. Over
Inmate
70%
faces
of
solitary
applications
confinement
denied after
amid
criticising
fraud
state
and funding
policy.
concerns.
13.
12.
Trump
ISRO
boosts
launches
ICE weapons
heaviest
budget
communications
by
satellite
700%.
yet.
India
Controversial
makes
move
history,
raises
with the largest
concerns over
satellite
domestic
deployment on a domestic
militarization.
rocket. 14. 13.
Parents
India's
turn
IT
grief
industry
into
at a
movement
crossroads after police killings.
Experts warn of
Bereaved
job cuts
families
and global
unite
outsourcing
to demand
shifts.
justice reform nationwide.
14. Israel returns
15.
45
Chilean
Palestinian
ban
bodies to
turns
Gaza.
protest into
Health
resistance
Ministry confirms
through music.
handover.
Amid
Artists
ongoing
use art
ceasefire
to challenge
negotiations.
police violence.
15. Trump
and defends
government
nuclear
oppression.
testing revival.
17.
blames
31,000
Pakistan
Kaiser
and
Permanente
China.
workers continue
US
strike. justifies its stance
Healthcare
as
workers
competitors
demand
expand
fair
weapons
pay and
programs.
safe staffing nationwide.
16. Trump leaves door
18.
open for Nigeria
King's
military
protests
operation.
spread. Hints
As
at possible
activists
cooperation
oppose Trump if
crackdown.
US interests are threatened.
Civil rights groups
17.
rally against intimidation and
Bangladesh-Pakistan
authoritarian
relations warm
laws.
after Hasina's exit.
19.
Envoy credits
Supreme
new
Court
government
battle
for
over
improved
Voting
diplomatic
Rights
tone
Act
looms.
Ruling
18.
could cement
Tanzania's
GOP power
new president
and
sworn
reshape
in amid violent
2026
protests.
midterms.
Opposition rallies lead
20.
to hundreds of arrests
Facebook
and multiple
accused of
casualties.
targeting Chicago immigrant
19.
groups.
UAE
alerts
accused of
linked
arming
to platform
Sudanese
moderation.
paramilitary forces.
Sparks privacy
Sudanese
outrage.
ambassador condemns weapon shipments
21.
to RSF
AI-driven job losses raise
20.
global worker fears.
Air India crash
Analysts
survivor
warn
appeals
of
for
rising
support.
unemployment
Only
from
surviving
automation in
passenger
service
pleads for
sectors.
government compensation.
2021
Trump's
visa rejection
shutdown
shows
hit
power
record
without
high
democracy.
in Canada. Critics say the
Rejection
administration
rate surged to
weaponizes governance
74%,
failure, sparking diplomatic
23.
concern. Sudan's RSF
22
takeover
fugitive
sparks
Mehul
UN
Choksi
emergency
challenges
session.
extradition in
Humanitarian
Belgium.
crisis
Wanted
escalates
businessman
after hospital
argues
massacre.
human rights
24
violations in
UN
Indian
calls for
courts.
global tech ethics
23.
charter.
Nations
Trump
demand
backs new
AI
Supreme Court
regulation
tariff case
amid
hearing.
deepfake
Could
and
redefine
surveillance
US
scandals.
global trade rules.
25
24.
world leaders urge
Trump warns
ceasefire
of
extension
sanctions
in Gaza.
over Chinese chip
Diplomatic
technology
pressure
transfers.
mounts for permanent
US
peace
moves
deal.
to block Nvidia sales to China amid tech wars. 25. Global markets react to ongoing conflicts and natural disasters. Oil prices rise as investors weigh risks from Asia
Welcome
and
to
the Middle East.
USApulse, your good global window to today's most powerful headlines. From catastrophic storms in the Caribbean to new tensions in the Middle East and a major Trump update. Here are the top 25 global and US headlines for 29th
Welcome to
of October
USApulse,
2025.
your global
window to today's most powerful headlines. From catastrophic storms in the Caribbean
Zora
to
Mamdani
new
leads
tensions
in
in
the
NYC
Middle East
working
and a
class
major
movement
Trump
grassroots
update.
campaign.
Here
gains
are the
national
top
attention
25 global
as she
and
challenges
US
far-right
headlines for
narratives.
29th of October
Gazan
2025
survivor
sends message to the world after ceasefire. A voice
1.
of resilience
Typhoon
emerges amid
Kalmegi
ruins.
devastates the
Life
Philippines.
after genocide.
At least 5
feels
people
strangely
dead.
empty.
Hundreds stranded
as floods
3
submerge
US
central
Republicans
regions with
struggle
winds
to
up to
manage
205
shutdown
kilometers per hour.
Critics say democracy
2.
is eroding
Rescue
in plain
efforts
sight
continue in
amid
Nepal.
budget paralysis.
Avalanche bodies of 7 climbers recovered from the
4460
Himalayas after
killed
a deadly
in Sudan
snow
hospital
collapse near
massacre.
Dhaulagiri. WHO condemns attack.
Ukraine drone strikes
Sudanese
hit Russian
RSF
petrochemical
fighters
plant.
stormed the facility.
Russia accuses
killing
Ukraine
patients
of targeting
and doctors.
industrial infrastructure in
5.
Bashkortostan.
Trump FCC
4.
faces criticism
Zora Mamdani
over rising
leads
NYC
phone costs.
mayoral race.
The
Telecom
Progressive
Corporation's
candidate emerges as
accused of
frontrunner
exploiting
in a historic
inmate families.
contest reshaping US city
6.
politics.
Baltimore
5.
play The Peculiar
Donald Trump's
Patriot
Treasury
exposes
Secretary
prison
to attend
reality.
tariff case hearing.
Stage performance
Supreme
takes
Court to debate the
audiences
administration's
inside America's
trade
prison
policy
system.
impact on November
7.
5th.
Rural
6.
America pushes
China
to end
begins
prison
test
dependency
production
of flying
Local
cars.
leaders move
A
toward
major
justice
China-based
reform
company
and economic
outpaces
diversification.
Tesla with prototype
8 Gaza
aerial
residents
vehicles
defy
entering trial
evacuation
phase.
orders.
7.
Families vow to stay
North
home
Korea mourns
despite
former
Israeli
ceremonial
warnings
head
and
of
strikes.
state Kim Jong-nam.
9.
Kim,
Civil
a
rights
key
icon
diplomat since
urges
the
youth to
1990s,
resist Trump
passes
and
away
ICE
at
policies.
96.
8
Leaders recall
FDA's
1960s
top drug
activism
regulator
as
resigns
blueprint
amid
for
scandal.
modern resistance.
Dr. George
10.
Tidmarsh quits
Billionaires
following federal
blamed
probe
for
into
deepening
ethics
US
violations.
shutdown crisis.
9.
Experts
Nigeria's
claim
ethnic
oligarchic
violence
influence
deepens.
drives
Analysts
political
call for
gridlock.
dialogue.
11.
Experts urge
Federal
reforms
workers
as
speak out on
clashes
shutdown
escalate
hardship.
between northern and
Many
southern
reveal
groups.
personal toll
10.
as pay
Trump
and aid
backs
programs
Cuomo.
freeze.
Threatens to cut funds
12.
if Mamdani wins.
Nebraska prisoner punished
The former
for
president
political
re-enters
podcast.
New York's political
Inmate
battleground.
faces solitary confinement
11.
after
Canada
criticizing
rejects
state
surge
policy.
of Indian student
13.
permits. Trump
Over
boosts
70%
ICE
of applications
budget
denied
by 700%
amid fraud and funding
Controversial
concerns.
move
Raises
12.
concerns over
ISRO
domestic
launches
militarization.
heaviest communication satellite
14.
yet.
Parents
India
turn
makes
grief
history
into movement
with the largest
after police
satellite
killings.
deployment on a domestic
Bereaved
rocket.
families unite
13.
to demand justice
India's
reform
IT
nationwide.
industry at a crossroads.
15.
Experts warn
Chilean
of job
band
cuts
turns
and global
protest
outsourcing
into
shifts.
resistance through music.
14.
Artists
Israel
use
returns
art
45
to challenge
police
Palestinian
violence
bodies to
and
Gaza.
government oppression.
Health Ministry confirms handover
Kaiser
amid
Permanente
ongoing
workers
ceasefire
continue
negotiations.
15. Trump
Healthcare
defends
workers
nuclear
demand
testing
fair
revival
pay and safe
blames
staffing
Pakistan
nationwide.
and China. 18.
US
US
Kings
justifies its
protest
stance
spread
as competitors
as activists
expand weapons
oppose Trump
programs.
crackdown.
16. Trump
Civil rights
leaves
groups
door
rally
open for
against
Nigeria
intimidation
military
and
operation.
authoritarian
Hints
laws.
at possible cooperation
19.
if US interests are
Supreme
threatened.
Court battle over Voting
17.
Rights Act looms.
Bangladesh-Pakistan
Ruling could
relations
cement
warm
GOP
after
power
Hasina's
and
exit.
reshape
Envoy
2026
credits new government
for
terms.
improved diplomatic tone.
20.
Facebook
18.
accused of targeting
Tanzania's new
Chicago
president
immigrant
sworn in
groups.
amid violent protests.
ICE alerts linked
Opposition
to
rallies
platform
lead to
moderation
hundreds of arrests
spark
and multiple
privacy
casualties.
outrage.
19.
21.
UAE
AI-driven
accused
job
of arming
losses raise
Sudanese
global worker
paramilitary
fears.
forces.
Analysts
Sudanese
warn of
ambassador
rising
condemns
unemployment
weapon
from
shipments to
automation
RSF
in
fighters.
service sectors.
20.
22.
Air India
Trump
crash
shutdown
survivor
shows
appeals for
power
support.
without democracy.
Only surviving passenger
Critics
pleads
say
for
the
government
administration
compensation.
weaponizes
21
governance
Indian
failure.
student visa rejections
23.
hit record
Sudan's
high in
RSF
Canada.
takeover sparks
Rejection
UN
rates
emergency
surged to
session.
74%,
Humanitarian
sparking
crisis
diplomatic
escalates
concern.
after hospital massacre.
24
fugitive
UN
Mehul
calls
Chokshi
for global
challenges
tech
extradition
ethics charter.
in Belgium.
Nations demand
Wanted
AI
businessman
regulation
argues human
amid
rights
deep fake and
violations
surveillance
in Indian
scandals.
courts.
25
23.
world leaders
Trump
urge
backs
ceasefire
new Supreme
extension
Court
in
tariff
Gaza.
case hearing.
Diplomatic
Could
pressure
redefine
mounts
US
for
global trade
permanent
rules.
peace deal. 24. Trump warns of sanctions over Chinese chip technology transfer. US moves to block Nvidia sales to China amid tech war. 25. Global markets react
Welcome to
ongoing
USApulse,
conflicts
your
and natural
global window to
disasters.
today's most powerful
Oil
headlines.
prices rise as
From
investors
catastrophic
weigh
storms
risks
in the
from
Caribbean
Asia
and
to new
the Middle
tensions
East.
in the Middle East and a major Trump update. Here are the top 25 global and US headlines for 29th of October 2025. 1. Zora Mamdani
Welcome to
leads
USApulse,
NYC working class
your global
movement
window to
grassroots
today's most
campaign
powerful
gains
headlines.
national attention
From
as she
catastrophic storms
challenges
in the
far-right
Caribbean
narratives
to new tensions in the Middle East
to
and
Gaza
a major
survivor
Trump update.
sends message to
Here
the
are
world
the top
after
25
ceasefire.
global and
A
US
voice of
headlines for
resilience
29th of
emerges amid
October
ruins.
2025.
Life after genocide feels strangely empty.
1.
3 U.S.
Typhoon
Republicans
Kalmagi
struggle to manage
the shutdown
Philippines.
chaos.
At least 5
Critics
people
say
dead.
democracy is
Hundreds
eroded, implanted as flames submerged central battle regions paralysis with winds up 4,460 killed in Sudan hospital massacre. WHO condemns attack. Rescue efforts continue. Sudanese are stormed the killing avalanche bodies of 7 climbers. FCC after a death over rising prison. 3 corporations drone strikes hit chemical families. Accuses Ukraine industrial infrastructure. Baltimore play The Peculiar Patriot exposes the progressive reality in his stage performance takes audiences inside America's prison system. Donald Trump's Treasury Secretary to attend America pushes to end prison dependency. Supreme Court to debate the administration's move towards justice reform and economic diversification. 8 Gaza China residents defy evacuation orders. Flying cars. Families vow to stay home. China-based company outpaces Tesla strikes. Prototype aerial vehicles entering civil rights icon urges youth to resist Trump. North Korea mourns former ceremonial leaders recall 1960s activism. Kim as a key diplomat for modern 1990s passes away at 96. Billionaires blamed 8 FDA's US top drug regulator resigns amid scandal. Claim oligarchic Dr. George Tidmarsh drives political following federal probe into ethics violations. Federal workers speak out on shutdown Nigeria's hardship. Ethnic violence many deepens. Reveal personal analysts call for dialogue. As pay and aid programs urge reforms. As clashes escalate between Nebraska and prisoner punished for political podcast. 10. Trump inmate faces solitary confinement to cut funds after criticising state policy. 13. The former president re-enters New York's political battle budget by 700%. Canada controversial move of India raises concerns over domestic militarization. Over 70% of applications denied amid parents turn grief into movement. After police 12. Killings, ISRO launches heaviest communication satellite to demand justice reform nationwide. India makes history with 15. The largest satellite deployment. Chilean band on a domestic protest into resistance 13. Through music. India's IT industry is at a crossroads to challenge police violence. Experts warn of job cuts. 1731,000 permanente workers. Israel returns 45 Palestinian bodies to Gaza. Demand fair pay and safe staffing nationwide. Firms hand over 18 amid no negotiations. 15 Trump defends nuclear testing revival. Blames Pakistan. Civil rights groups rally against intimidation and authoritarians as competitors expand weapons programs. Supreme Court battle over voting rights door open for Nigeria military operation. Cement GOP power and cooperation to US interests midterms. 20. Bangladesh Pakistan relations Chicago immigrant exit. Envoy credits new government for improved diplomatic moderation. Spark privacy outrage. Tanzania's new president 21 in amid violent AI-driven job losses raise global rallies lead to hundreds of arrests and multiple casualties. Unemployment from UAE in the arming Sunni paramilitary forces. Sudanese ambassador condemns weapon shutdown without RSF critics weapons failure. 23. Air India appeals for takeover surviving UN emergency session. 21 student visa hit 24 rejection 76 nations demand AI regulation. Amid deep fugitive vehicle scandals, challenges extradition. 25 world leaders urge ceasefire extension in Gaza. Businessmen, human rights diplomatic pressure mounts for permanent peace deal. 23. Trump backs new Supreme Court tariff could redefine US global trade rules. 24. Trump warns of sanctions over Chinese chip technology transfers. Welcome US to USApulse, Nvidia sales to China today's most powerful headlines. From catastrophic storms in the Caribbean, markets react to ongoing conflict and natural disasters. Here oil are the top 25 as investors weigh risks from Asia 29th of October 2025. One Dora Mandan leads NYC working class movement grassroots campaign gains national attention Welcome to USApulse.
Two Gazan
your
survivor
global window to
sends
today's
message
most
to the
powerful
world
headlines.
after ceasefire.
From catastrophic
A
storms
voice
in the
of
Caribbean
resilience
to
to
new
new
tensions
tensions
in the
in
Middle
ruins.
East and a major
Life
Trump
after
update.
genocide
Here
feels
are the
strangely
top 25
empty.
global and US headlines
Three
for
US
29th of
Republicans
October
struggle to manage
2025.
shutdown chaos.
Critics say democracy is eroding in plain sight. 1. Amid
Typhoon
budget paralysis.
Kalmegi devastates the Philippines.
4460.
At least 5 people dead.
Killed in
Hundreds
Sudan hospital
stranded
massacre.
as floods submerge central
WHO
regions,
condemns
with
attack.
winds up to 205
Sudanese
kilometers
RSF
per
fighters
hour.
stormed the facility,
Rescue
killing
efforts
patients
continue
and
in
doctors.
Nepal.
Avalanche bodies
5.
of 7 climbers
Trump
recovered
FCC
from the Himalayas
faces criticism
after a deadly
over
snow
rising
collapse
prison
near
phone costs.
Dalagiri. Telecom
3.
corporations
Ukraine
accused of
drone
exploiting
strikes hit
Russian
inmate
petrochemical plant. Russia
6.
accuses Ukraine of targeting the peculiar infrastructure exposes prison reality. 4. Stage
Zora
performance takes
Mamdani
audiences
leads
NYC
inside
America's
mayoral
prison
race.
system. The progressive candidate
7.
emerges as frontrunner.
Rural
in a
America
historic
pushes to
contest
end
reshaping
prison-dependency.
US city politics.
Local leaders move toward
5. Justice reform
Donald Trump's
and economic
Treasury Secretary
diversification.
to attend
8
tariff
Gaza
case
residents
hearings.
defy
Supreme Court to
evacuation
debate
orders.
the administration's
Families
trade
vow to
policy
stay home
impact
despite
on
Israeli
November 5th.
warnings and strikes.
6.
China
9.
begins test
Civil
production
rights
of
icon
flying
urges
cars.
youth to resist
A major
Trump
China-based
and ICE
company
policies.
outpaces Tesla.
Leaders
with
recall
prototype
1960s
aerial vehicles
activism
entering
as
trial
blueprint
phase
for modern resistance.
North
10.
Korea mourns
Billionaire
former ceremonial
blamed
head of
for
state
deepening
Kim
US
Jong-nam
shutdown crisis.
Kim, a key diplomat
Experts
since
claim
the 1990s,
oligarchic influence
passes away
drives
at
political
96.
gridlock.
8. FDA's top drug
Federal
regulator
workers
resigns
speak out
amid
on
shutdown
scandal.
hardship.
Many
Dr. George
reveal
Tidmarsh
personal
quits
toll
following
as
federal
pay
probe
and
into
aid
ethics
programs
violations.
freeze.
9.
12.
Nigeria's ethnic
Nebraska
violence
prisoner
deepens.
punished for
Analysts
political
call for
podcast.
dialogue. Inmate
Experts
faces
urge
solitary
reforms
confinement as
after
clashes
criticising
escalate
state
between
policy.
northern and southern groups.
13.
10. Boosts
Trump
ICE
backs
weapons
Cuomo,
budget by 700%.
threatens to cut funds
if Mamdani
Controversial
wins.
move
Raises
The
concerns
former
over
president
domestic
re-enters New York's
militarization. Political battleground.
14.
11. Parents turn
Canada
grief
rejects
into
surge
movement
of Indian
after
police
student
killings.
permits. Bereaved
Over
families
70% of
unite
applications
to demand
denied
justice
amid
reform
fraud
nationwide.
and
funding concerns. 15. 12.
Chilean
ISRO
band
launches
turns protest
heaviest
into
communication
resistance
satellite
through
yet.
music.
India
Artists
makes
use
history
art
with
to
the
challenge
largest
police
satellite
violence
deployment
and
on a
government
domestic
oppression.
rocket. 1731,000
13.
Kaiser
India's
Permanente
IT
workers
industry
continue
at a
to strike.
crossroads.
Experts
Healthcare
warn
workers
of job
demand
cuts
fair pay
and global
and safe
outsourcing
staffing shifts.
nationwide.
14.
18.
Israel
No Kings
returns
protests
45
spread
Palestinian
as activists
bodies to
oppose
Gaza.
Trump crackdown.
Health Ministry
Civil
confirms
rights
handover
groups rally
amid
against
ongoing
intimidation
ceasefire
and authoritarian
negotiations.
laws.
15. Trump defends
19.
nuclear testing revival.
Supreme Court
blames
battle over
Pakistan
Voting Rights
and
Act
China.
looms. Ruling
US
could cement
justifies its
GOP
stance
power
as
and
competitors
reshape
expand
2026
weapons
midterms. 16. Trump
20.
leaves door open
Facebook
for Nigeria
accused of
military
targeting
operation.
Chicago
Hints
immigrant
at possible
groups.
cooperation
ICE
if US
alerts
interests are
linked
threatened.
to
platform moderation.
17.
Spark privacy
Bangladesh
Bangladesh-Pakistan relations warm after
21.
Hasina's exit.
AI-driven
Envoy
job
credits
losses
raise global
improve
worker diplomatic
fears.
tone. Analysts warn
18.
of rising unemployment
Tanzania's
from
new
automation
president
in
sworn in
service
amid
sectors.
violent protests.
22. Opposition rallies
Trump's
lead to
shutdown
hundreds of
shows
arrests
power
and multiple
without
casualties.
democracy.
19.
Critics
say the administration
UAE accused of
weaponizes
arming
governance
Sudanese
paramilitary forces.
23.
Sudanese
Sudan's
ambassador condemns
RSF
takeover
takeover
sparks
RSF
UN
fighters.
emergency session. 20. Humanitarian
Air India
crisis
crash survivor
escalates
appeals for
after
support.
hospital massacre.
Only surviving
24.
passenger
UN
pleads
calls
for
for
government
global tech
compensation.
ethics
21
charter.
Indian student
Nations
visa
demand
rejections
AI
hit
regulation
record high
amid
in
deepfake
Canada.
and surveillance scandals.
Rejection rates surged to
25.
70%,
Worldly sparking
leaders
diplomatic
urge
concern. Ceasefire extend 20 in Gaza. 2. Diplomatic Mehul Chokshi mounts for challenging peace extradition in Belgium. Art violation in East New Supreme Court hearing. Who will define US global trade rules? 24.
USApulse, your
Trump
today's
warns
most
of
powerful
sanctions
headlines
over Chinese
from
chip
catastrophic
technology
storms in the
transfers
Caribbean to
US
new tensions
moves to
in the
block
Middle East
Nvidia
and a
sales
major
to
Trump
China
update.
amid tech
Here
war.
are the top 25
25
global and US
Global
headlines
markets
for
react
29th
to
of
ongoing
October
conflicts and natural
2025.
disasters. Oil prices rise as investors weigh risks from Asia and the Middle East.
NYC working class movement grassroots campaign gains national attention as she challenges far-right narratives. Two Gazan survivor sends message to the world ceasefire.
A voice of resilience
Welcome to
emerges amid ruins.
USApulse, your global
Life
window
after
to today's most
genocide
powerful
feels
headlines.
strangely empty.
From catastrophic storms in the Caribbean
3 US
to new
Republicans
tensions in the Middle East
struggle
and
to
a
manage
major Trump
shutdown
update.
chaos.
Here
Critics
are the
say
top
democracy
25
is
global
eroding
and
in plain
US
sight
headlines for
amid
29th
budget
of October
paralysis.
2025.
4460 killed in Sudan hospital massacre.
1. Typhoon
WHO
Carnegie
condemns
devastates
attack.
the Philippines.
Sudanese
At least
RSF
5
fighters
people
stormed
dead.
the facility,
Hundreds stranded
killing
as
floods
patients
submerged
and
central
doctors.
regions with winds up to
205
Trump
kilometers
FCC
per hour.
faces criticism
2.
over
Rescue
rising
efforts
prison phone
continue
costs.
in Nepal.
Telecom
Avalanche
corporations
bodies of
accused
7
of
climbers
exploiting
recovered from the
inmate
Himalayas
families after a deadly snow
6.
collapse near Dhaulagiri.
Baltimore play
3.
The Peculiar Patriot.
Ukraine drone
exposes
strikes hit
hidden
Russian
reality.
petrochemical plant.
Stage performance
Russia
takes
accuses
audiences
Ukraine
inside
of
America's
targeting
prison
industrial
system.
infrastructure in
7.
Bashkortostan.
Rural America
4.
pushes to end
Zora
prison
Mamdani
dependency.
leads NYC
Local leaders
mayoral
move
race.
toward justice
The progressive
reform
candidate
and
emerges
economic
as frontrunner
diversification.
in a historic
8 Gaza
contest
residents
reshaping
defy
US
evacuation
city
orders.
politics. Families
5.
vow to stay home.
Donald Trump's
despite
Treasury
Israeli
Secretary
warnings
to
and
attend
strikes.
tariff case
9.
hearing.
Supreme
Civil
Court
rights
to debate the
icon
administration's
urges youth
trade
to resist
policy
Trump
impact
and
on
ICE
November
policies.
5th.
Leaders
6.
recall 1960s
China begins
activism
test production
as blueprint
of flying
for modern
cars.
resistance.
A major China-based
10.
company
Billionaires
outpaces Tesla
blamed
with
for
prototype
deepening
aerial
US
vehicles
shutdown
entering
crisis.
trial phase.
Experts claim
7.
oligarchic
North
influence
Korea mourns
drives
former
political
ceremonial
gridlock.
head of state
11.
Kim Jong-nam. Federal
Kim,
workers
a key
speak out
diplomat
on
since
shutdown
the
hardship.
1990s,
Many
passes
reveal
away at
personal
96.
toll as
8.
pay and aid
FDA's top
programs
drug
freeze.
regulator resigns amid
12.
scandal.
Nebraska
Dr. George
prisoner
Tidmarsh
punished for
quits
political
following
podcast.
federal probe into ethics
Inmate
violations.
faces solitary confinement
9.
after criticising
Nigeria's
state
ethnic
policy.
violence deepens.
13.
Analysts call for dialogue.
Trump boosts ICE
Experts
weapons budget
urge reforms
by 700%
as clashes escalate
Controversial
between northern
move
and southern
raises
groups.
concerns over domestic
10.
militarization.
Trump backs Cuomo.
14.
Threatens to cut funds
Parents
if
turn
Mamdani
grief
wins.
into movement after police
The former
killings.
president re-enters
Bereaved
New York's
families
political
unite
battleground.
to demand
11.
justice reform nationwide.
Canada rejects surge of
15.
Indian student permits.
Chilean band
Over
turns
70%
protest
of
into
applications
resistance
denied
through music.
amid fraud and
Artists
funding
use
concerns.
art to challenge police
12.
violence and
ISRO
government
launches
oppression.
heaviest communication satellite
17,000
yet.
Kaiser Perkins
India
continue
makes
strike,
history
with the largest
Healthcare
satellite
workers
deployment
demand fair
on a
pay
domestic
and safe
rocket
staffing
nationwide.
13. India's
18.
IT
No
industry
King's
at a
protest
crossroads
spread
as activists
Experts
oppose
warn of
Trump
job
crackdown.
crackdown and global outsourcing.
Civil rights
shifts.
groups rally against
14.
intimidation and
Israel
authoritarian
returns
laws.
45 Palestinian
19.
bodies to Gaza.
Supreme Court battle
Health
over
Ministry
Voting Rights
confirms
Act
handover
looms.
amid
Ruling
ongoing
could cement
ceasefire
GOP
negotiations.
power and reshape
15. Trump defends
2026
nuclear testing
midterms.
revival, blames Pakistan and China.
Facebook accused of targeting
US
Chicago
justifies
immigrant
its stance
groups.
as competitors
ICE
expand weapons
alerts
programs
linked
to platform moderation.
16. Trump
Spark
leaves door
privacy
open
out
for
of
Nigeria.
Nigeria military operation.
21.
Hints at possible
AI-driven
AI-driven
job
job
losses
losses
raise global worker
worker fears.
17.
Analysts warn of rising
Bangladesh-Pakistan
unemployment
relations
automation
warm
in
after
Cersei's
Husseina's
exit.
exit.
Envoy credits
22.
new government for
Trump's
improved diplomatic
shutdown
shows
turn.
power without
18.
democracy.
Tanzania's
Critics
new
say
president
the administration
weaponizes
weaponizes
governance
failure.
Opposition rallies lead to
23.
hundreds of arrests and
Sudan's
multiple
RSF
casualties.
takeover sparks
19.
UN emergency
UAE
session.
accused of arming
Humanitarian
Sudanese
crisis
paramilitary
escalates
forces after hospital
Sudanese
massacre.
ambassador condemns
24.
weapon shipments
UN
to
calls
RSF
for global
fighters.
tech ethics charter.
20. Nations demand AI regulation support amid deepfake and surveillance scandals. Pleads for government compensation. 25 world leaders urge ceasefire extension in Gaza. Hits record high. Diplomatic pressure mounts for permanent rejection peace deal. Surge to 74%, sparking diplomatic concerns. 22 fugitive naval proxies challenges extradition in Belgium. Wanted businessman argues human rights violations in Indian
Welcome to
courts.
USApulse, your
23.
global window to today's
Trump
most powerful
backs new
headlines.
Supreme Court tariff
catastrophic
case
storms in the
could
Caribbean
redefine
to
US
new
global
tensions
trade
in the Middle
rules.
East
And a major
24.
Trump update. Trump
Here
warns
are
of
the top
sanctions
25
over
global
Chinese
and
chip
US
technology
headlines for
transfers.
29th of October
US moves to block
2025.
Nvidia sales to China amid tech war. 25. One Zora
Global
Mamdani
markets
leads
react to
NYC
ongoing
working class
conflicts
movement
and
natural
grassroots
campaign
campaign.
gains national
Oil prices
attention
rise
as she
as
challenges
investors weigh
far-right
risks from
narratives.
Asia
and the Middle East.
To
Gazan survivor sends message to the world after ceasefire. A voice of resilience emerges from the ruins. Life after genocide feels strangely empty. 3 US Republicans
Welcome to
struggle to
USApulse,
manage shutdown
your global
chaos.
window to today's
Critics
most
say
powerful
democracy
headlines.
is eroding
From
in
catastrophic
plain sight.
storms in the Caribbean
amid budget
to new
paralysis.
tensions in the Middle East
and a major Trump update.
4460. Here are the
Killed
top 25
in Sudan
global
hospital
and
massacre.
US headlines for
WHO
29th of
condemns
October
attack.
2025.
Sudanese RSF fighters stormed the facility, killing patients and doctors.
Typhoon Kalmegi
Devastates the Philippines.
Trump's FCC
At least
faces
5
criticism
people dead over
Hundreds
rising prison phone
stranded
costs
as
floods submerge central
telecom
regions
corporations
with winds
accused
up to
of
205
exploiting
kilometers
families.
per hour. 2. 6. Rescue efforts
Baltimore
continue
play
in
the
Nepal.
Peculiar Patriot
Avalanche bodies
exposes
of 7
prison
climbers
reality.
recovered from the Himalayas.
Stage performance
after
takes
takes
audiences
audiences
inside
inside America's
America's
prison system. 3. 7.
Ukraine drone strikes
Rural America
hit Russian
pushes to end
petrochemical
prison
plant.
dependency.
Russia accuses
Local
Ukraine
leaders move
of
toward
targeting
justice
industrial
reform
infrastructure
and economic
in
diversification.
Bashkortostan.
8 Gaza
4.
residents defy
Zora
evacuation
Mamdani
orders.
leads NYC
Families
mayoral
vow to
race.
stay home.
The progressive
despite
candidate
Israeli
emerges
warnings
as
and
front
strikes.
in a historic
9.
contest
Civil
reshaping
rights
US
icon
city
urges
politics.
youth to resist
5.
Trump and ICE
Donald
policies.
Trump's Treasury Secretary
Leaders
to
recall
attend
1960s
tariff case
activism
hearing.
as
Supreme
blueprint
Court to
for
debate the
modern
administration's trade policy
10.
impact on
Billionaires
November 5th.
blamed for deepening
6.
US shutdown
China begins
crisis.
test production
Experts
of flying
claim
cars.
oligarchic
A major
influence
China-based
drives
company
political
outpaces
gridlock.
Tesla with
11.
prototype aerial
Federal
vehicles
workers
entering
speak out
trial
on
phase.
shutdown hardship.
7.
Many reveal
North Korea
personal
mourns
toll
former
as pay
ceremonial
and
head of
aid
state
programs
Kim Jong-nam.
freeze. Kim,
12.
a key diplomat since the 1990s,
Nebraska prisoner
passes
punished
away
for political
at 96.
podcast.
8.
FDA's
Inmate faces
top
solitary
drug
regulator
regulator
resigns
after
amid
criticising
scandal.
state
policy.
Dr. George
13.
Tidmarsh quits
Trump
following federal
boosts
probe
ICE
into
weapons
ethics
budget
violations
by 700%. 9.
Controversial
Nigeria's
move
ethnic violence
raises
deepens.
concerns over
Analysts
domestic
call for
militarization. Experts
14.
urge reforms. Parents
As
turn
clashes
grief
escalate
into movement
between
northern
after
and
police
southern
killings.
groups. Bereaved
10.
families
Trump
unites
backs Cuomo
to demand justice
threatens to
reform
cut funds if
nationwide.
Mamdani wins.
15.
Chilean
former
president
band
re-enters New
turns
York's
protest
into
political
resistance
battleground.
through music. 11.
Artists
Canada
use art
rejects
to
surge
challenge
of
police
Indian
violence
student
and
permits.
government oppression.
Over 70% of applications
denies
denied
a permanente
amid fraud
workers
and
continued
funding
strike.
concerns.
Healthcare
12.
workers demand
ISRO
fair pay
launches
and safe
heaviest
staffing
communication
nationwide.
satellite yet.
18.
India
No
makes
Kings
history
protests
with
spread
the largest
as
satellite
activists
deployment
oppose
on a
Trump
domestic
crackdown.
rocket. Civil rights
13.
groups rally against
India's
intimidation
IT industry
and authoritarian
at a crossroads.
laws.
Experts
19.
warn of job cuts
Supreme
and
Court
global
battle over
outsourcing
Voting
shifts.
Rights Act looms. 14.
Ruling could
Israel
cement
returns
GOP power
45
and reshape
Palestinian bodies to
2026
Gaza.
midterms.
Health Ministry confirms
20.
handover
Facebook
amid
accused of
ongoing
targeting
ceasefire
Chicago
negotiations.
immigrant groups.
15. Trump defends
ICE
nuclear
alerts
testing
linked to
revival.
platform
blames
moderation.
Pakistan
Spark
and China.
privacy outrage.
US justifies
21.
its stance as competitors
AI-driven
expand
job
weapons
losses
programs.
raise global worker fears.
16. Trump
Analysts
leaves door
warn
dawn of a Nigerian military
from
operation
automation in
hints at
service
possible
sectors.
cooperation if US
22.
interests are threatened. Trump's shutdown shows
17.
power without Bangladesh-Pakistan relations
Critics
warm after
say the
Hasina's
administration
exit.
weaponizes
Envoy credits new
governance
failure
failure.
for improved diplomatic tone.
23.
Sudan's
18.
RSF takeover
Tanzania's new
sparks
president
UN
sworn in
emergency
amid
violent
session.
protests.
Opposition
Humanitarian rallies
crisis
lead to hundreds of arrests
after
and
multiple
multiple
casualties.
casualties.
24.
19.
UN calls for global
UAE
tech
accused of
ethics
arming
charter.
Sudanese
Nations
paramilitary
demand
forces.
AI regulation
Sudanese ambassador
amid deepfake
condemns
and
weapons
surveillance
shipments to RSF
scandals.
fighters. 25
20.
world leaders
Air
urge
India crash
ceasefire
survivor
extension
appeals
in
for
Gaza.
support.
Only
Diplomatic
surviving
pressure
passenger
mounts for
pleads for
permanent
government
peace deal.
compensation.
21. Indian student visa rejections hit record high in Canada. Rejection rates surged to 74%, sparking diplomatic concern.
22 fugitive Mehul Choksi
Welcome to USApulse,
challenges
your
extradition
global
in
window
Belgium.
to
today's most powerful
Wanted
headlines.
businessman
Argues human
catastrophic
rights
storms in the
violations
Caribbean
in Indian
to new
courts.
tensions
in the Middle East and
23.
a major Trump update. Trump backs
Here
new
are the
Supreme
top
Court
25
tariff
global
case hearing.
and US
Could
headlines
redefine
for
US
29th
global
of
trade
October
rules.
2025.
24. Trump warns of sanctions over Chinese chip technology
One
transfers.
Zora Mamdani leads
US
NYC
moves to
working
block
class
Nvidia
movement
sales to
grassroots
China
campaign
amid
gains
tech
national
war.
attention.
As she
25.
challenges far-right
Global
narratives.
markets react to ongoing
Two
conflicts
Gazan
and
survivor
natural disasters.
sends message to the world
Oil
after
prices
ceasefire.
rise
as investors
A voice
weigh
of
risks from
resilience
Asia
emerges
and the
amid
Middle
ruins.
East. Life after genocide feels strangely empty. 3 US Republicans struggle to manage shutdown chaos. Critics say democracy is eroding in plain sight amid budget
Welcome to
paralysis.
USApulse, your global window to today's
4460.
most powerful headlines.
Killed in Sudan
From
hospital
catastrophic
massacre.
storms in the Caribbean
WHO
to new tensions in
condemns
the Middle
attack.
East and a major
Sudanese
Trump update.
RSF fighters
Here are
stormed
the top
facility,
25 global
killing
and
patients
US headlines
and
for
doctors.
29th of October 2025.
Trump FCC faces criticism over rising prison phone costs.
1.
Typhoon
Telecom
corporations
Carnegie
devastates
accused of
the
exploiting
Philippines.
inmate
At
families.
least 5 people dead.
Hundreds
Hundreds stranded as floods
Baltimore
submerge
played the
central
peculiar
regions
Patriot
with winds up to
exposes
205
reality.
kilometers per hour. Stage performance
2.
takes audiences
Rescue
inside
efforts
America's
continue
prison
in
system.
Nepal.
Avalanche
7.
bodies of 7
Rural
climbers
America
recovered
pushes
from
to
the
end
Himalayas
prison
after a
dependency.
deadly snow collapse.
Local
near
leaders move
Dhaulagiri.
toward justice
3.
reform
and economic
Ukraine drone
diversification.
strikes hit
8
Russian
Gaza
petrochemical
residents
plant.
defy evacuation
Russia
orders.
accuses Ukraine
families
of
bound to
targeting
stay home
industrial
despite
infrastructure
Israeli
in
warnings
Bashkortostan.
and strikes.
4.
9. Zora
Civil rights
Mamdani
icon
leads
urges
NYC
youth to
mayoral
resist
race.
Trump
and
The
ICE
progressive
policies.
candidate
emerges as
Leaders
frontrunner
recall
in a
1960s
historic contest
activism as
reshaping
blueprint
US
for
city
modern
politics.
resistance.
5.
10.
Donald Trump's
Billionaires
Treasury
blamed
Secretary
for
to
deepening
attend
US
tariff
shutdown
hearing.
crisis.
Supreme Court
Experts
to debate the
claim
administration's
oligarchic
trade policy
influence
impact
drives
on
political
November 5th.
gridlock.
6.
11. China
Federal
begins
workers
test
speak
production
out on
of
shutdown
flying
hardship.
cars.
Many
A major
reveal
China-based
personal
company
toll
outpaces
as pay
Tesla
and
with
aid
prototype
programs
aerial
freeze.
vehicles
entering trial
12.
phase.
7.
Nebraska prisoner
North
punished
Korea
for
mourns
political
former
podcast.
ceremonial head of state
Inmate
Kim
faces
Jong-nam.
solitary confinement
Kim, a
after
key
criticizing
diplomat since
state
the
1990s. Passes
13.
away at 96.
Trump boosts
8
ICE weapons
FDA's
budget
top drug
by
regulator
700%.
resigns amid scandal.
Controversial move.
Dr.
Raises
George
concerns
Tidmarsh
over
quits
domestic
following federal
militarization.
probe into ethics
14.
violations. Parents
9.
turn grief
Nigeria's
into movement
ethnic violence
after
deepens.
police killings. Analysts call
Bereaved
for dialogue.
families unite
Experts
to demand
urge
justice reform
as
nationwide.
clashes escalate between
15.
northern and southern groups.
Chilean band
turns
10.
protest
Trump
into
backs
resistance
Cuomo
through music.
threatens to cut
Artists
funds
use
if
art
Mamdani wins.
to challenge police violence.
The former
and
president
government
re-enters
oppression.
New York's political
1731,000
battleground.
Kaiser Permanente
11.
workers continue
Canada
strike.
rejects
Surge of Indian
Healthcare
student
workers
permits.
demand fair pay
Over
and safe
70%
staffing
of applications
nationwide.
denied. amid
18.
fraud
No
and
King's
funding
protests
concerns spread as activists
12.
oppose
ISRO
Trump
launches
crackdown.
heaviest communication
Civil rights
satellite
groups
yet
rallied against intimidation
India
and
makes
authoritarian
history
laws.
with the largest satellite deployment
19.
on a domestic
Supreme
rocket.
Court battle over Voting Rights
13.
Act looms.
India's IT
Ruling
industry
could cement
at a
GOP
crossroads.
power and reshape
Experts warn of job
2026
cuts
midterms
and
global outsourcing shifts.
20.
Facebook
14.
accused of targeting
Israel
Chicago
returns
immigrant
45
groups.
Palestinian bodies
ICE
to
alerts
Gaza.
linked to
Health
platform
Ministry
moderation
confirms
spark
handover
privacy
amid
outrage.
ongoing ceasefire negotiations.
21.
15.
AI
Trump-driven
defends
job
nuclear
losses
testing
raise
revival.
global worker
Blames
fears.
Pakistan
Analysts
and China.
warn of rising unemployment
US
from
justifies
automation
its stance
in
as
service
competitors
sectors.
expand weapons
22.
programs.
Trump 16
Shutdown
Trump
shows
leaves
power
door open
without
for Nigeria
democracy.
military operation.
Critics
Hints
say
at
the
possible
administration
cooperation
weaponizes
if US
governance
interests
failure.
are threatened.
2017.
Sudan's
Bangladesh-Pakistan
RSF
relations
takeover sparks
warm after
UN
Hosina's
emergency
exit.
session.
Envoy credits new
Humanitarian
government for improved
crisis
diplomatic
escalates
terms after hospital
18.
massacre.
24
Tanzania's new
UN
president
calls
sworn
for
in
global
amid violent
tech ethics
protests.
charter.
Opposition
Nations
rallies lead to
demand
hundreds of
AI
arrests and
regulation
multiple
amid
casualties.
deepfake and surveillance
19.
scandals.
UAE accused
25
of arming
world
Sudanese
leaders urge
paramilitary
ceasefire
forces.
extension in
Sudanese
Gaza.
ambassador condemns
Diplomatic
weapon
pressure
shipments to
mounts for
RSF
permanent
fighters.
peace deal.
20.
Air India crash survivor appeals for support. Only surviving passenger pleads for government compensation. 21 Indian student visa rejections. Record high in Canada. Welcome to USApulse, to 74%
global window to today's
sparking
most
diplomatic
powerful headlines.
concern. From catastrophic
22
storms in the
fugitive
Caribbean
Mehul
to new
Chokshi
tensions in the
challenges
Middle East
extradition
and a major
in
Trump
Belgium.
update.
Wanted
Here are the top
businessmen
25
argues
global
human
and
rights
US
violations
headlines
in
for
Indian
29th of
courts.
October 2023.
23.
Trump backs new Supreme Court tariff case hearing. Could
One
redefine
Zora
US
Mamdani
global
leads
trade
NYC
rules.
working class movement
24.
grassroots campaign
Trump warns of
gains
sanctions
national attention
over Chinese
as she
chip
challenges
technology
far-right
transfers.
narratives.
US moves to block
Gaza
Nvidia
survivor
sales to
sends
China
message to
amid
the
tech
world
war.
after ceasefire.
25.
A voice of
Global
resilience
markets
emerges
react
amid
to
ruins.
ongoing conflicts and
Life
natural
after
disasters.
genocide feels
Oil
strangely
prices rise
empty.
as investors weigh risks
3
from
US
Asia
Republicans
and the Middle East.
struggle to manage shutdown chaos.
Critics say democracy is eroding in plain sight amid budget calamity. 4460. Killed in Sudan hospital massacre. WHO
Welcome to
condemns
USApulse,
attack.
your global
Sudanese
window to today's
RSF
most
fighters
powerful
stormed
headlines.
the facility
From
killing
catastrophic storms
patients
in the
and
Caribbean
doctors to new tensions in the Middle East
5.
and a major Trump update.
FCC faces
Here are
criticism
the top 25
over rising
global
prison
and
phone
US
costs.
headlines for 29th
Telecom
of October
corporations
2025.
accused of
exploiting inmate families. 6. Baltimore play The
Typhoon
Peculiar
Kalmagi
Patriot
devastates
exposes
the
prison
Philippines.
reality. At least 5
Stage
people
performance
dead.
takes
Hundreds
audiences
stranded
inside
as
America's
flood
prison
submerged
system.
central regions, with
7.
winds up to 205
Rural America
kilometers
pushes to
per hour.
end prison dependency.
Rescue
Local
efforts
leaders move
continue
toward
in Nepal.
justice reform
and
avalanche
economic
bodies of
diversification.
7 climbers
8
recovered
Gaza
from the Himalayas
residents defy
after a deadly
evacuation
snow
orders.
collapse near
Families
Dalmatiri.
vow to stay home.
3.
Despite Israeli
Ukraine
warnings
drone
and
strikes
strikes
hit
Russian
9.
petrochemical plant.
Civil rights
Russia
icon
accuses
urges
Ukraine
youth to
of
resist
targeting
Trump
industrial
and ICE
infrastructure
policies.
in Bashkortostan.
Leaders recall
1960s activism
Zora
as
Mamdani
blueprint
leads
for modern
NYC
resistance.
mayoral race.
10.
The progressive candidate
Billionaires
emerges as
blamed
frontrunner
for deepening
in a
US
historic shutdown
contest,
crisis.
reshaping US
Experts
city
claim
politics.
oligarchic
5.
influence
Donald
drives
Trump's
political
Treasury
gridlock.
Secretary to attend
11.
tariff case
Federal
hearing.
workers
Supreme
speak
Court
out
to
on
debate the
shutdown
administration's
hardship.
trade
Many
policy
reveal
impact
personal
on
toll
November 5th
as pay and
6.
aid programs freeze.
China begins test production
12.
of flying cars.
Nebraska
A
prisoner
major
punished
China-based
for political
company outpaces
podcast.
Tesla with
Inmate
prototype
faces
aerial
solitary
vehicles
confinement
entering trial
after
phase.
criticising state
7.
policy. North Korea mourns former ceremonial head of state
ice weapons
Kim
budget
Jong-nam by 700%.
Kim, a key diplomat
Controversial
since the
1990s, raises concerns over domestic militarization.
FDA's top drug regulator resigns.
Parents turn
amid
grief
scandal.
into movement.
Dr. George Tidmarsh quits following
Bereaved
federal
families
probe into
unite
ethics
to
violations.
demand justice reform nationwide.
9. Nigeria's ethnic
15.
violence deepens.
Chilean
Analysts
band
call for
turns
dialogue.
protest into resistance
Experts urge
through music.
reforms
As
Artists
clashes
use
escalate
art
between
to
northern
challenge
and
police
southern
violence.
groups and government
10.
oppression.
Trump
1731,000 Kaiser
threatens to cut funds if Mandani
strikes.
wins.
Healthcare
The former
workers
president
demand fair
re-enters
pay and
New
safe
York's
staffing
political
nationwide.
battleground.
11.
18. No
Canada
Kings
rejects
protest
surge
spread
of Indian
as
students
activists
oppose
oppose
Trump crackdown.
Over 70% of applications
Civil rights groups
denied
rally against
amid
intimidation
fraud
and
funding
authoritarian
concerns.
laws. 12.
19.
ISRO launches
Supreme Court
heaviest
battle over
communication
voting
rights
satellite
act
yet.
yet.
India
India
makes
makes
history
GOP
with
power
the
and
largest
reshape
satellite deployment on a
2026
domestic
midterms.
rocket.
20.
13.
India's
accused of
IT
targeting
industry
Chicago
crossroads.
immigrant groups.
Experts warn
ICE
of job
alerts
cuts
linked
and
to
global
platform
outsourcing
moderation.
shifts spark privacy
14.
outrage. Israel returns
21.
45 Palestinian
AI-driven
bodies
job
to Gaza.
losses
raise global worker Health Ministry
fears.
confirms handover.
Analysts warn
amid
of rising
ongoing
unemployment
ceasefire
from
negotiations.
automation in service
15.
sectors.
Trump defends nuclear testing
22.
revival. Trump
blames
Pakistan
shutdown
shows
and
power
China.
without democracy.
US justifies
Critics
its stance
say the
as
administration's
competitors expand
weaponizes
weapons
governance
programs.
failure. 16. Trump
23.
leaves door open
Sudan's
for Nigeria
RSF
military
takeover
operation.
sparks
Hints at
UN
possible
emergency
cooperation
session.
if US interests
Humanitarian
are crisis escalates
17.
after hospital
Bangladesh-Pakistan
24.
relations
UN
warm after
calls
Hasina's
for
exit.
global tech
Envoy
ethics
credits
charter.
new government for improved
Nations
diplomatic
demand
tone.
AI regulation
18.
amid deepfake and
Tanzania's
surveillance
new president
scandals.
sworn in
amid violent protests.
25 world leaders
Opposition
urge
rallies lead to
ceasefire
hundreds of
extension
arrests
in
and
Gaza.
multiple casualties. Diplomatic pressure
19.
mounts for permanent peace
UAE
deal.
accused of arming Sudanese paramilitary forces. Sudanese ambassador condemns weapon shipment to RSF. 20. Air India crash survivor appeals for support. Only surviving passenger pleads
Welcome
for
to
government
USA
compensation.
Pulse.
21
Your global
Indian
window to
student
today's
visa
most powerful
rejections
headlines.
hit record
From
high
catastrophic
in
storms
Canada.
in the Caribbean,
To
rejection
new
tensions in the
surged
Middle
to
East, and a major
74%,
Trump update, sparking diplomatic
Here are the
concern.
top 25 global
22
and US
fugitive
headlines for
Mehul
29th
Chokshi
of October
challenges
2025
extradition in Belgium. Wanted businessman argues human rights violations
Zora
in
Mamdani
Indian
leads
courts. NYC working class
23.
movement grassroots
Trump
campaign
backs new
gains
Supreme
national
Court
attention
tariff case
as she
hearing.
challenges
Could redefine
far-right US
narratives.
global trade rules. Two Gazan survivor
24.
sends message
Trump
to
warns
the
of
world
sanctions
after ceasefire
over Chinese chip
A voice
technology
of resilience
transfers.
emerges
US
amid
moves
ruins.
to block Nvidia
Life
sales
after
to
genocide
China
amid
feels
tech
strangely
war.
empty.
25.
Three
Global
US
markets
Republicans
react to ongoing
struggle to
conflicts
manage
and
shutdown
natural
chaos.
disasters. Critics say
Oil
democracy
prices
is
rise
eroding
as investors
in plain
weigh
sight
risks from
amid
Asia
budget
and the
paralysis.
Middle East.
4460 killed in Sudan hospital massacre. WHO condemns attack. Sudanese RSF fighters stormed the facility, killing patients and doctors. Welcome to USA Pulse 5, your global window
Trump
to today's
FCC
most
faces
powerful
criticism
headlines. Over
from
rising
catastrophic
prison
storms
phone
in the
costs,
Caribbean
to
telecom
new tensions
corporations
in the Middle East
accused
and a
of
major Trump
exploiting
update. Inmate families.
Here are the top 25
6.
global and US
Baltimore
headlines for
played the
29th of
peculiar
October
Patriot
2025.
exposes prison reality. Stage performance takes audiences inside America's prison
Typhoon
system. Kalmagi devastates the Philippines. Rural America
At
pushes
least
to
5
end
people
prison
dead.
dependency.
Hundreds stranded
Local
as
leaders
floods
move
submerge
towards
central
justice
regions,
reform
with
and
winds up
economic
to
diversification.
205
8
kilometers
Gaza
per hour.
residents defy
2.
evacuation orders.
Rescue efforts continue
Families
in
vow
Nepal.
to stay home.
Avalanche
Despite
bodies
Israeli
of
warnings
7
and
climbers
strikes
recovered from the
9.
Himalayas after
Civil
a deadly
rights
snow
icon
collapse
urges
near
youth to
Dalagiri.
resist Trump 3 and ICE policies.
Ukraine drone
Leaders
strikes hit
recall
Russian
1960s
petrochemical
activism
plant
as
Russia accuses Ukraine
resistance
of targeting industrial
10.
infrastructure.
Billionaires
in
blamed
Bashkortostan
for deepening US
4.
shutdown crisis.
Zora Mamdani leads
Experts
NYC
claim
mayoral
oligarchic
race.
influence
The progressive
drives
candidate
political
emerges as
gridlock.
frontrunner in
11.
historic contest.
Federal workers
reshaping
speak
US
out on
city
shutdown
politics.
hardship. 5.
Many reveal
Donald
personal
Trump's
toll
Treasury
as
Secretary
pay
to
and
attend
aid
programs
tariff case
freeze.
hearing. Supreme Court
12.
to debate the administration's
Nebraska
trade policy
prisoner
impact
punished for
on
political
November 5th.
podcast. 6.
Inmate faces
China
solitary
begins
confinement
test production
after
of
criticizing
flying
state
cars.
policy. A major China-based
13.
company
Trump
outpaces Tesla
boosts
with
ICE
prototype
weapons budget
aerial
by
vehicles
700%.
entering trial phase. Controversial
7.
move raises
North Korea
concerns
mourns
over
former
domestic
ceremonial
militarization.
head of state,
Kim Jong-nam.
14.
Kim,
A
parents
key
turn
diplomat
grief
since the
into
1990s
movement
after
passes
police
away
killings
at 96.
Bereaved families
8. FDA's
unite
top
to
drug
demand
regulator
justice
resigns
reforms
nationwide.
amid scandal. 15.
Dr. George Tidmarsh
Chilean
quits
band
following
turns
federal probe
protest
into
into
ethics
resistance
violations
through music.
9.
Artists
Nigeria's
use art
ethnic
to
violence
challenge
deepens.
police violence
Analysts
and government
call for dialogue.
oppression.
Experts urge
1731,000
Kaiser
reforms
Permanente
as
clashes
clashes continue
escalate
strike.
between northern and southern
Healthcare
groups.
workers demand fair
10.
pay and safe
Trump
staffing
backs Cuomo.
nationwide.
Threatens to cut
18.
funds if
No
Mamdani
Kings
wins.
protests
Spread as activists
The former
oppose
president
Trump
re-enters
crackdown.
New York's political battleground.
Civil rights groups rally
11.
against intimidation
Canada
and
rejects
authoritarian
surge
laws.
of Indian student permits.
19. Over
Supreme
70%
Court
of
battle over
Voting
Voting
Rights
Rights
Act
Act
looms amid fraud
Ruling
and
could
funding
cement
concerns.
GOP power and reshape
12.
2026
ISRO launches
midterms.
heaviest communication
20.
satellite yet.
Facebook accused
India
of
makes
targeting
history
Chicago
with
immigrant
the largest
groups.
satellite deployment
ICE
on a
alerts
domestic
linked
rocket
to platform moderation.
13.
Spark privacy
India's
outrage.
IT industry at a crossroads.
21.
AI-driven job
cuts
losses
and
raise
global
global
outsourcing
outsourcing shifts. Analysts warn
14.
of rising
Israel
unemployment
returns
from automation in
45
service
Palestinian
sectors.
bodies to Gaza.
22. Health Ministry
Trump's shutdown
confirms
shows
handover
power without
amid ongoing
democracy.
ceasefire negotiations.
Critics say the
15.
administration
Trump defends
weaponizes
nuclear testing
governance
revival.
failure.
Blames Pakistan
23.
and China.
Sudan's RSF
US
takeover
justifies
sparks
its stance
US
in
competitors
emergency
expand
session.
weapons programs.
Humanitarian crisis
16. Trump
escalates.
leaves door
after
open
hospital
for Nigeria
massacre.
military
24.
operation.
UN
Hints at
calls
possible
for global
collaboration
tech
if US
charter.
interests are threatened.
Nations demand
17.
AI regulation
Bangladesh
amid
Pakistan
deepfake and
relations
surveillance
warm after
scandals.
Hasina's exit.
Envoy
25
credits new
world
government for
leaders
improved
urge
diplomatic
ceasefire
tone.
extension in Gaza.
18. Diplomatic
Tanzania's
pressure
new
mounts for
president sworn in
permanent
amid
peace
violent
deal.
protests.
Opposition rallies lead to hundreds of arrests and multiple murders. 19. UAE accused of arming Sudanese paramilitary forces. Sudanese ambassador condemns weapon shipments to RSF fighters.
Welcome to USA Pulse,
20.
your global window
Air
to
India's
today's
most
most
powerful
powerful
headlines
headlines
for support, from catastrophic
Only
storms
surviving
in the
passenger
Caribbean
pleads for
to new
government
tensions in the Middle
compensation.
East
21
and a major
Indian
Trump
student
update.
visa rejections.
Here are the top
hit record
25
high
global
in Canada.
and US headlines for
Rejection
29th of
rate
October
surged to
2025, sparking diplomatic concern. 22 fugitive
Zora
Mehul
Mamdani
Chokshi
leads
challenges
NYC working class
extradition
movement
in Belgium.
grassroots campaign
Wanted
gains
businessman
national attention,
argues human
as she
rights
challenges
violations
far-right
in Indian
narratives.
courts.
To Gaza
23.
survivor
Sends
Trump
message
backs
to
new
the
Supreme
world
Court
after
tariff
ceasefire.
case hearing.
A
Could
voice
redefine
of resilience
US global
emerges
trade
amid
rules.
ruins.
24.
Life after genocide.
Trump warns of
feels
sanctions
strangely over
empty.
Chinese chip technology transfers.
3 US Republicans
US moves to
struggle
block
to manage
Nvidia sales
shutdown
to
chaos.
China amid
Critics
tech
say
war.
democracy is eroding
25.
in plain sight.
Global
amid
markets
budget
react
paralysis.
to ongoing conflicts and natural
4460.
Oil prices
Killed
rise
in
as
Sudan
investors
hospital
weigh
massacre.
risks from Asia
WHO
and the Middle East.
condemns attack.
Sudanese RSF fighters storm facilities, killing patients. 5. Trump FCC faces criticism over rising prison phone costs.
Welcome to USA
corporations
Pulse,
accused
your
of
global
exploiting
window to today's
inmate
most
families.
powerful headlines.
From
6.
catastrophic storms in the
Baltimore
Caribbean
play the
to new
peculiar
tensions in the Middle
Patriot
East
and a
exposes
major
prison
Trump update.
reality. Here
Stage
are the top
performance
25
takes
global
audiences
and
inside
US
America's
headlines for
prison
29th of October 2025.
Rural America pushes to end prison dependency. Local leaders
1.
move towards justice reform and economic diversification. 8 Gaza residents defy evacuation orders. Stranded as floods submerge central homes despite Israeli warnings and strikes. Kilometers per hour. 2. Civil rights icon rescue urges youth to resist Trump and ICE avalanche bodies of 7 leaders recall 1960s activism after a deadly snow collapse for modern resistance. 10. Billionaires drone strikes hit Russian U.S. petrochemical crisis. Russia accuses Ukraine of targeting industrial drives political in Bashkortostan. 11. 4. Federal workers speak out on shutdown hardship mayoral race. Many reveal the progressive candidate emerges as pay and aid in a historic contest reshaping U.S. city politics. Nebraska prisoner punished Donald for Trump's Treasury Secretary to attend inmate faces solitary confinement. Supreme Court after debate the administration's trade policy impact. 13. On November 5th, Trump boosts ICE weapons budget. China begins by 700% of flying controversial cars. Move. A major China-based company outpaces militarization. Prototype aerial vehicles entering trial Parents phase. Turn grief into movement. After North Korea mourns former ceremonial head of state unite Kim Jong-nam to demand justice Kim, reform nationwide since the 1990s. Passes away. Chilean band turns protest into resistance. Top drug regulator resigns. Artists use art to challenge Dr. police violence quit following federal probe into 1731,000 Kaiser Permanente workers Nigeria's ethnic violence deepens. Healthcare workers demand fair pay and safe staffing. Experts urge reforms. As clashes escalate between northern and southern as activists oppose Trump crackdown. Trump backs Cuomo. Civil rights groups rally against intimidation and authoritarian laws. The former president re-enters New York's battle over Voting Rights Act looms. 11. Ruling Canada rejects surge of Indian reshaped 2026 midterms. Over 70% of applications denied. Facebook accused of targeting Chicago immigrant groups. 12. ISRO launches heaviest communication satellite yet. Privacy outrage. India makes history. 21. Largest satellite AI-driven job losses raise global worker fears. 13. Analysts India's rising unemployment from automation in service sectors. Experts warn of job cuts. 22. And global outsourcing shutdown shows power without 14. Democracy. Israel returns critics say the administration weaponizes governance failure. Health Ministry confirms 23. Handover. Sudan's RSF takeover sparks UN 15. Trump defends nuclear testing. Humanitarian crisis Pakistan escalates and China hospital massacre. US justifies its stance as competitors expand weapons charter. Nations 16 demand Trump AI regulation for Nigeria military operation. Surveillance hints scandals. At possible cooperation. If 25 world leaders urge ceasefire 17. Extension in Gaza. Bangladesh-Pakistan diplomatic pressure mounts for permanent peace deal. Envoy credits new government for improved diplomatic terms. 18. Tanzania's new president sworn in amid violent protests. Opposition rallies lead to hundreds of arrests and multiple casualties. 19. Welcome UAE to USApulse, accused of arming Sudanese window to today's most powerful headlines. Sudanese ambassador from catastrophic storms in the Caribbean to new tensions in the Middle East 20. And a major Trump update. Air India crash survivor Here are the top 25 global only surviving US headlines for 29th of October 2021. Indian student visa rejections hit record high in Canada. One Zora Mamdani leads NYC working class movement grassroots campaign diplomatic gains national attention as she challenges far-right narratives. Challenges extradition in Belgium, sends message to the world businessman after ceasefire, argues human rights violations. A voice of resilience in Indian emerges amid ruins. 23. Life after genocide. Trump backs new Supreme Court tariff case hearing. Could redefine US global trade rules. Struggle to manage 24. Shutdown chaos. Trump warns critics say democracy is eroding chip technology transfer amid budget paralysis. US moves to block Nvidia sales to China amid tech war. Killed in Sudan 25. Hospital massacre. Global markets react to ongoing conflicts and natural Sudanese disasters. RSF fighters oil prices rise as investors weigh risks from Asia and the Middle East. 5. Trump FCC faces criticism over rising prison phone costs. Telecom corporations accused of exploiting remote families. him or play the
Welcome to
peculiar
USApulse,
exposes
global
prison
window
reality.
to today's most powerful headlines.
Stage performance takes
From
audiences
catastrophic storms in the Caribbean
prison
to
system
new tensions in the Middle East
7
and a major Trump
Rural
update.
America pushes to
Here
end
are the
prison
top
dependency.
25 global and
Local
US
leaders move
headlines
toward
for 29th
justice
of
reform
October
and economic
2025.
diversification.
8 Gaza residents defy evacuation orders.
Families vow to stay
Typhoon
home
Kalmagi
despite Israeli
devastates the
warnings and
Philippines.
strikes.
At least
9
5
people dead.
Civil rights
Hundreds
icon
stranded
urges
as
youth
floods
to resist
submerged
central
Trump
regions
and ICE
with
policies.
winds up to 205
Leaders recall
kilometers per
1960s
hour.
activism
As blueprint
rescue
for modern
efforts
resistance.
continue in Nepal.
10
Avalanche
Billionaires
bodies of 7
blamed
climbers
for deepening
recovered
US
from the Himalayas
shutdown crisis
after a deadly snow
Experts
collapse
claim
near Dalagiri.
oligarchic influence
3 drives political
Ukraine
gridlock.
drone strikes hit Russian
11
petrochemical
federal
plant.
workers speak
Russia
out
accuses
on
Ukraine
shutdown hardship
of targeting
Many
industrial
reveal
infrastructure
personal toll in
as pay
Bashkortostan.
and aid programs
4
freeze.
Zora Mamdani
12
leads NYC mayoral
Nebraska
race.
prisoner
The
punished
progressive
for
candidate
political
emerges as
podcast.
frontrunner in
Inmate
a historic
faces
contest
solitary confinement
reshaping US
after
city
criticising
politics.
state policy.
5
13
Donald Trump's Treasury
Trump
Secretary
boosts to attend
ICE
tariff
weapons
budget
case
hearing
by 700%.
Supreme Court to debate the administration's
Controversial
trade
move
policy
raises
impact
concerns
on
over
November
domestic
5th.
militarization.
6. China
14
begins test production
Parents
of
turn
flying
grief
cars.
into movement.
A major
after police
China-based
killings.
company outpaces
Bereaved
Tesla
families
with prototype
unite
aerial
to demand
vehicles
justice
entering
reform
trial
nationwide.
phase.
7 15
North Korea
Chilean
mourns former
band
ceremonial
turns
head of
protest
state
into
Kim
resistance
Jong-nam
through music.
Kim, a key
Artists
diplomat
use
since the
art
1990s,
to challenge police's
pass
away
violence
at
and
96.
government oppression.
8 FDA's top drug regulator
Kaiser
resigns
Permanente
amid
workers
scandal.
continue strike.
Dr. George
Healthcare
Tidmarsh
workers
quits
demand
following
fair
federal
pay and
probe
safe
into
staffing
ethics
nationwide.
violations.
18
Nigeria's
no king's
ethnic violence
protest
spread
deepens
as
analysts
activists call for
oppose
dialogue.
Trump crackdown.
Experts urge
Civil rights
reforms
groups rally
as
against
clashes
intimidation
escalate between
and
northern
authoritarian
and southern
laws.
groups. 19
10
Trump
Supreme Court
backs
battle
Cuomo
over voting rights
threatens
act
to cut
looms.
funds if Mamdani
Ruling could
wins.
cement GOP power and
The
reshape
former president re-enters
2026
New York's
midterms.
political battleground.
2011 Facebook
Canada
accused of
rejects
targeting
surge
Chicago
of Indian
immigrant
student
students.
permits. ICE alerts
Over 70% of applications
moderation
denied
spark
amid
privacy
fraud and
outrage.
funding concerns.
21
12
AI-driven
ISRO
job
launches
losses raise
heaviest
global
communication
worker fears.
satellite yet.
Analysts warn
India
of
makes
rising
history
unemployment from
with the
automation
largest
in
satellite
service
deployment
sectors.
on a domestic
22
rocket.
Trump's
13
shutdown shows
India's
power
IT
without
industry
democracy.
at a crossroads.
Critics say the
Experts
administration
warn of job
weaponizes
cuts and
government's
global
failure.
outsourcing shifts.
23
14
Sudan's
Israel
RSF
returns
takeover
45
sparks UN
Palestinian
emergencies to
session.
Gaza.
Health
Humanitarian
Ministry
crisis
confirms
escalates
handover
after
amid
hospital
ongoing
massacre.
ceasefire
24
negotiations.
UN
15
calls
Trump
for global
defends
nuclear
ethics
testing
charter.
revival.
Blames
Nations
Pakistan
demand
and
AI
China.
regulation amid
US
deep
justifies
fake
its
surveillance
stance as
scandals.
competitors expand weapons
25 world leaders
16
urge
Trump
ceasefire
leaves door
extension
open
in
for
Gaza.
Nigeria military operation.
Diplomatic pressure
Hints at
mounts
possible
for permanent
cooperation
peace deal.
if US interests are threatened.
17 Bangladesh-Pakistan relations war after Hussein victory. Envoy credits new government for improved diplomatic terms. 18 Tanzania's new president sworn in amid
Welcome to
violent
USApulse,
protests.
your
Opposition
global window
rallies
to
lead
today's
to
most
hundreds of
powerful
arrests and
headlines.
multiple casualties.
From catastrophic storms in the
19
Caribbean to new
UAE
tensions in the
accused
Middle
of
East
arming
and a major
Sudanese
Trump
paramilitary
update.
forces.
Here are
Sudanese
the top
ambassador
25
condemns
global
weapon
and
shipments
US
to
headlines
RSF
for
fighters.
29th of October
20
2025.
Air India crash survivor appeals for support. Only surviving passenger
One
pleads
Zora
for government
Mamdani leads
compensation.
NYC
21
working class
Indian
movement
student
grassroots
visa
campaign
rejections gains
hit
national
record
attention
high
in
as she
Canada.
challenges far-right
Rejection
narratives.
rates surged to 74%.
Two Gazan survivor
sparking
sends
diplomatic
message to the
concern.
world after ceasefire.
22
A voice
fugitive
of
Mehul
resilience
Choksi
emerges
challenges
amid ruins.
extradition in
Life
Belgium.
after genocide.
Wanted
feels
businessman
strangely
argues
empty.
human rights violations in
3
Indian
US
courts.
Republicans struggle to
23
manage shutdown chaos.
Trump backs new Supreme
Critics say
Court
democracy is
tariff case
eroding
hearing
in
could
plain
redefine
sight
US
amid
global
budget
trade
paralysis.
24
4460
Trump warns of sanctions over
killed
Chinese
in Sudan
chip technology
hospital
transfers. WHO condemns
Nvidia sales to China.
Sudanese
amid
RSF
tech
fighters
war.
stormed the facility.
25.
Killing patients.
Global markets
and
react
doctors.
to ongoing conflicts and
5.
natural disasters.
Trump's FCC
Oil
faces
prices
criticism
rise as
over
investors
rising
weigh risks
prison
from
costs.
Asia and the
Telecom
Middle East.
corporations accused of exploiting India's families.
6. Baltimore plays a peculiar patriot, exposes prison reality.
Today's performance takes audiences inside America's prison
Welcome
system.
to USA Pulse,
7.
your global window to
Rural
today's
America
most
pushes
powerful
to
headlines.
end prison dependency.
From catastrophic storms
Local
in the
leaders
Caribbean
move towards
to new
justice
tensions
reform
in the Middle East
and economic
a major
diversification.
Trump update. 8 Gaza
Here are the
residents
top
defy
25
evacuation
global
orders.
and US headlines
Families
for
vow to
29th
stay
of
home
October
despite Israeli
2025
warnings and strikes. 9. Civil rights icon urges
1.
youth to resist
Typhoon
Trump
Kalmagi
and ICE
devastates
policies.
the Philippines.
Leaders recall
At least
1960s
5
activism
dead,
as
hundreds
blueprint
stranded
for
as
modern
floods
resistance.
submerge central regions.
10.
With winds up
Billionaires
to
blamed
205
for deepening
km/h.
US shutdown crisis.
Rescue
Experts
efforts
claim
continue.
oligarchic
in
influence
avalanche
drives
bodies
political
of 7
gridlock.
climbers recovered
11.
from Himalayas.
Federal
after a
workers
deadly
speak
snow
out on
collapse near
shutdown hardship.
Dalhousie.
Many
3.
reveal personal
Ukraine
toll
drones
as
strikes
pay
hit
and
Russian
aid
petrochemical
petrochemical
plants.
freeze. Russia accuses
12.
Ukraine of targeting
Nebraska prisoner
industrial
punished for
infrastructure
political
in
Bashkortostan.
Inmate
4.
faces solitary
Zora
confinement
Mamdani leads
after
NYC
criticising
state
mayoral
policy.
race. The progressive
13.
candidate emerges as
Trump
frontrunner
boosts
in a
ICE
historic
weapons
contest
budget
reshaping
by 700%.
US city politics. Controversial
5.
move raises
Donald
concerns
Trump's
over
Treasury
domestic
Secretary
militarization.
to attend
Tariff case hearing.
14.
Supreme Court to
Parents
debate the
turn
administration's
grief into
trade
movement
policy
after
impact
police
on
killings.
November 5th. Bereaved families unite
China
to
begins
demand
test
justice
production
reform
of
nationwide.
flying
cars. A
15.
major China-based company
Chilean
outpaces
band
Tesla
turns
protest
prototype
into
aerial
resistance
vehicle through
entering
music.
trial phase.
Artists use
7.
art
to challenge
North
police
Korea
violence
mourns former
and ceremonial
government
head of
oppression.
state
1731,000
Kaiser
Kim, a key
Permanente
diplomat
workers
since
since
the
the
1990s.
1990s passes away.
Healthcare
at
workers
96.
demand fair pay
8.
and safe
FDA's
staffing
top drug
nationwide.
regulator resigns amid
18.
scandal.
No King's protests.
Dr.
spread
George
as
Tidmarsh
activists
quits
oppose
following
Trump
federal
crackdown.
probe into ethics violations.
Civil rights groups rally against
9.
intimidation
Nigeria's
and
ethnic
authoritarian
violence
laws.
deepens. Analysts
19.
call for dialogue.
Supreme Court battle
Experts
over voting
urge
rights
reforms
act looms
as clashes
ruling
escalate
could cement
between northern
GOP
and
power
southern
and
groups.
reshape 2026 midterms.
Trump backs Cuomo.
20.
Threatens to cut
Facebook
funds if
accused of
Mamdani
targeting
wins.
Chicago immigrant groups.
The former president
ICE
re-enters
alerts
New
linked
York's
to
political
platform
moderation. Spark
11.
privacy outrage.
Canada
rejects surge of
21.
Indian student permits. AI-driven job losses
Over
raise
70%
global
of
worker
applications
fears. Denied.
Analysts
amid
warn
fraud
of rising
and funding
unemployment
concerns.
from
automation in service
12.
sectors. ISRO launches
22.
heaviest communication
Trump's
satellite
shutdown
shows
yet.
power without
India
democracy.
makes history
with
Critics
the largest
say the
satellite
administration
deployment on a
weaponizes
domestic
governance
rocket.
failure.
13.
23.
India's
Sudan's
IT industry
RSF
at a
takeover
crossroads.
sparks UN
Experts
emergency
warn of
session.
job cuts and global
Humanitarian
outsourcing
crisis
shifts. escalates after
14.
hospital massacre.
Israel returns
24.
45
UN calls for
Palestinian
global
bodies to
tech
Gaza.
ethics charter. Health Ministry
Nations
confirms
demand
handover
AI regulation
amid ongoing
amid
ceasefire
deepfake and
negotiations.
surveillance scandals.
15. Trump defends nuclear testing
25
revival.
world leaders
blames
urge
Pakistan
ceasefire
and
extension
China.
in Gaza.
US
Diplomatic
justifies
pressure
its
mounts
stance
for
competitors
permanent
expand
peace deal.
weapons programs. 16. Trump leaves door open to Nigeria military operation. Hints at possible cooperation with US interests. 17. Bangladesh-Pakistan relations warm after Hasina's exit.
Welcome to
Envoy
USA
credits
Pulse,
new government
your
for
global
improved
window to
diplomatic
today's
tone.
most powerful headlines.
18. From catastrophic
Tanzania's
storms
new
in the
president
Caribbean
sworn in amid
to new
violent
tensions in the Middle
protests
East and a major
opposition
Trump
rallies
update
lead
to hundreds of
Here
arrests
are
and
the
multiple
top 25
casualties.
global and US
19.
headlines for 29th of
UAE
October
accused of arming Sudanese
2025.
paramilitary forces. Sudanese ambassador condemns weapon shipments to
One
RSF
Zora
fighters.
Mamdani leads NYC
20.
working class movement Air India crash survivor gains national attention only as she challenges far-right government compensation. 21 Gaza Indian student visa rejection to the world hit record high in Canada. A voice of resilience emerges amid to 74%. Life after genocide diplomatic feels strangely empty. 22 fugitive Mehul Choksi challenges extradition in Belgium. Chaos. Wanted critics say democracy is eroding in plain sight in India amid budget paralysis. 23. Trump backs new Supreme Court tariff case in Sudan hospital could redefine U.S. global trade rules. WHO condemns attack. 24. Sudanese Trump RSF sanctions stormed over Chinese chip technology transfers and doctors. U.S. moves to block Nvidia sales to China. Trump mid tech war faces 25. Over its reacting to ongoing conflicts and telecom corporations exploiting oil price investors fissure and the middle the peculiar patriot exposes pushes to end prison dependency. Local leaders move towards justice reform and economic diversification to today's most Gaza resident evacuation from catastrophic storms in the Caribbean vow to stay home, tensions in the Middle East, Israeli and a major Trump update. 9. Here are the top civil 25 rights global urges youth to resist October 2025. Leaders recall 1960s activism as blueprint for modern resistance. Typhoon Kalmagi devastates the billionaires blamed at least 5 U.S. shutdown crisis. Hundreds stranded as floods submerge central oligarchic regions influence with winds up to 205 kilometers per hour. Federal workers rescue out on shutdown hardship. Many revealed bodies of 7 climbers as pay and aid programs after a deadly snow collapse 12 near Dhaulagiri. Nebraska prisoner punished Ukraine for drone strikes hit Russian petrochemical inmate faces solitary confinement. Russia accuses Ukraine after criticizing state policy. Industrial infrastructure 13 in Bashkortostan. Trump boosts ICE weapons budget Zora by 700%. Leads NYC mayoral controversial race. Move. The progressive candidate emerges as domestic militarization. In a historic contest reshaping U.S. city parents politics. Turn grief into movement. Donald Trump's Treasury Secretary to attend tariff case hearing to demand Supreme Court to debate the administration's trade policy 15 on November. Chilean band turns protest into China resistance test through music of flying artists cars. Use art. A major China-based company outpaces government with prototype aerial vehicles entering Kaiser Permanente workers continue strike. North Korea mourns former ceremonial head of state and safe staffing nationwide. Kim, a key diplomat 18 since the 1990s protest passes away as activists oppose Trump FDA's top drug regulator civil rights groups rally against intimidation and authoritarian Dr. George Tidmarsh quits following federal probe into ethics battle over Voting Rights Act looms. 9. Nigeria's ethnic violence GOP power and reshapes 2026 midterms. Experts urge reforms. 20. As clashes accused of targeting northern Chicago immigrant groups. ICE alert Trump linked back to platform moderation threatens to cut privacy if Mamdani wins. 21. The former president re-enters New York's raised global battleground. Analysts warn of rising unemployment surge of automation in service sectors. Over 70% of applications denied shutdown shows amid power without funding concerns. Critics 12. Say the administration ISRO launches heaviest communication satellite yet. 23. India Sudan's RSF takeover with the largest UN deployment on a domestic rocket. Humanitarian crisis 13. Escalates. India's IT industry at a crossroads. 24. UN calls for global tech ethics and global outsourcing. Nations demand AI 14. Regulation. Israel returns fake and surveillance Palestinian bodies to Gaza. 25. Health world leaders urge ceasefire extension amid ongoing ceasefire negotiations. Diplomatic pressure mounts. Trump defends nuclear testing revival. Blames Pakistan and China. US justifies its stance with competitive expand weapons program. 16 Trump leaves door open to Nigerian military operation. Hints at possible cooperation.
Welcome to
if
USApulse, your global window to today's
17.
most powerful headlines.
Bangladesh-Pakistan relations
catastrophic storms in the Caribbean
exit, to new
envoy
tensions
credits
in the
new
Middle East
government for
and a
improved
major Trump
diplomatic
update.
tone. Here are the
18.
top 25
Tanzania's
global
new
and
president
US
sworn in
headlines for
amid
29th of
violent
October
protests.
2025.
Opposition rallies lead to hundreds of arrests and multiple casualties. 19.
One Zora
UAE
Mamdani
leads
accused of arming
NYC
working
Sudanese
class movement
paramilitary
grassroots
forces.
campaign
Sudanese
gains national
ambassador
attention
condemns weapon
as she
shipments to
challenges
RSF
far-right
fighters.
narratives.
20.
Two Gazan
Air
survivor
India crash
sends
survivor
message
appeals
to the
for
world
support after ceasefire.
Only surviving passenger
A voice
pleads
of
for government
resilience
compensation.
emerges amid
21
ruins.
Indian student
Live visa
after
rejections
genocide hit
feels
record
strangely
high in
empty.
Canada.
Rejection
Three
rates
US Republicans
surged to 74%,
struggle to manage
sparking
shutdown chaos.
diplomatic concern.
Critics say democracy is
22
eroding
fugitive
in plain
Mabel
sight
Chokshi
amid budget
challenges
paralysis.
extradition
in Belgium.
4460
Wanted businessman argues
killed
human
in
rights
Sudan
violations
hospital
in
massacre.
Indian courts.
WHO condemns
23.
attack.
Trump
Sudanese
backs new
RSF
Supreme Court
fighters
tariff
stormed
case
the
hearing.
facility,
Could
killing
redefine
patients
US global
and
trade
doctors.
rules. 24.
5.
Trump warns of
FCC
sanctions
faces
over
criticism
Chinese chip
over
technology
rising prison
transfers.
phone costs.
US moves
Telecom
to block
corporations
Nvidia sales to
accused of
China
exploiting
amid
inmate
tech
war.
families. 25. 6. Global markets
Baltimore
react
play
to
the
ongoing
peculiar
conflicts
Patriot
and natural
exposes
disasters.
prison reality.
Oil prices rise
Stage performance
as investors
takes
weigh
audiences
risks
from
inside
Asia
America's
and the
prison
Middle
system.
East.
7. Rural America pushes to end prison dependency. Local leaders move towards justice reform and economic diversification. 8 Gaza residents defy evacuation orders. Families
Welcome
vow
to
to stay
USApulse,
home despite
your
Israeli
global
warnings
window
and
to
today's
strikes.
most powerful headlines.
From
Civil rights
catastrophic
icon
storms in the
urges
Caribbean
youth to resist
new tensions
Trump
in the
and
Middle
ICE
East
policies.
and a major Trump update.
Leaders recall 1960s
Here are the top
activism
25
as
global
blueprint
and
for
US
modern
headlines
resistance.
for 29th of October
10.
2025.
Billionaires blamed the deepening US shutdown crisis. Experts claim oligarchic
Kalmegi
influence
drives
drives
political
political
gridlock.
gridlock. At least
11.
5 people dead.
Federal workers
Hundreds
speak out
stranded
on
as
shutdown
flood
hardship.
submerged central regions.
Many reveal
with winds
personal
up to
toll
205
as pay and
kilometers
aid
per hour.
programs freeze.
2. Rescue
12.
efforts continue in Nepal.
Nebraska prisoner
Avalanche
punished for
bodies of
political
7
podcast.
climbers recovered from the
Inmate
Himalayas
faces solitary
after a deadly
confinement
snow collapse
after
near
criticizing
Dalagiri.
state policy.
3.
13.
Ukraine drone
Trump
strikes hit
boosts
Russian
ICE weapons
petrochemical
budget
plant
by 700%.
Russia accuses Ukraine
Controversial
of targeting
move
industrial
raises
infrastructure
concerns over
in
domestic
Bashkortostan.
militarization.
4.
14.
Zora Mamdani leads
Parents turn
NYC
grief
mayoral
into
race.
movement.
The
after
progressive
police
candidate
killings.
emerges as frontrunner
Bereaved
in a
families
historic
unite
contest
to demand
reshaping
justice
US
reform
city
nationwide.
politics. 5. 15. Donald Trump's
Chilean
Treasury
band
Secretary
turns
to attend
protest
tariff
into
case
resistance
hearing.
through
Supreme
music.
Court to debate the
Artists
administration's
use art
trade policy
to challenge
impact
police
on
violence
November 5th.
and government oppression.
1731,000 China begins test
Kaiser
production
Permanente
of flying
workers
cars.
continue strike.
A major China-based
Healthcare
company
workers
outpaces
demand fair
Tesla
pay
with
and safe
prototype
staffing
aerial vehicles
nationwide.
entering trial phase.
18.
No
7.
Kings protests spread
North Korea
as
mourns
activists
former
oppose
ceremonial
Trump
head of
crackdown.
state Kim Jong-nam.
Civil rights groups
Kim,
rally
a key
against
diplomat since the
intimidation and
1990s,
authoritarian laws.
passes away at 96.
19. 8 Supreme
FDA's
Court battle
top
over
drug
voting rights
regulator
act
resigns
looms.
amid scandal.
Ruling could cement GOP
Dr. George
power
Tid
and
Marsh
reshape
quits
following
2026
federal probe into
midterms.
ethics violations.
20.
9.
Facebook accused
Nigeria's
of targeting
ethnic
Chicago
violence
immigrant
deepens.
groups. Analysts call
ICE
for dialogue
alerts
linked to platform
Experts
moderation.
urge reforms
Spark
as
privacy
clashes
outrage.
escalate between northern and
21.
southern groups.
AI-driven job
10.
losses raise
Trump
global
backs
worker
Cuomo.
fears.
Threatens to
Analysts
cut
warn
funds
of
if
rising
Mamdani
unemployment
wins.
from automation in service
The former
sectors.
president re-enters
22.
New York's political
Trump's
battleground.
shutdown shows
11.
power without
Canada
democracy.
rejects surge of
Critics
Indian
say the
student
administration
permits.
weaponizes
Over
governance
70%
failure.
of applications denied.
23.
Amid fraud
Sudan's
and funding
RSF
concerns.
takeover sparks UN
12.
emergency
ISRO
session.
launches heaviest
Humanitarian
communications
crisis
satellite
escalates
yet.
after hospital
India
massacre.
makes history
24.
with the
UN
largest
calls
satellite
for global
deployment
tech
on a domestic
ethics
charter.
rocket. Nations demand
13.
AI
India's
regulation
IT industry
amid deep
at a
fake and
crossroads.
surveillance scandals.
Experts warn of job cuts.
25
and
world
global
leaders
outsourcing
urge
shifts.
ceasefire extension
14.
in Gaza.
Israel returns
Diplomatic pressure
45
mounts for
Palestinian
permanent
bodies
peace
to
deal.
Gaza.
Health Ministry confirms handover amid ongoing ceasefire negotiations. 15 Trump defends nuclear testing revival, blames Pakistan and China. US justifies its stance as competitors
Welcome
expand
to
weapons
USApulse,
programs.
your global window
16
to today's
Trump
most
leaves
powerful
door
headlines.
open for Nigeria
From
military
catastrophic
operation,
storms in the
hints at
Caribbean
possible
to
cooperation
new tensions
if
in the
US
Middle East
interests are
and a
threatened.
major Trump update.
17.
Here are the top
Bangladesh
25
Pakistan
global
relations
and
warm
US
after
headlines
Hasina's
for
exit.
29th of
Envoy
October
credits new government for improved
2025.
diplomatic.
18.
Tanzania's new president
One
sworn
Zora
in amid
Mamdani
violent
leads
protests.
NYC working class
Opposition
movement
rallies lead to
grassroots
hundreds
campaign
of arrests and
gains
multiple
national attention
casualties.
as she challenges
19.
far-right narratives.
UAE accused of arming
Two Gaza
Sudanese
survivor
paramilitary
sends
forces.
message to the world
Sudanese
after
ambassador
ceasefire.
condemns weapon shipments
A voice
to
of
RSF
resilience
fighters emerges amid
20.
ruins.
Life
Air
India
after crash
genocide
survivor appeals for
feels
support.
strangely empty.
Only surviving passenger pleads
3
for government
US Republicans
compensation.
21
to
Indian
manage
student
shutdown
visa
chaos.
rejections
Critics
hit
say
record
democracy
high
is
in
eroding
Canada.
in plain sight.
Rejection
amid
budget
rates
surged to
paralysis.
74%, sparking
4460
diplomatic concern.
Killed in
22
Sudan hospital
fugitive
massacre.
Mehul Choksi
WHO
challenges
condemns
extradition
attack.
in Belgium.
Sudanese
Wanted
RSF
businessman
fighters stormed
argues
the facility,
human rights
killing
violations
patients
in Indian
and
courts.
doctors.
23.
5.
Trump backs new
FCC
Supreme
faces
Court
criticism
case hearing
over rising
could
prison
redefine
phone
US
costs.
global trade rules.
Telecom corporations
24.
accused of exploiting
Trump warns
inmate
of
families.
sanctions over Chinese chip
6.
technology transfers.
Baltimore play
US
the
moves to
peculiar
block
Patriot
Nvidia sales
exposes
to China
prison reality.
amid tech war.
Stage performance
25.
takes audiences inside
Global markets
America's
react
prison
to
system.
ongoing conflicts and
7.
natural disasters.
Rural America pushes
Oil
to
prices
end
rise
prison
as
dependency.
investors weigh risks
Local
from
leaders
Asia
move
and
toward
the
justice
Middle East.
reform and economic diversification.
8 Gaza residents defy evacuation orders. Families bound to stay home despite Israeli warnings and strikes. 9. Civil rights icon urges youth to resist
Welcome to
Trump
USA
and
Pulse,
ICE policies.
your global window
Leaders
to today's
recall
most powerful
1960s
headlines.
activism
From
as
catastrophic
blueprint
storms
for
in the
modern
Caribbean
resistance
to new tensions in
10.
the Middle East and a major
Billionaires
Trump
blamed
update.
for deepening
Here
US
are the
shutdown
top 25
crisis.
global and
Experts
US
claim
headlines for
oligarchic
29th of October
influence drives political
2025.
gridlock.
11. Federal workers speak out on shutdown
1.
hardship.
Typhoon
Many reveal
Kalmegi
personal
devastates
toll
the Philippines
as pay and
At
aid
least 5
programs
people
freeze.
dead. Hundreds stranded as floods submerge
Nebraska
central regions
prisoner punished
with winds
for
up to
political
205 kilometers per
Inmate
hour.
faces solitary
2.
confinement
Rescue
after
efforts
criticising
continue
state
in
policy.
Nepal. Avalanche
13.
bodies of 7
Trump
climbers
boosts
recovered from
ICE
the
weapons
Himalayas
budget
after
by
a deadly
700%.
snow collapse near Dhaulagiri.
Controversial move
3.
raises concerns
Ukraine
over
drone
domestic
strikes hit
militarization.
Russian petrochemical plant.
14. Russia accuses
Parents
Ukraine
turn grief
of
into
targeting
movement
industrial
after police
infrastructure
killings in Bashkortostan.
Bereaved families
4.
unite to
Zora
demand
Mamdani
justice
leads
reform
NYC
nationwide.
mayoral race.
15.
The progressive candidate
Chilean
emerges as
band
frontrunner
turns
in a
protest
historic
into
contest
resistance
reshaping
through music.
US city politics.
Artists use art
5.
to challenge police
Donald
violence
Trump's Treasury
and
Secretary
government
to
oppression.
attend tariff case hearing.
17,000
Supreme
Kaiser
Court to
Permanente
debate the
workers
administration's
continue
trade
strike.
policy impact.
On
Healthcare
November
workers
5th.
demand fair pay
6.
and safe staffing.
China begins
nationwide.
test production of
18.
flying
No
cars.
Kings protest.
A major
spread
China-based
as
company
activists
outpaces
oppose Trump's
Tesla with
crackdown.
prototype aerial vehicles.
Civil rights
entering
groups
rally
trial
against
phase.
intimidation
7.
and authoritarian laws.
North Korea mourns former
19.
ceremonial head of
Supreme
state
Court
Kim
battle
Jong-nam
over Voting Rights
Kim,
Act
a
looms.
key diplomat since
Ruling
the
could
1990s,
GOP power
passes
and
away
reshape
at
2026
8.
midterms.
FDA's top drug regulator
20.
resigns
Facebook
amid
accused
scandal.
of targeting Chicago
Dr.
immigrant
George
groups.
Tidmarsh quits following
ICE
federal
alerts
probe
linked
into
to
ethics
platform
violations.
moderation.
Spark privacy
9.
outrage.
Nigeria's ethnic violence
21.
deepens.
AI-driven
Analysts call
job
for dialogue.
losses raise global worker
Experts
fears.
urge reforms.
Analysts
as
warn
clashes
of rising
escalate
unemployment
between
from
northern
automation
and
in
southern
service
groups.
sectors. 10.
22.
Trump backs
Trump's
Cuomo. Shutdown
threatens
shows
to
power
cut funds
without
if Mamdani
democracy wins.
Critics say the
The former
administration
president
re-enters New
governance
York's
failure.
political battleground.
23.
11. Sudan's
Canada
RSF
rejects
takeover
surge of
sparks
Indian
UN
student
emergency
payments.
session. Over 70%
Humanitarian
of applications
crisis
denied
escalates
amid
after
fraud
hospital
and
massacre.
funding concerns.
24.
UN calls
12.
for global
ISRO
tech
launches
ethics charter.
heaviest
Communications
communications demand
satellite
AI
yet.
regulation.
India makes
amid
history
deepfake and
with the
surveillance
largest
scandals.
satellite deployment on a domestic
25
rocket.
world leaders urge
13.
ceasefire extension
India's
in Gaza.
IT industry at a
Diplomatic
crossroads.
pressure mounts for
Experts
permanent
warn of
peace
job
deal.
cuts and global outsourcing shifts.
14. Israel returns 45 Palestinian bodies to Gaza. Health Ministry confirms handover amid ongoing ceasefire negotiations.
15. Trump
Welcome to
defends
USA
nuclear
testing
pulse.
revival.
Your global
Blames
window to
Pakistan
today's most
and
powerful
China.
headlines. From
US
catastrophic
justifies
storms
its
in the
stance as
Caribbean
competitors
to new
expand
tensions in the
weapons
Middle
programs.
East and a major Trump
16.
update.
Trump
leaves door
Here are
open
the
for
top
Nigeria
25
military
global
operation.
and US
Hints at
headlines
possible
for 29th of
cooperation
October
if US interests are threatened.
2025. 17. Bangladesh-Pakistan relations warm after
One
Hasina's
Zora
exit.
Mamdani leads
Envoy
NYC
credits
new
working
government
class
for improved
movement
diplomatic
grassroots
tone.
campaign
Gains national
18.
attention as she
Tanzania's new
challenges
president's
far-right
sworn-in
narratives.
amid violent protests.
2 Gaza
Opposition
survivors
rallies lead to
sends
hundreds
message
of arrests
to the
and
world
multiple
after
casualties.
ceasefires.
19.
A voice of resilience
UAE
emerges amid
accused of
ruins.
arming Sudanese
Life after
paramilitary
genocide.
forces.
Feels
Sudanese
strangely
ambassador
empty.
condemns weapon shipments to RSF
3
fighters.
US Republicans
20.
struggle to manage
Air
shutdown
India
chaos.
crash survivor
Critics
appeals for
say
support.
democracy is
Only
eroding
surviving
in
passenger
plain
pleads
sight
for government
amid
compensation.
budget. 21 Indian student visa
4460
rejections hit record
killed
high
in Sudan
in
hospital
Canada.
massacre.
Rejection rate
WHO
surged to
condemns attack.
74%.
Sudanese
sparking
RSF
diplomatic
fighters
concern.
stormed the facility.
22
killing
fugitive
patients
Mehul
and
Chokshi
doctors.
challenges extradition
5.
in Belgium.
Trump FCC
Wanted
faces
businessman
criticism
argues
over
human
rising
rights
prison
violations
phone
in
costs.
Indian courts.
Telecom corporations
23
accused of exploiting
Trump
inmate
backs new
families.
Supreme Court tariff case hearing.
6.
Could redefine
Baltimore
US
play
global
The
trade
Peculiar
rules.
Patriot
24
exposes prison reality.
Trump warns of sanctions
Stage performance
over Chinese
takes
chip
audiences
technology
inside
transfers.
America's prison system.
US moves to block
7.
Nvidia sales to
Rural
China
America
amid
pushes to
tech
end
war.
prison dependency.
25. Local leaders
Global
move
markets
towards
react
justice
to
reform
ongoing
and
conflicts
economic
and
natural
diversification.
disasters.
8 Gaza
Oil
residents
prices
defy
rise as
evacuation
investors
orders.
weigh risks from
Families
Asia
vow to
and
stay
the
home,
Middle East.
despite Israeli warnings and strikes.
9. Civil rights icon urges youth to resist Trump and ICE policies. Leaders recall 1960s activism as blueprint for modern resistance. Welcome to
10.
USApulse,
Billionaires
your global
blamed
window
for
to today's
deepening
most
US
powerful
shutdown
headlines.
crisis.
From catastrophic
Experts
storms
claim
in the Caribbean,
oligarchic
to new
influence
tensions in the
drives
Middle East,
political
and a major
gridlock.
Trump update.
11.
Here
Federal
are the top
workers
25
speak out
global
on
and
shutdown
US
hardship.
headlines for
Many
29th of
reveal
October
personal toll
2025
as pay
and aid programs freeze. 12. 1. Nebraska
Typhoon
prisoner
Carnegie
punished for
devastates
political
the
podcast.
Philippines.
Inmate
At least
faces
5
solitary
people dead.
confinement
Hundreds
after
stranded
criticising
as
state
flood-submerged
policy. Central regions
13.
with winds up to
Trump
205
boosts
kilometres
ICE weapons
per
budget
hour
by
700%. Rescue efforts
Controversial
continue in
move
Nepal.
raises concerns
Avalanche
over
bodies of
domestic
7
militarization.
climbers recovered from the Himalayas.
14.
After a deadly
Parents
snow
turn
collapse
grief
near
into
Dalmagiri.
movement after
3.
police killings.
Ukraine drone
Bereaved
strikes
families
hit Russian
unite
petrochemical
to
plant.
demand justice
Russia
reform
accuses
nationwide.
Ukraine of targeting
15.
industrial infrastructure
Chilean band
in
turns
Bashkortostan.
protest into
4.
resistance through
Zora
music.
Mamdani leads
Artists
NYC
use art
mayoral
to
race
challenge police
The progressive
violence
candidate
and
emerges as
government
frontrunner.
oppression.
In a historic
1731
contest,
Kaiser
reshaping
Permanente
US
city
workers
politics.
continue strike. 5.
Donald
Healthcare
Trump's
workers
Treasury
demand fair
Secretary
pay
to
and
attend
safe staffing
tariff
case
nationwide.
hearing. Supreme Court
18.
to debate the
No
administration's
Kings
trade
protests
spread
policy
as
impact
activists
on November
oppose
5th.
Trump crackdown.
6.
Civil
China
rights
begins
groups
test
rally
production
against
of
intimidation
flying
and
cars.
authoritarian
A
laws.
major China-based company
19.
outpaces Tesla
Supreme
with
Court
prototype
battle over
aerial
Voting Rights
vehicles
Act
entering
looms.
trial phase.
Ruling could cement
7.
GOP power and
North Korea
reshape
mourns former
2026
ceremonial
midterms.
head of state Kim Jong-nam.
20. Kim, Facebook accused of targeting Chicago immigrant groups, passes away at 96. ICE alerts linked to FDA's top drug regulator resigns outrage scandal. 21. Dr. George Tidmarsh AI-driven job following federal global worker ethics violations. Analysts warn of rising unemployment from automation in service sectors. Analysts call for dialogue. Trump's shutdown shows power without democracy. Escalate between critics and say the administration weaponizes governance failure. Trump backs Cuomo. 23. Threatens to cut funds if RSF takeover sparks UN emergency. The former president re-enters humanitarian crisis escalates after hospital massacre. Canada rejects UN calls for global tech ethics charter. Over 70% nations of applications AI regulation amid fraud amid deepfake and surveillance scandals. 12. ISRO 25 world leaders communication satellite extension in Gaza. India makes diplomatic pressure with the largest satellite deployment on a domestic rocket. 13. India's IT industry at a crossroads. Experts warn of job cuts and global outsourcing. 14. Israel returns 45 Palestinian bodies to Gaza. Your global window to today's most powerful headlines. Amid ongoing ceasefire storms in the Caribbean, 15 Trump defends nuclear testing and a major Trump update. Blames Pakistan. Here are the top 25 global and US headlines for 29th of October 2025. 16. Trump leaves door open for Nigeria military operation. One Zora Mamdani leads NYC working class movement grassroots campaign. 17. Gains national attention Pakistan as she challenges far-right Sarah's exit. Envoy credits new government for improved diplomatic message to the world after ceasefire. 18. Tanzania's new president sworn in amid violent protests. Live rallies lead to hundreds of arrests and multiple casualties. 19. 3 U.S. Republicans UAE accused of arming Sudanese paramilitary forces. Critics say democracy is eroding in plain sight to RSF amid budget paralysis. 20. Air India crash survivor appeals for support. Killed in Sudan only surviving passenger pleads for WHO condemns attack. 21 Indian Sudanese RSF fighters stormed record high in Canada. Killing patients and rejection rates surged to 74%. Trump FCC faces criticism over rising prison fugitive Mehul Chokshi telecom challenges extradition accused of exploiting inmate families. Wanted businessman argues human rights violations in Baltimore play The Peculiar Patriot 23 exposes prison reality. Trump backs new Supreme Court Tarrant takes audiences could redefine US global trade rules. 7. 24. Rural America Trump pushes to end prison dependency over Chinese chip technology. Local leaders move toward justice US reform moves to block and economic sales to China. 8 Gaza residents defy evacuation orders. Global families markets react to ongoing conflicts and natural disasters. 9. Oil prices rise. Civil rights investors weigh risks from Asia and Trump the Middle East. ICE policies. Leaders recall 1960s activism as blueprint for modern resistance. 10. Billionaires blame the deepening US shutdown crisis. Experts claim oligarchic influence drives political your global window to today's 11. Most powerful headlines. Federal workers speak out on shutdown in the Caribbean. Many reveal personal East and a major pay and aid programs. Here are the top 25 global and US headlines Nebraska for 29th of October 2025. Inmate faces solitary confinement after criticizing state policy. Typhoon Kalmati devastates Trump the Philippines. Boosts ICE weapons budget by 700%. Hundreds stranded as controversial move central raises concerns with winds up to 205 kilometers per hour. 14. 2. Parents turn grief into movement Nepal after police killings. Avalanche bodies of 7 bereaved families recovered from Himalayas to demand justice reform nationwide near Dhaulagiri. 15. 3. Chilean Ukraine drone strikes hit Russian petrochemical plant through music. Russia accuses Ukraine of targeting industrial infrastructure and government oppression. 1731,000 Zora Mamdani workers NYC mayoral race. The progressive candidate emerges as frontrunner
and safe
in a
starting
historic
nationwide.
contest reshaping US
18
city politics.
No Kings protests
5.
spread
As
Donald
activists
Trump's
oppose
Treasury
Trump
Secretary
crackdown.
to attend tariff case
Civil rights
hearing.
groups rally
Supreme
against
Court to debate the
intimidation and
administration's
authoritarian
trade
policy
laws.
impact on November
19.
5th.
Supreme
6.
Court battle over Voting
China
Rights
begins
Act
test
looms.
production of
Ruling
flying
could
cars.
cement GOP
A
power
major
and
China-based
reshape
company
2026
outpaces Tesla
midterms.
with prototype aerial
20.
vehicles entering trial
Facebook
phase.
accused of targeting
7.
Chicago immigrant groups.
North Korea mourns
ICE
former
alerts
ceremonial
linked
head of
to
state
platform
Kim
moderation.
Jong-nam. Spark
Kim,
privacy
a key
outrage.
diplomat
Since the 1990s.
21.
Passes away.
AI-driven
at
job
96.
losses raise
8.
global worker
FDA's
fears.
top drug regulator
Analysts warn
resigns
of
amid
rising
scandal.
unemployment from automation
Dr.
in
George
service sectors.
Tidmarsh quits following
22.
federal probe into
Trump's
ethics
shutdown
violations.
shows power without
9.
democracy.
Nigeria's ethnic
Critics
violence
say the
deepens.
administration
Analysts call
weaponizes
for
governance
dialogue.
failure.
Experts urge
23.
reforms.
Sudan's
Sudan's
RSF
RSF
takeover
between northern
sparks
and
UN
southern
emergency
session. 10.
Humanitarian
Trump-backs
crisis
Cuomo.
escalates.
Threatens
after
to cut
hospital
funds if
massacre.
Mamdani
24.
wins.
UN calls for global
The former
tech
president
ethics
re-enters
charter.
New York's political
Nations demand
battleground.
AI regulation
11.
amid
Canada
deepfake and
rejects
surveillance
surge
of
of
Indian
scandals.
student permits.
25
Over
world
70%
leaders
of
urge
applications
ceasefire
denied
extension in
amid
Gaza.
fraud and funding
Diplomatic
concerns.
pressure mounts for permanent
12.
peace deal.
ISRO launches heaviest communications satellite yet. India makes history with the largest satellite deployment of a domestic rocket. 13. India's IT industry at a crossroads.
Welcome
Experts
to
warn
USA
of job
Pulse,
cuts,
your
and
global
global
window to
outsourcing
today's most
shifts.
powerful headlines.
14. From catastrophic
Israel
storms in the
returns
Caribbean
45
to new
Palestinian
tensions
bodies
in the
to
Middle East
Gaza.
and a major Trump
Health
update.
Ministry confirms handover.
Here are the top
amid
25
ongoing
global
ceasefire
and US
negotiations.
headlines for
15
29th
Trump
of October
defends nuclear testing
2025.
revival. Blames Pakistan and China.
US justifies
One
its
Zora
stance as
Mamdani
competitors
leads
expand
NYC
weapons
working
programs.
class movement grassroots
16
campaign
Trump
gains
door
national
open for
attention
Nigeria
as
military
she challenges
operation,
far-right
hints at
narratives.
possible cooperation
if
to
US
Gazan
interests are
survivor
threatened.
sends message to the
17.
world after ceasefire.
Bangladesh-Pakistan relations
A voice
warm
of
after
resilience
Hasina's exit.
emerges amid
Envoy
ruins.
credits new government
Life
for
after
improved
genocide
diplomatic tone.
feels strangely
18.
empty. Tanzania's new president
3
sworn
US
in amid
Republicans
violent protests.
struggle to manage
Opposition
shutdown
rallies
chaos.
lead to hundreds
Critics
of arrests
say
and
democracy is
multiple casualties.
eroding in plain sight.
19. Amid budget
UAE
paralysis.
accused of arming Sudanese paramilitary forces.
Sudanese
Killed
ambassador
in Sudan
condemns
hospital
weapon
massacre.
shipments to RSF fighters.
WHO condemns attack.
20.
Air
Sudanese
India crash
RSF
survivor
fighters
appeals
stormed
for
the
support.
facility, only
Killing
surviving
patient
passenger
and
leads to
doctors.
government compensation.
21
5.
Indian student
Trump
visa
FCC
rejection
faces criticism
record high
over rising
in Canada.
prison phone costs.
Rejection
Telecom
rates surged to
corporations
74%,
accused of exploiting
sparking
inmate
diplomatic
family concern. 6.
22 fugitive
Baltimore
Baltimore play
Choxy
the peculiar
challenges
Patriot
extradition
exposes
in Belgium.
prison reality.
Wanted businessman
Stage performance
argues
takes
human rights
audiences
violations
inside
in
America's
Indian
prison
courts.
systems.
23. Rural
Trump
America
backs
pushes
new
to
Supreme
end
Court
prison
tariff
dependency.
case hearing.
Could
Local leaders
redefine
move
US
toward
global
justice
trade
reform
rules and economic
24.
diversification. Trump
8
warns
Gaza
of sanctions
residents defy
over Chinese
evacuation
chip
orders.
technology transfers.
Families vow to stay
US
home
moves to
despite
block
Israeli
Nvidia sales
warnings
to
and
China
strikes.
amid tech
9.
war. Civil rights
25.
icon urges
Global
youth to
markets
resist
react
Trump
to
and
ongoing
ICE
conflicts
conflicts and natural
Leaders
disasters.
recall 1960s
Oil prices
activism
rise as
as
investors
for
weigh
modern
risks from
resistance.
Asia and the Middle
10.
East. Billionaires blamed the deepening US shutdown crisis. Experts claim oligarchic influence drives political privilege. 11. Federal workers speak out on shutdown hardship. Many
Welcome to
reveal
USA
personal
Pulse,
toll
your
as
global
pay
window
and
to today's
aid
most
programs
powerful
freeze.
headlines.
From
12.
catastrophic storms in the Caribbean
Nebraska
to new
prisoner
tensions
punished
in the
for
Middle East
political
and a major
podcast.
Trump update. Inmate faces
Here are
solitary
the top
confinement
25
after
global and
criticizing
US
state
headlines
policy.
for 29th of October
13.
2025.
Trump boosts arms weapons budget by 700%. Controversial move
Typhoon
raises
Kalmegi
concerns over
devastates
domestic
the Philippines.
militarization. At least 5 people dead.
Hundreds
Parents
stranded
turn grief
as floods
into
submerge
movement
central
after
regions,
police killings,
with winds up to 205
families
kilometers
unite
per hour
to demand
justice reform nationwide.
Rescue efforts continue in Nepal.
15.
Avalanche
Chilean
bodies
band
of 7
turns
climbers
protest
recovered
into
from
resistance
Himalayas
through music.
after deadly snow
Artists
collapse near
use art
Dhaulagiri.
to challenge police violence and
Ukraine
government
drone
oppression.
strikes hit Russian
17,000
petrochemical
Kaiser Permanente
Russia accuses
workers
Ukraine
continue
of
strike.
targeting industrial
Healthcare
infrastructure
workers
in
demand fair pay
Bashkortostan.
and safe staffing
4.
nationwide.
Zora Mamdani
18
leads
No
NYC
Kings
mayoral
protests
race.
spread.
The
As
progressive
activists
candidate
oppose
emerges
Trump's
as frontdown
crackdown.
in a historic
Civil rights groups
reshaping
rally against
US
intimidation
city
and
politics.
authoritarian
5.
laws.
Donald Trump's
19.
Treasury Secretary
Supreme
to attend
Court battle
tariff
over
case
Voting
hearing.
Rights Act looms.
Supreme Court to debate
Ruling
the administration's
could cement
GOP
trade power
policy
and
impact
reshape
on
November
November
26 midterms.
6. China
20.
begins test production
Facebook accused
of
of
targeting
cars.
Chicago immigrant
A major
groups. China-based company
ICE
outpaces
alerts
Tesla
linked
with
to
prototype
platform
aerial
moderation
vehicles
spark
entering
privacy
trial
outrage.
phase.
7.
21.
North Korea
AI-driven
warns
job
former
losses
ceremonial
raise
head of
global
state
worker
Kim
fears.
Jong-nam.
Analysts
Kim,
warn
a key
of rising
diplomat since
unemployment
the
from
1990s,
automation in service
passes away
sectors.
at 96.
22.
8.
FDA's
Trump's
top
shutdown
drug
shows
regulator
power
resigns
without
amid
democracy.
scandal.
Critics
Dr.
say
George
the administration
Tidmarsh quits
weaponizes
following
government's
federal
failure.
probe into ethics violations.
23. Sudan's
9.
RSF
Nigeria's
takeover
ethnic
sparks
violence
UN
deepens.
emergency
Analysts
session.
call for dialogue.
Humanitarian crisis
Experts urge
escalates
reforms
after hospital
as clashes
massacre.
escalate
24
between northern
UN
and
calls
southern
for
groups.
global tech ethics
10.
charter.
Trump
Nations
backs
demand
Cuomo,
AI
threatens to
regulation
cut funds
amid
if
deepfake
Mamdani
and
wins.
surveillance scandals.
The former president
25
re-enters
world
New York's
leaders
political
urge
battleground.
ceasefire extension in
11.
Gaza.
Canada
Diplomatic
rejects
pressure
surge of
mounts for
Indian
permanent
student
peace deal.
permits. Over 70% of applications denied amid fraud and funding concerns. 12. ISRO launches heaviest communication satellite yet. India makes history with the largest
Welcome
satellite
to
deployment
USApulse,
on a domestic
your global
rocket.
window to today's most powerful
13.
headlines.
India's
From
IT industry
catastrophic
at a
storms in the
crossroads.
Caribbean to new
Experts
tensions
warn
in
of
the Middle
job
East
cuts
and a
and
major
global
Trump
update.
outsourcing shifts.
Here are the top
14.
25 global
Israel
and
returns
US headlines for
45
29th of
Palestinian
October
bodies to Gaza.
2025.
Health Ministry confirms handover amid ongoing ceasefire negotiations.
One Zora
15
Mamdani
Trump
leads
defends
NYC
nuclear
working
testing
class
revival,
movement,
blames
grassroots
Pakistan,
campaign,
gains
China.
national attention as
US
she challenges
justifies
far
its
right
stance
as
narratives.
competitors expand weapons
Two
programs.
Gazan survivor
16
sends
Trump
message to the
leaves
world
door
after
open
ceasefire.
for Nigeria military
A
operation.
voice of
Hints at
resilience
possible
emerges
cooperation
amid ruins.
if US interests are
Life
threatened.
after genocide
17
feels strangely
Bangladesh-Pakistan relations warm after
3
Hasina's
US
exit.
Republicans
envoy
struggle
credits
to
new
manage
government for
shutdown
improved
chaos.
diplomatic tone.
Critics say democracy
18
is eroding in plain
Tanzania's
sight
new president
amid
sworn in
budget
amid violent
paralysis.
protests. Opposition
4-4
rallies lead to
6-0.
hundreds of arrests and multiple
Killed
casualties.
in Sudan hospital massacre.
19.
UAE
condemns
accused of
attack.
arming Sudanese
Sudanese
paramilitary
RSF
forces.
fighters
Sudanese
stormed the
ambassador
facility,
condemns
killing
weapon shipments
patients
to RSF
and
doctors.
fighters. 20. Air
Trump
India crash
FCC
survivor
faces
appeals
criticism
for support over
Only
rising
surviving
prison phone
passenger
costs.
pleads for government
Telecom
compensation.
Corporation
21
accused of
Indian student
exploiting
visa
inmate
rejections
families.
hit record high in
6.
Canada. Baltimore play
Rejection
The
rate
Peculiar
surged to
Patriot
74%,
exposes prison
sparking
reality.
diplomatic concern.
Stage performance takes audiences
22
inside
fugitive
America's
male
prison
proxy
system. Challenges extradition
7.
in Belgium.
Rural America pushes
Wanted
to end
businessman
prison dependency.
argues human rights violations
Local leaders
in
move
Indian
toward
courts.
justice reform and economic
23.
diversification.
Trump
8
backs
Gaza
new Supreme
residents
Court
defy
tariff
evacuation
hearing.
orders.
Could redefine
Families
US
vow to
global
stay
trade
home
rules.
despite Israeli
24.
warnings and strikes.
Trump warns of
9.
sanctions over
Civil
Chinese
rights
chip
icon
technology
urges
transfers.
youth to resist Trump
US
and
moves
ICE
to block
policies.
Nvidia sales
Leaders
to China
recall
amid
1960s
tech war.
activism as
25.
blueprint for modern resistance.
Global markets react to
10.
ongoing conflicts
Billionaires
and natural
blame
disasters.
for deepening US
Oil
shutdown
prices
crisis
rise as investors
Experts
weigh
claim
risks from
oligarchic
Asia and
influence
the Middle East.
drives political gridlock.
11. Federal workers speak out on shutdown hardship. Many reveal personal toll as pay and aid programs freeze. 12.
Nebraska prisoner punished for political podcast.
Global window to today's
Inmate
most powerful
faces solitary
headlines.
confinement
From
after
catastrophic
criticising
storms in the
state
Caribbean
policy
to new tensions in the
13.
Middle East and a major Trump
boosts
update.
ICE weapons budget
Here are the
by
top
700%.
25 global and US
Controversial
headlines
move
for 29th
raises
of October
concerns over domestic
2025.
militarization.
14.
Parents turn grief into
1.
movement
Typhoon
after police
Kalmegi
killings
devastates the
bereaved
Philippines.
families
At
unite
least 5
to
people
demand
dead.
justice reform
Hundreds
nationwide
stranded
as floods submerge
15.
central regions.
Chilean
Chilean
band
band
turns
turns protest
protest
into
into
resistance
resistance
through music.
Rescue
Artists
efforts
use
continue
art
in
to
Nepal.
challenge police violence.
Avalanche bodies
and
of
government
7
oppressions
climbers
recovered from the Himalayas
31,000
after
Kaiser
a deadly
Permanente
snow
workers
collapse
continue
near Dalagiri.
strike.
3. Healthcare workers
Ukraine
demand fair
drone
pay
strikes
and
hit
safe
Russian
staffing
petrochemical
nationwide.
plant.
Russia
18.
accuses
No
Ukraine
Kings
of
protest
targeting
spread
industrial
as activists
infrastructure
oppose
in
Trump
Trump
crackdown.
4. Civil rights groups
Zora
rally
Mamdani
against
leads
intimidation
NYC
and authoritarian
mayoral race.
laws. The progressive candidate
19.
emerges as frontrunner
Supreme Court
in a
battle
historic
over Voting
contest
Rights Act
reshaping
looms.
U.S. city
Ruling
politics.
could cement GOP
5.
power and reshape
Donald Trump's
2026
Treasury Secretary
midterms.
to attend tariff case
20.
hearing. Supreme
Facebook
Court to debate
accused
the
of targeting
administration's
Chicago
trade
immigrant
policy
groups.
impact on November
ICE
5th.
alerts linked
6.
to
platform moderation.
China begins
sparks
test
privacy
production
outrage
of
flying cars.
A
21.
major China-based
AI-driven
company
job
outpaces
losses raise
Tesla
global
with
worker
prototype
fears.
aerial vehicles
Analysts
entering
warn
trial
of
phase.
rising unemployment
7.
from automation in service
North Korea
sectors.
mourns former ceremonial
22.
head of state
Trump's
Kim Jong-nam
shutdown shows power
Kim,
without
a key diplomat
democracy.
since the 1990s.
Critics say the
passes
administration
away at
weaponizes
96.
governance
8.
failure.
FDA's top drug
23.
regulator resigns
Sudan's
amid
RSF
scandal.
takeover sparks
Dr.
UN
George
emergency
Tidmarsh quits
session.
following federal
Humanitarian
probe into ethics
crisis
violations.
escalates after hospital
9.
massacre.
Nigeria's
24.
ethnic
UN
violence
calls
deepens.
for global
Analysts
tech
call
ethics
for
charter.
dialogue. Nations
Experts
demand
urge
AI
reforms
regulation
as clashes
amid
escalate
deepfake and
between
surveillance
northern and
scandals.
southern groups.
25 world leaders
Trump
urge
backs
ceasefire extension
threatens
in
to
Gaza.
cut funds if Mamdani
Diplomatic
wins.
pressure mounts for permanent
The
peace
former
deal.
president re-enters New York's political battleground.
11. Canada rejects surge of Indian student permits. Over 70% of applications denied amid fraud and funding concerns. Welcome
12.
to USApulse.
ISRO launches
your global window
heaviest
to today's
communication
most powerful
satellite
headlines.
From
India makes
catastrophic
history
storms in the
with
Caribbean
the largest
to new
satellite
tensions
deployment
in the Middle
on a
East
domestic
and a major
rocket.
Trump update.
13.
Here are the top
India's
25
IT
global
industry
and
at
US
US
headlines
headlines for 29th of
Experts warn
October
of job cuts and
2025.
global outsourcing shifts.
14. Israel returns
One
45
Zora Mamdani
Palestinian
leads bodies to
NYC
Gaza.
working class movement
Health Ministry
grassroots
confirms
campaign
handover
gains national
amid
attention
ongoing
as she
ceasefire
challenges
negotiations.
far-right narratives.
15 Trump defends nuclear
Two
testing
Gazan
revival,
survivor
blames
sends
Pakistan
message to the
and
world
China.
after ceasefire.
US
A
justifies
voice
its
of resilience
stance as competitors
emerges
expand
amid
weapons
ruins.
programs.
Life after
16
genocide
Trump
feels
feels door
strangely
opening for
empty.
Nigeria military operation.
3
Hints at
US
possible
Republicans
cooperation if
struggle
US
to
interests
manage
are
shutdown
threatened.
chaos.
Critics
17.
say democracy is
Bangladesh-Pakistan
eroding in
relations
plain
warm
sight
after
amid
Hasina's
budget
exit.
paralysis.
Envoy credits new government for improved diplomatic tone.
Killed
18.
in Sudan hospital
Tanzania's
massacre.
new president sworn in
WHO
amid violent
condemns
protests.
attack.
Opposition
Sudanese
rallies lead to
RSF
hundreds of
fighters
arrests and
stormed
multiple
the facilities,
casualties.
killing patients
19.
and doctors.
UAE accused of arming
5.
Sudanese
Trump
paramilitary
FCC
forces
faces criticism
Sudanese ambassador
over
condemns
rising
weapon
prison phone
shipments to
costs.
RSF fighters.
Telecom Corporation
20.
accused of
Air
exploiting
India crash
inmate
survivor
families.
appeals for support. 6.
Only surviving passenger
Baltimore
pleads for
play The
government
Peculiar
compensation.
Patriot
21
exposes
Indian
student
student
reality.
visa rejections.
Stage
Stage
record
record
high
takes
in
audiences
Canada.
inside America's
Rejection
prison
rates
system.
surged to 74%.
Rural
sparking
America
diplomatic
pushes to
concern.
end prison dependency.
22
Local
fugitive
leaders
Mehul
move towards
Chokshi
justice
challenges
reform and
extradition
economic
in
diversification.
8
Gaza
Gaza
residents
businessmen
defy
argues human
evacuation
rights
orders.
violations in
Families
Indian
vow to
courts.
stay home despite
23.
Israeli warnings and strikes.
Trump backs new Supreme
9.
Court tariff
Civil
case
rights
hearing.
icon
Could
urges
redefine
youth to
US
resist
global
Trump
trade rules.
and ICE policies.
24.
Leaders recall
Trump warns of
1960s
sanctions
activism
over Chinese chip
blueprint for
technology
modern
resistance.
transfers.
US
10.
moves to block
Billionaires
Nvidia's sales
blamed
to China
for deepening
amid
US
tech
shutdown
war.
crisis.
25.
Experts claim global
Oligarchic
markets react
influence
to ongoing conflicts
political
and
gridlock.
natural disasters.
11.
Oil prices
Federal
rise
workers speak
as
out
investors
on
weigh
shutdown
risks
hardship.
from Asia and
Many
the
reveal
Middle East.
personal toll
As pay and aid programs freeze. 12. Nebraska prisoner punished for political podcast. Inmate faces solitary confinement after criticizing state policy.
Welcome to USA
13.
Pulse, your
Trump
global window
boosts
to today's
ICE
most
weapons
powerful
budget
headlines.
by 700%.
From catastrophic storms in the
Controversial
Caribbean
move
to new
raises
tensions in the
concerns
Middle
over
East
domestic
and a major Trump
militarization.
update. Here are the
14.
top 25
Parents
global
turn
and
grief
US
into
headlines for
movement
29th
after
of
police
October
killings.
2025.
Bereaved families unite to demand justice reform nationwide. 1. 15.
Typhoon Kalmagi
Chilean
devastates
band
the
turns
Philippines.
protest
At
into
least 5
resistance
people
through
dead.
music. Hundreds
Artists
stranded
use
as flood
art
submerged
to challenge
central
police
regions
violence
with winds
and
up to
government
205
oppression.
kilometers per hour.
1731,000 Kaiser
Two.
Permanente workers
Rescue efforts
continue
strike.
in Nepal.
Healthcare
Avalanche
workers
bodies
demand
of fair
seven
pay
climbers
and safe
recover
staffing
from Himalayas
nationwide.
after a deadly snow
18
collapse
No
near
Kings
Dalagiri.
protests spread.
3. As activists oppose
Ukraine
Trump
drone
crackdown.
strikes hit Russian petrochemical
Civil rights
plant.
groups rally
Russia
against
accuses
intimidation
Ukraine
and
of
authoritarian
targeting
laws.
industrial infrastructure
19.
in Bashkortostan.
Supreme Court battle
4.
over Voting Rights Act
Zora
looms.
Mamdani leads
Ruling could
NYC
cement
mayoral
GOP
race.
power and
The
reshape
progressive candidate emerges as
2026
frontrunner
midterms.
in a historic contest
20.
reshaping
Facebook
US city
accused of
politics.
targeting Chicago
5.
immigrant groups. Donald Trump's
ICE
Treasury
alerts
Secretary
linked
to attend
platform
tariff
moderation
case hearings
spark Supreme
privacy
Court to debate the
outrage.
administration's trade
21.
policy impact.
AI-driven
November
job
5th.
losses raise global
6.
worker fears.
China begins
Analysts
test production
warn of rising
flying
unemployment
cars.
from automation
A
in
major
service
China-based
sectors.
company outpaces
22.
Tesla with prototype
Trump's
aerial
shutdown
vehicles
shows
entering
power
trial
without
phase.
democracy. 7. Critics say
North
the
Korea
administration
mourns former
weaponizes
ceremonial
governance
head of
failure.
state.
Kim Jong-nam.
23.
Kim,
Sudan's
Sudan's
RSF
RSF
takeover
takeover
sparks
sparks
UN
passes
emergency
away at
session.
96.
8.
Humanitarian
FDA's
crisis
top drug
escalates
regulator
after
resigns
hospital
amid
massacre.
scandal.
24.
UN
Dr.
calls
George
for global
Tidmarsh
quits
quits
following
charter.
federal probe into
Nations
ethics
demand
violations.
AI regulation.
9.
Amid
Nigeria's
deepfake and
ethnic
surveillance
violence
scandals.
deepens.
Analysts call for
25
dialogue.
world leaders urge
Experts
ceasefire
urge
extension
reforms
in Gaza
as clashes escalate
Diplomatic
between
pressure
northern
mounts
and
for
southern
permanent
groups.
peace deal.
10. Trump backs Cuomo. Threatens to cut funds if Mamdani wins. The former president re-enters New York's political battleground. 11. Canada rejects surge of Indian
Welcome
student
to
permits.
USA Pulse, your
Over
global window
70%
to
of
today's most
applications
powerful
denied
headlines.
amid fraud
From
and
catastrophic
funding
storms in the
concerns.
Caribbean to new
12.
tensions in the Middle East
ISRO
and a
launches
major Trump
heaviest
update.
communication satellite
Here are
yet.
the top 25
India
global
makes
and
history
US
with
headlines
the
for
largest
29th of
satellite
October
deployment on a domestic
2025.
13. India's IT industry at a crossroads.
One Zora Mamdani
Experts
leads
warn of
NYC
job
working
cuts
class
and
global
movement
grassroots
outsourcing
campaign
shifts.
gains national
14.
attention.
Israel
as she challenges
returns far-right
45
narratives.
Palestinian bodies to Gaza.
Two Gazan survivor
Health Ministry
sends
confirms
message to the
handover
world after
amid
ceasefire.
ongoing ceasefire
A voice
negotiations.
of resilience
15 Trump
emerges
defends
amid ruins.
nuclear testing revival.
Life after
blames
genocide
Pakistan feels
and China.
strangely empty. US justifies its stance
US
as competitors
Republicans
expand weapons
struggle
programs.
to manage shutdown chaos.
16 Trump
Critics say
door
democracy
open
is
for Nigeria
eroding
military
in plain
operation.
sight.
Hints of
amid
possible
budget
cooperation
paralysis.
if US interests are threatened.
4460.
17.
Killed in
Bangladesh-Pakistan
Sudan
relations
massacre
warm
after Hasina's exit.
WHO
Envoy
condemns
credits
attack.
new government for improved
Sudanese
diplomatic
RSF
tone.
fighters stormed the
18.
facility, killing
Tanzania's new
patients
president
and
sworn in
doctors
amid violent protests.
5.
Opposition
Trump
rallies lead to
FCC
hundreds of
faces
arrests
criticism
and multiple casualties.
over rising prison phone
19.
costs.
Telecom
UAE
corporations
accused of
Sudanese
exploiting
paramilitary
inmate
forces.
families. Sudanese ambassador condemns
6.
weapon shipments to
Baltimore
RSF
play
fighters.
The Peculiar Patriot
20.
exposes
Air
prison
India
reality.
crash survivor appeals
Stage
for support.
performance takes
Only
audiences
surviving
inside
passenger
America's
pleads for
prison
government
system.
compensation.
21 Indian student
Rural
visa
America
rejections
pushes to end
hit
prison
record
dependency
high
in Canada.
Local leaders move towards
Rejection
justice
rates
reform
surged to
and economic
74%,
diversification,
sparking
8
diplomatic
Gaza residents
concern.
defy evacuation
22
orders.
fugitive
Families
families
vow
vow
to stay home
challenges
despite
extradition
Israeli
in
warning
Belgium.
zones.
Strikes.
Wanted
9.
businessman
Civil
argues
rights
human
icon
rights violations
urges youth
in
to
Indian
resist
courts.
Trump's
and ICE policies.
23.
Leaders
Trump
recall
backs
1960s
Supreme Court
activism
tariff
as
case
blueprint
hearing
for
could
modern
redefine
resistance.
US
global trade
10.
rules. Billionaires
24.
blamed for deepening
Trump warns
US
of sanctions
shutdown crisis
over Chinese chip
technology
claim
transfers.
oligarchic influence
US moves to
drives
block
political
Nvidia sales
gridlock.
to China
11.
amid tech war. Federal workers speak
25.
out on shutdown hardship.
Global markets
Many
react
reveal
to ongoing
personal
conflicts
toll
and natural
as pay
disasters.
and aid programs
Oil
freeze.
prices rise
as
12.
investors weigh risks from Asia
Nebraska
and
prisoner
the Middle
punished
East for political podcast.
Inmate faces solitary confinement after criticising state policy. 13. Trump boosts ICE weapons budget by 700%.
Controversial move
Welcome
raises
to
concerns
USApulse,
over domestic
your global window to
militarization.
today's most powerful
14.
headlines.
From
Parents
catastrophic
turn
storms
grief
in the
into
Caribbean
movement
to new
after
tensions
police
in the Middle
killings.
East and a major
Bereaved
Trump
families
update unite
Here
to
are the
demand
top
justice
25
reform
global
nationwide.
and US headlines for
15.
29th of October
Chilean band
2025.
turns protest into resistance through music. Artists use art to challenge
Typhoon
police
Kalmegi
violence and
devastates
government
the Philippines.
oppression.
1731
people
dead.
Kaiser permanente
Hundreds
workers
stranded as
continue
floods
strike.
submerge
central regions.
Healthcare
with
workers
winds up
demand
to
fair pay
205
and safe
kilometers
staffing
per hour
nationwide.
2. 18
Rescue
No
efforts
Kings
continue
protests
in Nepal.
spread as activists
Avalanche bodies of
Trump
7
climbers recovered from the Himalayas.
Civil rights groups
after
rally
a deadly
against
snow
intimidation
collapse near
and
Dalagiri.
authoritarian laws.
3. 19.
Ukraine drone strikes
Supreme
hit
Court
Russian
battle over Voting
petrochemical
Rights
plant.
Act looms.
Russia accuses
Ruling
Ukraine
could cement
of
GOP
targeting
power
industrial
and reshape
infrastructure
2026
in Bashkortostan.
midterms. 4. 20.
Zora Mamdani
Facebook
leads
accused of targeting
NYC
Chicago
mayoral race.
immigrant groups.
The progressive candidate
ICE
emerges
alerts
as frontrunner
linked to
in a
platform
historic
moderation
contest
spark
reshaping
privacy
US
outrage.
city politics.
5.
21. Donald Trump's
AI-driven
Treasury
job losses
Secretary
raise
to
global
attend
worker
tariff
fears.
case hearing.
Analysts
Supreme
warn
Court
of
to debate
rising
the
unemployment
administration's
from
trade
automation
policy
in service
impact
sectors.
on November 5th.
22.6. Trump's
China
shutdown
begins
shows
test
power
production
without
of
democracy.
flying cars.
Critics
A major
say the
China-based
administration
company
weaponizes
outpaces
governance
Tesla
failure.
with prototype aerial vehicles
23.
entering trial
Sudan's
phase.
RSF takeover
7.
sparks UN
North Korea
emergency
mourns
session.
former ceremonial
Humanitarian
head of state,
crisis
Kim Jong-nam.
escalates
Kim,
after
a
hospital
key
massacre
diplomat
since
24
the 1990s,
UN calls
passes
for
away
global
at
tech
96.
ethics charter.
8.
Nations
FDA's
demand
top drug
AI
regulator
regulations
resigns amid
scandal.
deepfake and surveillance
Dr.
scandals.
George Tidmarsh quits.
25
federal
world
probe
leaders
into
urge
ethics
ceasefire
violations.
extension in Gaza.
9. Nigeria's
Diplomatic
ethnic
pressure
violence
mounts for
deepens.
permanent peace
Analysts
deal.
call for dialogue. Experts urge reform as clashes escalate between northern and southern groups. 10. Trump backs Cuomo. Threatens to cut funds if Mamdani wins.
Welcome to
The former
USA
president
Pulse,
re-enters
your
New
global
York's
window to
political
today's most
battleground.
powerful headlines.
11.
From
Canada
catastrophic storms
rejects
in the
surge
Caribbean
of Indian
to new
student
tensions in the
permits.
Middle East and a
Over
major Trump
70% of
update.
applications
Here
denied.
are the top
amid
25
fraud
global
and
and
funding
US
concerns.
headlines for 29th
12.
of October
ISRO launches
2025.
heaviest communication satellite yet. India makes history with the
Zora
largest
Mamdani
satellite
leads
deployment
NYC
on a
working
domestic
class
rocket.
movement grassroots campaign
13.
gains national
India's
attention
IT industry
as she
challenges
challenges
far-right narratives.
Experts warn of job
To
cuts
Gaza
and global
survivor
outsourcing
sends
shifts.
message to the world after
14.
ceasefire. Israel
A
returns
voice of
45
resilience
Palestinian
emerges amid
bodies to
ruins.
Gaza.
Life
Health
after
Ministry
genocide
confirms
feels
handover
strangely
amid
empty.
ongoing ceasefire negotiations.
3 US
15 Trump
Republicans
defends nuclear
struggle to
testing
manage
revival,
shutdown chaos.
blames Pakistan.
Critics
and
say
China.
democracy is eroding
US
in plain
justifies
sight
its stance
amid
as competitors
budget
expand
paralysis.
weapons programs.
416
Trump
leaves door open for
Killed
Nigeria
in Sudan
military
hospital
operation.
massacre.
Hints at possible
WHO
cooperation
condemns
if US
attack.
interests are threatened.
Sudanese RSF
17
fighters stormed
Bangladesh-Pakistan
relations
relations
warm
after
and
Hasina's
doctors.
exit. Envoy credits new
5.
government for improved
Trump
diplomatic
FCC
tone.
faces criticism
18
over rising prison
Tanzania's
phone
new
costs.
president sworn in amid
Telecom
violent
corporations
protests.
accused
Opposition
of
rallies
exploiting
lead to
inmate
hundreds of
families.
arrests and multiple casualties.
6. 19.
Baltimore play the
UAE
peculiar
accused of
patriot
arming
exposes
Sudanese
prison
paramilitary
reality.
forces.
Stage
Sudanese
performance
ambassador
takes
condemns
audiences
weapon shipments
inside
to
America's
RSF
prison
fighters.
system.
20.
7. Air
Rural
India
America
crash
pushes
survivor
to
appeals
end
for
prison
support.
dependency.
Only surviving
Local
passenger
leaders move
pleads for
toward
government
justice reform
compensation.
and
21
economic
Indian
diversification.
student visa
8
rejections
Gaza residents
hit
defy
record high
evacuation
in
orders.
Canada. Families vow to
Rejection
stay
rate
home
surged to
despite
74%,
Israeli warnings and
sparking
strikes.
diplomatic
9.
concern.
Civil rights
22
icon urges
fugitive
youth to
Mehul
resist
Chokshi
Trump
challenges
and ICE
extradition
policies.
in Belgium.
Leaders recall 1960s
businessman
activism
argues
as human
blueprint
rights
for
violations
modern resistance.
in Indian courts. 10.
23.
Billionaires blamed
Trump
the deepening
backs
US
new Supreme
shutdown
Court
crisis
tariff
case hearing.
Experts
Could
claim
redefine US
oligarchic
global trade
influence
rules drives political
24.
gridlock. Trump
11.
warns of sanctions.
Federal workers
over Chinese
speak out
chip
on
technology
shutdown hardship.
transfers. Many
US
reveal
moves to
personal
block
toll
Nvidia
as
sales
pay
to China
and aid
amid
programs
tech
freeze.
25.
Global markets
Nebraska
react
prisoner
to
punished
ongoing
for
conflicts
political
and
podcast.
natural disasters. Inmate
Oil
faces
prices
solitary
rise
confinement
as investors
after
weigh
criticising
risks
from
state
Asia
policy.
and the Middle East. 13. Trump boosts ICE weapons budget by 700%. Controversial move raises concerns over domestic militarization. 14. Parents turn grief into movement.
Welcome to
after police
USApulse,
killings.
your global
Bereaved
window
families
to today's most
unite
powerful headlines.
to demand justice
From
reform
catastrophic storms in
nationwide.
the Caribbean
15.
to new tensions in the Middle East
Chilean
and a
band
major Trump
turns
update.
protest into resistance.
Here are the top
through
25
music.
global
Artists
and US
use
headlines
art
for 29th
to challenge
of
police
October
violence and
2025.
government oppression.
1731,000 Kaiser Permanente workers continue
1.
strike.
Typhoon Kalmegi
Healthcare workers
devastates
demand
the
fair
Philippines.
pay and safe
At least
staffing
5
nationwide.
people dead. Hundreds
18.
stranded
No
as floods
Kings
submerge
protests
central
spread
regions
as activists
with winds up to
oppose Trump
205
crackdown.
kilometers per hour.
Civil rights groups
2.
rally against
Rescue
intimidation and
efforts continue
authoritarian
in Nepal.
laws.
Avalanche bodies
19.
of 7 climbers
Supreme
recovered
Court
from
battle over
Himalayas
voting rights
after a
Act
deadly
looms.
snow collapse
Ruling
near
could cement
Dalagiri.
GOP power
3.
and reshape
Ukraine drone
2026
strikes hit
midterms.
Russian petrochemical plant.
20.
Russia
Facebook
accuses
accused of
Ukraine
targeting
of
Chicago
targeting
immigrant
industrial
groups.
infrastructure
ICE
in
alert
Bashkortostan
linked
to platform
4.
moderation.
Zora
Spark
Mamdani
privacy
leads
outrage.
NYC
mayoral race.
21.
The progressive
AI-driven
candidate
job
emerges as
losses
frontrunner
raise global
in a
worker
historic
fears.
contest reshaping
Analysts
US
warn of
city
rising
politics.
unemployment from
5.
automation in service
Donald
sectors.
Trump's Treasury Secretary
22.
to attend tariff
Trump's
case
shutdown
hearing
shows
Supreme
power
Court
without
to debate the
democracy.
administration's trade
Critics
policy
say the
impact
administration
on November
weaponizes
5th. governance
6.
failure. China begins
23.
test production.
Sudan's
of flying
RSF
cars.
takeover
A
sparks
major
UN
China-based
emergency
company
session.
outpaces Tesla.
Humanitarian
with prototype
crisis
aerial vehicles
escalates
entering
after
trial
hospital
phase.
massacre.
24 UN
North
calls
Korea
for global
mourns
tech
former
ethics
ceremonial
charter.
head of state.
Nations
Kim Jong-nam.
demand AI
Kim,
regulation
a key diplomat
amid
since the
deepfake and
1990s,
surveillance scandals.
passes away at 96.
25
8
world leaders
FDA's
urge
top drug
ceasefire
regulator
extension
resigns
in Gaza
amid scandal.
Diplomatic pressure
Dr.
mounts
George
for permanent
Tidmarsh
peace
quits
deal following federal probe into ethics violations. 9. Nigeria's ethnic violence deepens. Analysts call for dialogue. Experts urge reform as clashes escalate between northern and southern groups.
Welcome to USApulse,
10.
your global
Trump
window
backs
to today's
Cuomo.
most powerful
Threatens
headlines.
to cut funds if
From
Mamdani
catastrophic
wins.
storms in the Caribbean to new
The former
tensions
president
in the Middle
re-enters
East and a
New
major
York's
Trump
political
update.
battleground.
Here are the
11.
top 25
Canada
global
rejects
and US
surge of
headlines
Indian
for
student
29th of
permits.
October 2025.
Over 70% of applications denied amid fraud and funding concerns. One Zora Mamdani
12.
leads NYC
ISRO
working
launches
class movement
heaviest
communication
grassroots campaign,
satellite yet.
gains national attention
India makes
as she
history
challenges
with the
far-right
largest
narratives.
satellite deployment on a
Two
domestic
Gazan
rocket.
survivor sends message
13.
to the world
India's
after
IT
ceasefire.
industry at a
A
crossroads.
voice of resilience
Experts
emerges
warn
amid
of job
ruins.
cuts and global
Life
outsourcing
after genocide
shifts.
feels strangely
14.
empty.
Israel returns 43
Three US
Palestinian
Republicans
bodies to Gaza.
struggle to manage
Health
shutdown
Ministry
chaos.
confirms handover.
Critics say
amid
democracy is
ongoing
eroding
ceasefire
in plain
negotiations.
sight.
15.
Amid budget
Trump defends
paralysis.
nuclear testing revival. Blames
4460
Pakistan and China. Killed in Sudan
US
hospital
justifies
massacre.
its stance as competitors
WHO
expand
condemns
weapons
attacks.
programs.
Sudanese
Trump
RSF
leaves
fighters
door open
stormed
for
the
Nigeria
facility,
military
killing
operation.
patients
Hints at
and
possible
doctors.
cooperation if US interests
5.
are threatened.
Trump FCC faces criticism over rising prison phone after Hasina's exit. Telecom Envoy credits new government accused of exploiting inmate families. 18. Tanzania's new president
Baltimore
sworn in
played
amid
the
violent
peculiar
protests.
patriot.
Exposes
Opposition
prison
rallies lead to
reality.
hundreds of arrests and
Stage
multiple
performance
casualties.
takes audiences
19.
inside America's prison
UAE
system.
accused of arming
7.
Sudanese paramilitary
Rural America
forces.
pushes to end
Sudanese
prison
ambassador
dependency.
condemns weapon shipments
Local
to
leaders
RSF
move
fighters.
towards justice reform
20.
and economic diversification.
Air India crash
8
survivor
Gaza
appeals
residents
for support.
defy evacuation
Only surviving
orders.
passenger
Families
pleads for
vow to
government
stay home
compensation.
despite
21
Israeli
Indian
warnings
student
and visa
strikes.
rejections.
9.
Hit record high
Civil rights
in Canada.
icon
Urges youth to
Rejection
resist
rates
Trump
surged
and
to
ICE
74%.
policies.
Leaders
Sparking
recall
diplomatic
1960s
concern.
activism
As blueprint
22
for modern
fugitive Mehul
resistance.
Chokshi challenges
10.
extradition
Billionaires
in Belgium.
blamed for deepening
Wanted
US
businessman
shutdown crisis.
argues human rights
Expert
violations
claim
in Indian
oligarchic
courts.
influence drives
23.
political gridlock.
Trump backs
11.
new Supreme Court
Federal
tariff
workers
case hearing.
speak out on
Could
shutdown
redefine
hardship.
US global trade
Many
rules.
reveal personal toll
24.
as pay and
Trump
aid
warns of
programs
sanctions
freeze
over Chinese chip
12.
technology transfers.
Nebraska
US
prisoner
moves to
punished
block
for political
Nvidia sales
podcast.
to China.
Amid
Inmate
tech
faces
war.
solitary confinement
25.
after criticizing
Global
state
markets
policy.
react to ongoing
13.
conflicts and natural
Trump
disasters.
boosts ICE weapons
Oil
budget
prices
by
rise
700%
as investors weigh risks
Controversial
from Asia
move
and the Middle
raises
East.
concerns over domestic militarization. 14. Parents turn grief into movement after police killings. Bereaved families unite to demand justice reform nationwide. 15.
Welcome to USApulse.
Chilean
Your
band
global
turns
window to
protest
today's most
into
powerful
resistance
headlines
through music.
From catastrophic
Artists
storms in the
use
Caribbean
art
to
to
challenge
new tensions
police
in the Middle
violence
East
and a major
government
Trump
oppression.
update.
Here
1731,000
are the top 25
Kaiser
global and
workers
US
continue
headlines
strike.
for 29th of October.
Healthcare workers
2025.
demand fair pay and safe staffing nationwide. 18. No Kings protest.
Typhoon
spread
Kalmegi
as activists
devastates
oppose
the
Trump
Philippines.
crackdown.
At least 5
Civil
people
rights
dead.
groups rally
Hundreds
against
stranded
intimidation
as
and
floods submerge
authoritarian
central
laws.
regions, with winds
19.
up to 205
Supreme Court
kilometers
battle
per
over
hour.
Voting Rights
2.
Act looms.
Rescue efforts
Ruling could cement
continue in
GOP
Nepal.
power and reshape
Avalanche bodies of
2026
climbers
midterms.
recovered from the Himalayas.
20.
After a deadly snow
Facebook
collapse
accused of
near
targeting
Davagiri.
Chicago immigrant
3.
groups.
Ukraine
ICE
drone
alerts
strikes
linked
hit Russian
to platform
petrochemical
moderation.
plant.
Spark
Russia
privacy
accuses
outrage.
Ukraine of targeting
21.
industrial infrastructure.
AI-driven job
in
losses
Bashkortostan.
raise global worker
4.
fears.
Zora
Analysts
Mamdani
warn
leads
of rising
NYC
unemployment
mayoral
from
race.
automation in
The
service
progressive
sectors.
candidate emerges as frontrunner
22.
in a historic
Trump's
contest
shutdown shows
reshaping
power
US
without
city
democracy.
politics.
5.
Critics say the
Donald
administration
Trump's Treasury
weaponizes
Secretary
government to attend tariff case hearing.
23.
Supreme Court to
Sudan's
debate the
RSF
administration's
takeover
trade
sparks
policy
UN
impact
emergency
on November
session.
5th. Humanitarian crisis
China begins
escalates
test
after
production
hospital
of
massacre.
flying cars.
24
A
UN
major
calls
China-based
for global
company
tech
outpaces
ethics
Tesla
charter.
with prototype
Nations
aerial
demand
vehicles
AI
entering
regulation
trial phase
amid deep fake
7.
and surveillance scandals.
North Korea mourns former ceremonial
25
head of
world
state,
leaders
Kim
urge
Jong-nam.
ceasefire extension
Kim,
in
a
Gaza.
key diplomat since the 1990s,
Diplomatic pressure mounts
passes
for
away
permanent
at
peace
96.
deal. 8 FDA's top drug regulator resigns amid scandals. Dr. George Sidmarsh quits following federal probe into ethics violations. 9. Nigeria's ethnic violence deepens.
Welcome to
Analysts
USApulse,
call for dialogue.
your global window
Experts
to today's most
urge
powerful
reforms
headlines.
as clashes
From catastrophic
escalate between
storms in the
northern
Caribbean
and southern
to new
groups.
tensions in the Middle East
10.
and a major Trump
backs
update.
Cuomo.
Here are the
Threatens to
top
cut funds if
25 global
Mamdani
and
wins.
US headlines for 29th
The former
of October
president re-enters New York's
2025.
political battleground.
11. Canada rejects surge
One
of
Zora
Indian
Mamdani
student
leads
permits.
NYC working
Over
class
70%
movement
of
grassroots
applications
campaign
denied
gains national
amid fraud
attention
and funding
as she challenges
concerns.
far-right narratives.
12.
ISRO
Two
launches
Gazan survivor
heaviest communication
sends message
satellite
to the
yet.
world after ceasefire.
India makes history.
A voice
with
of
the largest
resilience
satellite
emerges
deployment
amid
on a
ruins.
domestic rocket.
Life after genocide
13.
feels strangely
India's IT
empty.
industry at a crossroads.
3 US
Experts
Republicans
warn of job
struggle
cuts
to
and
manage
global
shutdown
outsourcing
chaos.
shifts.
Critics say democracy
14.
is eroding
Israel
in
returns
plain sight
45
amid
Palestinian
budget
bodies to
paralysis.
Gaza.
Health Ministry confirms handover amid ongoing Sudan negotiations.
15 Trump
WHO nuclear testing
attack.
revival.
Sudanese
RSF
fighters
fighters stormed the facility.
US
justifies its
patients
stance as
and
competitors
doctors.
expand weapons programs.
5.
16 Trump
FCC
leaves
faces
door
criticism
criticism
Nigeria
over
military
rising
operation.
prison phone costs.
Hints at possible cooperation
Telecom
corporations
if US interests are
accused of
threatened.
exploiting inmate
17.
families.
Bangladesh-Pakistan
6.
relations warm after Hasina's
Baltimore
exit.
play the peculiar
Envoy credits
Patriot
new government
exposes
for improved
prison
diplomatic
reality.
tone. Stage
18.
performance takes audiences
Tanzania's new
inside
president
America's
sworn in
prison
amid
system.
violent
protests. 7.
Opposition rallies
Rural
lead to
America
hundreds
pushes
of
to
arrests
end
and multiple
prison
casualties.
dependency.
19.
Local leaders move toward
UAE
justice reform
accused of
and
arming
economic
Sudanese
diversification.
paramilitary forces.
8 Gaza residents
Sudanese
defy
defy
evacuation
condemned
orders.
shipments to RSF
Families vow
fighters.
to stay home
20.
despite Israeli warnings
Air
and
India
strikes.
crash survivor appeals
9.
for support.
Civil rights
Only surviving
icon
passenger
urges youth
leads
to
for
resist
government
Trump
compensation.
and ICE
21
policies.
Indian student
Leaders
visa
recall
rejection
1960s
hit
activism
record high
as
in
blueprint
Canada.
for modern resistance.
Rejection rates surged
10.
to 74%,
Billionaires blamed
sparking
for deepening
diplomatic
US
concern.
shutdown crisis.
22
Experts
fugitive
claim
Mehul
oligarchic
Choksi
influence
challenges
drives
extradition
political
in
gridlock.
Belgium.
11.
Wanted businessman
Federal workers
argues human
speak
rights
out on
violations
shutdown hardship.
in Indian courts.
Many reveal personal
23.
toll as pay
Trump
and aid
backs new
programs
Supreme Court
freeze.
tariff case hearing.
12. Could redefine US global
Nebraska
trade
prisoner
rules.
punished
for political
24.
podcast.
Trump
Inmate
warns of
faces
sanctions
solitary
over
confinement
Chinese chip
after
technology
criticizing state
transfers.
policy. US moves to
13.
block NVIDIA sales
Trump
to China
boosts
amid
ICE
weapons
tech
budget
war.
by 700%.
25.
Global
Controversial
markets
move
react to
raises
ongoing
concerns
conflicts
over
and
domestic
natural
disasters.
militarization. Oil prices
14.
rise as investors
Parents
weigh
turn
risks
grief
from
into
Asia
movement
and the Middle
after
East.
police
killings. Bereaved families unite to demand justice reform nationwide. 15. Chilean band turns protest into resistance through music. Artists use art to
Welcome
challenge
to
police
USApulse,
violence and
your
government
global window to
oppression.
today's most powerful
17,000 Kaiser
From
Permanente
catastrophic
workers
storms in the
continue
Caribbean
strike to new tensions in the
Healthcare
Middle East
workers
and a
demand
major
fair
Trump
pay
update
and
safe staffing
Here
nationwide.
are the top 25 global
18
and
US
US
Kings
headlines for
protests
29th of
spread
October
as activists oppose
2025.
Trump crackdown. Civil rights groups rally against intimidation and
1.
authoritarian
Typhoon
laws.
Kalmagi
Devastates
19.
the Philippines.
Supreme Court
At
battle
least 5
over
Voting
people
Rights
dead.
Act looms.
Hundreds stranded
Ruling
as
could
floods
cement
submerge
GOP
central
power
regions
and reshape
with winds up to
2026
205
midterms.
kilometers per hour.
22. Facebook
Rescue
accused of
efforts
targeting
continue in
Chicago
Nepal.
immigrant groups. Avalanche bodies
ICE
of 7
alerts
climbers
linked
recovered
to
from
platform
Himalayas
moderation
after a
spark
deadly
privacy
snow
fears.
chemical plant. Analysts
Russia
warn
accuses
of rising
Ukraine
unemployment
of
from
targeting
automation
industrial
in service
infrastructure
sectors in Bashkortostan.
22.
Trump's shutdown
Zora
shows
Mamdani
power without
leads
democracy.
NYC mayoral race.
Critics say
The
the
progressive
administration
candidate
emerges
emerges
as governance
frontrunner
failure
in a
historic contest
23.
reshaping US
Sudan's
city politics.
RSF takeover
5.
sparks UN
Donald
emergency
Trump's Treasury
session.
Secretary to
Humanitarian
attend tariff
crisis
case
hearing.
escalates.
Supreme
after
Court to
hospital
debate the
massacre.
administration's
24
trade
UN
policy
calls
impact
for
on
global
November
tech
5th.
ethics charter.
6.
Nations
China
demand
begins
AI
test production
regulation
of flying
amid
cars.
deepfake and surveillance
A major
scandals.
China-based company outpaces
25
Tesla
world
with
leaders
prototype
urge
aerial
ceasefire
vehicles
extension
entering
in
trial
Gaza.
phase.
Diplomatic pressure mounts
North
for
Korea
permanent
mourns
peace
former
deal.
ceremonial head of state Kim Jong-nam.
Kim, a key diplomat since the 1990s, passes away at 96. 8 FDA's top drug regulator resigns amid scandal. Dr. George
Welcome to
Tidmarsh quits
USApulse,
following federal
your
probe
global
into
window to
ethics
today's most
violations.
powerful headlines.
9. From catastrophic
Nigeria's
storms
ethnic
in the
violence
Caribbean
deepens
to new tensions in the
Analysts
Middle
call for
East
dialogue.
and a major Trump update.
Experts urge reforms.
Here are the top
as
25
clashes
global
escalate
and
between
US
northern
headlines
and
for
southern
29th
groups.
of October
10.
2025.
Trump
Backs Cuomo. Threatens to cut funds if Mamdani wins. One Zora Mamdani
The former
leads
president
NYC
re-enters
working class
New York's
movement
political
grassroots
battleground.
campaign gains
11.
national attention.
Canada
as she
rejects
challenges
surge
far-right
of Indian
narratives.
student permits.
Two Gaza
Over 70%
survivor
of applications
sends message
denied
to the world
amid
after
fraud
ceasefire and funding concerns.
A voice of resilience
12.
emerges amid
ISRO
ruins.
launches
Life
heaviest
after
communication
genocide
satellite
feels
yet.
strangely empty.
India makes history with the
3
largest
US
satellite
Republicans
deployment on a
struggle to
domestic
manage
rocket shutdown chaos.
13.
Critics say
India's
democracy is
IT industry
eroding
in
at a
plain
crossroads
sight.
amid budget
Experts warn
paralysis,
of job cuts
and global outsourcing
4460. 14.
Killed in Sudan
Israel
hospital
returns
massacre.
45 Palestinian
WHO
bodies to
condemns
Gaza.
attack.
Health Ministry
Sudanese
confirms
RSF
handover
fighters stormed
amid
the
ongoing
facility,
ceasefire
killing
negotiations.
patients and
15.
doctors.
Trump defends nuclear testing revival. Blames
Trump
Pakistan
FCC
and
faces
China.
criticism over
US
rising
justifies
prison
its
phone
stance
costs
as competitors
Telecom
expand
corporations
weapons programs.
accused of
16.
exploiting
Trump
inmate families.
leaves door open for Nigeria military
6.
operation. Hints
Baltimore
at possible
play the
cooperation
peculiar
if US
patriot
interests
exposes
are
prison reality.
17. Stage
Bangladesh
performance
Pakistan
takes
relations
audiences warm
inside
after
America's
America's
prison
exit.
system.
Envoy credits new
7.
government for improved
Rural
diplomatic
America
tone.
pushes to end prison
18.
dependency.
Tanzania's new
Local leaders
president
move
sworn in
toward
amid
justice
violent
reform
protests
and economic
opposition rallies
diversification.
lead to hundreds
8
of
Gaza
arrests and
residents
multiple
defy
casualties.
evacuation orders.
19.
Families vow to
UAE
stay home,
accused of
despite
arming
Israeli
Sudanese
warnings and
paramilitary
strikes.
forces.
9.
Sudanese ambassador
Civil rights
condemns weapon
icon
shipments
urges
to
youth
RSF
to resist
fighters.
Trump and ICE
20.
policies.
Air
Leaders
India
recall
crash survivor
1960s
appeals for
activism
support.
as
Only
blueprint
surviving
for modern
passenger
resistance.
leads for government compensation.
10.
21
Billionaires
Indian
blamed
student
for
visa
deepening
rejections
US
hit
shutdown
record
crisis.
high in Canada.
Experts claim
Oligarchic
rejection rates
influence
surge to
drives
74%,
political gridlock,
sparking
11.
diplomatic concern.
Federal workers speak
22
out on shutdown
fugitive
hardship.
Mehul Chokshi
Many
challenges
reveal
extradition
personal toll in Belgium.
as pay and aid
Wanted
programs
businessman
freeze.
argues human rights
12.
violations in Indian
Nebraska
courts.
prisoner punished for political
23.
podcast.
Trump backs
Inmate
new
faces
Supreme Court
solitary
tariff
confinement
case hearing
after
could
criticising
redefine
state
US
policy.
global trade rules.
13.
24.
Trump boosts
Trump
ICE
warns of
weapons
sanctions
budget by
over
700%.
Chinese chip technology transfers.
Controversial move.
US
raises
moves to
concerns
block
over
Nvidia
domestic
sales to China
militarization.
amid tech war.
14.
25.
Parents turn grief
Global
into
markets
movement
react
after
to ongoing
police killings.
conflicts and natural
Bereaved
disasters.
families unite
Oil
to
prices
demand
rise
justice
as
reform
investors weigh
nationwide.
risks from Asia and
15.
the Middle East.
Chilean band turns protest into resistance through music. Artists use art to challenge police violence and government suppression. 1731,000 Kaiser Permanente workers continue strike.
Welcome to USA
Healthcare
Pulse,
workers
your
demand
global
fair
window
pay
to
and
today's
safe
most
staffing
powerful headlines.
nationwide. From catastrophic
18
storms in
no
the
King's
Caribbean
protests
to new
spread
tensions
as
in the Middle
activists
East
oppose
and a major
Trump
Trump
crackdown.
update.
Here
Civil
are the
rights
top
groups
25
rally against
global and
intimidation
US
and
headlines for
authoritarian
29th of
laws.
October
19.
2025.
Supreme Court battle over Voting Rights Act looms. Ruling could
1.
cement GOP
Typhoon
power and
Kalmagi
reshape
devastates
2026
the
midterms. At least 5 people
20.
dead.
Hundreds
Facebook
stranded
accused of
as
targeting
floods submerge
Chicago
central
immigrant
regions.
groups, with winds up
ICE
to 205
alerts
kilometers
to
per hour.
moderation. 2.
Spark privacy
Rescue
outrage.
efforts continue in Nepal.
21. Avalanche
AI-driven
bodies of
job
7
losses
climbers
raise global
recovered
worker
from the
fears.
Himalayas after
Analysts
a deadly
warn
snow
of
collapse
rising
near
unemployment
Dalabiri.
from automation
3.
in service sectors.
Ukraine drone strikes
22.
hit Russian
Trump's
petrochemical
shutdown
plant.
shows power
Russia
without
accuses
democracy.
Ukraine of targeting
Critics
industrial
say the administration
infrastructure in
weaponizes governance
failure.
4.
23.
Zora Mamdani
Sudan's
leads
NYC
RSF takeover
race.
sparks UN
The progressive
emergency
candidate
session.
emerges as frontrunner.
Humanitarian
in historic
crisis
contest
escalates
reshaping
after
US
hospital
city
massacre.
politics.
24.
5.
UN calls
Donald
for global
Trump's
tech
Treasury
ethics
Secretary
charter
to attend tariff
Nations
case
demand
hearing.
AI
Supreme Court
regulation
to debate the
amid
administration's
deepfake and
trade
surveillance
policy
scandals.
impact on November 5th.
25 world
6.
leaders urge
China
ceasefire
begins test
extension
production
in Gaza.
of flying cars.
Diplomatic pressure
A
mounts
major
for
China-based
permanent
company
peace deal.
outpaces Tesla with prototype aerial vehicles entering trial phase. 7. North Korea mourns former ceremonial host Kim Jong-nam. Kim, a key diplomat since the 1990s, passes away
Welcome to
at
USA
96.
Pulse.
Your
8
global window
FDA's
to
top
today's
drug
most powerful
regulator
headlines.
resigns amid
From
scandal.
catastrophic storms in the Caribbean
Dr. George
to new
Tidmarsh
tensions
quits
in the Middle
following
East
federal
and a
probe
major
into
Trump
ethics
update.
violations.
Here are the top
25
global
Nigeria's
and
ethnic
US
violence
headlines for
deepens.
29th of
Analysts
October
call for dialogue.
2025. Experts urge reforms as clashes escalate between northern
One
and
Zora
southern
Mamdani
groups.
leads NYC
10.
working class
Trump
movement
backs
grassroots
Cuomo.
campaign
gains
threatens to
national
cut
attention
funds if Mamdani
as she
wins.
challenges far-right narratives.
The former president re-enters
Gazan
New York's
survivor
political
sends
battleground.
message to the world
11.
after ceasefire.
Canada rejects
A voice
surge
of
Indian
resilience
student
emerges
permits.
amid ruins.
Over 70%
Life after
of
genocide
applications
denied
feels strangely
amid fraud
empty.
and funding concerns.
3 US
12.
Republicans
ISRO
struggle to
launches
manage
heaviest
shutdown
communication satellite
Critics
yet.
say democracy is
India
eroding
makes
in
history
plain sight
with the largest
amid
satellite
budget
deployment
paralysis.
on a domestic rocket.
4460.
13.
India's
Killed
IT
in
industry
Sudan
at a
hospital
crossroads.
massacre.
Experts warn
WHO
of job
condemns
cuts
attack and global outsourcing
Sudanese
shifts.
RSF fighters storm
14.
the facility.
Israel
killing
returns
patients
45
and
Palestinian
doctors.
bodies to Gaza.
5.
Health Ministry
Trump
confirms
FCC
handover
faces criticism
amid ongoing
over
ceasefire
rising prison
negotiations.
phone costs.
15. Trump
Telecom
defends nuclear
Corporation
testing revival,
accused of
blames
exploiting
Pakistan
inmate families.
and China. US
6.
justifies its stance
Baltimore
as
play
competitors
The
expand
Peculiar
weapons
Patriot
programs, exposes prison
16.
reality,
Trump
leaves door
Stage
open for
performance
Nigeria
takes
military
audiences
operation,
inside
hints
America's
at possible
prison
cooperation
system.
if US interests
7.
are threatened. Rural America
17.
pushes to end Bangladesh-Pakistan relations warm
Local
after
leaders
Hasina's
move toward
exit.
justice
Envoy
reform
credits
and
new
economic
government for improved
diversification.
diplomatic terms. 8 Gaza residents
18.
defy evacuation
Tanzania's
orders. New president
families
sworn in
vow to
amidst
stay
violent
home
protests.
despite Israeli
Opposition
warnings and
rallies lead to
strikes.
hundreds of arrests
9.
and multiple casualties.
Civil rights icon
19.
urges youth to resist
UAE
Trump and
accused
ICE
of arming
policies.
Sudanese
Leaders
paramilitary
recall
forces.
1960s
Sudanese
activism
ambassador
as
condemns
blueprint
weapon
for
shipments
modern
to
resistance.
RSF fighters.
10.
20.
Billionaires blamed
Air India
for
crash
deepening
survivor
US
appeals for
shutdown
support.
crisis. Only surviving
Experts
passenger
claim pleads for
oligarchic
government
influence
compensation
drives
21
political
Indian
gridlock.
student visa rejections hit
Federal
record
workers
high
speak
in
out
Canada.
on
shutdown hardship.
Rejection rates
Many
surge
reveal
to
personal
74%
toll as pay
sparking
and aid
diplomatic
programs
concerns.
freeze.
22
12.
fugitive Mehul Chokshi
Nebraska prisoner
challenges
punished for
extradition
political
in
podcast.
Belgium. Inmate
Wanted
faces
businessman
solitary
argues
confinement
human rights
after
violations
criticising
in
state
Indian
policy.
courts.
13.
23.
Trump
Boosts
backs
ICE
new
weapons
Supreme
budget
Court
by
tariff
700%.
case
Could redefine
Controversial
US global
move
trade
raises
raises concerns over
24.
domestic militarization.
Trump warns of sanctions
14.
over Chinese chip
Parents
technology
turn grief
transfers.
into movement.
US
after
moves
police
to block
killings.
Nvidia sales to
Bereaved
China
families amid
unite
tech war
to
demand justice
25.
reform nationwide.
Global markets react
15.
to ongoing conflicts
Chilean
and
band
natural
turns
disasters.
protest into
Oil
resistance
prices
through
rise
music.
as investors weigh
Artists
risks
use
from
art
Asia
to
and
challenge
the Middle
police
East.
violence and government oppression.
1731,000 Kaiser Permanente workers continue strike. Healthcare workers demand fair pay and safe staffing nationwide. 18.
No Kings protests
Welcome
spread
to
as
USApulse,
activists oppose
your global
Trump
window to
crackdown.
today's most powerful
Civil
headlines.
rights groups rally
From
against
catastrophic
intimidation
storms in the
and
Caribbean
authoritarian
to new
laws.
tensions in the Middle East
19.
and a major Trump
Supreme
update.
Court battle over
Here are
Voting
the top
Rights Act
25
looms.
global and
Ruling
US
could
headlines
cement
for
GOP
29th of
power and
October
reshape
2026
midterms.
20. Facebook accused of targeting
1.
Chicago
Typhoon
immigrant groups.
Kalmegi devastates
ICE
the
alerts
Philippines.
linked to
At
platform
least 5
moderation
people dead.
spark
Privacy
privacy
stranded
outrage.
as floods submerge central
21.
regions.
AI-driven
job losses raise global worker fears. 2. Analysts warn of
Rescue
rising
efforts
unemployment
continue
from
in
automation
Nepal.
in service sectors.
Avalanche
bodies of 7
22.
climbers recovered from
Trump's
the Himalayas
shutdown shows
after a
power
deadly snow
without
collapse
democracy.
near Dhaulagiri. Critics
3.
say the administration
Ukraine
weaponizes
drone
governance
strikes hit
failure.
Russian petrochemical plant.
23. Russia
Sudan's
accuses Ukraine
RSF
of
takeover
targeting
sparks
industrial
UN
infrastructure
emergency
in
session.
Bashkortostan. Humanitarian
4.
crisis escalates
Zora
after
Mamdani
hospital
leads
massacre.
NYC
24.
mayoral race.
UN calls
The progressive
for global
candidate
tech
emerges as
ethics
frontrunner
charter.
in a historic
Nations
contest
demand AI
reshaping
regulation
US city
amid
politics.
deepfake and
5.
surveillance scandals.
Donald Trump's Treasury Secretary
25
to
world
attend
leaders
tariff
urge
case
ceasefire
hearing.
extension
Supreme
in
Court
Gaza.
to debate the administration's
Diplomatic
trade
pressure
policy
mounts for
impact
permanent
on
peace
November
deal.
5th. 6.
China begins test production of flying cars. A major China-based company outpaces Tesla with prototype aerial vehicles entering the pilot phase. 7. North Korea
Welcome to
mourns
USA
former
Pulse,
ceremonial
your
head of
global
state,
window
Kim
to today's
Jong-nam.
most powerful headlines.
Kim, a key diplomat
From
since the
catastrophic storms in the
1990s,
Caribbean
passes
to
away
new tensions
at
in the
96,
Middle East
and a
8
major Trump
FDA's
update.
top drug regulator
Here are the
resigns
top 25
amid scandal.
global and US headlines
Dr. George
for 29th of
quits
October
following federal probe
2025.
into ethics violations. 9. Nigeria's ethnic violence
Zora
deepens.
Mamdani leads
Analysts
NYC
call for
working
dialogue.
class movement grassroots
Experts
campaign
urge reforms
gains national
as
attention
clashes
as she
escalate
challenges
between northern
far-right
and southern
narratives.
groups.
10. Gazan survivor
Trump
backs
sends
Cuomo,
message to the
threatens
world
to
after
cut funds
ceasefire.
if Mamdani wins.
A voice of resilience emerges
former president
amid ruins.
re-enters New York's
Life
political
after genocide
battleground.
feels
11.
strangely empty.
Canada rejects surge of
3
Indian
US
student
Republicans
permits.
struggle to
Over
manage
70%
shutdown
of
chaos.
applications denied.
Critics say
amid
democracy
fraud
is
and
eroding
funding
in plain
concerns.
sight.
Amid budget
12.
paralysis.
ISRO launches heaviest
4460
communication satellite yet.
Killed
India
in Sudan
makes history
hospital massacre
with the largest satellite
WHO
deployment
condemns
on a
domestic
attack.
rocket. Sudanese RSF
13.
fighters stormed
India's
the
IT
facility,
industry at a
killing
crossroads.
patients and doctors.
Experts warn of job cuts
and
5.
global outsourcing
Trump
shifts.
FCC faces criticism
14.
over
Israel
rising
returns
phone
45
costs.
Palestinian
Telecom
bodies to
corporations
Gaza.
accused
Health
of exploiting
ministry confirms
inmate
handover
families.
amid ongoing ceasefire
6.
negotiations.
Baltimore
15.
play
Trump
The
defends
Peculiar
nuclear
Patriot
testing revival,
exposes
blames
prison
Pakistan
reality.
and China.
Stage performance takes
US
audiences
justifies its
inside
stance
America's
as
prison
competitors
system.
expand weapons programs.
7.
Rural
16.
America
Trump
pushes
leaves
to
door
end
open for
prison Nigeria
dependency.
military operation.
Local leaders
Hints at
move
possible
toward
cooperation
justice reform
if US
and
interests
economic
are threatened.
diversification.
8.
17.
Gaza residents
Bangladesh
defy
Pakistan
evacuation
relations
orders.
warm after Hasina's
Families
exit.
vow to stay home.
Envoy credits
despite
new
Israeli
government for
warnings
improved
and
diplomatic
strikes.
tone.
9. 18.
Civil rights
Tanzania's
icon
new
urges
president
youth to
sworn in
resist
amid
Trump
violent
and
protests.
ICE policies.
Opposition rallies
Leaders
lead to
recall
hundreds of arrests
1960s
and multiple
activism
casualties.
as blueprint for
19.
modern resistance.
UAE
10.
accused of arming
Billionaires
Sudanese
blamed
paramilitary
for deepening
forces.
US shutdown
Sudanese
crisis.
ambassador condemns weapon
Experts
shipments
claim
to RSF
oligarchic
fighters.
influence
20.
drives political gridlock.
Air India crash
11.
survivor appeals for
Federal
support.
workers speak
Only
out
surviving
on shutdown
passenger
hardship.
pleads for government
Many reveal
compensation.
personal
21
toll
Indian
as
student
pay
visa
and aid
rejections
programs
hit
freeze.
record high in
12.
Canada.
Rejection
Nebraska
rates
prisoner
surged to
punished for political
74%,
podcast,
sparking diplomatic
Inmate faces
concern.
solitary confinement
22
after
fugitive
criticising
Mehul
state
Chokshi
policy.
challenges
13.
extradition in Belgium.
Trump boosts ICE
Wanted
weapons budget
businessman
by
argues
700%.
human rights violations in
Controversial
Indian
moves
courts.
raises concerns
23.
over domestic
Trump
militarization.
backs new Supreme Court
14.
tariff case hearing.
Parents
Could
turn
redefine
grief
US
into
global
movement
trade rules.
after police killings.
24.
Bereaved families
Trump warns of
unite
sanctions
to demand
over Chinese
justice
chip
reform
technology
nationwide.
transfers.
15.
US moves to block
Chilean
Nvidia
band
sales to
turns
China
protest
amid
into
tech
resistance
war.
through music.
25.
Artists
Global
use
markets
art
react
to challenge
to ongoing
police
conflicts
violence
and
natural
government
disasters.
oppression.
1731
Oil prices rise
Kaiser
as
Permanente
investors weigh
workers
risks
continue
from Asia
strike. and the Middle East.
Healthcare workers demand fair pay and safe funding nationwide. 18. Maternity spread as activists oppose Trump's campaign. Civil rights groups rally against intimidation and authoritarian
Welcome
laws.
to USA Pulse 19.
Your global window to
Supreme
today's
Court
most
battle
powerful
over
headlines.
Voting Rights Act
From
looms.
catastrophic storms
Ruling
in the
could
Caribbean
cement GOP
to new
power
tensions
and
in the Middle
reshape
East and a major Trump
2026
update.
midterms.
Here are the top 25 global
Facebook
and
accused of
US
targeting
headlines
Chicago
for 29th of
immigrant
October
ICE
2025.
alerts linked to platform moderation spark privacy outrage.
1.
Typhoon
21.
Kalmagi,
AI-driven
AI-driven
the
job
Philippines.
losses raise global
At least
worker
5
fears.
people dead.
Analysts
Hundreds
warn of
stranded
rising
as
unemployment
flood submerged
from
central
automation in
regions
service sectors.
with winds up to 222
kilometers per
Trump's
hour.
shutdown
2.
shows power without
Rescue efforts
democracy.
continue in Nepal.
Critics say the
Avalanche
administration
bodies of
weaponizes
7
governments
climbers
recovered from the Himalayas
23.
after a deadly snow
Sudan's
collapse near
RSF
Dalagiri.
takeover sparks
3.
UN emergency
Ukraine
session.
drone strikes hit
Humanitarian
Russian
petrochemical
petrochemical plant.
escalates.
Russia
after
accuses
hospital
Ukraine
massacre.
24
targeting
US
industrial
calls for
infrastructure
global tech
in Bashkortostan.
ethics charter.
Nations demand
Zora
AI
Mamdani
regulation
leads
amid
NYC
deepfake
mayoral
and
race.
surveillance scandals.
The progressive candidate emerges as
25
frontrunner
world
in
leaders
historic
urge
contest
ceasefire
reshaping
extension
US
in Gaza.
city politics.
Diplomatic
5.
pressure mounts for
Donald
permanent
Trump's
peace
Treasury
deal.
Secretary to attend tariff case hearing. Supreme Court to debate the administration's trade policy program on November 5th. 6. China begins test production of flying cars. A major China-based company outpaces Tesla with prototype to today's vehicles entering trial phase. From catastrophic
7.
storms in the Caribbean
North Korea
to new
mourns
tensions
former
in the Middle
ceremonial
East and
head
a
of
major
state,
Trump
Kim
update.
Jong-nam.
Here
Kim,
are the
a
top
key
25
diplomat since the
global and
1990s,
US headlines
passes
for
away
29th of
at
October
96.
2025.
8:25.
FDA's top drug regulator resigns amid scandal. Dr.
Zora
George
Mamdani
Mamdani leads
quits
NYC
following
federal
working-class
probe into
movement
ethics
grassroots
campaign
violations.
gains national
9.
attention
Nigeria's
as she
ethnic
challenges
violence
far-right
deepens.
narratives.
Analysts call for dialogue.
2 Gazan survivor
Experts
sends
urge
message to the
reforms
world after
as
clashes
ceasefire.
escalate between
A voice
northern
of
and
resilience
southern groups
emerges
amid ruins.
10. Trump
Life
backs
after
Cuomo.
genocide feels
Threatens to cut
strangely
funds if
empty.
Mamdani wins.
3 US
The former
Republicans
president
struggle
re-enters
to
New
manage
York's
political
shutdown chaos.
battleground. Critics say
11.
democracy is
Canada
eroding
rejects
in plain
surge
sight
of Indian
amid
student
budget
permits.
paralysis. Over 70% of
4460
applications denied amid fraud
Killed
in
in
Sudan
funding
hospital
concerns.
massacre.
12.
WHO
ISRO
condemns
launches
attack.
heaviest
Sudanese
communications
satellite
satellite yet.
fighters stormed the
India
facility,
makes history
killing
with
patients
the largest
and satellite
doctors.
deployment on a domestic rocket.
5. Trump
FCC
13.
faces
India's
criticism
IT industry
over rising
at a
prison
crossroads.
phone costs. Experts
Telecom
warn of job
corporations
cuts and global
accused of
outsourcing
exploiting
inmate families.
14.
Israel
6.
returns 45
Baltimore
Palestinian
play the
bodies to
peculiar
Gaza.
patriot.
Exposes
Health Ministry
prison
confirms
reality.
handover.
Stage
Amid
performance
ongoing
takes
ceasefire
audiences
negotiations.
inside America's
15.
prison
Trump
system.
defends nuclear testing revival. Blames
Rural
Pakistan
America pushes
and
to
China.
end prison dependency.
US justifies
Local
its stance
leaders
as
move
competitors
towards justice
expand
reform
weapons programs.
and economic diversification.
16. Trump 8
leaves
Gaza
door
residents
open for
defy
Nigeria
military
evacuation
operation.
orders.
Hints at
Families
possible
vow to stay
cooperation
home if US
despite
interests are
Israeli
threatened.
warnings and strikes.
17.
9.
Bangladesh-Pakistan
Civil rights
relations
icon
warm
urges
after
youth to
Hasina's
resist
exit.
Trump
Envoy
and
credits
ICE
new
policies.
government for improved
Leaders
diplomatic
recall
tone.
1960s activism
18.
as blueprint
Tanzania's
for
new
modern
president
resistance.
sworn in amid violent
10.
protests.
Billionaires'
Opposition rallies
blamed
lead to
for
hundreds
deepening
of
US
arrests and
shutdown
multiple
crises.
casualties. Experts
19.
claim oligarchic
UAE
influence
accused of
drives
arming
political
Sudanese
gridlock.
paramilitary forces.
11. Sudanese
Federal
ambassador
workers
condemns
speak out on
weapon
shutdown
shipments to
hardship.
RSF fighters. Many reveal personal
20.
toll
Air
as India
and
crash
aid
survivor
programs
appeals for
freeze.
support. Only
12.
surviving passenger pleads for
Nebraska
government
prisoner
compensation.
punished for
21
political
Indian
podcast.
student visa rejections.
Inmate faces
hit
solitary
record
confinement
high
in Canada
after criticising state
Rejection
policy.
rates surged to
13.
74%.
Trump
sparking
boosts
diplomatic
ICE weapons budget by 700%.
22 fugitive
Controversial
naval
move
proxy
challenges
raises
concerns
extradition
over domestic
in Belgium.
militarization.
Wanted businessman
14.
argues human rights
Parents turn
violations
grief
in
into
Indian
movement
courts.
after police killings.
23.
Bereaved
Trump
families
backs new
unite
Supreme Court
to
tariff
demand
case
justice
hearing.
reform
Could
nationwide.
redefine
US global trade
15.
rules. Chilean
24.
band turns protest
warns
into
of
resistance
sanctions
over
through music.
Chinese chip technology
Artists
transfers.
use art
to challenge
US moves
police
to block
violence,
Nvidia's
and
sales
government
to China
oppression amid tech war.
1731,000 Kaiser
25.
Permanente workers continue
Global markets
strike.
react to ongoing
Healthcare
conflicts
workers
and
demand
natural
fair
disasters
pay and safe staffing
Oil prices
nationwide.
rise as investors
18.
weigh risks
No
from
King's
Asia
protests
and
spread.
the Middle East as activists oppose Trump's crackdown. Civil rights groups rally against intimidation and authoritarian laws. 19. Supreme Court battle over Voting Rights Act rules. Ruling could cement GOP
Welcome
power
to
and
USApulse,
reshape
your
2026
global window
midterms.
to today's most powerful headlines.
20. From catastrophic
accused
storms
of
in the
targeting
Caribbean
Chicago
to new
immigrant
tensions in
groups.
the Middle East and
ICE
a major
alerts
Trump update
linked
to platform
Here
moderation.
are the top
spark
25
privacy
global and
outrage.
US headlines for 29th
21.
of October 2025.
AI-driven job losses raise global worker fears.
Analysts warn of rising unemployment from automation
Typhoon
in service
Kalmegi
sectors.
devastates the Philippines.
22. At least
Trump's
5 people
shutdown
dead.
shows power
Hundreds
without
stranded
democracy.
as floods submerge central
Critics
regions.
say the administration
with winds up to
weaponizes
205
governance
kilometers per hour. 23.
Sudan's
Sudan's
RSF
continue in
takeover
Nepal.
sparks UN
Avalanche
emergency
bodies
session.
of 7 climbers
Humanitarian
recovered from
crisis
Himalayas
escalates
after a deadly
after
snow
hospital
collapse near
massacre.
Dhaulagiri.
24 UN
3.
calls for global
Ukraine
tech
drone
ethics
strikes
charter.
hit Russian
Nations
petrochemical
demand
plant.
AI regulation.
Russia accuses Ukraine
amid deepfake
targeting
surveillance
industrial
scandals.
infrastructure in Bashkortostan.
25 world leaders
4.
urge ceasefire
Zora
extension
Mamdani
in Gaza.
leads NYC mayoral
Diplomatic
race.
pressure mounts
The
for
progressive
permanent
candidate
peace deal.
emerges as frontrunner
In a historic contest reshaping US politics. 5. Donald Trump Treasury Secretary to attend tariff case hearing. Supreme Court to debate the administration's trade policy impact. Welcome
on
to
November
USA
5th.
Pulse, your
6.
global window to today's
China
most
begins
powerful
test
headlines.
production
Of flying
from catastrophic
cars.
storms in the
A major
Caribbean
China-based
to new
company
tensions in the Middle
outpaces
East
Tesla
and a
with
major
prototype
Trump update.
aerial vehicles
Here
entering
are the
trial
top
phase.
25
global
7.
and US headlines
North
for
Korea
29th
mourns
of October
former ceremonial head of
2025.
state Kim Jong-nam.
Kim, a key diplomat since the 1990s,
One Zora
passes away
Mamdani
at
leads
96.
NYC working
8
class movement
FDA's
grassroots
top drug
campaign
regulator
gains
resigns
national
amid
attention
scandal
as she challenges
Dr.
far-right
George
narratives.
Tidmarsh quits following
Federal
Gaza
probe
survivor
into ethics
sends
violations.
message to the world after
9.
ceasefire.
Nigeria's
A
ethnic
voice
violence
of resilience emerges
Analysts
amid
call
ruins.
for dialogue.
Life after
Experts
genocide
urge reforms
feels strangely
as clashes
empty.
escalate between northern and
3
southern
US
groups.
Republicans struggle
10.
to manage
Trump
shutdown
backs
chaos.
Cuomo.
Critics
Threatens
say
to cut
democracy
funds
is
if
eroding
Mamdani
in
wins.
plain sight. Amid budget
The former
paralysis.
president re-enters New York's political battleground.
4460.
11.
Killed
Canada
in Sudan
rejects
hospital
surge
massacre.
of Indian student
WHO
permits.
condemns attack.
Over 70% of
Sudanese
applications
RSF
denied
fighters
amid
stormed the
fraud
facility,
and funding
killing
concerns.
patients
and doctors.
12. ISRO launches
5.
heaviest communication
Trump
satellite
FCC
faces
yet.
criticism
India
over
makes
rising
history
prison phone
with the
costs.
largest satellite
Telecom
deployment
corporations
on a domestic rocket.
accused of exploiting inmate
13.
families. India's IT industry
6.
at a crossroads. Baltimore play
Experts
the pawn
peculiar
of job
cuts
patriot
and
global
exposes
outsourcing
prison
reality.
Stage
14.
performance takes
Israel
audiences
returns
inside
45
America's
Palestinian
prison
bodies
system.
to Gaza.
7.
Health Ministry
Rural
confirms
America pushes
handover
to end
amid
prison
ongoing
dependency.
ceasefire negotiations.
Local leaders move
15.
towards
Trump
justice
defends
reform
nuclear testing
and economic
revival.
diversification.
Blames Pakistan
8.
and
Gaza
China.
residents defy evacuation
US justifies
orders.
its stance
Families
as
vow to
competitors
stay
expand
home
weapons programs.
despite Israeli warnings and
16.
strikes.
Trump leaves door
9.
open for Nigeria
Civil
military
rights
operation,
icon
urges
hints at
youth to
possible
resist
cooperation
Trump and
if
US
US
policies
interests
are
are
threatened. Leaders recall 1960s activism
Bangladesh-Pakistan
as
relations
blueprint for
warm
modern
after
resistance.
Hastina's
Exit. Envoy
10.
credits new government
Billionaires
for improved
blamed
diplomatic
for deepening
tone.
US shutdown
18.
crisis.
Tanzania's
Experts
new
claim
president sworn
oligarchic
in amid violent
influence
protests
drives political
Opposition
gridlock.
rallies lead to hundreds
11.
of arrests and multiple
Federal
casualties.
workers speak out on
19.
shutdown hardship.
UAE
Many reveal
accused of
personal
arming
toll
Sudanese
as
pay
paramilitary
and aid
forces
programs.
freeze.
Sudanese ambassador condemns
12.
weapon shipments to RSF fighters.
Nebraska prisoner punished
20.
for political
Air
podcast.
India crash survivor
Inmate
appeals
faces
for
solitary
support.
confinement
Only
after
surviving
criticizing
passenger
state
pleads for
policy.
government compensation.
13.
21 Indian
Trump
student
boosts
visa
ICE
rejections
weapons budget
hit record
by
700% in
700%.
Canada. Controversial
Rejection
move
rate
raises
surges to
concerns over
74%,
domestic
sparking
militarization.
diplomatic concern.
14. 22
Parents turn
fugitive
grief
Mehul
into
Chokshi
movement
challenges
after police
extradition
killings.
in Belgium.
Bereaved families
Wanted
unite
businessmen
to demand
argues
justice
human
reform
rights violations
nationwide.
in Indian courts.
15.
23.
Chilean band turns
Trump
protest
backs new
into
Supreme
resistance
Court tariff
through
case
music.
hearing.
Could
Artists
redefine
use
US
art
global
to
trade
challenge
rules.
police violence
24.
and government oppression.
Trump warns of
1731,000
sanctions over
Kaiser
Chinese chip
Permanente
technology
workers
transfers.
continues strike. US moves to block
Healthcare
Nvidia
workers
sales
demand
to
fair
China
pay
and safe
amid
staffing
tech war.
nationwide.
25.
18.
No
Global
Kings
markets
protests
react
spread
to ongoing
as
conflicts
activists
and
oppose
natural
Trump
disasters. Oil
Civil
prices
rights
rise
groups rally
as investors
against
weigh
intimidation
risks
from
from
Asia
authoritarian
and
the
laws.
Middle East. 19. Supreme Court battle over Voting Rights Act looms. Ruling customers reopen power and reshape 2026 midterm.
targeting Chicago
Welcome
immigrant
to
groups.
USApulse,
ICE
global
alerts
window to
linked
today's
to
most
platform
powerful
moderation.
headlines.
Spark
From
privacy
catastrophic
outrage.
storms in the Caribbean to new
21.
tensions in the Middle East,
AI-driven
and a
job
major Trump
losses
update.
raise global worker
Here
fears.
are the top 25
Analysts
global
warn of
and
rising
US
unemployment
headlines
from
for
automation
29th of
in
October
service sectors.
2025.
22. Trump's shutdown shows power without democracy. 1.
Typhoon
Critics say the
Kalmagi
administration
devastates the
weaponizes
Philippines.
governance failure.
At least 5 people dead.
23.
Hundreds
Sudan's
stranded as
RSF
flood
submerged
takeover central
sparks
regions
UN
with
emergency
winds up
session.
to 205
Humanitarian
kilometers per
crisis
hour.
escalates
2.
after hospital
Rescue
massacre.
efforts continue
24
in Nepal.
UN calls for
Avalanche
global
bodies
tech
of 7
ethics
climbers
charter recovered from
Nations
the Himalayas
demand
after
AI
a deadly
regulation
snow collapse
amid
near
deepfake
Dalgary.
and surveillance
3.
scandals.
Ukraine drone
25
strikes hit
world
Russian
leaders urge
petrochemical
ceasefire
plant.
extension
Russia
in Gaza.
accuses Ukraine
Diplomatic
diplomatic
pressure
pressure
mounts
industrial
for permanent
infrastructure
peace deal.
in Bashkortostan. 4. Zora Mandani leads NYC mayoral race. The progressive candidate emerges as frontrunner in a historic contest reshaping US city politics. 5. Donald
Welcome
Trump's
to
Treasury
USApulse,
Secretary
to
will
attend
global
window
tariff
to
case
today's most
hearing.
powerful
Supreme
headlines.
Court to debate the
From
administration's
catastrophic storms
trade
in the
policy
Caribbean
impact
to new
on
tensions
November
in the
5th.
Middle East
and a
6.
major Trump update.
China begins
Here
test
are the
production
top
of
25
flying
global
cars.
and US
A major
headlines for
China-based
29th of
company
October
outpaces Tesla
2025.
with prototype aerial vehicles entering trial phase.
7. One Zora
North Korea
Mandani
mourns
leads
former
NYC
ceremonial
working
head of
class
state
movement
Kim
grassroots
Jong-nam.
campaign
Kim,
gains
a
national
key
attention
diplomat
since the
as she
1990s,
challenges far-right
passes away
narratives.
at 96.
2
Gazan
8
survivor
FDA's top
sends
drug
message
regulator
to the world
resigns
after
amid
ceasefire.
scandal.
A voice
Dr.
of
George
resilience
Tidmarsh
emerges
quits
amid
following
ruins.
federal probe
Life
into
after
ethics
genocide
violations.
feels strangely
9.
empty.
Nigeria's ethnic violence
3
deepens.
US Republicans
Analysts call for
struggle
dialogue.
to manage shutdown
Experts
chaos.
urge reforms.
Critics say
as
democracy
clashes
is eroding
escalate
in between
plain
northern
sight
and southern
amid
groups.
budget paralysis.
10. Trump backs
4-4-6-0.
threatens to cut funds
Killed
if
in Sudan
Mandani hospital
wins.
massacre.
The former
WHO
president
condemns it
re-enters
as New York's political
Sudanese
battleground.
RSF fighters
11.
stormed the facility.
Canada rejects
killing
surge
surge
of
of
Indian
and
student
doctors.
permits. Over
5.
70% of
Trump
applications
FCC
denied
faces
amid
criticism
fraud
and
over
funding
rising prison
concerns.
phone costs. 12.
Telecom
ISRO
corporations
launches
accused of
heaviest
exploiting
communication
inmate
satellite
families.
yet. India makes
6.
history with the largest
Baltimore
satellite
play The
deployment
Peculiar
on a
Patriot
domestic rocket.
exposes
prison reality.
13.
India's
Stage performance
IT industry
takes
at a
audiences
crossroads.
inside America's prison
Experts
system.
warn of job cuts and
7.
global outsourcing
Rural
shifts.
America pushes to end
14.
prison dependency.
Israel returns
Local
45
leaders move
Palestinian
toward justice
bodies to
reform
Gaza.
and economic
Health Ministry
diversification.
confirms
8
handover
Gaza residents
amid
defy
ongoing
evacuation
ceasefire
orders.
negotiations.
15
Families vow
Trump
to stay
defends
home
nuclear testing
despite
revival,
Israeli warnings
blames
and strikes.
Pakistan and China.
9. Civil rights
US
justifies its
urges
stance
youth
as
to resist
competitors
Trump
expand
and
weapons
ICE
programs.
policies.
16
Leaders recall
Trump
1960s
leaves door open
activism
for Nigeria
as
military
blueprint
operation
for modern
hints at
resistance.
possible cooperation
10.
if US interests
Billionaires
are threatened.
blamed for deepening
17.
US shutdown crisis.
Bangladesh-Pakistan relations
Experts
warm
claim
after Hasina's
oligarchic
exit.
influence
Envoy credits
drives
new government
political
for improved
gridlock.
diplomatic terms.
11. Federal
18.
workers speak out on
Tanzania's new
shutdown
president
hardship.
sworn in amid
Many
violent
reveal
protests.
personal toll
Opposition
as
rallies
pay
lead to
and
hundreds
aid
of
programs
arrests and
freeze.
multiple casualties.
12.
19. Nebraska
UAE
prisoner
accused
punished
of
for
arming
political
Sudanese
podcast.
paramilitary forces.
Inmate faces
Sudanese
solitary
ambassador
confinement
condemns weapon
after
shipments to
criticising
RSF
state
fighters.
policies.
13.
Trump
Air India
boosts
crashed
ICE
survivor
weapons
appeals
budget
for support
by 700%.
Only surviving passenger
Controversial
pleads for government
move
compensation.
raises concerns
21
over domestic
Indian student visa
militarization.
rejections hit
14.
record high in Canada.
Parents turn grief into
Rejection
movement
rates
after
surged to
police killings.
74%.
Bereaved
sparking
families
diplomatic
unite
concern.
to demand justice reform
22
nationwide.
fugitive Mehul Chokshi
15.
challenges extradition
Chilean band
in Belgium.
turns protest
Wanted
into resistance
businessman
through
argues
music.
human rights
Artists
violations
use
in Indian
art
courts
to challenge police violence
23.
and government oppression.
Trump backs
new Supreme Court
1731,000
tariff
Kaiser
case hearing
Permanente
could
workers
redefine
continue
U.S.
strike.
global trade rules. Healthcare workers
24.
demand fair pay and
Trump
safe
warns of
staffing
sanctions
nationwide
over
Chinese chip technology
18. No Kings
protests.
US
spread
moves to
as
block
activists
Nvidia
oppose
sales
Trump
to China
crackdown amid tech war.
Civil rights groups rally
25.
against intimidation
Global
and
markets
authoritarian
react
laws.
to ongoing conflicts
19.
and natural disasters.
Supreme Court battle
Oil
over Voting
prices
Rights
rise
Act
as
looms.
investors weigh
Ruling
risks from
could cement
Asia
GOP
and the
power
Middle
and
East.
reshape
2026 midterms.
20. Facebook accused of targeting Chicago Innocence Group. ICE alert linked to platform moderation spark privacy outrage.
Welcome
21.
to USApulse.
AI-driven
Your
job
global
losses
window
raise
to today's
global
most
worker
powerful
fears.
headlines.
From
Analysts
catastrophic
warn of rising
storms in the
unemployment
Caribbean
from
to
automation
new tensions in the
concerns
Middle
sectors.
East and a major Trump
22.
update.
Trump's
Here are the
shutdown
top
shows
25
power
global
without
and
democracy.
US headlines for
29th
26th
of
of
October,
October,
the administration
2025.
weaponizes governance failure. 23. Sudan's RSF
1.
takeover
Typhoon
sparks UN
Kalmegi
emergency
devastates
station.
the Philippines.
Humanitarian
At least 5
crisis
people
escalates.
dead.
Hundreds
Hundreds
stranded
stranded
as floods
24
submerge central
UN
regions
calls for
with
global
winds up
tech
to 205 kilometers
Nations
per hour.
demand
2.
AI regulation.
Rescue efforts
amid deep
continue
fake
in
and
Nepal.
surveillance scandals.
Avalanche bodies of 7
25
climbers
world
recovered
leaders
from the
urge
Himalayas
ceasefire
after a
extension
deadly
in
snow
Gaza.
collapse near Dalladiri.
Diplomatic pressure mounts
3.
for permanent peace
Ukraine
deal.
drone strikes hit Russian petrochemical plants.
Russia accuses Ukraine of targeting industrial infrastructure in Bashkortostan. 4. Zora Mandani leads NYC mayoral race. The progressive
Welcome to
candidate emerges as
USApulse,
frontrunner
your global
in a
window
historic
to today's
contest
most powerful
reshaping
headlines.
US city politics.
From catastrophic storms in
5.
the Caribbean
Donald
to new
Trump's
tensions
Treasury
in the Middle East
Secretary
and
to
a major
attend
Trump
tariff
update.
case hearing.
Here
Supreme
are the
Court
top
to debate the
25
administration's
global and
trade
US
policy
headlines
impact
for 29th
on
of
November
October
5th.
2025.
China begins test production of flying cars. A
One
major
Zora
China-based
Mandani
company
leads
outpaces
NYC's
working
Tesla
class
with
movement
prototype
grassroots
aerial
campaigns
vehicles entering
gains
trial
national
phase.
attention as she
7.
challenges far-right
North Korea
narratives.
mourns former ceremonial
Gazan
head of state
survivor
Kim Jong-nam
sends message to the
Kim,
world
a
after
key
ceasefire.
diplomat since the 1990s,
A voice of resilience
passes away
emerges
at
amid
96.
ruins.
8.
Life
FDA's
after
top
genocide
drug regulator
feels
resigns
strangely
amid
empty.
scandal. Dr.
3
George
US
Tidmarsh
Republicans
quits following
struggle to
federal
manage
probe into
shutdown
ethics
chaos.
violations. Critics say democracy
9.
is eroding
Nigeria's
in plain
ethnic
sight
violence deepens
amid budget
Analysts
paralysis.
call for dialogue.
Experts urge
4460
reforms as
clashes
in Sudan
escalate
hospital
between northern
massacre.
and southern groups.
WHO condemns
10.
attack. Trump backs
Sudanese
Cuomo.
RSF
threatens
fighters
to cut
stormed
funds
the
if
facility,
Mandani
killing
wins.
patients and doctors.
The former president re-enters New
5.
York's political
Trump
battleground.
FCC faces
11.
criticism
Canada
over rising
rejects
prison
surge
phone
of
costs.
Indian student permits.
Telecom corporations over
Accused of
70% of
exploiting
applications
inmate
denied
families.
amid fraud and funding
6.
concerns. Baltimore
Play
12.
the peculiar
ISRO
Patriot
launches
exposes
heaviest
prison
communication
reality.
satellite yet.
Stage performance
India
takes
makes
audiences
history
inside
with the
America's
largest
prison
satellite
system.
deployment on a domestic
7.
rocket. Rural America
13.
pushes to end
India's
prison
IT
dependency.
industry at a crossroads.
Local leaders move towards
Experts
justice
warn of
reform
job cuts
and economic
global
diversification.
outsourcing. 8 Gaza residents
45.
Israel
Evacuation
returns
orders.
45
Families vow to
Palestinian
stay
bodies
home
to Gaza,
despite Israeli
Health
warnings
Ministry
and strikes.
confirms handover.
9. Amid ongoing
Civil rights
ceasefire
icon
negotiations,
urges youth to
15.
resist
Trump
defends
and
nuclear
ICE
testing
policies.
revival.
Blames
Leaders recall
Pakistan
1960s
and China.
activism as
US
blueprint
justifies
for
its
modern
stance
resistance.
as competitors expand
10.
weapons programs.
Billionaires blame
16.
for
Trump
deepening
leaves
US
door
shutdown
open for
crisis.
Nigeria military operations.
Experts claim
hints at possible
oligarchic
cooperation
influence
if US
drives
interests
political
are threatened.
gridlock.
17. Federal
Bangladesh
workers
Pakistan
speak out on
relations
shutdown
warm after
hardship.
Hasina's exit.
Many reveal
Envoy credits
personal
new
toll
goal for
as
improved
pay and
diplomatic
aid
tone.
programs freeze.
18.
Tanzania's new president sworn
Nebraska
in amid
prisoner
violent
punished
protests.
for political
Opposition
podcast.
rallies lead to hundreds
Inmate
of arrests
faces
and
solitary
multiple
confinement
casualties.
after criticising
19.
state policy.
UAE accused
13.
of arming Sudanese
Trump
paramilitary
boosts
forces.
ICE weapons budget
Sudanese
by
ambassador
700%.
condemns weapon shipments to RSF
Controversial
fighters.
move raises concerns
20.
over domestic
Air India crash
militarization.
survivor appeals for
14.
support.
Only surviving
turned
passenger
grief into
pleads for
movement
government compensation.
after police killings.
21 Indian student
Bereaved
visa
families
rejections
unite
hit
to
record
demand
high
justice
in
reform
Canada.
nationwide.
Rejection
15.
rates surged to 74%.
Chilean band turns
sparking
protest
diplomatic
into resistance through music.
22
Artists
fugitive
use
Mehul
art
Chokshi
to challenge
challenges
police violence
extradition
and
in
government
Belgium.
oppression.
Wanted
1731,000
argues
Kaiser
human
Permanente
rights violations
continue
in Indian
strike.
courts.
Healthcare
23.
workers demand fair pay
Trump
and
backs
safe
new
staffing
Supreme Court
nationwide.
tariff case hearing.
18.
Could redefine
No
US
King's
global
protests
trade
spread
rules.
as activists
24.
oppose Trump crackdown.
Trump warns of sanctions
Civil rights
over
groups
Chinese
rally
chip
against
technology
intimidation and
transfers.
authoritarian
US
laws.
moves to block Nvidia
19.
sales to China
Supreme Court
amid
battle
tech
over
war.
Voting Rights Act looms.
25. Ruling
Global
could
markets
cement GOP
react
power
to
and
ongoing
reshape
conflict and
2026
natural disasters. Oil prices
20.
rise as investors
Facebook
weigh
accused of
risks from
targeting
Asia
Chicago
and the
immigrant
Middle
groups.
East. ICE alerts linked to platform moderation spark privacy outrage. 21. AI-driven job losses raise global worker fears. Analysts warn of rising unemployment from automation
Welcome to
in service
USApulse,
sectors.
your global window
22.
to today's most powerful
Trump's
headlines.
shutdown shows power
From catastrophic
without
storms in
democracy.
the Caribbean,
Critics
to new
say
tensions
the
in the Middle
administration
East and a major
weaponizes
Trump
governance
update.
failure.
Here are the top
23.
25 global
Sudan's
and US
RSF
headlines for
takeover
29th of
sparks UN
October
emergency
2025.
Humanitarian crisis escalates after hospital massacre.
1.
24
Typhoon
UN calls for
Kalmegi
global
devastates
tech
the
ethics
Philippines.
charter. At least
Nations
5
demand
people dead.
AI regulation
Hundreds stranded
amid
as floods
deepfake and
submerge
central
surveillance
regions.
scandals. With winds up to
25 world
kilometers
leaders
per
urge
hour.
ceasefire
2.
extension in Gaza.
Rescue efforts continue
Diplomatic
in Nepal.
pressure mounts for permanent
Avalanche
peace
bodies
deal.
of 7 climbers recovered from the Himalayas after a deadly snow collapse made down the wall. 3. Ukraine drone strikes hit Russian petrochemical plant. Russia accuses Ukraine of targeting industrial infrastructure
Welcome to
in
USApulse,
Bashkortostan.
your global window
4.
to today's most powerful
Zora
headlines.
Mamdani leads
From
NYC
catastrophic
mayoral
storms in the
race.
Caribbean,
The progressive
to new
candidate
tensions
emerges
in the
as
Middle East
frontrunner
and a major
in a
Trump
historic
update.
contest
Here
reshaping
are the top
US
25
city
global and US
5.
headlines for
Donald
29th
Trump's
of October
Treasury Secretary to attend
2025.
tariff case hearing. Supreme Court to debate the administration's trade policy
One Zora
impact
Mamdani
on
leads
November
NYC
5th.
working class
6.
movement grassroots
China
campaign
begins test
gains
production
national
of
attention
flying
as she
cars.
challenges
A
far-right
major China-based
narratives.
company outpaces
2
Tesla
Gazan
with
survivor
prototype
sends
aerial
message
vehicles
to the
entering
world
trial
after
phase.
ceasefire.
7. A voice of resilience
North Korea
emerges
mourns
amid
former
ceremonial head of state
Life after
Kim
genocide
Jong-nam feels
Kim,
strangely
a key diplomat
empty.
since
the 1990s.
3
passes
US
away
Republicans
at 96.
struggle to
8
manage shutdown
FDA's
chaos.
top drug regulator
Critics say
resigns
democracy
amid
is
scandal.
eroding
in plain sight.
Dr. George
amid
Tidmarsh
budget
quits
paralysis.
following federal probe into ethics violations.
4460.
9.
Killed in
Nigeria's
Sudan hospital
ethnic
massacre.
violence deepens.
WHO
Analysts
condemns
call for
dialogue.
Experts
Sudanese
urge
RSF
reforms
fighters stormed
as
the
clashes
facility,
escalate
killing
between
northern
patient
and southern
and
groups.
doctors. 10. 5.
Trump backs
Trump
Cuomo.
FCC
Threatens
faces
to cut
criticism
funds if
over
Mamdani
rising
wins.
prison phone costs.
The former
Telecom
president
corporation
re-enters New York's
accused of
political
exploiting
battleground.
inmate families.
11. Canada
6.
rejects surge of Indian
Baltimore
student
play The
permits.
Peculiar Patriot
Over 70%
exposes
of
prison
applications
reality.
denied.
Stage
Amid fraud
performance
and
takes
funding
audiences
concerns.
inside America's prison
12.
system.
ISRO launches
7.
heaviest
Rural
communication
America
satellite
pushes
yet.
to end prison
India
dependency.
makes history.
Local
with the
leaders
largest
move toward
satellite
justice
deployment
reform
on a domestic
and economic
rocket. Diversification.
8
13.
Gaza residents
India's
defy
IT industry
evacuation
at a
orders.
crossroads. Families vow to
Experts
stay
warn of
home
job cuts
despite
and
Israeli
global
warnings on
outsourcing
strikes. 9. 14.
Civil
Israel
rights
returns
icon
urges
45
youth to resist
Palestinian
Trump
bodies to
and
Gaza.
ICE policies. Health Ministry
Leaders recall
confirms
1960s
handover amid
activism
ongoing
as
ceasefire
blueprint for
negotiations.
modern
resistance.
15 Trump defends
10.
nuclear testing revival.
Billionaires blamed
Pakistan
for deepening US
and China.
shutdown crisis.
US justifies its
claim
stance as
oligarchic
expand weapons drives
programs.
political gridlock.
16 Trump
11
leaves door open
Federal
for Nigeria
workers
military
speak out on
operation.
shutdown
Hints
hardship.
at possible
Many
cooperation
reveal
if US
personal
interests
toll
are threatened.
as pay and aid
17
programs freeze.
Bangladesh-Pakistan relations warm after Hasina's
Nebraska
exit.
prisoner
Envoy
punished
credits
for
new
political
government for improved
broadcast.
diplomatic terms.
Inmate faces solitary
18
confinement after
Tanzania's
criticising
new president
state
sworn in
policy.
amid violent protests.
13 Opposition
Trump
rallies lead
boosts
to hundreds
ICE
of
weapons
arrests
budget
and multiple
by
casualties.
700%.
19
Controversial move.
UAE
raises
accused of
concerns
arming
over
Sudanese
domestic
paramilitary
paramilitary
forces.
Sudanese
14
ambassador condemns
Parents turn
weapon
grief
shipments to
into
RSF
movement
fighters.
after police
20
killings.
Air
Bereaved
India
families
crash survivor
unite
appeals for
to
support.
demand justice
Only
reform
surviving
nationwide.
passenger pleads for government
15
compensation.
21
Chilean
Indian
Indian
students'
students' visa
protest
rejections
into resistance
hit record
through music.
high in Canada.
Artists use art
Rejection
to
rate
challenge
surged
police
to
violence
74%
and government
sparking
oppression.
diplomatic
1731,000 Kaiser Permanente
22
workers
fugitive
continue
Mehul
strike.
Troxy challenges
Healthcare
extradition
workers
in
demand
Belgium.
fair pay and safe
Wanted
staffing
businessman
nationwide.
argues human rights
18
violations
No
in
King's
Indian
protests
courts
spread
as activists
23
oppose Trump crackdown.
Trump backs new Supreme
Civil
Court
rights
tariff
groups
case
rally
hearing.
against
Could
intimidation
redefine
and
US global
authoritarian
trade
laws.
rules.
24. Supreme
Trump
Court
warns of
battle over
sanctions
voting rights
over
Act
Chinese
looms.
chip technology
Ruling
transfers.
could cement GOP
US
power
moves
and
to
reshape
block
Nvidia sales to
2026
China
midterms.
amid tech war.
20 25
Facebook accused of
Global
targeting
markets
Chicago
react
immigrant
to
groups.
ongoing conflicts and
ICE
natural
alerts
disasters
linked to platform
Oil
moderation
prices rise
spark
as
privacy
investors weigh
outrage.
risks from Asia and
21.
the Middle East.
AI-driven job losses raise global worker fears. Analysts warn of rising unemployment from automation and service sectors. 22. Trump's shutdown shows power without democracy.
Welcome to
Critics say the
USApulse,
administration
your
weaponizes
global window
governance
to today's
failure.
most powerful headlines.
23. From catastrophic
Sudan's
storms in the
RSF
Caribbean
takeover
to new
sparks
tensions
UN
in the Middle
emergency
East and a
session.
major Trump update.
Humanitarian crisis
Here are the top
escalates
25
after
global
hospital
and
massacre.
US headlines
24
for 29th
UN
of October
calls for global tech
2025
ethics
charter. Nations demand AI regulation amid deepfake and surveillance
Typhoon
scandals.
Kalmegi devastates the
25
Philippines.
world leaders
At least
urge
5 people
ceasefire
dead,
extension
hundreds
in Gaza.
stranded as floods
Diplomatic
submerge
pressure
central
mounts
regions
for permanent
with winds
peace
up
deal.
to 205 kilometers per hour.
2. Rescue efforts continue in Nepal. Avalanche bodies of 7 climbers recovered in the Himalayas after a deadly snowstorm down the area. 3.
Welcome to
Ukraine
USApulse,
drone strikes
your
hit
global
Russian
window to today's
petrochemical
most
plant.
powerful headlines.
Russia accuses Ukraine
catastrophic
of
storms in the
targeting
Caribbean
industrial
to new
infrastructure
tensions in the
in
Middle East
Bashkortostan
and a major Trump
4.
update.
Zora
Here are the
Mamdani
top
leads
25
NYC
global and
mayoral
US
race.
headlines
The
for
progressive
29th of
candidate
October
emerges as frontrunner
2025
in a historic contest reshaping US city politics. 5.
One Zora
Donald
Mamdani
Trump's
leads
Treasury
NYC
Secretary
working class
to attend
movement
tariff
grassroots
case campaign
hearing
gains
Supreme
national
Court to debate
attention
the
as
administration's
she challenges
trade
far-right
policy
narratives.
narratives.
On November 5th, 2 Gazan
6.
survivor sends
China
message
begins
to
test
the world
production
after ceasefire
of
flying cars.
A voice
A
of
major
resilience
China-based
emerges
company
amid
outpaces
ruins.
Tesla with
Life
prototype
after
aerial
genocide
vehicles
feels
entering trial
strangely
phase.
empty.
7.
3
North
US
Korea mourns
Republicans
former
struggle
ceremonial
to
head of
manage
state
shutdown
Kim
chaos.
Jong-nam. Critics
Kim,
say
a key
democracy is
diplomat since the
eroding in plain
1990s,
sight, passes
amid
away
budget
at
paralysis.
96.
8 FDA's
4
top drug
460
regulator resigns
killed
amid
in
scandal.
Sudan hospital massacre.
Dr. George Tidmarsh
WHO
quits
condemns
following
attack.
federal probe into ethics
Sudanese
violations.
RSF fighters stormed
9.
the facility.
Nigeria's
killing
ethnic
patients
violence deepens.
and doctors.
Analysts call for dialogue.
5.
Experts
Trump's
urge
FCC
reforms
faces criticism
as clashes
over
escalate
rising
between
prison
northern
phone
and
costs.
southern groups.
Telecom corporations
10.
accused
Trump
of
backs
exploiting
Cuomo.
inmate families.
Threatens to cut funds if Mamdani
6.
wins.
Baltimore play
The former
peculiar
president re-enters
Patriot
New York's
exposes
political
prison
battleground.
reality. 11.
Stage performance
Canada
takes audiences
rejects surge
inside
of Indian
America's
student
prison systems.
permits.
Over
7.
70% of
Rural
applications
America
denied
pushes to end
amid
prison
fraud and
dependency.
funding concerns.
Local leaders move toward
12.
justice reform
ISRO
and
launches
economic
heaviest
diversification.
communication
8
satellite
Gaza
yet.
residents defy
India makes
evacuation
history
orders,
with the largest
families
satellite
vow to stay
deployment
home
on a
despite
domestic
Israeli
rocket.
warnings and strikes.
13.
9.
India's IT
Civil
industry
rights
at a
icon
crossroads.
urges youth to resist
Experts
Trump
warn of
and
job
ICE
cuts
policies.
and global outsourcing
Leaders
shifts.
recall 1960s activism.
14.
As
Israel
blueprint
returns
for modern
45
resistance.
Palestinian bodies
10.
to Gaza.
Billionaires
Health
blamed
Ministry
for
confirms
deepening
handover
US shutdown
amid
crisis.
ongoing ceasefire
Experts
negotiations.
claim
15.
oligarchic
Trump
defends
influence
nuclear
drives
testing
political
revival.
gridlock.
Blames Pakistan
11.
and China.
Federal workers speak
US
out
justifies
on
its
shutdown
stance
hardship.
as competitors
Many
expand
reveal
weapons
personal
programs.
toll as pay
16.
and
Trump
aid
leaves
programs
door open
freeze.
for Nigeria military
12.
operation. Hints at possible
Nebraska
cooperation
prisoner
if
punished
US
for
interests
political
are threatened.
podcast.
Inmate
17.
faces solitary
Bangladesh-Pakistan
confinement
relations
after criticising
warm after
Hasina's
Hasina's
exit.
exit.
Envoy credits
13.
new government for
Trump
improved diplomatic
boosts
terms.
ICE weapons budget by
18.
700%.
Tanzania's new president
Controversial
sworn in
move
amid violent
raises
protests.
concerns over domestic
Opposition rallies lead to
militarization.
hundreds of arrests and
14.
multiple casualties.
Parents turn
19.
grief into movement
UAE
after police
accused of
killings.
arming Sudanese
Bereaved
paramilitary
families
forces.
unite
Sudanese
to demand
ambassador
justice
condemns
reform
nationwide
to
RSF fighters.
15. 20.
Chilean band
Air
turns
India
protest
crash survivor
into
appeals for
resistance
support
through music. Only surviving
Artists
passenger
use
pleads
art
for government
to challenge
compensation.
police violence
21
and
Indian
government
student
oppression.
visa rejections
1731,000
hit record
Kaiser
high
Permanente
in Canada.
workers continue strike.
Rejection rates surge to
Healthcare
74%,
workers demand fair pay
sparking
and safe
diplomatic
staffing
concern.
nationwide.
22
18
fugitive
King's
Mehul
protest
Chokshi
spread
challenges
as activists
extradition
oppose
in Belgium.
Trump
crackdown. Wanted businessmen
Civil rights groups
argues
rally
human
against
rights intimidation
violations
and
in
authoritarian
Indian
laws. 23.
19.
Trump
Supreme
backs
Court
new
battle
Supreme
over
Court
Voting Rights
Tariff
Act
case
looms.
hearing could
Ruling
redefine
could
US
cement
global
GOP
trade
power
wars
and
reshape 2026 midterms.
Trump
warns of sanctions
20.
over Chinese chip
Facebook
technology
accused of
targeting
transfers.
Chicago immigrant
US
groups.
moves to block Nvidia
ICE
sales to
alerts
China
linked to
amid
platform
tech
moderation. Spark
25.
privacy outrage. Global markets react
21.
to ongoing conflicts
AI-driven
and job
natural
losses
disasters.
raise global worker fears.
Oil prices rise
Analysts
as
warn
investors
of
rising
rising
unemployment
from Asia
from automation
and the Middle
in
East
service
sectors. 22. Trump's shutdown shows power without democracy. Critics say the administration weaponizes government failure. 23. Sudan's RSF takeover sparks
Welcome to
UN
USApulse,
emergency session.
your global window to
Humanitarian
today's most powerful
crisis
headlines.
escalates
From
after
catastrophic
hospital
storms in the
massacre.
Caribbean
24
to
UN
new
tensions
calls
in the
for
Middle
global
East and a
tech
major
ethics
Trump
charter.
update. Nations
Here are the
demand
top
AI
25
regulation
global and
amid
US
deep
headlines
fake and
for
surveillance
29th of
scandals.
October
2025.
25 world leaders urge ceasefire extension in Gaza.
1.
Diplomatic pressure
Typhoon
mounts for
Kalmegi
permanent
devastates
peace
the Philippines.
At least 5 people dead, hundreds stranded as floods submerge central regions, with winds up to 205 kilometers per hour. 2. Rescue efforts continue in Nepal. Welcome
Avalanche
to
bodies of
USApulse,
7 climbers
your global
recovered
window
from
to
Himalayas
today's most powerful
after a
headlines.
deadly snow collapse
From
near
catastrophic
Dalagiri.
storms in the Caribbean
3. To new tensions
Ukraine
in the Middle
drone
East
strikes
and a
hit
major
Russian
Trump update.
petrochemical plant.
Here are the
Russia
top
accuses
25
Ukraine
global
of
and
targeting
US headlines
industrial
for 29th of
infrastructure
October
in Bashkortostan.
2025. 4. Zora Mamdani leads NYC mayoral race. One Zora
The progressive
Mamdani
candidate
leads emerges
NYC
as working
frontrunner
class
in a
movement
historic
grassroots
contest
campaign
reshaping
gains national
US city
attention
politics.
as she challenges
5.
far-right narratives.
Donald
Trump's Treasury Secretary
To Gaza
to attend
survivor
tariff case
sends
hearing.
message to the world
Supreme
after
Court to debate
ceasefire.
the administration's
A
trade
voice
policy
of resilience
impact emerges
on November
amid
5th.
ruins. 6.
Life after genocide
China begins test
feels
production
strangely
of
empty.
flying cars. A major
3 US
China-based
Republicans
company outpaces
struggle to
Tesla
manage
with
shutdown
prototype
chaos.
aerial vehicles.
Critics
entering
say
trial
democracy
phase.
is eroding in
7.
plain sight.
North
amid
Korea
budget
mourns
paralysis.
former ceremonial head of state Kim Jong-nam. Kim, a key
Killed
diplomat
in
since
Sudan
the 1990s,
massacre.
passes away.
WHO
at 96.
condemns attack.
8. FDA's
Sudanese
top drug
RSF
regulator
fighter
resigns
storms
amid
facility.
scandal, killing patients.
Dr. George
and
Tidmarsh
doctors.
quits following federal
5.
probe into ethics
Trump
violations.
FCC faces criticism
9.
over
Nigeria's
rising
ethnic
prison
violence
phone costs.
deepens. Telecom corporations accused of exploiting inmate reforms as clashes escalate between northern and
Baltimore
southern
play
groups.
The Peculiar Patriot
Exposes prison reality. Threatens to
Stage
cut funds if
performance
takes
Mamdani
audiences
wins.
inside America's prison
The
system.
former
president re-enters New York's political
Rural
battleground.
America
pushes to end prison dependency.
Canada
rejects
surge
local
of
leaders
Indian
move toward
student
justice
permits.
reform and
Over
economic
70% of
applications
8
denied
Gaza residents
amid
fraud
defy
and
evacuation
funding
orders.
concerns.
Families vow
12.
to stay home.
ISRO
despite
launches
Israeli
heaviest
warnings
communications
and strikes.
satellite yet.
9. India
Civil
makes
rights
history
icon
with
urges
the
youth
largest
to resist
satellite
Trump
deployment
and
on a
ICE
domestic
policies.
rocket. Leaders recall
13.
1960s
India's
activism
IT
as
industry
blueprint
at a
for
crossroads.
modern resistance. Experts warn of
10.
job cuts and
Billionaires
global
blamed
outsourcing
for
shifts.
deepening
US shutdown
14.
crisis. Israel returns
Experts claim
45
oligarchic
Palestinian bodies
influence
to Gaza.
drives
political
Health
gridlock.
Ministry
confirms
11.
handover.
Federal
Amid ongoing
workers speak
ceasefire
out on
negotiations.
shutdown hardship.
15 Trump
Many
defends
reveal
nuclear
personal
testing
toll
revival as pay and
Pakistan
aid programs
and China.
freeze. US
12.
justifies its stance as competitors
Nebraska prisoner
expand
punished
weapons
for
programs.
political
podcast. 16 Trump
Inmate
leaves
faces
door open
solitary
for Nigeria
confinement
military
after
operation.
criticizing
Hints
state
at possible
policy.
cooperation if
13.
US interests are threatened.
Trump
boosts ICE
17.
weapons budget.
Bangladesh-Pakistan
700%.
relations
warm after
Controversial
Hasina's
move.
exit. Raises
Envoy credits
concerns
new
over
government
domestic
for improved
diplomatic
diplomatization.
tone. 14. 18.
Tanzania's
Turn
new
grief
president
into
sworn in
movement
amid violent
after police
protests.
killings. Opposition
Bereaved
rallies lead to
families
hundreds of
unite
arrests
and
to
multiple
demand
casualties.
justice reform nationwide.
19.
UAE accused of arming
Chilean
Sudanese
band
turns
turns
protest
protest
into resistance.
Sudanese
through
ambassador
music condemns weapons
Artists
shipments
use
to RSF
art
fighters
to
challenge police violence
20.
and government
Air India
oppression.
crash survivor appeals for
17,000
support.
Kaiser Permanente
Only surviving
workers
passenger
continue
pleads
strike.
for
government compensation.
Healthcare
21
workers
Indian
demand fair
student
pay
visa
and safe
rejections
staffing
hit
nationwide.
record high in Canada.
18.
No Kings
Rejection
protests
rate
spread
surged
as
to
activists
74%
oppose Trump sparking
crackdown.
diplomatic concern.
Civil
rights groups rally against
22
intimidation
fugitive
and
male
authoritarian
Chokshi
laws.
challenges
extradition
19.
in Belgium. Supreme Court
Wanted
battle over
businessman
Voting Rights Act
argues
looms.
human rights violations
Ruling could
in
cement
Indian
GOP
courts.
power and reshape
23.
2026 midterms.
Trump backs new Supreme Court
20.
tariff case hearing.
Facebook
Could
accused of
redefine
targeting
US
Chicago
global trade
immigrant
rules.
groups.
24.
ICE alerts linked
Trump
to
warns
platform
of
moderation
sanctions
over
spark
Chinese
privacy
chip technology
outrage.
transfers.
21.
US moves to block
AI-driven
Nvidia
job
sales
losses
to China
raise global
amid
worker
tech
fears.
war. Analysts
25.
warn of rising
Global
unemployment
markets
from automation
react
to
in
ongoing
service
conflicts and natural
22.
disasters. Trump's
Oil
prices
shutdown
rise
shows power
as investors
without
weigh
democracy.
risks from Asia and
Critics
the Middle
say
East.
the
administration weaponizes government failure. 23. Sudan's RSF takeover sparks UN emergency session. Humanitarian crisis escalates after hospital massacre. 24.
Welcome
UN
to
calls
USA
for global
Pulse,
tech
your global
ethics
window
charter.
to today's most
Nations
powerful
demand
headlines.
AI regulation
From catastrophic storms
amid
in the
deep
Caribbean
fake and surveillance
to new
tensions
scandals.
in the Middle East and a major
25
Trump
world
update. Leaders urge
Here are the top
ceasefire
25
extension in
global
Gaza.
and US headlines
Diplomatic
for
pressure
29th of
mounts for
October
permanent
2025.
1. Typhoon Carnegie devastates the Philippines. At least 5 people dead. Hundreds stranded as floods submerge central regions.
Welcome
with
to
winds up
USApulse,
205
your global
kilometers
window
per
to
hour.
today's most powerful
2.
headlines.
Rescue efforts
catastrophic
continue
storms
in
the
Nepal,
Caribbean
to
avalanche
new tensions
bodies
in the
of
Middle
7
East
climbers
and a major
recovered
Trump
from the
update.
Himalayas. After
Here
a
are the
deadly
top
snow
25
collapse near
global and
Dalagiri.
US headlines
3.
for 29th of October.
Ukraine drone strikes
2025.
hit
Russian petrochemical plant. Russia accuses Ukraine of targeting
One
industrial
Zora Mamdani
infrastructure
leads
in
NYC
Bashkortostan.
working class movement
grassroots campaign
Zora
gains
Mamdani
national
leads
attention
NYC
as she
mayoral
challenges
race.
far-right
The
narratives.
progressive
candidate emerges as
Two
frontrunner
Gazan
in
survivor
historic
sends
contest
message to the
reshaping
world
US
after
city
ceasefire.
politics. A voice
5.
of resilience
Donald Trump's
emerges
Treasury
amid ruins.
Secretary to attend
Life
tariff
after genocide
hearing
feels
Supreme Court to
strangely
debate the
empty.
administration's trade policy
3
impact
US Republicans
on November 5th.
struggle to manage
6.
shutdown chaos.
China begins
Critics
test
say
production
democracy
of
is
flying
eroding
cars.
in plain sight.
A major
amid
China-based
budget
company
paralysis.
outpaces Tesla with prototype aerial
4460
vehicles entering trial
killed
phase.
in Sudan
7.
hospital massacre.
North Korea
WHO
mourns former
condemns
ceremonial
attack.
head of state.
Sudanese
Kim Jong-nam.
RSF
Kim,
fighters
a
stormed
key
the
diplomat
facility
since the
killing
1990s,
patients
passes
and
away
doctors
at 96.
8.
5.
FDA's
Trump
top drug
FCC
regulator
faces
resigns
criticism
amid scandal
over rising prison phone
Dr.
costs.
George Tidmarsh
Telecom
quits
Corporation's
following federal probe
accused
into
of exploiting
violations.
inmate families.
9. Nigeria's
6.
ethnic violence deepens.
Baltimore play The
Analysts
Peculiar
call for
Patriot
dialogue. Exposes prison
Experts
reality.
urge reforms.
Stage
as
performance
clashes
takes
escalate
audiences
between Northern
inside
and
America's
Southern
prison
groups.
system. 10. 7. Trump backs
Rural
Cuomo.
America pushes to
Threatens
end
to cut
prison
funds if
dependency.
Mamdani wins.
Local leaders move toward
The former
justice
president
reform
re-enters
and economic
New York's political
diversification.
battleground.
8 Gaza residents
11.
defy
Canada
evacuation
rejects
orders.
surge of Indian
Families vow to
student
stay
permits.
home, despite
Over
Israeli
70%
warnings
of
and
applications
strikes.
denied.
9.
Amid fraud
Civil
and
rights
funding
icon
concerns.
urges youth to resist
12.
Trump and
ISRO
ICE
launches
policies.
heaviest
Leaders
communication
recall
satellite
1960s
yet.
activism
India
as
makes
blueprint
history for modern
with the
resistance.
largest satellite deployment
10.
on a domestic
Billionaires
rocket.
blamed for deepening
13.
US shutdown
India's
crisis.
IT industry at a
Experts
crossroads.
claim
Oligarchic
experts warn of
influence
job cuts
drives
and
political
global
gridlock.
outsourcing shifts.
11. Federal
14.
workers
Israel
speak out
returns
on shutdown
45
hardship.
Palestinian
Many
bodies to
reveal
Gaza.
personal toll.
Health
as
Ministry
pay and
confirms
aid handovers
programs
freeze
amid ongoing ceasefire
12.
negotiations.
15.
Nebraska
Trump
presents
prisoners
nuclear
punished for
testing
political
revival.
podcast.
Blames Pakistan.
Inmate
and
faces
China.
solitary confinement.
US
after
justifies
criticizing
its stance
state
as
policy.
competitors expand weapons
13.
programs.
Trump
16.
boosts
Trump
ICE
leaves
weapons
door
budget
open for
by
Nigeria
700%.
military operation.
Controversial
Possible
move
cooperation
raises
if US
concerns
interests
over
are
domestic
threatened.
militarization.
17.
14.
Bangladesh-Pakistan
Parents
relations
turn
warm
grief
after
into
Hasina's
movement.
exit. After
Envoy
police
credits
killings.
new
government for improved
Bereaved
diplomatic
families
tone.
unite to demand
18.
justice reform
Tanzania's
nationwide.
new president sworn in amid
15.
violent protests.
Chilean band
Opposition rallies
turns
lead to
protest
hundreds
into
of arrests
resistance
and multiple
through music.
casualties.
Artists
19.
use art to
UAE
challenge police
accused
violence
of arming
and
Sudanese
government
paramilitary
oppression.
forces.
1731,000
Sudanese ambassador
Kaiser
condemns
Permanente
weapon
workers
shipments to
continue
RSF
strike.
fighters.
Healthcare
20.
workers demand fair
Air
pay
India
and
crash
safe
survivor
staffing
appeals for
nationwide.
support.
Only surviving
18.
passenger
No king leads
protests
for government
spread
compensation.
as activists
21
oppose
Indian
Trump
student
crackdown.
visa rejections.
Civil
Hit
rights
record
groups
high
rally
in
against
Canada.
intimidation and
Rejection
authoritarian
rates
laws.
surge to 74%.
19.
Sparking
Supreme Court
diplomatic
battle over
concern.
Voting Rights Act looms.
22
Ruling
fugitive
could
Mabel
cement
Choksi
GOP power
challenges
and reshape
extradition in
2026
Belgium.
midterms. Wanted businessman
20.
argues human
Facebook
rights
accused
violations
of targeting
in
Indian
Chicago
courts.
immigrant groups.
23.
ICE alerts
Trump
linked
backs
to
new
platform
Supreme
moderation.
Court tariff
Sparks
case
privacy
hearing.
outrage.
Could redefine US global trade
21.
rules.
AI-driven
24.
job losses raise
Trump
global
warns
worker
of
fears.
sanctions over
Analysts
Chinese chip
warn of
technology
rising unemployment
transfers.
from automation
US
in
moves
service
to block
sectors.
Nvidia sales to
22.
China amid
Trump's
tech war.
shutdown shows power
25.
without democracy.
Global markets react
Critics
to
say the
ongoing
administration
conflicts and
weaponizes
natural
government
disasters.
failure. Oil prices
23.
rise as investors
Sudan's
weigh risks
RSF
from Asia
takeover
and
sparks
the Middle
UN
East.
emergency session. Humanitarian crisis escalates after hospital massacre. 24. UN calls for global tech efforts. Nations demand AI regulation amid deepfake and surveillance
Welcome
scandals.
to USApulse, your global
25
window to
world
today's
leaders
most powerful
urge
headlines.
ceasefire extension
From
in
catastrophic
Gaza.
storms in the Caribbean,
Diplomatic pressure
to new
mounts
tensions
for
in the Middle
permanent
East,
peace
and a
deal.
major Trump update. Here are the top 25 global and US headlines for 29th of October 2025. 1. Typhoon Kalmegi Welcome to
devastates the
USApulse,
Philippines.
your global
At
window
least
to
5
today's
people
most
dead,
powerful headlines.
Hundreds stranded
From
as
catastrophic
floods
storms
submerge
in the
central
Caribbean
regions
to new
winds
tensions
up
in
to
the Middle East and a
205
major Trump
kilometers per
update.
hour. 2. Here are the top 25 global and US headlines for 29th of October 2025 recovered from the Himalayas after a deadly snow collapse near Dhaulagiri. 1. Zora Mamdani leads NYC working class hit Russian petrochemical campaign. Gains Russia accuses Ukraine as she challenges industrial infrastructure in Bashkortostan. 2. Gazan survivor 4 sends message Zora to the world after leads NYC mayoral a voice of resilience. The progressive candidate emerges as frontrunner. Life after genocide reshaping US city politics. 5. 3 US Donald Republican Treasury Secretary to attend tariff case hearing. Critics Supreme say democracy is eroding in trade policy amid budget on November 5th. 6. 4. China begins test production killed in Sudan hospital massacre. A major China-based WHO condemns a Tesla with prototype Sudanese RSF entering storm facility, killing patients. North Korea mourns former ceremonial head of state. Kim Jong-nam FCC faces criticism over rising prison phone costs. Passes away. Telecom corporations accused of exploiting drug regulator resigns amid scandal. 6. Dr. George play the peculiar following federal probe exposes prison violations. Stage performance takes Nigeria's ethnic violence America's prison system. Analysts call for dialogue. 7. Rural America pushes to end prison clashes escalate between local leaders move toward justice reform 10 and economic diversification. Cuomo 8 Gaza residents defy evacuation orders. Families vow to stay home. President re-enters New York's political battleground. 9. 11. Civil Canada rejects urges youth to resist Trump's and ICE policies. Over 70% leaders of recall 1960s activism fraud as blueprint for modern resistance. 12. 10. ISRO launches billionaires blamed communication satellite US shutdown crisis. India makes history. Experts claim the largest oligarchic influence on a domestic political gridlock. 13. India's IT industry out on shutdown hardship. Experts warn of job personal and global as pay and aid programs freeze. 14. Israel returns 45 Palestinian prisoners punished for political podcasts. Health Ministry confirms inmate faces solitary confinement ceasefire after criticising state 15. Policy. Trump defends nuclear testing revival. Trump blames Pakistan ICE weapons budget by 700%. US justifies its stance controversial competitors raises concerns over domestic militarization. 16. Trump leaves door open for Nigeria military parents turn grief into possible cooperation after police US interests are threatened. Bereaved families unite to demand Bangladesh-Pakistan relations warm after Hasina's exit. 15. Envoy credits Chilean ban for improved diplomatic protest into resistance through music. Tanzania's new president sworn in amid challenge police violence and opposition rallies lead to hundreds of arrests and multiple Kaiser Permanente workers 19. Continue strike. UAE accused of arming Sudanese paramilitary and safe staffing. Sudanese ambassador condemns weapon shipments to RSF fighters spread as activists oppose Trump Air crackdown. India crash survivor appeals civil for rights groups rally only against surviving intimidation and authoritarian compensation. 21 Indian students visa rejection over voting rights act in Canada. Ruling could cement rejection GOP rate power surge to 74% sparking diplomatic concern. 20. 22 accused of targeting Chicago immigrant challenges extradition ICE in Belgium linked to platform wanted moderation argues human rights violations in Indian court. 21. AI-driven job losses raise Trump global worker new Supreme Court tariff analysts warn of rising unemployment US from automation in service sectors. 24. 22. Trump warns of sanctions shutdown shows Chinese chip technology transfers. Critics US say the administration Nvidia sales to China failure amid tech war. 23. 25. Sudan's RSF global markets react to ongoing conflicts and natural disasters. Humanitarian crisis oil prices rise as investors weigh risks from Asia and UN the Middle East for global tech ethics charter. Nations demand AI regulation amid deepfake and surveillance. 25 world leaders urge ceasefire extension in Gaza. Diplomatic pressure mounts to USApulse peace deal. Your global window to today's most powerful headlines. From catastrophic storms in the Caribbean to new tensions in the Middle East and a major Trump update. of October,
Welcome to
2025.
USApulse, your global window to today's most powerful headlines.
From catastrophic storms in the
Typhoon
Caribbean to new
tensions
tensions in the Middle East
Philippines,
and a major Trump
at least
update.
5 people dead.
Here are the top
Hundreds
25
stranded
global
as
and
floods
US
submerge
headlines for
central
29th
with
of
winds up
October,
to 205
kilometers per hour.
2. Rescue efforts continue in Nepal.
One Zora Mamdani
Avalanche
leads
bodies of
NYC
7
working class
climbers
movement
recovered from
grassroots
Himalayas
campaign
after a
gains
deadly
national
snow
attention
collapse near
as she
Dalgary.
challenges far-right
3.
narratives.
Ukraine drone
2
strikes
Gazan
hit
survivor
Russian
petrochemical
sends
plant.
message to the world.
Russia
after
accuses
ceasefire.
Ukraine of
A
targeting
voice of
industrial
resilience
infrastructure
emerges amid
in
ruins.
Bashkortostan.
Life after
4.
genocide.
Zora
feels
Mamdani
strangely
leads
empty.
NYC mayoral race.
3
The
US
progressive
Republicans
candidate
emerges as
struggle to
frontrunner
manage
in a
shutdown
historic
chaos.
contest,
Critics say
reshaping US
democracy
city
is
politics.
eroding in plain sight.
5. Amid
Donald
budget
Trump's
paralysis.
Treasury Secretary to attend tariff
4460.
hearing. Supreme Court to
Killed
debate the
in Sudan
administration's
hospital
trade
massacre.
policy impact.
WHO
On November 5th.
condemns attack.
6.
Sudanese
China begins
RSF
test
fighters
production
stormed the
of
facility,
flying cars,
killing patients.
A major
and
China-based
doctors.
company outpaces Tesla
5.
with prototype
Trump
aerial
FCC
vehicles
faces
entering
criticism
trial phase over rising
7.
prison phone costs.
North Korea mourns
Telecom
former
corporation's
ceremonial head
accused
of state
of exploiting
Kim Jong-nam.
inmate families.
Kim, a key diplomat since the
6.
1990s,
Baltimore
passes away
play
the
at
peculiar
96.
Patriot
8.
exposes
FDA's
prison
top
reality.
drug regulator resigns
Stage performance
amid
takes
scandal.
audiences inside
Dr.
America's
George
prison
Tidmarsh
system.
quits following federal
7.
probe into ethics
Rural
violations.
America pushes to end prison
9.
dependency.
Nigeria's ethnic
Local
violence
leaders
deepens.
move toward justice
Analysts
reform
call for
and
dialogue.
economic diversification.
Experts urge
8 Gaza
reforms
residents
as
defy
clashes
evacuation
escalate
orders
between northern and
families
southern
vow
groups.
to stay home
10.
despite Israeli
Trump
warnings
backs
and strikes.
Cuomo. Threatens
9.
to cut funds if
Civil rights
Mamdani
icon
wins.
urges youth to resist
The former
Trump
president
and ICE
re-enters
policies.
New York's political
Leaders recall
battleground.
1960s
11.
activism. as
Canada
blueprint
rejects
for
surge
modern
of
resistance.
Indian student permits.
10.
Billionaires
Over 70%
blamed
of
for
applications
deepening
denied
US shutdown
amid fraud
crisis
and funding
Experts
concerns.
claim oligarchic
12.
influence
ISRO
drives
launches
political
heaviest
gridlock.
communication
11.
satellite yet.
Federal workers
India makes
speak
out
history
on shutdown
with
the
hardship.
largest satellite
Many
deployment
reveal
on a
personal
domestic
toll
rocket as pay and aid
13.
programs freeze.
India's IT industry
12.
at a crossroads.
Nebraska
Experts
prisoner
warn of job
punished
cuts
for political
and global
podcast.
outsourcing shifts.
Inmate faces solitary
14.
confinement.
Israel
after
returns
criticizing state
45
policy.
Palestinian bodies to Gaza.
13. Health
Trump
Ministry
boosts
confirms
ICE
weapons
handover
budget
by
amid ongoing
700%.
ceasefire negotiations.
Controversial
15.
move
Trump defends
raises
nuclear
concerns
testing
over
revival.
domestic
Blames
militarization.
Pakistan and China.
14.
US
Parents
justifies
turn
its
grief
stance
into
as
movement
competitors expand
after
police
weapons
killings.
programs.
Bereaved
16.
families
Trump
unite
leaves door open
to
for
demand
Nigeria
justice
military
reform
operation.
nationwide. Hints at possible
15.
cooperation if US
Chilean
interests are
band
threatened.
turns protest
17.
into resistance.
Bangladesh-Pakistan relations warm
Artists
after
use
Hasina's
art
exit
to challenge
Envoy
police
credits
violence
new government
and
for
government
improved diplomatic
oppression.
tone.
1731,000
18.
Kaiser Permanente
Tanzania's
workers
new
continue
president sworn
strike.
in amid violent protests.
Healthcare workers demand
Opposition
fair
rallies
pay
lead
and
to
safe
hundreds of
staffing
arrests and
nationwide.
multiple casualties.
18.
19.
The King's protests
UAE
spread
accused
as
of
activists
arming
oppose
Sudanese
Trump
paramilitary
crackdown.
forces.
Civil
Sudanese
rights groups
ambassador
rally
condemns
against
weapon
intimidation
shipments to
and
RSF
authoritarian
fighters.
laws.
20.
19.
Air India
Supreme
crash
Court
survivor
battle over
appeals for
Voting Rights
support.
Act looms.
Only surviving
Ruling
passenger
could cement
leads the
GOP
government
power and
compensation.
reshape
21 Indian
2026
student visa
midterms.
rejections hit
20.
record high in
Facebook
Canada.
accused of targeting Chicago
Rejection
immigrant
rate surged
groups.
to 74%.
ICE alerts
sparking
linked to
diplomatic
platform
moderation.
concern.
Spark privacy
22
outrage.
fugitive Mehul Choksi
21
challenges extradition
AI-driven
in
job
Belgium.
losses raise global worker
Wanted
fears.
businessmen
Analysts
argues human
warn
rights
of
rising
rising
unemployment
in
from
Indian automation
courts.
in service sectors.
23.
22.
Trump backs new
Trump's
Supreme Court
shutdown
tariff
shows
case
power
hearing.
without
Could
democracy.
redefine US global
Critics
trade rules.
say the administration
24.
weaponizes governance failure.
Trump warns of sanctions
23.
over Chinese chip
Sudan's
technology
RSF
transfers.
takeover sparks
US
UN
moves to block
emergency
Nvidia
session.
sales to China.
Humanitarian
amid tech
crisis
war.
escalates.
25.
After hospital massacre.
Global
24.
markets react
UN
to
calls
ongoing
for global
conflicts
tech
and natural
ethics charter.
disasters.
Nations
Oil
demand
prices rise
AI
as
regulation
investors weigh
amid
risks
deep
from
fake
Asia
and surveillance
and the Middle
scandals.
East.
25 world leaders urge ceasefire extension in Gaza. Diplomatic pressure mounts for permanent peace deal. Welcome to USApulse, your global window to today's most powerful headlines. From catastrophic storms in the Caribbean to new tensions in the Middle East and a major Trump update. Your global window to today's most powerful headlines.
Global and
From
US
catastrophic
headlines
storms
for
in the
29th
Caribbean
of October
to new tensions in the Middle East
2025
and a major Trump update. Here are the top 25 global and US headlines for 29th of October 2025. At least 5 people dead, hundreds stranded as floods submerge central regions.
Zora Mamdani
with winds up to
NYC
205
working class movement
grassroots campaign 2
gains national attention
rescue efforts
as she
continue in
challenges
Nepal.
far-right narratives.
Avalanche bodies of 7
Two Gazan survivor
from the Himalayas
sends message to
after
the
a
world
deadly
after
snow
sea
collapse
collapse
near Dhaulagiri.
A voice of resilience emerges amid
Ukraine
ruins.
drone strikes hit
Life
Russian
after
petrochemical
genocide
plant.
feels
Russia
strangely
accuses
empty.
Ukraine of targeting
3
industrial
US
infrastructure
Republicans in
struggle to
Bashkortostan.
manage shutdown
4.
chaos.
Zora
Critics say
Mamdani
democracy is
leads NYC
eroding in
mayoral
plain
race.
sight.
The
Amid
progressive
budget
candidate
paralysis.
emerges as frontrunner
In a historic
4460
contest reshaping US
killed
city
in
politics.
Sudan hospital massacre.
Donald Trump's
WHO
Treasury
condemns
Secretary
attack.
to attend tariff
Sudanese
case hearing.
RSF fighters
Supreme Court
stormed
to
the
debate the
facility,
administration's
killing
trade
patients
policy
and
impact
doctors.
on November 5th.
5.
6. Trump
China
FCC
begins
faces
test
criticism
production
of flying
over rising
cars.
prison phone
A
costs.
major China-based company,
Telecom corporation
outpaces
Tesla
accused
with
of
prototype
exploiting
aerial
inmate
vehicles
families.
entering trial phase.
6.
7.
Baltimore
Korea
play The
mourns
Peculiar
former ceremonial
Patriot
head of state,
exposes
Kim
prison
Jong-nam.
reality. Kim,
Stage
a key
performance
diplomat
takes
since the
audiences
1990s,
inside America's
passes
prison
away
system.
at 96.
7.
FDA's
Rural
top
America
drug
pushes to
regulator
end
resigns
prison
amid
dependency.
scandal. Local
Dr.
leaders
George
move toward
Tidmarsh
justice
quits
reform
following
and
federal
economic
probe into
diversification
ethics violations.
8 Gaza residents
9.
defy evacuation
Nigeria's
orders.
ethnic violence deepens.
Families vow to stay
Analysts
home
call for
despite
dialogue.
Israeli warnings and
Experts
strikes.
urge reforms.
9. As clashes
Civil rights
escalate
icon
between northern
urges
and
youth to
southern
resist
groups.
Trump
and ICE
10.
policies.
Trump backs
Leaders
Cuomo.
recall 1960s
Threatens to cut
activism
funds if
as
Mamdani
blueprint
wins.
for modern resistance.
The former president
10.
re-enters New
Billionaires
York's
blamed
political
for
battleground.
deepening US shutdown
11.
crisis.
Canada rejects
Experts
surge
claim
of Indian
oligarchic
student
influence
permits.
drives
Over
political
70%
gridlock.
of applications
11.
denied.
Federal
amid fraud
workers
and
speak
funding
out on
concerns.
shutdown hardship.
12.
Many reveal
ISRO
personal
launches
toll
heaviest
as pay and
communication
aid
satellite
programs
yet.
freeze.
India makes
12.
history with the largest
Nebraska
satellite
prisoner
deployment
punished
on a
for
domestic
political
rocket.
podcast.
13.
Inmate faces solitary
India's IT
confinement
industry
after
at a
criticising
crossroads.
state policy.
Experts warn of job
13.
cuts and global
Trump
outsourcing
boosts
shifts.
ICE weapons budget
14.
by 700%.
Israel returns 45
Controversial
Palestinian
move
bodies
raises
to Gaza.
concerns over domestic
Health Ministry
militarization.
confirms handover
14.
amid ongoing ceasefire
Parents turn
negotiations.
grief into
15.
movement
Trump defends
after police
nuclear
killings.
testing revival.
Bereaved
Blames
families
Pakistan
unite
and China
to demand justice
US
reform
justifies
nationwide.
its stance as competitors
15.
expand weapons programs.
Chilean band turns
16.
protest
Trump
into
leaves door
resistance
open for
through
Nigeria
music.
military operation.
Artists use
Hints of
art
possible
to challenge
cooperation
police
if
violence
US interests
and
are threatened.
government oppression.
17,31,000
Bangladesh-Pakistan relations
workers
warm after
continue
Hasina's
strike.
exit. Envoy credits
Healthcare
new
workers
government
demand
for
fair
improved
pay and
diplomatic
safe
tone
staffing
nationwide.
18.
Tanzania's
18.
new
No
president
kings
sworn in
protests
amid
spread
violent
as
protests.
activists oppose
Opposition
Trump
rallies lead
crackdown.
to hundreds of arrests
Civil
and
rights
multiple
groups rally
casualties.
against intimidation
19.
and authoritarian
UAE
laws.
accused of arming
19.
Sudanese paramilitary
Supreme Court
forces.
battle over voting
Sudanese
rights
ambassador
looms.
condemns weapon shipments
Ruling
to
could
RSF
cement
fighters.
GOP power and reshape
20.
2026
Air India
midterms.
crash survivor appeals for support.
20. Only
Facebook
surviving
accused of
passenger
targeting
leads
Chicago
for government
immigrant
compensation.
groups.
21
ICE
Indian
alerts
student
linked
visa
to
rejections
platform moderation
hit record
spark
high
privacy
in Canada.
outrage.
Rejection rates
21.
surged to 74%,
AI-driven job losses raise
sparking
global
diplomatic
worker fears.
concern.
Analysts
22
warn of rising
fugitive
unemployment
Michael
from
Choksi
automation in
challenges
service sectors.
extradition in Belgium.
22.
Wanted
Trump's
businessman
shutdown shows
argues
power
human rights
without
violations
democracy.
in Indian courts.
Critics say the administration
23.
weaponizes governance
Trump
failure.
backs new Supreme Court
23.
tariff case hearing.
Sudan's
Could redefine
RSF
US
takeover
global
sparks
trade
UN
rules.
emergency session.
24. Humanitarian
Trump warns of
crisis
sanctions
escalates
over Chinese
after
chip
hospital
technology
massacre.
transfers.
24 UN
US
calls
moves to
for
block
global
Nvidia
tech
sales
ethics
to
charter
China
amid
nations
tech
demand
war.
AI regulation.
25 amid
Global
deepfake and
markets react
surveillance
to
scandals.
ongoing conflicts and natural
25
disasters.
world leaders urge
Oil
ceasefire
prices rise
extension
as
in
investors
Gaza.
weigh risks from
Diplomatic
Asia
pressure
and the
mounts
Middle
for
East.
permanent peace deal. Welcome to USA Pulse, global window to today's most powerful headlines. From catastrophic storms in the Caribbean
to new tensions in the Middle East
and a major Trump update. Here are the top 25 global and US headlines for 29th of October 2025. 1. Typhoon Kalmandani devastates NYC working-class movement, at least 5 campaign dead, gains national attention stranded as she challenges far-right narratives. With winds up to 205 kilometers per hour, sends message to the world after ceasefire. Rescue efforts continue. A voice of resilience emerges bodies of ruins. 7 climbers recovered after genocide after a deadly snow collapse near Dhaulagiri. 3 US Republicans Ukraine struggle to manage Russian petrochemical plant. Critics say Russia accuses eroding of targeting industrial infrastructure in Bashkortostan. 4460 Zora Mamdani leads NYC mayoral massacre. The progressive candidate emerges as frontrunner in a historic Sudanese RSF reshaping US city politics, killing patients and Donald Trump's Treasury Secretary to attend tariff case FCC faces Supreme Court to debate the administration's trade policy impact on telecom corporations accused of exploiting China begins test production of flying cars. A major China-based company outpaces Tesla, exposes prison aerial vehicles entering stage performance takes audiences inside America's North Korea mourns former ceremonial head of state. Rural America pushes to end a key dependence since the 1990s. Local leaders move towards justice reform and economic diversification. Top drug regulator resigns, defies evacuation orders. Dr. George bound to stay home following federal probe into ethics violations. 9. Civil rights Nigeria's ethnic urges youth to resist Trump and ICE policies. Leaders recall 1960s activism as clashes as blueprint between northern and southern groups. 10. Billionaires Trump backs Cuomo, deepening US threatens to cut funds if Mamdani wins. Experts claim oligarchic the former president drives New York's political battleground. 11. Federal workers Canada rejects shutdown of Indian student Many permits. Reveal personal toll. Over 70% as pay of and aid programs amid fraud and funding concerns. Nebraska prisoner ISRO launches heaviest communication satellite faces solitary confinement. India makes history after criticizing with the largest satellite deployment on a domestic rocket. Trump boosts ICE weapons budget. India's by IT industry at a crossroads. Controversial move. Experts warn raises job concerns over domestic outsourcing. 14. Israel returns grief into Palestinian bodies to Gaza. Killings. Health Ministry confirms handover to demand ongoing ceasefire negotiations. 15. Trump defends nuclear testing Chilean revival, blames Pakistan into resistance through music. US justifies its stance as competitors challenge police violence programs and government oppression. 16. Trump leaves door open for Nigeria military operations hints at possible cooperation if healthcare workers demand fair pay and safe staffing nationwide. Bangladesh-Pakistan relations warm no after Hasina's exit spread. Envoy credits new government for improved diplomatic tone. Civil rights groups rally against intimidation and authoritarian violent protests. 19. Opposition rallies lead to hundreds of arrests over Voting Rights Act looms. 19. Could cement GOP power and accused of arming Sudanese paramilitary forces. Sudanese ambassador condemns Facebook accused of targeting Chicago immigrant groups. 20. ICE alerts Air India crash survivor moderation support. Spark privacy Only surviving outrage. Passenger pleads for government 21. compensation. AI-driven job losses raise global worker fears. Hit record analysts in Canada. Rising unemployment rejection rate surged to 74%. 22. Sparking diplomatic Trump shutdown shows power 22. Fugitive Mehul Choksi. Critics challenges extradition weaponizes governance failure. Wanted businessman 23 argues human rights Sudan's RSF takeover sparks UN emergency 23. Session. Trump humanitarian new Supreme Court tariff case after hospital could redefine 24 US global UN trade calls for global tech 24. Ethics charter. Trump warns nations of demand AI regulation technology amid deepfake and surveillance. US scandal. Moves to block Nvidia sales 25 to China world leaders amid urge ceasefire extension 25. In Gaza. Global diplomatic pressure mounts to ongoing conflicts and natural disasters. Oil prices rise as investors weigh risks from Asia and the Middle East. Welcome to USApulse, your global window to today's most powerful headlines. Catastrophic storms in the Caribbean. Welcome to USApulse, new tensions in the Middle East, and a major most powerful headlines. Here are the top catastrophic storms in the Caribbean and US headlines for 29th of October and a major 2025. Here are the top 25 global and US headlines for 29th of October 2025. Working class movement grassroots campaign gains national attention as she challenges far-right narratives. Devastates the Philippines. 2 Gazan survivor at least 5 sends message dead. To the world. Hundreds stranded as floods submerge. A voice of resilience emerges winds amid up to ruins. 205 life after genocide feels strangely rescue empty. Efforts continue in Nepal. 3 U.S. avalanche bodies of struggle to manage shutdown in Himalayas. Critics say democracy is eroding in plain sight. 3. Amid budget paralysis. Ukraine drone strikes hit Russian petrochemical plant. Russia accuses Ukraine of targeting industrial infrastructure. WHO condemns attack. Sudanese RSF fighters stormed leads NYC mayoral race. The progressive candidate emerges as frontrunner. 5. In a historic Trump contest, FCC faces criticism city politics over rising prison phone costs. Donald Trump's Telecom Corporation Secretary to attend of tariff case inmate families. Supreme Court to debate the administration's trade policy. Baltimore play The Peculiar Patriot exposes prison reality. China begins test production. Stage performance takes audiences inside. A major China-based company outpaces Tesla. 7. With prototype rural America pushes to end prison dependency. 7. Local leaders move towards justice reform and economic diversification. Kim Jong-nam. 8. Gaza residents a key diplomat evacuation since the 1990s. Families vow to stay home despite Israeli warnings and strikes. Top drug regulator 9. Resigns amid civil scandal. Rights icon urges Dr. youth to resist Trump quit and following federal probe into ethics leaders violations. Recall 1960s activism 9. As Nigeria's ethnic violence deepens. Analysts 10. Call for dialogue. Billionaires blame experts for deepening US shutdown as clashes escalate between northern and southern oligarchic groups. Influence drives 10. Political Trump gridlock. Backs Cuomo. 11. Threatens to cut funds if Mandani wins shutdown hardship. The former president re-enters New York's as pay and aid programs freeze. 11. Canada 12. Rejects surge of Indian Nebraska prisoner punished for political over 70% podcast. Of applications inmate denied faces solitary confinement and funding after criticising state policy. 12. ISRO 13. Launches heaviest Trump communications satellite budget by 700%. India makes history with controversial satellite deployment raises concerns over domestic militarization. 13. 14. India's IT industry parents turn grief into movement. Experts warn of job killings and global bereaved families unite to demand justice. Israel returns 45 Palestinian bodies to Gaza. Chilean ban health ministry confirms into resistance amid ongoing ceasefire negotiations. Artists use art 15 to challenge police testing revival. And government blames Pakistan 1731,000 Kaiser Permanente US justifies its stance as competitors expand weapons. Healthcare workers demand fair pay and safe staffing. Leaves door open for Nigeria military operation. 18. No kings of possible cooperation as activists oppose Trump crackdown. 17. Civil rights
Bangladesh
groups rally
Pakistan
against intimidation and authoritarian laws. Envoy credits new government
19.
for improved diplomatic
Supreme Court
tone.
battle over Voting Rights
18.
Act
Looms. Tanzania's
Ruling
new
could
president
cement
sworn in amid
GOP power
violent
and
protests.
reshapes
2026
opposition rallies
lead to
midterms.
hundreds of arrests and multiple
20.
casualties. Facebook accused
19.
of targeting Chicago immigrant
UAE
groups.
accused of arming
ICE
Sudanese
alerts
paramilitary
linked
forces.
to platform moderation.
Sudanese ambassador
Spark
condemns
privacy
weapon
outrage
shipments
to RSF fighters.
21.
AI-driven job losses
Air
raise
India
global
crash
worker
survivor
fears.
appeals for support.
Analysts
Only
warn of
surviving
rising
passenger
unemployment
pleads
from
for
automation
government
in service
compensation.
sectors.
21 Indian student
22.
visa rejections.
Trump's shutdown
record
shows
high
power
in
without
Canada.
democracy. Rejection
Critics
rates say the
surged to
administration
74%,
weaponizes governance
sparking
failure.
diplomatic concern.
23.
22
Sudan's
fugitive
RSF
takeover
takeover
sparks
sparks
challenges
UN emergency
extradition
session
in Belgium.
Humanitarian
Wanted
crisis
businessman
escalates
argues
after
human rights
hospital
violations
massacre.
in
24
Indian
UN
courts.
calls for global
23.
tech ethics charter.
Trump backs
Nations
Supreme
demand
Court tariff
AI
case
regulation
hearing.
could
Amid
redefine
deepfake
US
and
global
surveillance
trade
scandals.
rules.
24.
25 world
Trump
leaders
warns of
urge
sanctions
ceasefire
over
extension
Chinese
in
chip
Gaza.
technology transfers.
Diplomatic pressure mounts
US moves
for
to
permanent
block
peace
Nvidia
deal.
sales to China amid truck war. 25. Global markets react to ongoing conflicts and natural disasters. Oil prices rise as investors weigh risks from Asia and the Middle East.
Welcome to USApulse.
Your global window to today's most powerful headlines. From catastrophic storms in the Caribbean to new tensions in the Middle East and a major Trump update. Here are the top 25 global and US headlines
Welcome to
for
USA
29th of
Pulse,
October
your global window to
2025.
today's most powerful headlines.
From catastrophic storms in the Caribbean to
One
new
Zora
tensions in the
Mamdani
Middle
leads
East and a
NYC
major
working
Trump
class
update.
movement grassroots
Here
campaign
are the top
gains
25
national
global
attention
and US
as she
headlines for
challenges
29th
far-right
of October
narratives.
2025.
Two Gazan survivor sends message to the world after ceasefire. 1. A voice
Typhoon
of resilience
Kalmegi
emerges amid
devastates
ruins.
the Philippines.
Life
At
after
least 5
genocide
people dead,
feels strangely
hundreds stranded
empty as floods submerge central
3
regions
US
with
Republicans
winds up to
struggle to
205
manage
kilometers
shutdown
per
chaos.
hour.
2.
Critics say democracy is
Rescue efforts
eroding in
continue
plain
in
sight
Nepal.
amid budget
Avalanche
paralysis.
bodies of 7 climbers recovered from
4,
the Himalayas
460
after a deadly snow
killed
collapse
in
near
Sudan
Dalagiri.
hospital massacre.
3.
WHO
Ukraine
condemns
drone
attack.
strikes hit Russian
Sudanese
petrochemical
RSF
plant.
fighters
Russia
stormed the
accuses
facility
Ukraine
killing
of targeting
patients
industrial
and doctors.
infrastructure in Bashkortostan.
5.
4.
Trump FCC
Zora
faces
Mamdani
criticism
leads
over
NYC
rising
mayoral
prison phone
race.
costs.
The progressive
Telecom
candidate emerges as
Corporation's
frontrunner
accused
in a
of
historic
exploiting
contest
inmate families.
reshaping US city politics.
6.
5.
Baltimore
Donald
played the
Trump's
peculiar
Treasury
Secretary
Secretary
to
exposes
expose
tariff
prison
case
reality.
hearing. Supreme
Stage
Court to debate the
performance takes
administration's
audiences
trade
inside
policy
America's
impact
prison
on
system.
November 5th.
7.
6.
Rural
China
America
begins
pushes
test
to
production
end prison
of
dependency.
flying cars.
Local
A
leaders
major
move towards
China-based
justice
company
reform
outpaces
and
Tesla
economic
with prototype
diversification.
aerial
8
vehicles
Gaza
entering
residents
trial
defy
phase.
evacuation
7.
orders.
Families
North Korea
vow to stay
mourns
home
former
despite
ceremonial
Israeli
head of state,
warnings and
Kim
strikes.
Jong-nam.
9.
A key diplomat
Civil rights
since the
icon
1990s
urges youth to
passes
resist
away
Trump
at 96.
and ICE policies.
8. FDA's
Leaders
top
recall
drug
1960s
regulator resigns
activism
amid
as
scandal.
blueprint for modern
Dr.
resistance.
George Tidmarsh quits
10.
following federal
Billionaires
probe into
blamed
ethics
for deepening
violations.
US shutdown
9.
crisis.
Nigeria's
Experts
ethnic
claim
violence deepens.
oligarchic
Analysts
influence
call for
drives
dialogue.
political gridlock.
Experts urge
11.
reforms. Federal
As clashes
workers speak
escalate
out on
between
shutdown
northern and
hardship.
southern groups.
Many reveal personal
10.
toll.
Trump
as
backs
pay and
Cuomo.
aid programs
Threatens to
freeze.
cut funds if Mamdani
12.
wins.
Nebraska
The former
prisoner
president
punished
re-enters
for political
New York's
podcast.
political battleground.
Inmate faces
11.
solitary confinement.
Canada
after
rejects
criticizing
surge of
state
Indian
policy.
student permits.
13.
Over 70%
Trump
of
boosts
applications
ICE weapons
denied
budget
amid
by
fraud
700%
and funding concerns.
Controversial move.
12. Raises
ISRO
concerns
launches
over domestic
heaviest
militarization.
communication satellite yet.
14.
India makes
Parents
history
turn
with
grief
the
into
largest
movement
satellite deployment
after police
on a
killings.
domestic rocket.
Bereaved families
13.
unite
India's
to demand
IT
justice
industry
reform
at a
nationwide.
crossroads. Experts warn of job cuts. Chilean
and
global
band
turns
outsourcing
protest
shift.
into resistance.
14.
Music. Israel returns
Artists use
45
art
Palestinian
to challenge
bodies
police
to Gaza
violence.
and government
Health Ministry
oppression.
confirms
1731,000 amid ongoing ceasefire negotiations.
Continues
15 Trump defends nuclear
Healthcare
testing
workers
revival.
demand fair
Blames
pay
Pakistan
and safe staffing
and China nationwide. US
18,
justifies
no
its stance
kings as
as
competitors
competitors
expand
as
weapons
activists
programs.
oppose Trump crackdown.
16
Trump leaves door
Civil
open
rights
for
groups
Nigeria
rally
military
against
operation,
intimidation and
hints at possible
authoritarian
cooperation
laws.
if US interests
19.
are threatened. Supreme Court battle
17.
over voting rights.
Bangladesh-Pakistan
relations
ruling
warm
could
after
cement
Hasina's
GOP
exit.
power and
Envoy
reshape
credits new government for
2026
improved diplomatic
midterms.
tone. 20.
18.
Facebook
Tanzania's
accused
new
of targeting Chicago
in
violent
groups.
protests.
Alerts
Opposition
linked
rallies
to
lead to
platform
hundreds
moderation,
of arrests and
spark
multiple
privacy
casualties.
outrage.
19. 21. UAE
AI-driven
accused of
arming
arming
Sudanese
Sudanese raise global
paramilitary
worker
fears.
forces. Sudanese
Analysts warn
ambassador
of rising
condemns
unemployment
weapon
from
shipments to
automation
RSF
in
fighters.
service sectors.
20. 22.
Air India
Trump
crash survivor
shutdown
appeals
shows
for
power
support.
without
Only
democracy.
surviving passenger
Critics
pleads the
say the
government
administration
compensation.
weaponizes
21
governance
Indian
failure.
student
visa rejections.
23.
Hit record high
Sudan's
in
RSF
takeover sparks
rejection
UN
rate
emergency
surged to
session.
74%,
Humanitarian
sparking
crisis
diplomatic
escalates
concern.
after hospital massacre.
22
24
fugitive
UN
Mehul
calls for global
challenges
tech
extradition
ethics charter.
in Belgium.
Nations demand
Wanted
AI
businessman
regulation
argues human
amid
rights
deepfake
violations
and
in
surveillance
Indian
scandals.
courts.
25 world leaders
Trump
urge
backs new
ceasefire
Supreme Court
extension
tariff
in Gaza.
case hearing.
Could
Diplomatic
redefine
pressure
US
mounts
global
for
trade
permanent
rules.
peace deal.
24. Trump warns of sanctions over Chinese chip technology transfer. US moves to block Nvidia sales to China amidst tech wars. 25. Global markets react
Welcome
to
to
ongoing
USApulse,
conflicts and natural
your global
disasters.
window to today's most
Oil
powerful
prices
headlines.
rise as investors weigh
catastrophic
risks
storms in
from
the Caribbean
Asia and
to
the
new
Middle
tensions
East.
in the Middle East
And a major Trump update. Here are the top 25 global and US headlines for 29th of October 2025. 1. Zora
Welcome to
Mamdani leads
USApulse,
NYC
your
working
global
class
window
movement
to today's most
grassroots
powerful
campaign
headlines.
gains national
From
attention
catastrophic
as
storms
she
in the
challenges
Caribbean
far-right
to new
narratives.
tensions in the Middle East
and
to
a major
Gaza
Trump
survivor
update sends
Here
message
are
to
the
the
top
world
25
after ceasefire.
global and US
A
headlines
voice
for
of
29th
resilience
of October
emerges amid ruins.
2025.
Life after genocide feels strangely empty. 1. 3
Typhoon
US
Kalmegi
Republicans
devastates
struggle
the
to manage
Philippines.
shutdown chaos.
At least 5 people
Critics
dead.
say democracy is
Hundreds
eroding
stranded
in
as floods
flood-submerged
sight
central
amid
regions
budget paralysis.
with winds up to 205 kilometers per hour.
4460.
2. Killed in
Rescue
Sudan
efforts
hospital
continue
massacre
in Nepal.
WHO
Avalanche
condemns
bodies
of
attack.
7 climbers recovered
Sudanese
from the Himalayas
RSF fighters
after a
stormed
deadly
the
snow
facility,
collapse near
killing
Dalagiri.
patients
and
3.
doctors. Ukraine drone
5.
strikes hit Russian
Trump
petrochemical
FCC
plant.
faces criticism
Russia accuses
over rising
Ukraine
prison
of
phone
targeting
costs.
industrial
Telecom
infrastructure
corporations
in Bashkortostan, accused of exploiting
4.
inmate families. Zora Mamdani leads NYC mayoral race. Baltimore play
The progressive
peculiar
candidate
patriot
emerges as frontrunner
exposes
in a
prison
historic
reality.
contest
Stage
reshaping
performance
US
takes
city
audiences
politics.
inside
5.
America's prison system.
Donald Trump's Treasury Secretary
7. To attend
Rural
tariff
America
case
pushes
hearing.
to end
Supreme
prison
Court to debate
dependency.
the administration's
Local
trade
leaders move
policy
toward
impact
justice
on
reform
November 5th
and
economic diversification.
8
China
Gaza
begins
residents
test production
defy
of
evacuation
flying
orders.
cars.
A
Families
major
vow to stay
China-based
home
company
despite
outpaces
Israeli
Tesla
warnings
with
and
prototype
strikes.
aerial vehicles
9.
entering trial
Civil
phase.
rights icon
7.
urges youth to resist
North Korea
Trump
mourns
and
ICE
former
policies.
ceremonial head of state
Leaders
Kim
recall
Jong-nam.
1960s activism,
Kim, a key
as
diplomat
blueprint
since the
for modern
1990s,
resistance.
passes away
10.
at 96.
Billionaires
8.
blamed
FDA's
for
top
deepening
drug
US
regulator
shutdown
resigns
crisis.
amid scandal.
Experts claim
Oligarchic
George
influence
Tidmarsh quits
drives
following
political
federal
gridlock.
probe into ethics
11.
violations.
Federal workers
9.
speak out
Nigeria's
on shutdown
ethnic
hardship.
violence deepens.
Many reveal
Analysts
personal
call
to
for
dialogue as pay and
Experts
aid programs
urge reforms.
freeze. As clashes
12.
escalate between northern and
Nebraska
southern
prisoner
groups. Punished for political
10.
podcast.
Trump
backs Cuomo.
Inmate faces solitary
Threatens to cut
confinement
funds
if
after
Mamdani
criticizing
wins.
state policy. The former president re-enters New York's political weapons budget by 700%. Canada rejects controversial Indian student raises concerns over domestic over 70% of applications denied. 14. Amid fraud, parents turn grief into movement. 12. Police killings. ISRO launches bereaved families communication satellite to demand justice. India makes history with the largest satellite deployment. Chilean domestic rocket turns protest into resistance through India's IT industry artists at a crossroads. Art to challenge police violence, job cuts, and government global outsourcing. 1731,000 Kaiser Permanente Israel returns 45 Palestinian bodies to Gaza. Workers demand fair pay health ministry and safe staffing nationwide amid ongoing ceasefire negotiations. No protests. 15 Trump defends nuclear testing revival. Blames Pakistan. Civil rights groups rally against intimidation and authoritarian competitors expand weapons programs. 19. Supreme Court battle over Voting Rights Act for Nigeria military operations could cement GOP possible power and reshape if US 2026 midterms. 17. 20. Bangladesh Pakistan relations targeting Chicago immigrant groups. Envoy credits new government for improved diplomatic moderation. Spark 18. Privacy outrage. Tanzania's new president sworn 21. In amid violent AI-driven job losses raise global worker hundreds of arrests and multiple analysts warn of rising unemployment 19. From automation in UAE service accused of arming Sudanese 22. Paramilitary forces. Shutdown Sudanese ambassador without democracy to RSF. Critics say the administration 20. Weaponizes governance Air failure. India crash survivor appeals 23. For support. Sudan's RSF takeover sparks UN emergency 21 Indian humanitarian crisis hit record high in Canada. 24 UN calls for global 74% charter, sparking nations demand concern. AI regulation. 22 amid fugitive surveillance scandals challenges extradition. 25 world leaders urge ceasefire extension argues in Gaza. Human rights violations. Diplomatic pressure mounts for permanent peace deal. 23 Trump backs new Supreme Court tariff could redefine US global trade rules. 24 Trump warns of sanctions over Chinese chip technology transfers. US welcome moves to USApulse sales to China window to today's most powerful headlines. 25 From catastrophic storms in the Caribbean react to ongoing conflicts and natural disasters. Trump update. Oil prices rise top 25 as global risks from US Asia headlines and for 29th of October 2025. NYC working class movement grassroots campaign gains national attention as she challenges far-right Welcome narratives. To USApulse. Two Gaza window to today's most sends message headlines. To the world after ceasefire. Catastrophic storms in the Caribbean. A voice of resilience. New tensions emerges in the Middle East ruins. And a major Trump life update. After genocide. Here are the top 25 global and US headlines for 29th of October 2025. Struggle to manage shutdown chaos. Critics say democracy is eroding in plain sight. Typhoon Kalmegi devastates the Philippines. 4,460 dead. Hundreds in Sudan hospital massacre. Central regions. WHO with condemns up to 205 Sudanese RSF fighters stormed the facility. Rescue efforts killing patients in Nepal and doctors. Avalanche bodies of 7 climbers recovered Trump from the Himalayas FCC faces criticism deadly snow over rising prison phone costs. 3. Telecom corporations Ukraine drone accused of exploiting petrochemical families. Russia accuses Ukraine of targeting industrial infrastructure in Bashkortostan. Exposes prison reality. Zora Mandani takes NYC's mayoral race. America's prison the progressive candidate emerges as frontrunner in a rural America pushes to reshape prison city politics. Local leaders move toward justice reform Treasury and economic to attend tariff case Gaza residents Supreme Court to debate the administration's trade families vow to stay home on November despite Israeli warnings and strikes. China begins test production civil rights icon cars urges youth to resist China-based campaign company outpaces Tesla, with
leaders recall
1960s
entering
trial
as
phase.
blueprint for
7.
modern resistance.
North Korea
10.
mourns former ceremonial
Billionaires
head of
blamed
state
for
Kim
deepening
Jong-nam.
US shutdown
Kim,
crisis.
a key diplomat since the
Experts
1990s, oligarchic
passes away
influence
at 96.
drives political
8.
gridlock.
FDA's top
11.
drug regulator
Federal
resigns
workers
amid
speak out
scandal.
on shutdown hardship.
Dr. George
Many
Tidmarsh
reveal
quits
personal
following
toll
federal
as
probe
pay
into
and
ethics
aid
violations.
programs freeze.
9.
12.
Nigeria's ethnic violence
Nebraska
deepens.
prisoner
Analysts
punished for
call
political
dialogue.
podcast.
Experts
Inmate
urge
faces
reforms
solitary confinement
as clashes
after
escalate
criticising
between
state
northern and
policy.
southern groups.
13.
10. Trump
Boosts
backs
ICE
Cuomo.
weapons budget
Threatens
by
to cut
700
funds
if
if
Mandani wins.
Controversial move
Raises
the former president
concerns over
re-enters
domestic
New York's
militarization.
political battleground.
14.
11.
Canada
Parents turn
rejects
grief
surge
into
of
movement
Indian student
after
police
permits.
killings.
Over
Bereaved
70%
families
of applications
unite
denied
to demand
amid
justice
fraud
reform
and funding
nationwide.
concerns.
15.
12.
Chilean
ISRO launches
band
heaviest
turns protest
communication
into
satellite
resistance
yet
through music.
India makes
Artists
history
use
with
art
the largest
to challenge
satellite
police
deployment
violence
on a
and
domestic
government
rocket.
oppression.
31,000
India's
Kaiser
IT
Permanente
industry
workers
at a
continue
crossroads.
strike. Experts warn of
Healthcare
job
workers
cuts
demand
and
global
fair pay and
outsourcing
safe staffing
shifts.
nationwide.
14.
Israel
18.
returns
King's
45
protests
Palestinian
as
bodies to
activists
Gaza.
oppose Trump
Health
crackdown.
Ministry confirms handover.
Civil rights groups
amid
rally
ongoing
against ceasefire
intimidation and
negotiations.
authoritarian
15.
laws.
Trump defends nuclear testing
19.
revival.
Supreme
Blames
Court
Pakistan
battle over Voting
and
Rights
China.
Act looms.
US
Ruling
justifies
could
its
cement
stance as
GOP power
competitors
and
expand
reshape
weapons
2026 midterms.
16. Trump leaves door
20.
open for Nigeria
Facebook
military
accused of
operation.
targeting
Hints
Chicago
at possible
immigrant
cooperation
groups.
if US
ICE
interests are
alerts
threatened.
linked to platform
17.
moderation. Spark
Bangladesh-Pakistan
privacy
relations warm after Hasina's
21.
exit. Envoy credits
AI-driven
new
job
governments
losses
for
raise
improved
global
diplomatic
worker
terms.
fears. Analysts
18.
warn of rising
Tanzania's new
unemployment from
president
automation
sworn in
amid
amid service
violent
sectors.
protests.
22.
Opposition rallies lead to hundreds of
Trump's
arrests
shutdown
and
shows
multiple
power
casualties.
without democracy.
19. Critics say the
UAE
administration
accused of arming
weaponizes
Sudanese
government's
paramilitary
forces.
23.
Sudanese ambassador
Sudan's
condemns
RSF
weapon shipments to
takeover
RSF
sparks
fighters.
UN emergency
20.
session.
Humanitarian
India
crisis
survivor
appeals for
escalates
support
after hospital
Only
massacre.
surviving passenger
24.
pleads for
UN
government
calls for
compensation.
global tech
21
ethics
Indian
charter.
student visa
Nations
rejections
demand
hit
AI
record
regulation
high in Canada.
amid deepfake and surveillance
Rejection
scandals.
rates surged to 74%.
25 world
sparking
leaders urge
diplomatic
ceasefire
concern.
extension in Gaza.
22 fugitive
Diplomatic
Mehul
pressure
Chokshi
mounts for
challenges
permanent peace deal.
extradition in Belgium. Wanted businessman argues human rights violations in Indian court. 23. Trump backs new Supreme Court tariff policy. Could redefine US global trade rules.
Welcome to USApulse,
24.
your global window
Trump
to
warns
today's
of
most
sanctions
powerful headlines.
over Chinese chip
From
technology
catastrophic storms in the
transfers.
Caribbean,
US
to new
moves to
tensions
block
in the Middle
Nvidia
East
sales
and a
to
major
China
Trump update.
amid tech war.
Here are the top
25 global and
global
US
markets
headlines
react
for
to
29th
ongoing
of October
conflict and natural
2025.
disasters.
Oil prices rise as investors weigh risks from Asia
One
and
Zora
the Middle
Mandani
East.
leads NYC working class movement grassroots campaign, gains national attention as she challenges far-right narratives. Two Gaza survivors sends message to the world after ceasefire. A voice of resilience
Welcome to
emerges
USApulse,
amid ruins.
your global window
Life
to today's
after
most
genocide
powerful headlines.
feels strangely
From
empty.
catastrophic storms in the Caribbean,
3
to new
US
tensions in the
Republicans
Middle East,
struggle
and a major
to manage
Trump
shutdown
update.
chaos.
Here are
Critics
the top
say
25
democracy is
global
eroding
and
in
US
plain
headlines
sight
for 29th
amid
of
budget
October
paralysis.
2025. 4460. Killed in Sudan hospital
1.
massacre.
Typhoon
WHO
condemns
devastates
the
attack.
Philippines.
Sudanese
At least 5
RSF
people
fighters
dead,
stormed
hundreds
the facility,
stranded as
killing
flood
patients
submerged central
and
regions.
doctors. With winds up to 205
Trump
kilometers per
FCC
hour.
faces
2.
criticism
Rescue
over rising
efforts
prison
continue
phone costs.
in Nepal.
Telecom
Avalanche
corporations
bodies of 7
accused of
climbers recovered
exploiting
in
inmate
Himalayas
families
after a deadly snow collapse
6.
near Dhaulagiri.
Baltimore
3.
play The Peculiar
Ukraine
Patriot
drone
exposes
strikes hit
Russian
prison reality.
petrochemical plant. Stage
Russia
performance
accuses
takes
Ukraine
audiences
of
inside
targeting
America's
industrial
prison system.
infrastructure in Bashkortostan.
Rural
4.
America pushes to
Zora
end prison
Mamdani
dependency.
leads NYC mayoral
Local leaders
race.
move toward
The progressive
justice reform
candidate emerges
and
as
economic
frontrunner.
diversification.
In a historic
8
contest,
Gaza residents
reshaping
defy
US
evacuation
city
orders.
politics.
5.
Families vow to stay
Donald
home
Trump's Treasury
despite
Secretary
Israeli
to
warnings
attend
and
tariff
strikes.
case hearing.
9.
Supreme Court
Civil
to debate
rights
the administration's
urges
trade
youth
policy
to resist
impact
Trump
on
and
November
ICE
5th.
policies. 6.
Leaders recall
China
1960s
begins test
activism
production
as
of
blueprint
flying
for
cars.
modern resistance.
A major China-based
10.
company outpaces
Billionaires
Tesla
blamed
with
for
prototype
deepening
aerial
US
vehicles
shutdown
entering
crisis.
trial phase.
Experts
7.
claim oligarchic
North Korea
influence
mourns
drives
ceremonial
political
head of
gridlock.
state Kim Jong-nam.
Federal
Kim, a
workers
key
speak
diplomat
out
since
on
the
shutdown
1990s,
hardship. Passes
Many
away
reveal
at
personal
96.
toll
8
as
FDA and
FDA's
aid
top drug
programs
regulator
freeze.
resigns amid scandal.
12. Dr.
Nebraska
George
prisoner
Tidmarsh
punished
quits
for
following
political
federal
podcast.
probe into ethics
Inmate
violations.
faces solitary confinement
9.
after
Nigeria's
criticizing
ethnic
state
violence
policy.
deepens.
Analysts
13.
call for dialogue.
Trump boosts
Experts
ICE weapons
urge
budget
reforms
by 700%.
as clashes escalate between
Controversial
northern and
move
southern groups.
raises concerns over
10.
domestic
Trump
militarization.
backs Cuomo.
14.
Threatens to cut funds if
Parents
Mamdani
turn
wins.
grief into movement after
The former
police
president
killings.
re-enters New
Bereaved
York's political
families
battleground.
unite to demand
11.
justice reform
Canada
nationwide.
rejects surge of Indian
15.
student permits.
Chilean band
Over 70% of
turns
applications
protest into
denied
resistance through
amid
music.
fraud and funding
Artists
concerns.
use art to challenge
12.
police violence
ISRO
and
launches
government
heaviest
oppression.
communication satellite yet.
17,000 Kaiser Permanente
India makes
workers
history
continue
with
strike.
the largest satellite deployment
Healthcare
on
workers
a domestic
demand
fair
rocket.
pay and safe staffing
13.
nationwide.
India's IT industry
18.
at a
No
crossroads.
Kings protests spread
Experts
as
warn of
activists
job cuts
oppose
and
global
crackdown.
outsourcing shifts.
Civil rights groups
14.
rally against
Israel
intimidation
returns
and
45
authoritarian
Palestinian
bodies to Gaza.
19.
Health
Supreme
Ministry
Court
confirms
battle over
handover
Voting Rights Act
amid
looms.
ongoing ceasefire
Ruling could
negotiations.
cement GOP
15
power
Trump
and
defends
reshape
nuclear testing revival,
2026 midterms.
blames Pakistan and
20.
China. Facebook
US
US justifies
targeting
its
Chicago
stance as
immigrant
competitors
groups.
expand weapons programs.
ICE alerts linked
16
to platform
Trump
moderation.
leaves door open
Spark
for Nigeria
privacy
military
outrage.
operation. Hints at possible
21.
cooperation.
AI-driven
job
interests are
losses
threatened.
raise global worker fears.
17.
Analysts
Bangladesh
warn of
Pakistan
rising
relations
unemployment
warm after
from
Hasina's
Hasina's
exit.
exit.
Service
Envoy
sectors.
credits new government for
22.
improved diplomatic
Trump's
tone.
shutdown shows power
18.
without
Tanzania's
democracy.
new president sworn
Critics
in amid
say the
violent
administration
protests.
weaponizes
Opposition
governance
rallies
failure.
lead to hundreds of arrests
23.
and multiple casualties.
Sudan's RSF
19.
takeover sparks
UAE
UN emergency
accused of
session.
arming Sudanese
Humanitarian
paramilitary forces.
crisis escalates.
Sudanese
after
ambassador
hospital
condemns
massacre.
weapon shipments
24.
to RSF
UN
fighters.
calls for global
20.
tech ethics charter.
Air India crash
Nations
survivor
demand
appeals for
AI
support.
regulation.
Only surviving
deep
passenger
fake and
pleads
surveillance
for government
scandals.
compensation.
21.
25
Indian
world
student
leaders
visa
urge
rejections
ceasefire
hit
extension
record
in
high
Gaza.
in Canada.
Diplomatic pressure
Rejection
mounts for
rates
permanent
surged to
peace deal.
74%, sparking diplomatic concern. 22 fugitive naval proxies challenges extradition in Belgium. Wanted businesses argue human rights violations in Indian courts. Welcome to USApulse,
23.
your global
Trump
window to
backs
today's
new
most
Supreme
powerful
Court tariff
headlines.
case hearing from
Could
catastrophic
redefine
storms in
US
the
global
Caribbean
trade
to new
rules.
tensions in the Middle East
24.
and a major Trump update.
warns of sanctions
Here are the
over
top
Chinese
25
chip
global
technology
and
transfers.
US headlines for
US
29th
moves
of
to block
October
Nvidia sales to
2025
China
amid tech war. 25. Global markets
Zora
react to
Mamdani
ongoing
leads
conflicts
NYC
and
working
natural
class
disasters.
movement
Grassroots campaign
Oil
prices
gains
rise
national
as
attention
investors weigh
as she
risks from
challenges
Asia
far-right
and the
narratives.
Middle East. Two Gazan survivor sends message to the world of ceasefire. A voice of resilience emerges in the ruins. Life after genocide feels strangely empty. 3
Welcome
US
to
Republicans
USApulse,
struggle
your
to
global
manage
window to
shutdown
today's
chaos.
most powerful headlines.
Critics say democracy
From
is
catastrophic
eroding
storms
in
the
plain
Caribbean
sight
to new
amid
tensions
budget
in the Middle
paralysis
East.
and a major Trump update. 4460.
Here are the top 25
Killed
global
in Sudan
and US
hospital
headlines
massacre.
for 29th of October
WHO condemns attack.
2025.
Sudanese RSF fighters stormed the facility, killing
1.
patients
Typhoon
and doctors.
Kalmegi devastates the Philippines.
5. Trump
at least
FCC
5
faces
dead.
criticism
Hundreds
over
stranded
rising
as floods
prison-submerged
costs.
central regions,
Telecom
with
corporations
winds up to
accused of
205
exploiting
kilometers per
inmate
hour.
families.
2. Rescue
6.
efforts continue in Nepal.
Baltimore play the peculiar
Avalanche bodies
Patriot
of 7
exposes
climbers
prison
recovered from the
reality.
Himalayas after
Stage
a deadly
performance
snow
takes
collapse
audiences
near Dhaulagiri.
inside America's prison system.
Ukraine drone
7.
strikes hit Russian
Rural America
petrochemical
pushes
plant.
to end prison
Russia
dependency.
accuses Ukraine
Local
of
leaders
targeting
move toward
industrial
justice reform
infrastructure
and
and
economic
economic
diversification.
4.
8 Gaza
Zora
residents
Mamdani
defy
leads
evacuation
NYC
orders.
mayoral race.
Families vow
The
to stay
progressive
home
candidate
despite
emerges as
Israeli
frontrunner
warnings
in
and
a historic
strikes.
contest
9.
reshaping U.S.
Civil
city
rights
politics.
icon urges
5.
youth to resist Trump
Donald Trump's
and ICE
Treasury
policies.
Secretary to attend
Leaders
tariff
recall
case
1960s
hearing.
activism
Supreme Court to
as
debate the
blueprint
administration's
for modern
trade
resistance.
policy impact.
10.
On November 5th,
Billionaires blamed
6.
for deepening
China
US
begins
shutdown
test production
crisis.
of flying
Experts
cars.
claim
A
a
major
major
China-based
China-based
company
drives
outpaces
political
Tesla
gridlock.
with prototype
11.
aerial vehicles entering
Federal
trial
workers
phase.
speak out on shutdown
7.
hardship.
North
Many
Korea
reveals
reveals
former
personal
ceremonial
toll
head of
as
state
pay and
Kim
aid
Jong-nam
programs freeze.
Kim, a key diplomat
12.
since the 1990s,
Nebraska
passes
prisoner
away at
punished for
96.
political
8.
podcast.
FDA's top
Inmate
drug
faces
regulator
solitary
resigns
confinement
amid scandal
after
criticising state
Dr.
policy.
George Tidmarsh quits
13.
following federal
Trump
probe into
boosts
ethics
ICE weapons
violations.
budget by
9.
700%.
Nigeria's ethnic
Controversial
violence
news
deepens.
raises
Analysts
concerns
call
over
for
domestic
dialogue.
militarization.
Experts urge reforms.
14. As clashes
Parents
escalate
turn
between
grief
northern
into
and
movement
southern groups
after
police killings.
10.
Bereaved
Trump
families
backs Cuomo.
unite to
Threatens
demand
to cut
justice
funds if
reform
Mamdani
nationwide.
wins.
15.
The former president
Chilean
re-enters
band
New York's
turns political
protest
battleground
into resistance through
11.
music. Canada
Artists
rejects
use
surge
art
of Indian
to challenge
student
police
permits.
violence and government
Over 70%
oppression.
of applications
1731,000
denied amid
Kaiser
fraud
Permanente
and
workers
funding
continue
concerns.
strike.
12.
Healthcare
ISRO
workers
launches
demand fair
heaviest
pay and safe
communication
staffing
satellite
nationwide.
yet. India makes
18.
history
No Kings
with the
protests
largest
spread
satellite
as
deployment
activists
on a
oppose
domestic
Trump
rocket.
crackdown. 13.
Civil rights groups
India's
rally
IT
against
industry
intimidation
at a
and
crossroads.
authoritarian laws.
Experts warn of job cuts
19.
and global
Supreme
outsourcing
Court
shifts.
battle over Voting Rights Act
14.
looms.
Israel
Ruling
returns
could cement
45
GOP power
Palestinian
and
bodies
reshape
to Gaza.
2026
Health
midterms.
Ministry confirms handover.
20.
Amid ongoing
Facebook
ceasefire
accused of targeting
negotiations.
Chicago
15.
immigrant
Trump
groups.
defends nuclear testing
ICE
revival.
alerts linked
Blames
to
platform
Pakistan
moderation.
and China.
Spark privacy
US
outrage.
justifies its stance as
21.
competitors expand weapons
AI-driven
programs.
job losses raise global
16.
worker
Trump
fears.
leaves door open
Analysts
for Nigeria
warn of
military
rising
operation.
unemployment from
Hints at
automation
possible
in service
cooperation
sectors.
if US interests are threatened.
22. Trump 17.
Shutdown shows
Bangladesh-Pakistan
Bangladesh-Pakistan
relations
democracy.
warm after Hasina's
Critics
exit.
say the administration
Envoy
weapons new
weaponizes
government for
government's
improved
failure.
diplomatic tone.
23.
18.
Sudan's
Tanzania's
RSF
new
takeover
president
sparks
sworn in amid
UN
violent
emergency
protests.
session. Opposition
Humanitarian
rallies lead to hundreds
crisis
of arrests and
escalates
multiple
after
casualties.
hospital massacre.
19.
24. UN calls
UAE
for global
accused of
tech
arming
ethics
Sudanese
charter.
paramilitary
Nations
forces.
demand
Sudanese
AI
ambassador
regulation
condemns
amid
weapons shipments to
deepfake and
RSF
surveillance
fighters.
scandals.
20.
25
Air
world
India
leaders
crash
urge
survivor appeals
ceasefire
for
extension
support.
in Gaza.
Only surviving passenger
Diplomatic
pleads
pressure
for
mounts
government
for permanent
compensation.
peace deal.
21 Indian student visa rejections hit record highs in Canada. Rejection rate surged to 74%, sparking diplomatic concerns. 22 fugitive Mehul Chokshi challenges
to
USApulse
in Belgium.
Your global window to today's
Wanted
most powerful
businessman
headlines.
argues human rights
From catastrophic
violations
storms in the
Indian
Caribbean
courts.
to new tensions in the
23.
Middle East and a major Trump update.
backs new Supreme Court
Here are the
tariff
top
case
25
hearing.
global
Could
and
redefine
US
US
headlines for
global trade
29th
rules.
of October 2025. Trump warns of sanctions over Chinese chip technology transfers.
One Zora
US
Mamdani
moves
leads
to block
NYC
NVIDIA
working
sales
class
to
movement
China
grassroots
amid
campaign.
tech war. Gains national attention
25.
as she challenges
Global markets
far-right
react
narratives.
to ongoing conflicts and
Two
natural
Gazan
disasters.
survivor sends message
Oil
to the
prices
world
rise after
as
ceasefire.
investors weigh risks
A
from
voice
Asia
of resilience
and the Middle
emerges
East amid ruins. Life after genocide feels strangely empty. 3 US Republicans struggle to manage shutdown chaos. Critics say democracy is eroding in plain sight.
Welcome to
budget
USApulse, your global window to today's most powerful headlines. Killed catastrophic
in
storms
Sudan
in the Caribbean to new tensions in the Middle East
condemns
and a
attack.
major Trump update. Sudanese RSF
Here are the top
fighters
25
the facility,
global and US
killing
headlines for
patients
29th
and
of
doctors.
October 2025.
Trump FCC faces criticism over rising prison phone costs.
Typhoon Kalmegi
Telecom
devastates
the Philippines,
accused of exploiting
at least 5
inmate
people
families.
dead, hundreds stranded
6.
as floods submerge central
Baltimore
regions.
play the peculiar
with winds up to
Patriot
205
exposes
prison
kilometers per
reality.
hour.
2. Stage performance
Rescue
takes
efforts
audiences
continue
inside
in
America's
Nepal.
prison system. Avalanche bodies of 7 climbers recovered
Rural
from
America
the Himalayas
pushes to end
after a
prison
deadly snow
dependency.
collapse near Dhaulagiri.
Local leaders move toward
3. Justice reform
Ukraine
and
drone
economic
strikes hit
diversification.
Russian 8
petrochemical
Gaza
plant.
residents defy
Russia accuses
evacuation
Ukraine
orders
of targeting
families
industrial
bound to stay
infrastructure
home
despite
in
Israeli
Bashkortostan.
warnings and strikes.
4.
9.
Zora
Mamdani
Civil
leads
rights
NYC
icon
mayoral
urges
race.
youth to resist
The progressive
Trump
candidate
and ICE
emerges as
policies.
frontrunner.
Leaders
In a
recall
historic
1960s
contest reshaping
activism
US
as
city
blueprint
politics
for modern resistance.
Donald Trump's Treasury Secretary
Billionaires
to attend
blamed
tariff
for deepening
case
US
hearing.
shutdown
Supreme
crisis.
Court to debate the administration's
Experts claim
trade policy
oligarchic
impact
influence
on November
drives
5th.
political gridlock.
6.
11.
China begins test
Federal
production
workers
of
speak
flying
out on
cars.
shutdown hardship.
A major China-based
reveal
company
personal
outpaces
toll
Tesla
as
with
pay
prototype
and aid
aerial
programs
vehicles
freeze.
entering trial phase. 7.
North
Nebraska
Korea
prisoner
mourns
punished
former
for political
ceremonial
podcast.
head of state
Kim Jong-nam
Inmate faces solitary
Kim,
confinement
a key diplomat
after
since the
criticizing
1990s
state policy.
passes away at
13.
96.
8.
Trump
FDA's
boosts
top
ICE
drug
weapons
regulator
budget by
resigns
700%
amid scandal.
Controversial
Dr.
move
George Tidmarsh
raises
quits
concerns
following
over
federal
domestic
probe into
militarization
ethics
violations. 14. 9. Parents
Nigeria's
turn grief
ethnic
into
violence
movement
deepens
after police
Analysts
killings
call
for dialogue. Bereaved families
Experts
unite
urge reforms
to demand
as
justice
clashes
reform
escalate
nationwide between northern and southern
15.
groups. Chilean
10.
band
Trump
turns protest
backs
into
Cuomo.
response if Mamdani
Artists
wins.
use
art to challenge
The
police
former president
violence
re-enters
and government
New York's
oppression.
political battleground.
1731,000
11.
Kaiser Permanente
Canada
workers
rejects
continue
surge of
strike.
Indian student permits.
Healthcare workers demand
Over
fair
70%
pay and
of
safe
applications
staffing
denied.
nationwide amid fraud and
18.
funding
No
concerns.
Kings
protests spread.
12.
As activists
ISRO
oppose
launches
Trump
heaviest
crackdown.
communication satellite
Civil
yet.
rights groups rally
India
against
makes
intimidation
history
and
with the
authoritarian
largest
laws.
satellite
deployment on a
19.
domestic rocket. Supreme Court battle
13.
over Voting Rights
India's
Act looms.
IT industry
Ruling
at a
could
crossroads.
cement GOP power
Experts
and
warn of
reshape
job cuts
2026
and global
midterms.
outsourcing
shifts. 2014.
Facebook
Israel
accused of
returns
targeting
45
Chicago immigrant
Palestinian
groups.
bodies to Gaza. ICE alerts
Health
linked
Ministry
to platform
confirms
moderation
handover,
amid
spark
ongoing
privacy
ceasefire
outrage.
negotiations.
15.
Trump defends
AI-driven
nuclear-driven
job
revival,
losses raise
blames
global worker
Pakistan
fears.
and China.
Analysts warn of
US
rising
justifies
unemployment
its
from
stance as
automation in
competitors
service
expand
sectors.
weapons programs. 16
Trump's
shutdown
shutdown
shows
open
for
power
Nigeria
without
military
democracy.
operation. Hints at
Critics
possible
say the
cooperation
administration
if US
weaponizes
interests governance failure. 17. Bangladesh-Pakistan
Sudan's
relations
RSF
warm
takeover
after Hasima's
sparks
exit.
UN
Envoy
emergency
credits
session.
new government for improved
Humanitarian
diplomatic crisis escalates
18.
after hospital massacre.
Tanzania's new
24
president sworn
UN
in amid
calls for
violent
global
protests.
tech ethics
Opposition
charter.
rallies lead to
Nations
hundreds of
demand
arrests and
AI
multiple
regulation
casualties.
amid deepfake
19.
and surveillance scandals.
UAE
accused of arming
25
Sudanese
world
paramilitary
leaders
forces.
urge ceasefire
Sudanese
extension in
ambassador
Gaza.
condemns weapon shipments
Diplomatic
to RSF
pressure
fighters.
mounts for permanent peace
20.
deal.
Air India crash survivor appeals for support. Only surviving passenger pleads for government compensation. 21 Indian student visa rejections hit record high in Canada. Rejection rates
Welcome
surged
to
to
USApulse,
74%,
your global
sparking
window to
diplomatic
today's most
concern.
powerful headlines.
22
catastrophic
fugitive
storms in the
Michael
Caribbean
Choksin
challenges
challenges extradition
extradition in
and a
Belgium.
major Trump update.
Wanted businessman
Here are the top
argues
25
human rights
global
violations
and
in
US
Indian
headlines for
courts.
29th of October
23.
2025.
Trump
backs new Supreme Court tariff case hearing. Could redefine US
One
global
Zora
trade
Mamdani
rules.
leads NYC
24.
working class movement
Trump
grassroots
warns of
campaign
sanctions, gains
over
national
Chinese
attention
chip technology
as she challenges
transfers.
far-right narratives.
US moves to block Nvidia
Two
sales
Gazan
to
survivor
China amid
sends
tech
message
war.
to the world after ceasefire.
25.
Global
markets react to ongoing conflicts
and natural disasters.
Life after genocide,
Oil prices rise
strangely
as
empty.
investors weigh risks from Asia
3
and
US
the Middle
Republicans
East.
struggle to manage shutdown chaos. Critics say democracy is eroding in plain sight amid budget paralysis. 4460 killed in Sudan hospital massacre.
Welcome to USApulse,
WHO condemns
your global
attack.
window to today's most
Sudanese
powerful headlines.
RSF fighters
From
stormed
catastrophic
the facility,
storms in the Caribbean
killing patients
to new tensions
and
in the
doctors.
Middle East and a major Trump update.
5. Trump
Here are the
FCC
top
faces
25
criticism
global and
over
US
rising
headlines
prison
for
phone
29th of
costs.
October
Telecom corporations
2025.
accused of exploiting inmate families. 6.
1. Typhoon
Baltimore
Kalmagi
play The Peculiar
devastates the
Patriot
Philippines.
exposes
At least
prison
5
reality.
people dead.
Stage
Hundreds
performance
stranded
takes
as floods
audiences in
submerge
Central
Central
America's
regions
prison system.
with winds up to 207
kilometers per
Rural
hour.
America pushes
2.
to end prison
Rescue
dependency.
efforts continue in
Local
Nepal.
leaders move toward
Avalanche
justice
bodies
reform
of 7
and economic
climbers recovered from the
diversification.
Himalayas.
8 Gaza
after a deadly
residents
snow
defy
collapse
evacuation
near
orders.
Dalagiri. Families vow to stay home.
Ukraine drone
despite
strikes
Israeli
hit Russian
warnings and
petrochemical
strikes.
plant.
9.
Russia accuses
Civil
Ukraine
rights icon
of targeting
urges youth to
industrial
resist
infrastructure
Trump
and
ICE
ICE
policies.
policies. Leaders
4.
recall
Zora
1960s
Mamdani
activism
leads
as
NYC
blueprint
mayoral
for modern
race.
resistance.
The progressive candidate
10.
emerges as frontrunner
Billionaires
in a
blamed
historic
for
contest
deepening US
reshaping
shutdown
US
crisis.
city politics.
Experts
5.
claim oligarchic
Donald Trump's
influence
Treasury
drives
Secretary
political
to attend
gridlock.
tariff case hearing.
11.
Supreme
Federal
Court to debate the
workers speak out on
administration's
shutdown
trade
hardship
policy
impact.
Many
on November
reveal
5th.
personal toll.
6.
As pay and
China
aid
begins
programs
test production
freeze.
of flying cars.
12. A major
Nebraska
China-based
prisoner
company
punished
outpaces
for
Tesla
political
with
podcast.
prototype aerial vehicles
Inmate faces
entering
solitary
trial phase.
confinement
After
7.
criticising state
North
policy.
Korea mourns former
13.
ceremonial head of state.
Trump
Kim
boosts
Jong-nam.
ICE weapons budget
Kim, a
by
key diplomat
700%
since the 1990s.
Controversial
passes
move
away at
raises
96.
concerns over
8.
domestic
FDA's top
militarization.
drug regulator
14.
resigns amid scandal.
Parents turn grief
Dr.
into
George
movement
Tidmarsh
after
quits
police
following
killings.
federal probe into
Bereaved
ethics
families
violations.
unite to demand
9.
justice
Nigeria's
reform
ethnic
nationwide.
violence deepens.
15.
Analysts call for
Chilean
dialogue.
band turns
Experts
protest
urge
into
reform
resistance as
through
clashes
music.
escalate
Artists
between northern
use
and
art
southern groups
to
challenge police violence
10.
and government
Trump backs
oppression.
Cuomo.
1731,000 Kaiser Permanente workers continue strike. The former president
Healthcare
re-enters
workers
New York's
demand
political
fair pay and
battleground.
safe staffing
nationwide.
11.
Canada rejects
18.
surge
No
of
King's
Indian
protest
student
spread
permits as activists
Over
oppose
70%
Trump's
of
crackdown.
applications denied.
Civil
amid
rights groups
fraud
rally
and funding
against intimidation and authoritarian
12.
laws. ISRO launches
19.
heaviest communication
Court battle
satellite
over
yet.
Voting Rights Act
India
looms.
makes history,
Ruling
with
could
the
cement
largest
GOP
satellite
power
deployment
and
on a
reshape
domestic
2026
midterms. 13. India's
20.
IT industry
Facebook
at a
accused
crossroads.
of targeting Chicago
Experts
immigrant
warn
groups.
of job cuts and
ICE
global
alert
outsourcing
link
shift
to
platform moderation.
14.
Spark privacy
Israel returns
outrage. 45 Palestinian
21.
bodies to Gaza.
AI-driven job
Health
losses
Ministry
raise
confirms
global worker
handover
fears.
amid ongoing
Analysts warn
ceasefire
of rising
negotiations.
unemployment from
15.
automation
Trump
in
defends
service
nuclear
sectors.
testing revival. 22.
Blames
Pakistan,
Trump's
and China.
shutdown shows power
US
without
justifies
democracy.
its stance as competitors
Critics
expand
say the
weapons
administration
programs.
weaponizes governance
16.
failure.
Trump leaves door open
23.
to Nigeria military
Sudan's
operation.
RSF
Hints at
takeover
possible
sparks
cooperation
UN
if US
emergency
interests are
session.
threatened. Humanitarian
17.
crisis escalates.
Bangladesh-Pakistan
after
relations
massacre.
warm after
24.
Hasina's exit.
UN calls
Envoy
for
credits
global
new
tech
government for
ethics
improved
charter.
diplomatic tone.
Nations demand
18.
AI regulation.
Tanzania's
amid
new president
deepfake and
sworn in
surveillance
amid
scandals.
violent
protests.
Opposition
25 world
rallies lead to
leaders
hundreds
urge
of arrests and
ceasefire
multiple
extension in
casualties.
Gaza. 19. Diplomatic pressure mounts
UAE
for permanent
accused of
peace
arming
deal. Sudanese paramilitary forces. Sudanese ambassador condemns India crash survivor appeals for support. Only surviving passenger pleads for government compensation.
Welcome to
21
USApulse,
Indian
your
student
global
visa
window to
rejections
today's most
hit
powerful
record
headlines.
high in Canada.
From catastrophic storms in
Rejection
the Caribbean
rates
to
surged
new
to
tensions in the Middle East
74% and a major
sparking
Trump
diplomatic
concern.
Here are the top 25
22
global
fugitive
and
Mabel
US
Choksi
headlines for
challenges
29th of October
extradition in Belgium.
2025.
Wanted businessman argues human rights
Mamdani leads NYC working class movement grassroots
Supreme
campaign
Court
gains national attention
as she challenges
US global
far-right
trade
narratives.
rules. 24 Gazan survivor
Trump warns
sends
of sanctions
message to the world
over Chinese
chip
ceasefire.
technology transfers.
A voice of resilience
US moves to
emerges
block
amid
Nvidia
ruins.
sales to China
Life after
amid
genocide
tech war feels strangely
25
empty. Global markets react
US
to ongoing
Republicans
conflicts and
struggle to
natural
manage
disasters.
shutdown
chaos. Oil prices
Critics
rise
say democracy
as
is
investors
eroding
weigh risks
in
from
plain
Asia
sight
and the
amid
Middle
budget
East paralysis.
4460
Killed in Sudan hospital massacre. WHO condemns attack. Sudanese RSF fighters stormed the facility, killing patients.
Welcome
and
to
doctors.
USA Pulse, your global
5.
window to today's most
Trump
powerful
FCC
headlines.
faces criticism
From catastrophic
over
storms
rising
in the
prison
Caribbean
phone costs
to new tensions in the
telecom
Middle East
corporations
and a major Trump
accused of
update.
exploiting
Here
inmate
are the top
families.
25 global and
6.
US headlines for 29th
Baltimore
of
play
October
The Peculiar Patriot
2025.
exposes prison reality. Stage performance takes audiences
1.
inside
Typhoon
America's prison
Kalmegi
system.
devastates the Philippines.
7. At
Rural
least
America
5 people
pushes
dead.
to end prison
Hundreds
dependency.
stranded as floods submerge
Local leaders
central
move
regions
toward justice
with winds
reform
up to
and
205
economic
kilometers
diversification
per hour.
8 Gaza
2.
residents defy
Rescue
evacuation
efforts
orders.
continue in Nepal.
Families vow to stay
Avalanche
home
bodies of
despite
7
Israeli
climbers
warnings
recovered
and
from
strikes.
Himalayas
9.
after a deadly snow
Civil
collapse
rights
near
icon
Dalgiri.
urges youth to
3.
resist Trump and
Ukraine
ICE
drone
policies.
strikes hit Russian
Leaders recall
petrochemical
1960s activism
Russia accuses
as
Ukraine
blueprint
for
of
modern
targeting
resistance.
industrial infrastructure
10.
in Bashkortostan.
Billionaires blamed
4.
for deepening US
Zora
shutdown
Mamdani
crisis.
leads NYC
Experts
mayoral
claim
race.
the
Oligarchic
progressive
influence
candidate
drives
emerges
as
political
political
gridlock.
in a historic contest
11.
reshaping
Federal
US
workers
city
speak
politics.
out on shutdown
5.
hardship.
Many
Donald Trump's
reveal
Treasury
personal
Secretary
toll
to
as
attend
pay
tariff
and aid
case
programs
hearings.
Supreme Court to debate the administration's trade policy
Nebraska
impact
prisoner
on November
punished
5th.
for political podcast.
China
Inmate
begins
faces
test
solitary
production
confinement
of flying
after
cars.
criticizing
A
state
major
policy.
China-based company
13.
outpaces Tesla.
Trump
with prototype
boosts
aerial
ICE weapons
vehicles
budget
entering
by
trial
700%.
phase.
7.
Controversial
North
move
Korea
raises
mourns former
concerns over
ceremonial
domestic
head of state
militarization.
Kim Jong-nam.
14.
Kim, a key diplomat
Parents
since the
turn grief
1990s,
into movement
passes away
after
at
police
96.
killings. 8.
Bereaved
FDA's
families,
top drug
unite
regulator
to
demands
demand
justice
amid
reform
scandal.
nationwide. Dr. George
15.
Tidmarsh quits following
Chilean
federal
band
probe
turns
into ethics
protest
violations.
into resistance through music.
9. Nigeria's
Artists
ethnic
use
violence
art
deepens
to challenge police
Analysts
violence
call for dialogue
and government oppression.
Experts urge
1731,000
reforms as
Kaiser
clashes
Permanente
escalate
workers
between
continue
northern and
strike.
southern groups.
Healthcare workers
10.
demand fair
Trump
pay
backs
and safe
Cuomo.
staffing nationwide.
Threatens to cut funds if Mamdani
18.
wins.
No Kings protests spread.
The former
as
president
activists
re-enters
oppose
New
Trump's
York's
political
crackdown.
battleground. Civil rights
11.
groups rally against
Canada
intimidation
rejects
and
surge of
authoritarian
Indian
student
laws.
permits. 19.
Over 70%
Supreme
of
Court
applications
battle over
denied
Voting Rights
amid
Act
fraud
looms and funding concerns.
Ruling could cement GOP power
12.
and reshape
ISRO launches
2026
heaviest
midterms.
communication satellite yet.
20.
India
Facebook
makes
accused
history
of targeting
with the
Chicago
largest
immigrant
satellite
groups.
deployment on a domestic
ICE
rocket
alerts
linked to platform
13.
moderation.
India's
spark
IT
privacy
industry
outrage.
at a crossroads.
21.
Experts warn of job
AI-driven
cuts
job
and global
losses raise
outsourcing
global
shifts.
worker fears.
14.
Analysts warn
Israel
of rising
returns
unemployment from
45
automation
Palestinian
in
bodies
service
to
sectors.
Gaza.
Health
22.
Ministry confirms
Trump's
handover
shutdown shows
amid
power
ongoing
without
ceasefire
democracy.
negotiations.
15.
Critics
Trump
say the
defends
administration
nuclear testing
weaponizes
revival,
governance
blames
failure.
Pakistan and China.
23. Sudan
US
justifies
RSF
its stance
takeover
as
sparks
competitors
UN
expand
emergency
weapons
session.
programs. Humanitarian
Trump
crisis
leaves door
escalates
open for
after
Nigeria
hospital
military
massacre.
operation.
Hints at
24.
possible
UN
cooperation
calls for
if
global
US
tech
interests are
ethics
threatened.
charter. Nations
17.
demand AI
Bangladesh
regulation
Pakistan relations
amid
warm
deepfake
after
and
Hasina's
surveillance
exit.
scandals.
Envoy credits new government
25
for
world
improved diplomatic
leaders
terms.
urge ceasefire extension
18.
in Gaza.
Tanzania's new
Diplomatic
president
pressure
sworn in amid
mounts for
violent
permanent
protests.
peace deal.
Opposition rallies lead to hundreds of arrests and multiple casualties. 19. UAE accused of arming Sudanese paramilitary forces. Sudanese ambassador condemns weapon shipments to RSF fighters.
Welcome Welcome to
20.
USApulse,
Air
your
India
global
crash
window to
survivor
today's most
appeals for
powerful
support.
headlines. Only surviving
catastrophic
passenger
storms in the
pleads for
Caribbean
government
to
compensation.
new tensions in the
21
Middle East
Indian
and a
student
major
visa
Trump
rejections hit
Here are
record
the
high
top
25
Canada.
global and US
Rejection
headlines for
rate
29th
surged
of
to
October
74%,
2025. Sparking diplomatic
concern.
concern. 22 fugitive Mehul
One
Chokshi
Zora Mamdani
challenges
leads
extradition
NYC
in
working
Belgium.
class movement grassroots
Wanted
campaign
businessman gains
argues
national
human
attention
rights violations
as she challenges
in Indian
far-right
courts.
narratives. 23.
Two Gazan survivor
backs new
sends
Supreme
message
Court
to the
tariff
world
case
after
hearing.
ceasefire.
Could redefine
A
US
voice
global
of resilience
trade rules.
emerges amid ruins.
24. Life
Trump
after
warns of
genocide
sanctions
feels
over
strangely
Chinese chip
empty.
technology transfers.
3
US
US moves to block
Republicans
Nvidia
struggle
sales
to manage
China
shutdown
amid
chaos.
tech war.
Critics say democracy
25.
is eroding in
Global
plain
markets
sight
react
amid
to
budget
ongoing
paralysis
conflicts
and natural disasters.
4460.
Oil prices rise as
Killed
investors
in
weigh
Sudan
risks
hospital
from Asia
massacre.
and the Middle East. WHO condemns attack.
Sudanese
Sudanese RSF fighters stormed facilities, killing patients and doctors. 5. Trump FCC faces criticism over rising prison phone costs.
Welcome to USApulse,
Telecom corporations
your global window
accused
to
of
today's most
exploiting
powerful
inmate
headlines.
families. From catastrophic storms in the
6.
Caribbean to
Baltimore
new tensions
play
in
The
the Middle
Peculiar
East, and a
Patriot
major Trump exposes prison reality.
Here are the top 25
Stage performance
global
takes
and US
audiences
headlines for
inside
29th
America's
of
prison
October
system.
2025.
7. Rural America pushes to end prison dependency. 1. Local leaders
Typhoon
move toward
Kalmegi
justice reform
devastates the
and economic
Philippines.
diversification.
At least 5
8
people
Gaza
dead.
residents
Hundreds
defy
stranded
evacuation
as
orders.
floods submerge central
Families vow
regions
to stay
with
home
winds up to
despite Israeli
205
warnings
kilometers
and
per
strikes.
hour.
9.
2.
Civil
Rescue
rights
efforts
icon
continue
urges
in
youth
Nepal.
to resist Trump
Avalanche
and
bodies
ICE
of
policies.
7
climbers recovered
Leaders
from the
recall
Himalayas
1960s
after a deadly
activism
snow
as
collapse
blueprint
near
for
Dalagiri.
modern resistance.
3. 10.
Ukraine drone
Billionaires
strikes hit
blamed
Russian
for
petrochemical
deepening
US
US shutdown
Russia
crisis.
accuses Ukraine
Experts
of targeting
claim
industrial
oligarchic
infrastructure
influence drives
in
political
Bashkortostan.
gridlock. 4.
11.
Zora
Federal
Mamdani
workers
leads
speak
NYC
out on
shutdown
mayoral race.
hardship.
The progressive
Many revealed
candidate
emerges
personal
as
toll
frontrunner as
in a
pay
historic
and aid
contest
programs
reshaping
freeze US city politics.
12.
5. Nebraska
Donald
prisoner
Trump
punished
Treasury
for
Secretary
political
to
podcast.
attend
tariff case
Inmate
hearing.
faces solitary
Supreme Court to
confinement
debate the administration's
after
trade
criticising
policy
state policy.
impact on November
13.
5th. Trump
6.
boosts ICE
China
weapons
begins
budget
test
by
production
700
of flying
cars.
A
Controversial
major
move
China-based
raises
company
concerns
outpaces
over domestic
Tesla
with
prototype
militarization.
aerial vehicles
Entering
14.
trial phase.
Parents turn
7.
grief into movement.
North Korea
after
mourns
police
former
killings.
ceremonial head of
Bereaved
state
families
Kim Jong-nam
unite
to demand
a key
justice
diplomat
reform
since the
nationwide.
1990s.
Passes
15.
away at 96.
Chilean band
8.
turns
FDA's
protest
top drug
into
regulator
resistance
resigns
through music.
amid scandal.
Artists use art
Dr. George
to challenge
Tidmarsh
police
quits
violence
following
federal
government
probe into
oppression
ethics
violations.
1731,000 Kaiser
9.
Permanente
Nigeria's
workers
ethnic
continue
violence
strike.
deepens. Analysts
Healthcare
call for
workers
dialogue.
demand
fair pay and safe
Experts
staffing
urge reforms
nationwide as clashes escalate
18.
between
No
northern
Kings
and
protests
southern
spread.
groups as activists
10.
oppose Trump crackdown.
backs Cuomo.
Civil rights
to
groups
cut
rally
funds if
against
Mamdani
intimidation
wins.
and authoritarian laws.
The former president re-enters
19.
New York's political
Supreme Court
battleground.
battle over Voting Rights
11.
Act looms.
Canada
Ruling
rejects
could
surge
cement
of Indian
GOP
student
power and
permits.
reshape 2026
Over 70% of
midterms.
applications denied.
20.
Amid fraud,
Facebook
and funding
accused
concerns.
of targeting Chicago immigrant
12.
groups.
ISRO
ICE
launches
alerts
heaviest
linked to
communication
platform
satellite
moderation.
yet.
Spark
India
privacy
makes
outrage.
history.
With the largest
21.
satellite deployment on a
AI-driven
domestic
job
rocket.
losses
raise global worker
13.
fears.
India's
Analysts
IT
warn
industry
of rising
at a crossroads.
unemployment from automation
Experts
in service
warn of
sectors
job cuts
and global
22.
outsourcing shifts. Trump's shutdown shows
14.
power without
Israel
democracy.
returns 45
Critics
Palestinian
say the
bodies
administration
to Gaza.
weaponizes governance
Health Ministry
failure.
confirms handover
23.
amid ongoing
Sudan's
ceasefire
RSF
negotiations.
takeover
15.
sparks
Trump
UN
defends
emergency
nuclear testing
session.
revival.
Humanitarian
Pakistan
crisis
and China.
escalates. after hospital
US
massacre.
justifies its
24
stance as
UN
competitors
calls
expand
for
weapons
global tech
programs.
ethics charter.
16
Trump
nations
leaves
demand
door open
AI
for Nigeria
regulation
military
amid
operation.
deepfake and
Hints at possible
surveillance
cooperation
scandals.
if US interests are
25
threatened.
world leaders urge
17
ceasefire extension
Bangladesh
in
Pakistan
Gaza.
relations warm
Diplomatic
after Hasina's
pressure
exit.
mounts for
Envoy
permanent
credits
peace deal.
new government for improved diplomatic tone.
18. Tanzania's new president sworn in amid violent protests. Opposition rallies lead to hundreds of arrests and multiple shootings. 19. UAE
Welcome
accused
to
of arming
USApulse,
Sudanese, your
paramilitary
global window
forces.
to today's most powerful
Sudanese
headlines.
ambassador condemns weapon
From
shipments
catastrophic
to
storms
RSF
in the
fighters.
Caribbean to new tensions
20.
in the Middle East and
Air
a major
India
Trump
crash
update.
survivor appeals for support.
Here are the top 25
surviving
global
passenger
and US
pleads for
headlines for
government
29th of October
21 Indian student
2025.
visa rejections.
Hit record high in Canada. Rejection
Zora
rate
Mamdani
surged to
leads
74%,
NYC working class
sparking
movement
diplomatic
grassroots
campaign,
campaign.
gains national attention
22
as she
fugitive
challenges
naval
far-right
Choksi
narratives, challenges extradition
to
in
Belgium.
Gazan survivor, wanted
Sends
message
businessman
to the world
argues
after
human
ceasefire.
rights violations in
A voice
Indian
of
courts.
resilience emerges amid
23.
ruins.
Life
Trump
after
backs new
genocide
Supreme Court
feels
tariff
strangely
hearing.
empty.
Could redefine US global
3
trade
US
rules.
Republicans
24.
struggle to manage shutdown
Trump warns
chaos.
of sanctions.
Critics
over
say
Chinese chip
democracy is
technology
eroding
transfers.
in plain sight.
US moves to block
Paralysis.
Nvidia sales to China amid
446
tech zero. Killed
25.
in Sudan hospital
Global
massacre.
markets react to
WHO
ongoing conflicts
condemns
and
attack.
natural disasters.
Sudanese
Oil
RSF
prices
fighters
rise
stormed
as
the
investors
facility,
weigh risks
killing
from Asia
patients
and
the
doctors.
Middle East.
5. Trump FCC faces criticism over rising prison phone costs. Telecom corporations accused of exploiting remote values. 6. Baltimore
Welcome to
Play,
USApulse,
the peculiar
your
patriot,
global window to
exposes
today's
prison
most
reality.
powerful headlines.
Stage performance
catastrophic
takes
storms
audiences
in the Caribbean
inside America's
to new
prison
tensions
system.
in the Middle East and a major
7.
Trump update.
Rural America
Here
pushes
are the
to
top
end
25
prison
global
dependency.
and US headlines
Local leaders
for
move
29th of
toward
October
justice reform and
2025.
economic diversification.
8 Gaza residents defy evacuation orders.
1.
Families
Typhoon
vow to stay
Kalmegi
home
devastates
despite
the
Israeli
Philippines.
warnings and strikes.
At least 5 people
9.
dead. Hundreds
Civil rights
stranded as
icon
floods
urges
submerge
youth to
central
resist
region
Trump
with
and
winds
ICE
up to
policies.
205
Leaders
kilometers
recall
per hour.
1960s
2.
activism,
Rescue
as
efforts
blueprint
continue
for modern
in Nepal.
resistance.
Avalanche
10.
bodies of 7
Billionaires
climbers
blamed
recovered from the
for deepening
Himalayas
US
after a
shutdown
deadly
crisis.
snow collapse near
Experts
Dhaulagiri.
claim
3.
oligarchic influence
Ukraine
drives
drone
political
strikes hit
gridlock.
Russian petrochemical
11.
plant.
Federal
Russia
workers
accuses
speak
Ukraine
out
on
of
shutdown
targeting
hardship.
industrial
Many
infrastructure
reveal
in
personal
Bashkortostan
toll.
as pay and
4.
aid programs
Zora
freeze.
Mamdani leads NYC
12.
mayoral race.
Nebraska
The progressive
prisoner
candidate
punished
emerges
for
as
political
frontrunner
podcast.
in a historic contest.
Inmate faces
reshaping
solitary
US
confinement
city
politics.
after criticizing
5.
state policy.
Donald Trump's Treasury
13.
Secretary to
Trump
attend tariff
boosts
case
ICE weapons
hearing.
budget
Supreme
by
Court to debate the
700%.
administration's trade
Controversial
policy
move
impact
on
raises
November
concerns
5th.
over domestic
6.
militarization.
China begins test
14.
production of flying
Parents
cars.
turn grief into
a major
movement
China-based
after
company
police
outpaces
killings.
Tesla with
Bereaved
prototype
families
aerial
unite
vehicles
entering
to demand
trial
justice
phase.
reform nationwide.
7. North Korea
15.
mourns former
Chilean
ceremonial
band
head of state
turns
Kim
protest
Jong-nam
into resistance
Kim,
through
a key
music.
diplomat since the
Artists
1990s,
use art
passes
to challenge
away
police
at
violence
96.
and
8
government
FDA's
oppression.
top drug regulator resigns
Kaiser
amid
Permanente
scandal.
workers continue
Dr.
strike.
George Tidmarsh quits
Healthcare
following
workers
federal
demand
probe
fair
into
pay
ethics
and safe
violations
staffing
nationwide.
9.
18
Nigeria's
No
ethnic
Kings
violence
protests
deepens.
spread.
Analysts
As
call
activists
for dialogue.
oppose
Trump crackdown.
Experts urge reforms.
Civil rights groups
as
rally
clashes
against
escalate
intimidation
between
and
northern
authoritarian
and southern
groups.
groups. 10.
19.
Trump
Supreme
backs
Court
Cuomo,
battle over voting
threatens
rights
to cut
Act
funds if
looms.
Mamdani wins.
Ruling could cement GOP power
The former
and
president
reshape
re-enters New
2026
York's political
midterms.
battleground.
20.
11.
Canada
Facebook accused
rejects
of targeting
surge of
Chicago
Indian
immigrant
student
permits.
ICE
Over
alerts
70%
linked
of
to
applications
platform
denied
moderation
amid
spark
fraud
privacy
and funding
outrage.
concerns.
21.
ISRO
AI-driven
launches
job losses
heaviest
raise
communication
global worker
satellite
fears.
yet.
Analysts
India
warn
makes
of rising
history
unemployment
with the
from
largest
automation
satellite
in
deployment
service
on a
sectors.
domestic rocket.
22. 13. Shutdown India's IT industry at a crossroads. Critics say the administration weaponizes government outsourcing shifts. 23. Israel's RSF takeover sparks UN bodies to Gaza session. Health Ministry humanitarian crisis escalate amid ongoing ceasefire negotiations.
24.
UN
Trump
defends
for
nuclear
global
testing revival
charter.
Blames Pakistan.
Nations demand
and China.
AI regulation.
US justifies its
deepfake and
stance as
surveillance
competitors
scandals.
expand weapons programs.
25. World
16.
leaders
Trump
urge
ceasefire
ceasefire
extension
Nigeria
in Gaza.
military operation.
Diplomatic
Hints at
pressure
possible
mounts for
cooperation
permanent
if US
peace
interests
interests are threatened. 17. Bangladesh-Pakistan relations warm after Hasina's exit. Envoy credits new government for improved diplomatic ties. 18. Tanzania's new president sworn in amid violent
Welcome
protests.
to USApulse.
Opposition
Your
rallies
global
lead to
window
hundreds
to today's
of arrests
most
and
powerful
multiple
headlines.
casualties. From catastrophic
19.
storms in the Caribbean
UAE
to new
accused
tensions
of
in the
arming
Middle East
Sudanese
and a major
paramilitary
Trump
forces.
update. Sudanese
Here are the
ambassador
top
condemns
25
weapon
global
shipments to
and
RSF
US
fighters.
headlines for 29th of
20.
October 2025.
Air India crash survivor appeals for support. Only surviving passenger pleads for
One
government
Zora
compensation.
Mamdani leads
21
NYC
Indian
working class
student
movement
visa
rejection
rejections
campaign
hit record
gains
high
national
in
attention
Canada as she challenges
rejection
far-right
rate
narratives.
surged to 74%.
Two Gazan
sparking
survivor
diplomatic
sends message
concern.
to the world after ceasefire.
22 fugitive
A
Mehul
voice of
Choksi
resilience
challenges
emerges
extradition
amid ruins.
in Belgium.
Life after
Wanted
genocide
businessman
feels
argues
strangely
human rights
empty.
violations in Indian courts.
3 US Republicans
23
struggle to manage
Trump
shutdown
backs
chaos.
new Supreme Court
Critics
tariff
say
case
democracy
hearing
is eroding
could
in
redefine
plain
US
sight
global trade
amid
rules.
budget paralysis.
24. Trump
4
warns
for
of sanctions
6-0
over Chinese
killed
chip
in
technology
Sudan
hospital
transfers.
massacre. US moves
WHO
to block Nvidia
condemns
sales
attack.
to China.
Sudanese
amid tech
RSF
war.
fighters stormed
25.
the facility.
Global
Killing
markets
patients
react
and
to
doctors.
ongoing conflicts and natural
5. disasters.
Trump
Oil
FCC
prices
faces
rise
criticism
as investors
over
weigh
rising
risks from
prison
Asia
phone costs.
and the Middle East.
Telecom corporations accused of exploiting inmate families. 6. Baltimore play The Peculiar Patriot exposes prison reality. Stage performance takes audiences inside America's
Welcome to
prison
USA
system.
Pulse,
Your global
7.
window to today's most
Rural
powerful
America
headlines.
pushes to end prison
From catastrophic
dependency.
storms in the Caribbean
Local leaders
to new
move
tensions
towards
in the
justice
Middle East
reform
and a major
economic
Trump update.
diversification.
Here
8
are the
Gaza
top
residents
25
defy
global and
evacuation
US
orders.
headlines for 29th
Families
of
vow to
October
stay home
2025.
despite Israeli warnings and strikes. 9. Civil rights icon
1.
urges youth
Typhoon
to resist
Kalmegi
Trump devastates
devastates
the
the
Philippines.
At
Leaders
least
recall
5 people
1960s
dead.
activism
Hundreds
as
stranded
blueprint
as floods
for modern
submerge central
resistance.
regions with
10.
winds up to 205
Billionaires blamed
kilometers
for
per
deepening
hour.
US
2.
shutdown crisis.
Rescue efforts
Experts
continue
claim
in Nepal.
oligarchic
Avalanche
influence
bodies
drives
of 7
political
climbers
gridlock.
recovered from the Himalayas
11.
after a
Federal
deadly snow
workers
collapse
speak
made
out
down
on
the
shutdown
Geary.
hardship.
3.
Many reveal
Ukraine
personal
drone
toll
strikes hit
as
Russian
pay and aid
petrochemical
programs freeze.
Russia accuses Ukraine
12.
of targeting industrial
Nebraska prisoner
infrastructure
punished
in
for political
Bashkortostan.
podcast.
4. Inmate faces
Zora
solitary
Mamdani
confinement
leads
NYC
after criticising
mayoral race.
state policy.
The progressive candidate
13.
emerges as frontrunner
Trump
in a historic
boosts
contest
ICE weapons budget
reshaping
by
US
700%.
city politics. Controversial move.
Donald
raises
Trump's Treasury
concerns over
Secretary
domestic
to attend tariff
militarization.
case hearing.
14. Supreme Court to debate the administration's
grief
trade
into
policy
movement
impact
after
on
police
November
killings.
6.
6.
Bereaved families
China
unite
begins
test
to
production
demand justice
of flying
reform
cars.
nationwide.
A major China-based
15.
company outpaces
Chilean
Tesla
band
with
turns
prototype
protest
aerial
into
vehicles
resistance
entering
through
trial
music.
phase. Artists
7.
use art
North
to
Korea
challenge
mourns
police
former
violence
ceremonial
and government
head of state
oppression.
Kim Jong-nam.
1731,000
a
key
Kaiser
diplomat
Permanente
since the
workers
1990s
continue strike.
passes away
At 96.
Healthcare workers demand
8.
fair pay
FDA's
and
top
safe
drug
staffing
regulator
nationwide.
resigns amid scandal.
18. No King's
Dr.
protests
George
spread
Tidmarsh quits
as activists
following the
federal
federal
probe
Trump
into
crackdown.
ethics violations.
Civil rights groups
9.
rally against
Nigeria's
intimidation
ethnic
and
violence
authoritarian
deepens.
laws.
Analysts call for dialogue.
19.
Supreme
Experts
Court
battle
urge
over
reforms
Voting Rights Act
as clashes
looms.
escalate
Ruling
between
could
northern
cement
and
GOP
southern
power
groups
and
reshape
10.
2026
Trump
midterms.
backs Cuomo. threatens to cut funds if Facebook accused of targeting Chicago immigrant
The former
groups.
president re-enters New York's political battleground.
Platform moderation.
11.
Spark privacy
Canada
outrage.
rejects
Surge of Indian student
21.
permits. AI-driven job losses
70%
raise
of global
applications
worker fears.
denied. Amid
Analysts
fraud
warn
and
of
rising
concerns.
unemployment from automation
12.
in service sectors.
ISRO launches heaviest
22.
communication
Trump's
satellite
shutdown
yet.
shows power
India
without
makes history
democracy. With the largest
Critics
satellite
say the
deployment
administration
on a domestic
weaponizes
rocket.
governance failure.
13.
23.
India's IT industry
Sudan's
at a
RSF
crossroads. Takeover sparks
Experts
UN
warn of job
emergency
cuts
session
and
global outsourcing
Humanitarian
shifts.
crisis escalates.
14. After hospital
Israel
massacre.
returns
24
24
Palestinian
UN calls
bodies
for
to
global
Gaza.
tech ethics
Health
charter.
Ministry confirms
Nations
handover
demand AI
amid ongoing
regulation.
ceasefire
Amid
negotiations.
deepfake and
15.
surveillance
Trump
scandals.
defends nuclear testing revival.
25 world
Blames
leaders
Pakistan
urge
and
ceasefire
China. Extension in Gaza. US justifies its
Diplomatic
stance as
pressure
competitors
mounts for
expand
permanent
weapons
peace
programs.
deals.
16. Trump leaves door open for Nigerian military operation. Hints at possible cooperation with US interests at present. 17. Bangladesh-Pakistan relations warm after Hasima's exit.
Welcome
Envoy
to
credits new
USApulse,
government for improved
your global
diplomatic
window
tone.
to today's most powerful headlines.
Tanzania's
catastrophic
new
storms in the
sworn
Caribbean
violent
to new
protests.
tensions in the Middle East
Opposition
and a
rallies
major
lead to
Trump
hundreds
update.
of arrests and multiple
Here are the
casualties.
top 25 global
19.
and US headlines
UAE
for 29th
accused
of
of
October
arming Sudanese
2025.
paramilitary forces. Sudanese ambassador condemns weapon shipments to RSF fighters.
Zora Mamdani leads
20.
NYC working class
Air India
movement
crash
grassroots
survivor
campaign
appeals for support.
gains national attention.
Only surviving
as she
passenger
challenges
pleads for
far-right
government
narratives.
compensation.
21
Two
Indian
Gazan
student
survivor
visa rejection
sends message to the
record
world
high
after
in
ceasefire.
Canada. A voice
Rejection
of resilience
rate surged to
emerges amid
74%.
ruins.
Sparking
Life after
diplomatic
genocide
concern.
feels strangely
22
empty.
fugitive Mehul Chokshi
3 US
challenges
Republicans
extradition
struggle
in Belgium.
to manage shutdown chaos.
Wanted businessman
Critics say
argues
democracy
human rights
is eroding
violations
in plain
Indian
sight
courts amid budget paralysis.
23. Trump backs
446
new Supreme Court
tariff case hearing.
Killed in
Could
Sudan
redefine
hospital
US
massacre.
global trade rules. WHO condemns
24.
attack.
Trump
Sudanese
warns of
RSF
sanctions
fighters
over Chinese
stormed the
chip
facility,
technology
killing
transfers.
patients.
US
and
moves to
doctors.
block
Nvidia sales to
5.
China amid
Trump
tech FCC
war.
faces criticism
25.
over rising
Global
prison
markets
phone costs.
react to ongoing
Telecom
conflicts
corporations
and natural
accused
disasters.
of exploiting
Oil
inmate
prices
families.
rise
as investors weigh
6.
risks from Asia and
Baltimore
the Middle
play
East.
The Peculiar Patriot
Exposes prison reality. State performance takes audiences inside America's prison system. 7. Rural America pushes to end prison dependency. Local leaders
Welcome
move
to
towards
USApulse,
justice reform
your
and
global
economic
window to today's most
diversification.
powerful
8
headlines.
Gaza residents
From
defy
catastrophic
evacuation
storms
in
in
the
the
Caribbean.
to new
Families
tensions
bound to
in the
stay
Middle
home
East
and a
despite
major
a Trump
Israeli
update.
warnings and strikes.
Here are the top
9.
25 global
Civil
and
rights
US
icon
headlines
urges
for
youth
29th
to
of
resist
October
Trump and ICE
2025.
policies. Leaders recall 1960s activism as blueprint
1.
for modern resistance.
Typhoon Kalmegi
devastates the Philippines.
Billionaires blamed
at least
for
5
deepening
people
US
dead.
shutdown
Hundreds
crisis.
stranded as floods
Experts
submerge
claim
central
oligarchic
regions
influence
with winds up to
drives
205
political
kilometers per hour.
11.
2.
Federal workers
Rescue
speak
efforts
out on
continue
shutdown
in Nepal.
hardship. Many
Avalanche
reveal
bodies of
personal
7
toll
climbers
as
recovered
pay
from
and aid
Himalayas
programs
after
freeze.
a deadly snow collapse near
12.
Dalagiri.
3.
Nebraska prisoner punished
Ukraine
for
drone
political
strikes hit
podcast.
Russian petrochemical
Inmate
plant.
faces solitary
Russia
confinement
accuses Ukraine
after
of
criticizing
targeting
state
industrial
policy.
infrastructure
13.
in Bashkortostan.
Trump boosts
4.
ICE weapons
Zora
budget by
Mamdani
700%.
leads
NYC mayoral race.
Controversial move.
The progressive
raises
candidate
concerns
emerges
over
over
domestic
domestic
in a historic
militarization.
contest reshaping
14.
US city politics.
Parents turn grief
5.
into movement.
Donald
after
Trump's
police
Treasury
killings.
Secretary to attend
Bereaved
tariff
families
case
unite
hearing.
to
Supreme
demand
Court to
justice
debate the
reform
administration's
nationwide.
trade policy impact
15.
on November 5th.
Chilean band
6.
turns protest
China
into
begins
resistance
test
through
production
music.
of flying cars.
Artists use
A
art
major
to
China-based
challenge police
company
violence
outpaces
and
Tesla
government
with prototype
oppression.
aerial
17
vehicles
31,000
entering trial
Kaiser
phase.
Permanente workers
7.
continue strike.
North Korea mourns former
Healthcare
ceremonial
workers
head
demand
of
fair
state
pay
Kim
and safe
Jong-nam.
staffing
Kim,
nationwide.
a key diplomat since
18
the 1990s,
No Kings protest
passes
spread
away
at
as
activists oppose Trump
FDA's
crackdown.
top drug regulator
Civil rights
resigns
groups rally
amid
against
scandal.
intimidation and
Dr.
authoritarian
George Tidmarsh quits following federal probe into
Supreme
ethics
Court
violations.
battle over Voting Rights Act
9.
looms.
Nigeria's
Ruling
ethnic
could
violence
cement
deepens.
GOP power and
Analysts
reshape
call for dialogue.
2026 midterms.
Experts urge reforms.
20. As clashes
Facebook
escalate
accused of
between
targeting
northern and
Chicago
southern
immigrant
groups.
groups. 10.
ICE alerts
Trump
backs
links to
Cuomo.
platform moderation.
Threatens to cut
Spark
funds if
privacy
Mamdani
outrage.
wins. 21.
The former president
AI-driven job
New York's
losses raise
political
global worker
battleground.
fears.
11.
Analysts warn
Canada
of rising
rejects
unemployment
surge of
from
Indian
automation
student
in service
permits.
sectors.
Over 70%
22.
of applications
Trump's
denied
shutdown
amid
shows
fraud
power
and
without
funding
democracy.
concerns.
Critics
12.
say the administration
ISRO launches
weaponizes
heaviest
governance
communication satellite yet.
23.
India
Sudan's
makes history
RSF
with the
takeover
largest
sparks
satellite
UN
deployment
emergency
on a domestic
session.
rocket.
Humanitarian
13.
crisis escalates
India's
after
IT industry
hospital
at a
massacre.
crossroads.
24. UN
Experts
calls
warn
for
of job
global
cuts
tech
and
ethics
global
charter.
outsourcing shifts.
Nations demand AI
14.
regulation.
Israel
amid
returns
deep fake and
45
surveillance
Palestinian
scandals.
bodies to Gaza.
25
Health
world
Ministry
leaders
confirms
urge
handover
ceasefire
amid
extension
ongoing
in Gaza.
ceasefire negotiations.
Diplomatic pressure
15
mounts
Trump
for
defends
permanent
nuclear
peace
testing
deal.
revival, blames Pakistan and China.
US justifies its stance with competitors exploring weapons programs. 16 Trump leaves door open for Nigeria military operation. Hints at possible cooperation
Welcome
if
to
US interests are
USApulse,
threatened.
your global window to
17.
today's most powerful headlines.
Bangladesh-Pakistan relations
From catastrophic
warm after
storms in the
Hasina's exit,
Caribbean to
envoy
new tensions
credits
in
in
the
the
Middle
Middle
East
East
for
and a
improved
major
diplomatic
Trump
tone.
update.
Here are the
18.
top 25
Tanzania's new
global and
president
US
sworn in amid
headlines for
violent
29th of
protests.
October
Opposition rallies
2025.
lead to hundreds of arrests and multiple casualties. 19.
One Zora
UAE
Mamdani
accused
leads
of arming
NYC
Sudanese
working class
paramilitary
movement
forces.
grassroots campaign
Sudanese
gains
ambassador
national
condemns
attention
weapon shipments
as she
to
challenges
RSF fighters.
far-right narratives.
20.
Two
Air
Gaza
India
survivor
crash survivor
sends
appeals
message
for
to the
support.
world after ceasefire.
Only surviving passenger
A
pleads
voice
for
of
government
resilience
compensation.
emerges amid
21
ruins.
Indian student
Life
visa
after
rejection
genocide
hit
feels
record
strangely
high in
empty.
Canada. Rejection
3
rates
US
surged to
Republicans
74%,
struggle to manage
sparking
shutdown
diplomatic
chaos.
concern.
Critics say democracy
22
is eroding
fugitive
in plain
Mehul
sight
Choksi
amid
challenges
budget
extradition
paralysis.
in Belgium.
Wanted
460
businessman
argues human
killed
rights
in Sudan
violations
hospital
in
massacre.
Indian courts. WHO
23.
condemns attack. Trump backs
Sudanese
new
Supreme
Supreme
Court
Court
tariff
tariffs
case
stormed
hearing
the facility,
could redefine
killing US
patients
global trade
and
rules.
doctors.
24. 5. Trump
Trump's
warns of
FCC
sanctions
faces
over
criticism
Chinese chip technology
over rising
transfers.
prison phone costs.
US moves to
Telecom
block Nvidia
corporations
sales to
accused
China
of
exploiting
tech
inmate
war.
families. 25. 6.
Global markets react
Baltimore
to
play the
ongoing
peculiar
conflicts and
Patriot
natural
exposes
disasters.
prison reality.
Oil prices rise
Stage
as
performance
investors
takes
weigh risks
audiences
from Asia
inside
and
America's
the Middle
prison
East.
system. 7. Rural America pushes to end prison dependency. Local leaders move towards justice reform and economic diversification. 8 Gaza residents defy evacuation orders.
Welcome
Families
to
vow to stay
USApulse,
home,
your
despite
global
Israeli
window to
warnings
today's
and
most
strikes.
powerful headlines.
9.
From
Civil
catastrophic
rights
storms in the
icon
Caribbean
urges youth
to new
resist
tensions in the
Trump
Middle East
and
and
ICE
a major
policies.
Trump update.
Leaders recall
Here are the
1960s
top 25
activism
global and
as
US
blueprint
headlines
for
for
modern
29th of
resistance.
October 2025.
Billionaires blamed for deepening US shutdown crisis. 1.
Experts claim
Typhoon
oligarchic
Kalmegi
influence
devastates
drives
the Philippines.
political gridlock.
At least 5 people
11.
dead.
Federal
Hundreds
workers
stranded
speak
as
out
floods
on
submerge
shutdown
central
hardship.
regions.
Many
With winds
reveal
up to
personal
205
toll
kilometers
as pay
per
and
hour.
aid programs
2.
freeze.
Rescue efforts
12.
continue in Nepal.
Nebraska
Avalanche
prisoner
bodies of
punished
7
for political
climbers
podcast.
recovered from the Himalayas.
Inmate
after
faces
a deadly
solitary
snow
confinement
collapse near
after
Dalagiri.
criticising state
3.
policy.
Ukraine
13.
drone strikes hit
Trump
Russian
boosts
petrochemical
ICE
plant.
weapons budget
Russia
by
accuses
700%.
Ukraine of targeting
Controversial
industrial
move
infrastructure
raises
in
concerns
Bashkortostan.
over domestic militarization.
Zora Mamdani
14.
leads NYC
Parents
mayoral
turn
race.
grief into movement.
The progressive candidate
after police
emerges as
killings.
frontrunner in a
Bereaved
historic
families
contest
unite
reshaping
to
US
demand
city
justice
politics.
reform nationwide.
5. Donald
15.
Trump's Treasury Secretary
Chilean
to
band
attend
turns
protest
hearing
into resistance
Supreme Court
through
to debate
music.
the administration's
Artists
trade
use
policy
art
impact
to challenge
on November
police
5th.
violence and
6.
government oppression.
China begins test production of
Kaiser
flying
cars.
workers
A
continue
major
strike.
China-based company
Healthcare
outpaces
workers
Tesla
demand
with
fair
prototype
pay and
aerial
safe vehicles
vehicles
entering
entering
trials.
18. No King's
North Korea mourns former
as
ceremonial
activists
head of
oppose
state
Trump
Kim
crackdown.
Jong-nam.
Civil rights groups rally
rally
against
the
intimidation
1990s
and
passes
authoritarian
away
laws.
at 96.
19.
FDA's
Supreme
top
Court
drug
battle
regulator
over voting
resigns
rights Act
amid
looms.
scandal.
Ruling could
Dr.
cement
George
GOP
Tidmarsh
power
quits
and
following
reshape
federal probe into
2026
ethics
midterms.
violations.
29.
Nigeria's
accused
ethnic
of
targeting
violence
Chicago
deepens.
immigrant
Analysts
call for dialogue.
ICE alerts
Experts
linked to
urge
platform
reforms
moderation as clashes
privacy
escalate
outrage.
between northern and southern groups.
21.
10.
AI-driven job
Trump
losses
backs
raise
Cuomo.
global worker fears.
Threatens to cut funds
Analysts
if
warn
Mamdani
of
rising
rising
unemployment from automation
The former
in
president
service sectors.
re-enters New York's political
22.
battleground.
Trump's shutdown
11.
shows power
Canada
without
rejects
democracy.
surge of Indian student
Critics
permits.
say the administration
Over
weaponizes
70% of
governance
applications
failure.
denied amid
23.
fraud and funding
Sudan's
concerns.
RSF takeover sparks
12.
UN
ISRO
emergency
launches
session.
heaviest communication
Humanitarian
satellite
crisis
yet.
escalates
India
after
makes
hospital
history
massacre with the
24
largest satellite
UN
deployment
calls for
on a
global
domestic
tech
rocket.
ethics charter.
13.
Nations demand
India's
AI
IT
regulation
industry
at a
amid
crossroads.
deepfake and surveillance
Experts warn of
scandals.
job cuts
and global
25
outsourcing
world
shifts.
leaders urge ceasefire
14.
extension in
Israel
Gaza.
returns 45
Diplomatic pressure
Palestinian
mounts
bodies
for
to
permanent
Gaza.
peace deal.
Health Ministry confirms handover amid ongoing ceasefire negotiations.
15 Trump defends nuclear testing revival, blames Pakistan and China. US justifies its stance as competitors expand weapons
Welcome
programs.
to USApulse, your
16
global
Trump
window to
leaves
today's
door
most
open
powerful
for Nigeria
headlines.
military operation.
From catastrophic
Hints at
storms in the
possible
Caribbean
cooperation
to
if
new
US
tensions in
interests
the
are
Middle East
threatened.
and a major Trump update.
17.
Here
Bangladesh
are the top
Pakistan
25
relations warm
global
after
and
Hasina's
US
exit.
headlines for
Envoy
29th of
credits new
October
government for improved diplomatic
2025.
tone. 18. Tanzania's new president sworn in amid
One Zora
violent
Mamdani
protests.
leads NYC
Opposition
working
rallies
class
lead to
movement
hundreds of
grassroots
arrests and
campaign
multiple
gains
casualties.
national attention
19.
as she challenges far-right
UAE
narratives.
accused of arming Sudanese
Two Gaza
paramilitary
survivor
forces.
sends message
Sudanese
to the
ambassador
world after
condemns
ceasefire.
weapon shipments to RSF
A voice
fighters.
of resilience emerges
20.
amid ruins.
Air India
Life
crash
after
survivor
genocide
appeals for support.
feels strangely
Only surviving
empty.
passenger pleads for government
3
compensation.
US Republicans
21 Indian
struggle to
student
manage
visa
shutdown
rejections
chaos.
hit record
Critics
high
say democracy
in
is
Canada.
eroding in plain
Rejection
sight
rates
amid
surged to
budget
74%, sparking diplomatic concern.
4460.
Killed
22
in
fugitive
Sudan
Mehul
hospital
Choksi
massacre.
challenges
WHO
extradition
condemns
in Belgium.
attack.
Sudanese
Wanted businessman
RSF fighters
argues human
stormed
rights
the facility,
violations in
killing
Indian
patients
courts.
and doctors.
23.
5.
Trump backs new
Trump
Supreme Court
FCC
tariff
faces
case
criticism
hearing.
could
over
redefine
rising
US
prison
global
phone
trade
costs.
rules. Telecom
24.
corporations accused
Trump
of
warns of
exploiting
sanctions
inmate families
over Chinese chip technology
6.
transfers.
US
Baltimore
moves
play
to
the
block
peculiar
Nvidia
sales
Patriot
to China
exposes
amid
prison
tech
reality.
war.
Stage
25.
performance takes
Global
audiences
markets
inside
react
America's
to ongoing
prison system.
conflicts and natural
7.
disasters.
Rural
Oil
America
prices
pushes
rise
to end
as
prison
investors weigh
dependency.
risks from Asia
Local
and
leaders
the
move
Middle
toward
East.
justice reform and economic diversification.
8 Gaza residents defy evacuation orders. Families vow to stay home despite Israeli warning zones. 9. Civil rights icon urges
Welcome
youth
to
to resist
USA
Trump
Pulse,
and
your
ICE
global
policies.
window to today's
Leaders
most powerful
recall
headlines.
1960s activism
From catastrophic
as
storms in the
blueprint
Caribbean
for modern resistance
to new tensions in the Middle East
10.
and a major Trump
Billionaires
update.
blamed for
Here
deepening
are the
US
top 25
shutdown crisis.
global and US
Experts
headlines for
claim
29th of
oligarchic
October
influence drives
2025.
political gridlock. 11.
Federal workers speak out on
1.
shutdown
Typhoon
hardship.
Kalmagi
Many reveal
devastates the
personal
Philippines
tolls
as
At
pay
least
and
5
aid
people
programs
dead,
freeze.
hundreds stranded as
12.
floods submerge central regions.
Nebraska prisoner
with winds up to
punished for political
205
podcast.
kilometers per hour.
Inmate faces
2.
solitary confinement
Rescue efforts
after
continue
criticising
in Nepal.
state policy.
Avalanche bodies of
13.
7 climbers
Trump
recovered from the
boosts
Himalayas
ice weapons
after
budget
a deadly
by
snow
700%.
collapse near Dhaulagiri. Controversial
3.
move raises
Ukraine
concerns
drone
over
strikes
domestic
hit
Russian
militarization.
petrochemical plant.
14.
Russia accuses Ukraine
Parents turn
of targeting
grief into
industrial
movement
infrastructure
after police
in
killings.
Bashkortostan. Bereaved families
4.
unite
Zora
to
Mamdani
demand
leads
justice
NYC
reform
nationwide.
mayoral race. The progressive
15.
candidate emerges as
Chilean
frontrunner
band
in a
turns
historic
protest
contest
into
reshaping
resistance
US
through music.
city politics.
Artists
5.
use art to
Donald
challenge
Trump's
police
Treasury
violence
Secretary
and
to
government
attend tariff
oppression.
case
1731,000
Supreme Court to
Kaiser
debate the
Permanente
administration's
workers
trade
continue
policy
strike.
impact on November 5th.
Healthcare workers demand
6.
fair pay and safe
China
staffing
begins test
nationwide.
production of flying cars.
18. No
A
Kings
major
protest
China-based
spread
company
as
outpaces
activists
Tesla
oppose
with
Trump
prototype
crackdown.
aerial vehicles
Civil
entering
rights
trial
groups
phase.
rally against intimidation
7.
and authoritarian
North Korea
laws.
mourns former ceremonial
19.
head of state
Supreme
Kim
Court
Jong-nam.
battle over Voting
Kim,
Rights
a
Act
key diplomat
looms.
since the
Ruling
1990s,
could cement
passes
GOP
away
power
at
and
96.
reshapes
2026
FDA's
midterms.
top drug regulator
20.
resigns amid scandal.
Facebook accused of targeting
Dr.
Chicago
George
immigrant
Tidmarsh
groups
quits following federal
ICE
probe
alerts
into ethics
links to
violations.
platform moderation.
9.
Privacy
Nigeria's
outrage.
ethnic violence deepens.
21.
Analysts call for
AI-driven
dialogue.
job losses raise
Experts
global worker
urge
fears.
reforms as
Analysts
clashes
warn of
escalate
rising
between
unemployment
northern and
from
southern
automation
groups.
in service sectors.
10. Trump
22.
backs Cuomo.
Trump's
Threatens
shutdown
to cut
shows
funds
power
if
without
Mamdani wins.
democracy. Critics
The former
say
president
the administration
re-enters New
weaponizes
York's
governance
political
failure.
battleground.
23.
Canada
Sudan's
rejects
RSF
surge of
takeover
Indian
sparks
student
UN
permits.
emergency session.
Over 70% of
Humanitarian
applications
crisis
denied
escalates
amid fraud
after
and
hospital
funding
massacre.
concerns.
24. UN
12.
calls for
ISRO
global
launches
tech ethics
heaviest
charter.
communication
Nations
satellite
demand
yet.
AI
India
regulation
makes history
amid deep
with the
fake
largest
and surveillance
satellite
scandals.
deployment on a domestic rocket.
25 world leaders
13.
urge ceasefire
India's
extension
IT
in
industry
Gaza.
at a crossroads.
Diplomatic pressure
Experts
mounts for
warn of job
permanent
cuts
peace deal
and
global outsourcing shifts. 14. Israel returns 45 Palestinian bodies to Gaza. Health Ministry confirms handover amid ongoing ceasefire negotiations. 15. Trump defends
Welcome
nuclear
to
testing
USApulse,
revival.
your
Blames
global
Pakistan
window to today's
and
most
China.
powerful headlines.
US justifies its
catastrophic
stance
storms
as
in the
competitors
Caribbean
expand
to new
weapons
tensions in the
programs.
Middle East and a major
16.
Trump update.
leaves door open
Here
for
are the
Nigeria
top
military
25
operation.
global and
Hints at
US
possible
headlines for
cooperation
29th
if
of
US
October
interests are threatened.
2025.
17. Bangladesh-Pakistan relations warm after Hasina's exit.
One Zora Mamdani
Envoy credits
leads new
NYC
government for
working
improved
class
diplomatic
movement
tone.
grassroots campaign
18.
gains national attention
Tanzania's new
as she
president
challenges
sworn in amid
far-right
violent
narratives.
protests.
Opposition
Gaza
rallies lead to
survivor
hundreds of
sends
arrests
message
and
to
multiple
the world
casualties.
after ceasefire.
19. A voice of
UAE
resilience
accused
emerges
of arming
amid ruins.
Sudanese paramilitary
Life
forces.
after genocide.
Sudanese
feels
ambassador
strangely
condemns
empty.
weapon shipments to RSF fighters.
3 US Republicans
20.
struggle to
Air
manage
India
shutdown
crash survivor
chaos.
appeals for support.
Critics say democracy
Only
is
surviving
eroding
passenger
in plain
pleads for
sight
government compensation.
amid budget
21
paralysis.
Indian student visa rejections
4460
hit record high in
killed
Canada.
in Sudan hospital massacre.
Rejection rates surged to
WHO condemns
74%,
attack.
sparking diplomatic
Sudanese
concern.
RSF fighters stormed
22
the facility,
fugitive
killing
Mehul Chokshi
patients and
challenges
doctors.
extradition in Belgium.
5.
Wanted
Trump
businessman
FCC faces
argues
criticism
human rights violations
over rising
in
prison
Indian
phone
courts.
costs. Telecom
23.
corporations accused
Trump
of
backs
exploiting
new Supreme
inmate
Court
families.
tariff case hearing.
Could redefine US global trade
Baltimore
rules.
play the peculiar
24.
patriot
exposes
Trump
prison
warns of
reality.
sanctions
over Chinese
Stage
chip
performance
technology
takes audiences
transfers.
inside America's
US
prison
moves to
system.
block Nvidia sales
7.
to China amid
Rural
tech
America
war.
pushes to end
25.
prison dependency.
Global markets
Local leaders
react
move
to
toward
ongoing
justice
conflicts
reform
and natural
economic
disasters.
diversification.
Oil
8
prices
Gaza
rise
residents
as
defy
investors weigh risks
evacuation
from
orders.
Asia and
Families
the Middle
vow
East.
to stay home despite Israeli warnings and strikes.
9. Civil rights icon urges youth to resist Trump and ICE policies. Leaders recall modern resistance.
Welcome to USApulse,
10.
your global window to today's most powerful headlines.
U.S. shutdown
From
crisis,
catastrophic storms in the
Caribbean,
Caribbean
to new tensions in the
oligarchic
Middle
influence
East,
and a
drives
major
political
Trump update.
gridlock.
Here
11.
are the top 25
Federal
global
workers
and
speak
US
out on
headlines for
shutdown
29th
hardship.
of October
Many reveal personal
2025
toll as pay and aid programs freeze. 12. 1. Typhoon
Nebraska
Kalmagi
prisoner
devastates
punished
the
for
political
Philippines.
podcast. At least 5 people
Inmate
dead.
faces solitary
Hundreds
confinement
stranded as
after
floods
criticising
submerged
central
state
policy.
regions. With winds up
13.
to 205
Trump
kilometers
boosts
per hour.
ICE weapons
2.
budget
by 700%.
Rescue efforts
continue in Nepal.
Controversial move
Avalanche
raises
bodies of
concerns
7
over domestic
recovered from
militarization.
Himalayas after a
14.
deadly snow collapse near
Parents turn
Dalagiri.
grief into
3.
movement
after police
Ukraine
killings.
drone strikes hit
Bereaved
Russian families
petrochemical plant
unite
to
Russia
demand
accuses
justice
Ukraine
reform nationwide.
of targeting industrial
15.
infrastructure
in
Chilean
Bashkortostan.
band turns
Protest into
Zora
resistance
Mamdani
through music.
leads NYC mayoral
Artists
race.
use art
The
to
progressive
challenge
candidate
police
emerges
violence
as frontrunner
and government
in a historic
oppression.
contest
1731
reshaping US
Kaiser
city
Permanente
politics.
workers
5.
continue strike.
Donald Trump's Treasury
Healthcare workers
Secretary to
demand
attend
fair
tariff
pay
and
case
safe staffing.
hearing
Supreme
nationwide.
Court to debate the administration's
18.
trade
No Kings
policy
protest
impact spread
on November
as
5th.
activists oppose
6.
Trump's crackdown. China begins test
Civil rights
production
groups
of
rally
flying
against
cars.
intimidation and
a major
authoritarian
China-based
laws.
company outpaces
19.
Tesla with prototype
Supreme
aerial
Court battle
vehicles
over
entering
Voting Rights
trial
Act
phase.
looms. 7.
Ruling could cement North
GOP
Korea
power
mourns
and
former
reshape
ceremonial head of
2026
state
midterms.
Kim Jong-nam. Kim,
20.
a key diplomat
Facebook
since the
accused of
1990s,
targeting Chicago
passes away
immigrant
at
groups.
96.
8
ICE
alerts
FDA's
linked
top
to
drug
platform
regulator
moderation
resigns
spark
amid
privacy
scandal.
outrage.
Dr. George
21.
Tidmarsh quits following
AI-driven
federal
job
probe
losses
into
raise
ethics
global worker
violations.
fears.
Analysts
9.
warn
Nigeria's
of rising
ethnic
unemployment
violence
from
deepens.
automation in service
Analysts
sectors.
call for dialogue. 22.
Experts urge
Trump's
reforms
shutdown shows
as clashes
power without
escalate
democracy.
between northern and southern
Critics
groups.
say the administration
10.
weaponizes
Trump
governance
backs
failure.
Cuomo. Threatens
23.
to cut funds if Mamdani
Sudan's
wins.
RSF takeover sparks
The former
UN
president
emergency
re-enters
session.
New York's political
Humanitarian
battleground.
crisis
11.
escalates after
Canada
hospital
rejects
massacre.
surge
24
of Indian
UN
student
calls
permits.
for global tech
Over
ethics
70%
charter.
of applications
Nations
denied
demand
amid
AI
fraud
regulation
and funding concerns.
amid deepfake and surveillance
12.
scandals.
ISRO launches
25
heaviest
world
communication
leaders
satellite
urge
yet.
ceasefire extension
India
in
makes
Gaza.
history with
Diplomatic
the largest
pressure
satellite
mounts for
deployment
permanent
on a
peace
domestic
deal.
rocket. 13. India's IT industry at a crossroads. Experts warn of job cuts and global outsourcing. 14. Israel returns 45 Palestinian bodies
Welcome
to
to
Gaza.
USApulse.
Health Ministry
Your global
confirms
window to today's
handover
most powerful
amid
headlines.
ongoing ceasefire
From
negotiations.
catastrophic storms in the
15.
Caribbean
Trump defends
to
nuclear
nuclear
testing
testing
revival
revival
and a
blames
major
Pakistan
Trump update.
and China.
Here are the top
US
25
justifies
global
its
and
stance as
US
competitors
headlines for
expand
29th
weapons
of October
programs.
2025.
16.
Trump leaves door open for Nigerian military operation. Hints at possible
One Zora
cooperation
Mamdani
if
leads
US interests are
NYC
threatened.
working class movement grassroots
17.
campaign
Bangladesh
gains
national
Pakistan
attention
relations warm
as she
after
challenges
Hasina's exit.
far-right narratives.
Envoy credits new government for
Two
improved
Gazan
diplomatic
survivor
tone.
sends message to the
18.
world after ceasefire.
Tanzania's new president
A
sworn
voice
in
of
amid
resilience
violent
emerges
protests.
amid ruins.
Opposition rallies lead
Life
to
after
hundreds of
genocide
arrests and multiple
feels
casualties.
strangely empty.
19.
UAE
US
accused of
Republicans
arming Sudanese
struggle to manage
paramilitary
shutdown
forces.
chaos. Sudanese
Critics say
ambassador
democracy
condemns
is
weapon
eroding
shipments
in
to
plain
RSF
sight.
fighters amid budget
20.
paralysis.
Air India crash survivor appeals for
4460.
support.
Only
Killed
surviving
in Sudan
passenger
hospital
pleads
massacre.
for government compensation.
WHO
21
condemns
Indian
attack.
student visa rejections.
Sudanese
hit
RSF
record
fighters
high
stormed
in
the
Canada,
facility.
killing
Rejection
patients
rate
and
surged
doctors.
to 74%,
5.
sparking diplomatic
Trump
concern.
FCC faces criticism
22
over
fugitive
rising
Mayhew
prison phone
Choksy
costs.
challenges
Telecom
extradition
corporations
in Belgium.
accused of exploiting
Wanted
inmate
businessman
families
argues human rights violations
6.
in Indian courts.
Baltimore play The Peculiar
23.
Patriot
Trump
exposes
backs
prison
new
reality.
Supreme Court tariff case
Stage
hearing.
performance
Could
takes redefine
audiences
US
inside
global
America's
trade
prison
rules.
system.
24/7 Trump warns
Rural
of
America
sanctions
pushes to
over
end
Chinese
prison
chip technology transfers. Local leaders
US
move
moves
towards
to
justice
block
reform
Nvidia sales
and economic
to China
diversification.
amid tech war.
8 Gaza residents
25
defy evacuation
global
orders.
markets react
Families
to
vow
ongoing
stay
conflicts
home
and
despite
natural
Israeli
disasters.
warnings and strikes.
Oil prices rise
9 as investors
Civil
weigh
rights
risks
icon
from Asia
urges
and
youth
the
to
Middle
resist
East.
Trump
and ICE policies. Leaders recall 1960s activism as blueprint for modern resistance. 10. Billionaires blame the deepening US shutdown crisis. Experts claim
Welcome to
oligarchic
USApulse,
influence
your
drives
global
political
window to today's
gridlock.
most powerful headlines.
Federal
catastrophic
workers
storms
speak
in the
out on
Caribbean
shutdown
to
hardship.
new tensions in the
Many
Middle East
reveal
and a
personal
major Trump
toll
update.
as pay and
Here
aid
are the top
programs
25
freeze.
global and US
12.
headlines for 29th of
Nebraska
October
prisoner punished for
2025.
political podcast. Inmate faces solitary confinement after
1.
criticising state
Typhoon
policy.
Kalmagi devastates
13.
the Philippines.
Trump
At least
boosts
5
ICE
people
weapons
dead.
budget by
Hundreds
700%
stranded
as floods submerge
Controversial
central regions,
move
with
raises
raises concerns over
205
domestic
kilometers per
militarization.
hour.
2. 14. Rescue efforts
Parents
continue
turn
in
grief
Nepal.
into movement.
Avalanche
after
bodies
police
of
killings.
7 climbers
Bereaved
recovered from
families
the Himalayas
unite
after a
to
deadly
demand
snow
justice
collapse
reform
near
nationwide.
3. 15. Ukraine drone
Chilean
strikes
band
hit Russians'
turns protest
petrochemical
into
plant.
resistance.
Russia
through
accuses
music.
Ukraine
Artists
of targeting
use art
industrial
to challenge
infrastructure
police
in
violence
Bashkortostan
and government oppression.
1731,000
Zora Mamdani
Kaiser
leads
NYC
Permanente workers
mayoral
continue
race.
strike.
The progressive candidate emerges
Healthcare
as
workers
frontrunner
demand
in
fair
a historic
pay and safe
contest
staffing
reshaping
nationwide.
US city politics.
18.
No
5.
King's protest.
Donald
spread
Trump's
as
Treasury
activists
Secretary
oppose
to
Trump
attend tariff
crackdown.
case hearing.
Civil
Supreme
rights
Court
groups
to debate
rally
the
against
administration's
intimidation
trade
and
policy
authoritarian
impact
laws.
on November 5th.
19.
6.
Supreme Court
China
battle
begins
over
test
Voting Rights
production
Act
of
looms.
flying cars.
Ruling could
A
cement
major
GOP
China-based
power
company
and
outpaces
reshape
Tesla
Tesla
with
26
prototype
midterms.
aerial vehicles entering
20.
trial phase.
Facebook accused
7.
of targeting Chicago
North Korea
immigrant
mourns
groups.
former ceremonial
ICE
head of
alerts
state
linked
Kim
to
Jong-nam.
platform moderation.
Kim, a key
Spark
diplomat
privacy
since the
outrage.
1990s, passes away
21.
at 96.
AI-driven
8.
job losses
FDA's
raise global
top drug
worker
regulator
fears.
resigns
Analysts
amid
warn
scandal.
of rising unemployment
Dr.
from
George
automation in
Tidmarsh
service
quits
sectors.
following federal probe into
22.
ethics violations.
Trump's shutdown shows
9.
power without
Nigeria's
democracy.
ethnic violence deepens.
Critics say
Analysts
the administration
call for dialogue.
weaponizes governance
Experts
failure.
urge reforms
23.
as clashes escalate
Sudan's
between
RSF
northern and
takeover
southern
sparks
groups.
UN emergency
10.
session.
Trump backs
Humanitarian
Cuomo.
crisis
Threatens to
escalates
cut funds if
after
Mamdani
hospital
wins.
massacre. 24 UN
The former
calls
president
for global
re-enters
tech
New
ethics
York's
political
charter.
battleground.
Nations demand
11.
AI regulation
Canada rejects
amid
surge
deepfake
of
and
Indian
surveillance
student
scandals.
Over
25
75
world
leaders
leaders
urge
denied
ceasefire
amid
extension
fraud
in
and
Gaza.
funding concerns. Diplomatic pressure
12.
mounts for permanent
ISRO
peace
launches
deal.
heaviest communication satellite yet. India makes history with the largest satellite deployment on a domestic rocket. 13. India's IT industry at a crossroads. Experts warn of
Welcome
job
to
cuts
USA
and global
Pulse,
outsourcing
your global
shifts.
window to today's most powerful
14.
headlines.
Israel returns
catastrophic
45
storms in the
Palestinian
Caribbean
bodies
to
to
new
Gaza.
tensions in the Middle East.
Health
and
Ministry
a major
confirms
Trump update.
handover amid
Here are the
ongoing
top
ceasefire
25
negotiations.
global and US
15
headlines
Trump
defends
defends
nuclear
nuclear
testing
October
revival.
2025.
Blames Pakistan and China. US justifies its stance as competitors
Zora
expand
Mamdani
weapons
leads
programs.
NYC working class
16
movement
Trump
grassroots
leaves
campaign
door open for
gains
Nigeria
national
military
attention
operation
as she
hints at
challenges
possible
far-right
cooperation
narratives.
if US interests are threatened.
2 Gazan survivor
17.
sends message to the world
Bangladesh-Pakistan
after ceasefire.
relations warm after
A
Hasina's
voice
exit.
of resilience
Envoy
emerges
credits
amid
new government
ruins.
for improved diplomatic
Life after
tone.
genocide feels
18.
strangely
Tanzania's
empty.
new president sworn in amid
3
violent
US
protests.
Republicans struggle to
Opposition
manage
rallies lead to
shutdown
hundreds
chaos.
of arrests and multiple
Critics say
casualties.
democracy is eroding
19.
in plain sight.
UAE
amid budget
accused of
paralysis.
arming Sudanese paramilitary forces.
4460.
Sudanese ambassador condemns
Killed
weapon
in
shipments
Sudan
to
hospital
RSF
massacre.
fighters.
WHO condemns attack. Air India crash
Sudanese
RSF
fighters
stormed
only
the
surviving
facility.
passenger
Killing
pleads
patients
for government compensation.
and doctors.
21 Indian student
5. Visa rejections.
Trump's
FCC
record
faces
high
criticism
in Canada
over rising prison
rejection
phone
rates
costs.
surged to
Telecom
74%,
corporations accused of exploiting
diplomatic
inmate
concern.
families.
22 fugitive
6.
Mehul Choksi
Baltimore
challenges
plays
the
extradition
peculiar
in
patriot,
Belgium, exposes prison
wanted
reality.
businessman argues
Stage
human rights
performance
violations
takes audiences
in Indian
inside
courts.
America's prison system.
23.
7. Trump backs
Rural
new Supreme
America
Court
pushes
tariff
to end
case
prison
hearing.
dependency.
Could redefine U.S.
Local
global
leaders
trade
move
rules.
toward
justice reform
24.
and economic
Trump
diversification.
warns of sanctions
8. Gaza
over
residents
Chinese
defy
chip technology
evacuation
transfers.
orders. Families
US
vow
moves
to
to
stay
block
home
Nvidia
despite
sales to
Israeli
China
warnings
amid
and strikes.
tech war.
9. 25.
Civil rights icon
Global markets
urges
react
youth
to resist
ongoing
Trump
conflict
and
ICE
natural
policies.
disasters. Leaders recall
Oil
1960s
1960s
activism
as investors
as
weigh
blueprint
risks from
for
Asia
modern
and
resistance.
the Middle East.
10. Billionaires blame the deepening U.S. shutdown crisis. Experts claim oligarchic influence drives political gridlock. 11. Federal workers speak out on shutdown hardship.
Welcome to USApulse,
Many reveal
your
personal
global
toll
window to today's
as pay
most
and
powerful
aid
headlines.
programs freeze.
From catastrophic storms
12.
in the Caribbean to new tensions
Nebraska
in the Middle
prisoners
East
punished
and a
for
major
political
Trump update.
podcast.
Here are the
Inmate
top
faces
25
solitary
global
confinement
and US
after
headlines for
criticising state
29th of
policy.
October 2025.
13. Trump boosts ICE weapons budget by 700%. 1. Controversial
Khashoggi
raises
devastates
concerns
the
over
Philippines.
domestic
At least 5
militarization.
people dead.
14.
Hundreds stranded as
Parents
floods
turn
submerge
grief
central
into
regions
movement
with
after
winds up
police
to
killings.
205
Bereaved
kilometers per
families
hour.
unite
2.
to demand
Rescue
justice
efforts
reform
continue
nationwide.
in Nepal.
15.
Avalanche bodies of 7
Chilean
climbers
band
recovered
turns
from the
protest
Himalayas
into resistance
after a deadly
through
snow
music.
collapse near
Artists
Dhaulagiri.
use art
3.
to challenge police
Ukraine
violence
drone
and
strikes hit
government
Russian
oppression.
petrochemical plant.
1731,000
Russia accuses
Kaiser
Ukraine
Permanente workers
of targeting
continue
industrial
strike.
infrastructure.
In
Healthcare workers
Bashkortostan.
demand fair pay
4.
and safe staffing.
Zora
nationwide.
Mamdani leads NYC
18.
mayoral
No
race.
Kings protest.
The progressive
spread
candidate
as
emerges
activists
as frontrunner
oppose
Trump
in a historic
crackdown.
contest
Civil
reshaping
rights
US
groups
city
rally
politics.
against intimidation
5.
and authoritarian
Donald
laws.
Trump's Treasury Secretary
19.
to attend tariff
Supreme
case
Court battle
hearing.
over Voting
Supreme
Rights
Court
Act
to debate the
looms.
administration's
Ruling
trade
could
policy
cement GOP
impact
power
on
and
November
reshape
5th.
2026 midterms.
China begins test production
20.
of flying
Facebook
cars.
accused of
A
targeting
major
Chicago
China-based
immigrant
company
groups.
outpaces
ICE
Tesla
alerts
with prototype
linked to
aerial
platform
vehicles
moderation
entering trial
spark
phase.
privacy
7.
outrage.
North Korea
21.
warns former ceremonial
AI-driven
head
job
of state
losses raise
Kim
global
Jong-nam.
worker fears.
Kim, a key
Analysts
diplomat
warn
since
of
the
rising
1990s,
unemployment from
passes
automation
away
in
at
service
96.
sectors.
8.
FDA's
22.
top drug
Trump's
regulator
shutdown
resigns
shows
amid
power
scandal.
without
democracy.
Dr. George
Critics
Tidmarsh
say the
quits
administration
following federal
weaponizes
probe into
governance
ethics
failure.
violations.
23.
9.
Nigeria's
Sudan's ethnic
RSF
violence
takeover
deepens.
sparks UN
Analysts
emergency
call for dialogue.
session.
Experts
Humanitarian
urge
crisis
reforms
escalates
as clashes
after hospital
escalate
massacre.
between northern
24
and southern
UN
groups.
calls for global
10.
tech ethics
Trump
charter.
backs
Cuomo.
Nations demand
Threatens to cut
AI
funds if
regulation
Mamdani wins.
amid deepfake and surveillance
The
scandals.
former president re-enters New York's
25
political
world leaders
battleground.
urge ceasefire
11.
extension in
Canada
Gaza.
rejects surge
Diplomatic
of Indian
pressure
student
mounts for
permits.
permanent peace deal.
Over 70% of applications denied amid fraud and funding concerns. 12. ISRO launches heaviest communication satellite yet. India makes history with the largest satellite deployment
Welcome
on a
to
domestic
USApulse,
rocket.
your global window
13.
to today's most powerful
India's
headlines.
IT industry at a
From
crossroads.
catastrophic storms in the Caribbean
Experts warn of
to new
job
tensions
cuts
in the
and
Middle
global
East and a
outsourcing
major Trump
shifts.
update.
14.
Here are the top
Israel
25
returns
global and
45
US
Palestinian
headlines for
bodies to
29th of
Gaza.
October
Health Ministry
2025.
confirms handover amid ongoing ceasefire negotiations.
15.
One
Trump
Zora
defends
Mamdani
nuclear
leads
testing
NYC
revival,
working class
blames
movement
Pakistan
grassroots
and
campaign,
China.
gains national
US
attention
justifies
as
its
she
stance
challenges
as far-right
competitors' expand
narratives.
weapons programs. 2 Gazan
16.
survivor
Trump
sends
leaves door
message
open
to the
for
world
Nigeria
after
military
ceasefire.
operation.
Hints
A
of
voice
possible
of
cooperation
resilience
if
emerges
US
amid
interests are
ruins.
threatened. Life after
17.
genocide.
Bangladesh-Pakistan
relations warm after Hasina's exit.
3 US
Envoy
Republicans
credits new government
struggle
for
to
improved
manage
diplomatic
shutdown
tone.
chaos.
Critics
18.
say democracy is
Tanzania's
eroding
new
in
president
plain
sworn
sight
in
amid violent
budget
protest
paralysis.
Opposition rallies lead to hundreds of arrests and multiple casualties. Killed in Sudan
19.
hospital massacre.
UAE
accused of arming Sudanese
attack.
paramilitary forces.
Sudanese RSF
Sudanese
fighters
ambassador
stormed
condemns
the
weapon
facility,
shipments to
killing
RSF
patients
fighters and doctors. 20. Air
5.
India crash survivor
Trump
appeals for
FCC
support.
faces
criticism
Only surviving
over rising
passenger
prison
pleads for
phone
government
costs.
compensation.
Telecom
21
corporations
Indian student
accused
visa
of exploiting
rejections
inmate
hit
families.
record high in Canada.
6. Rejection rate
Baltimore
surged
played
to
the peculiar
74%,
patriot,
exposes
sparking
prison
diplomatic
reality.
concern.
Stage performance
22
takes
fugitives
audiences
inside
inside America's
challenges
prison system.
extradition in Belgium.
7.
Wanted
Rural America
businessman
pushes to
argues
end
human
prison
rights
dependency.
violations in Indian
Local leaders
courts.
move toward justice
23.
reform and economic
Trump backs
diversification.
new Supreme
8
Court
Gaza
tariff
residents
case hearing.
defy
Could
evacuation
redefine
orders.
US global trade
Families
rules.
vow to stay home
24.
despite Israeli warnings
Trump
and
warns
strikes.
of sanctions
9.
over Chinese chip
Civil
technology
rights
transfers.
icon urges youth
US
to
moves
resist
to
Trump
block
and
Nvidia
ICE
sales
policies.
to China.
Leaders
amid tech
recall
war.
1960s activism
25.
as blueprint
Global
for
markets
modern
react
resistance.
to ongoing conflicts
10.
and natural
Billionaires
disasters.
blamed for
Oil
deepening
prices
US
rise
shutdown
as
crisis.
investors
weigh risks
Experts
from Asia
claim
and the
oligarchic
Middle East.
influence
Drives political gridlock. 11.
Federal workers speak out on shutdown hardship. Many reveal personal toll as pay and aid programs freeze. 12. Welcome to
Nebraska
USApulse,
prisoner punished
your
for
global
political
window to
podcast.
today's most powerful headlines.
Inmate faces solitary
From catastrophic
confinement
storms in the
after
Caribbean
criticizing
to
state
new
policy.
tensions in the Middle East and
13.
a major Trump update.
Trump boosts
Here
ICE
are the
weapons
top
budget
25
by
global and
700%.
US headlines for 29th
Controversial
of
move
October
raises concerns
2025.
over domestic militarization.
14. Parents
1.
turn grief
Typhoon
into movement
Kalmagi
after police
devastates
killings.
the Philippines.
Bereaved
At least
families
5 people
unite
dead.
to demand
Hundreds
justice
stranded
reform
as floods
nationwide.
submerge central regions.
15.
With winds up to
Chilean
205
band
kilometers
turns
per
protest
hour.
into resistance
through music. Rescue efforts
Artists
continue
use
in
art
Nepal to challenge police
Avalanche
violence
bodies of
and
7
government
climbers
oppression.
recovered from the Himalayas
1731,000
after a deadly
Kaiser
snow
Permanente
collapse
workers
near
continue
Dalmatiri.
strike.
3. Healthcare
Ukraine
workers
drone
demand
strikes
fair
hit
pay
Russian
and safe
petrochemical
staffing
plant
nationwide.
Russia accuses
18.
targeting
Low-King's
industrial
protests
infrastructure
spread
as
in
activists
Bashkortostan.
oppose Trump crackdown.
Zora
Civil rights
Mandani
groups
leads
rally
NYC
against
mayoral
intimidation
race.
and
The
authoritarian
progressive
laws.
candidate emerges as frontrunner
19.
in a historic
Supreme
contest
Court battle
reshaping
over voting
US
rights Act
city
looms.
politics. Ruling
5.
could cement GOP
Donald
power
Trump's
and
Treasury
reshape
Secretary
to attend
2026
tariff
midterms.
case hearing. Supreme
20.
Court to debate the
Facebook
administration's
accused of
trade
targeting
policy
Chicago
impact
immigrant
on November
groups.
5th.
I6
Alerts linked
China
to
begins
platform
test
moderation
production
spark
of flying
privacy
cars.
outrage. A major China-based
21.
company outpaces
AI-driven
Tesla
job
with
losses
prototype
raise
aerial
global
vehicles
fears.
entering trial phase.
Analysts warn of
7.
rising unemployment
North
from
Korea
automation in
mourns
service
former
sectors.
ceremonial head of state
22.
Kim Jong-nam. Trump's
Kim,
shutdown
a key
shows
diplomat
power
since
without
the 1990s.
democracy. Passes away
Critics
at
say the
96.
administration
8.
weaponizes
FDA's
government's top
failure.
drug regulator resigns
23.
amid scandal.
Sudan's RSF
Dr. George
takeover sparks
Tidmarsh
UN
quits following
emergency
federal
session.
probe into ethics
Humanitarian
violations.
crisis escalates
9.
after
Nigeria's
hospital
ethnic
massacre.
violence
24.
deepens.
UN
Analysts
calls for
call for
global
dialogue.
tech ethics charter.
Experts urge
Nations
reforms
demand
as
AI
clashes
regulation
escalate between
amid
northern
deepfake
and
and
southern
surveillance
groups.
scandals. 10.
Trump
25
backs
world
Cuomo,
leaders urge
threatens to cut
ceasefire
funds if
extension in
Mandani
Gaza.
wins.
Diplomatic pressure
The former
mounts
president
for permanent
re-enters
peace deal.
New York's political battleground.
11. Canada rejects surge of Indian student loans. Over 70% of applications denied amid fraud and funding concerns. 12.
Welcome to
launches
USApulse,
heaviest
your global
communication
window to
satellite
today's
yet.
most powerful headlines.
India makes history
From
with the
catastrophic
largest
storms in the
satellite
Caribbean
deployment
to
on
new
a
tensions
domestic
in the Middle
rocket.
East and a major Trump
13.
update.
India's
Here
IT
are the
industry
top 25
crossroads.
global and US
Experts
headlines
warn
for
of
29th of
job cuts
October
and global
2025.
14. Israel
returns 45 Palestinian bodies to Gaza.
leads NYC
Health
working
Ministry
class
confirms
grassroots
grassroots
campaign
amid ongoing
national
ceasefire
attention
negotiations
as she challenges
15
Trump
far-right
defends
narratives.
nuclear testing revival.
Two
blames
Gazan
Pakistan
survivor
and
sends
China.
message to the world after
US
ceasefire.
justifies its stance
A
as
voice
competitors
of
expand
resilience
weapons
emerges
programs.
amid ruins. 16
Life
Trump
after
leaves
genocide
door open for
feels
Nigeria
strangely
military operation.
empty.
Hints at possible cooperation
US
if US
Republicans
interests are threatened.
struggle to manage shutdown
17.
chaos.
Critics say
Bangladesh-Pakistan
democracy is
relations warm
eroding
after
in plain
Hasina's
sight.
exit.
Amid
Envoy
budget
credits new
paralysis.
government
for improved diplomatic tone.
4460.
18.
Killed
Tanzania's
in
new
Sudan
hospital
hospital
massacre
massacre.
amid violent protests.
WHO condemns
Opposition
attack.
rallies lead to hundreds
Sudanese
of arrests and
RSF
multiple
fighters
casualties.
stormed the facility.
19.
Killing patients
UAE
and
accused
doctors.
of arming Sudanese paramilitary
5.
forces.
Trump
Sudanese
FCC
ambassador
faces criticism
condemns weapon shipments
over
to
rising
RSF
prison
fighters.
phone costs.
20.
Telecom corporations
Air India
accused
crash
of
survivor
exploiting
appeals for
inmate
support.
families.
Only surviving passenger
6.
pleads for government compensation.
Baltimore play The
21
Peculiar
Indian
Patriot
student visa
exposes
rejection
prison
reality.
hit record high
Stage
in
performance
Canada.
takes audiences
Rejection
inside
rate
America's
surged
prison
to
system.
74%,
7.
sparking diplomatic
Rural
concern.
America pushes to end prison
22
dependency.
fugitive Mehul Chokshi
Local leaders move
challenges
towards justice
extradition
reform
in Belgium.
and economic
Wanted
diversification.
businessmen
8 Gaza
argues
residents
human rights
defy
violations
evacuation
in
orders.
Indian courts.
Families vow to stay
23.
home despite Israeli
Trump
warnings
backs
and
new
strikes.
Supreme Court tariff
9.
case hearing.
Civil
Could
rights
redefine
icon
US global
urges
trade
youth to
rules.
resist Trump and
24.
ICE policies.
Trump warns
Leaders
of
recall
sanctions
1960s
over Chinese
activism
chip technology
as blueprint
transfers.
for modern resistance.
US moves to block Nvidia
10.
sales to
Billionaires
China
blamed
amid tech
for
war.
deepening US shutdown
25.
crisis.
Global
Experts
markets
claim
react to
oligarchic
ongoing
influence
conflicts and natural
drives political
disasters.
gridlock. Oil prices
11.
rise as
Federal
investors weigh
workers
risks
speak out
from
on
Asia
shutdown
and
hardship.
the Middle East. Many reveal personal toil
Right.
as pay and aid programs freeze. 12. Nebraska prisoners punished for political podcast. Inmate faces solitary confinement after criticizing
Welcome
state
to
policy.
USApulse, your
13.
global window to today's
Trump
most powerful
boosts
headlines.
ICE weapons budget
From
by
catastrophic storms in the
700%.
Caribbean to
Controversial
new tensions
move
in the Middle East
raises
and a major
concerns
Trump
over
update.
domestic militarization.
Here are the top 25
14.
global and US
Parents
headlines
turn
for
grief
29th
into
of
movement
October
after police
2025.
Bereaved families unite to demand justice reform
1.
nationwide.
Typhoon Kalmegi
15.
devastates the Philippines.
Chilean band
At
turns
least 5
protest
people
into
dead.
resistance
Hundreds
through
stranded
music.
as floods
Artists
submerge central
use art
regions
to challenge
with winds up
police
to
violence
205
and government
kilometers per
oppression.
hour.
1731,000
Rescue
Kaiser
efforts
Permanente
continue
workers
in
continue
Nepal.
strike. Avalanche bodies of
Healthcare
7
workers
climbers
demand
recovered
fair
from
pay and
Himalayas
safe staffing
after a deadly
nationwide.
snow collapse near Dhaulagiri.
18. No King's
3.
Road.
Protests spread
Ukraine
as
drone
activist strikes
strikes
hit
hit
Russian
Trump
petrochemical plant.
Civil
Russia
rights groups
accuses
rally
Ukraine
against
of
intimidation
targeting
and
industrial
authoritarian
infrastructure
laws.
in Bashkortostan.
19.
4.
Supreme Court battle
Zora
over voting
Mamdani
rights
leads
Act
NYC mayoral
Ruling
race.
could cement
The
GOP
progressive
power
candidate
and
emerges as
reshape
frontrunner
2026
in a historic
midterms.
contest reshaping
20.
US city politics.
Facebook accused of
5.
targeting Chicago
Donald
immigrant
Trump's
groups.
Treasury Secretary
ICE
to attend
alerts
tariff
linked
case
to
hearing.
platform moderation.
Supreme Court to
Spark
debate the
privacy
administration's
outrage.
trade policy impact
21.
on November 5th. AI-driven job
6.
losses raise global
China
worker
begins
fears.
test production.
Analysts
flying
warn
cars.
of rising
A
unemployment
major
from
China-based
automation
company
in service
outpaces
sectors.
Tesla with prototype
22.
aerial vehicles
Trump's
entering
shutdown
trial
shows
phase.
power without
7.
democracy.
North Korea
Critics
mourns
say the
former
administration
ceremonial head of
weaponizes
state
governance
Kim
failure.
Jong-nam. Kim, a
23.
key diplomat since
Sudan's
the 1990s,
RSF takeover
passes away
sparks
at
UN
96.
emergency
8.
session.
FDA's
Humanitarian
top drug regulator
crisis
resigns
escalates
amid
after
scandal.
hospital massacre.
Dr.
24
George Tidmarsh
UN
quits
calls for
following
global
federal
tech
probe into
ethics charter
ethics
violations.
Nations demand AI
9.
regulation
Nigeria's ethnic
amid
violence
deepfake and
deepens.
surveillance scandals.
Analysts call for dialogue.
25 world
Experts
leaders
urge reforms
ceasefire
as
extension
clashes
in
escalate
Gaza.
between northern
Diplomatic
and southern
pressure
groups.
mounts for permanent
10.
peace deal.
Trump backs Cuomo.
Threatens to cut funds if Mamdani wins. The former president re-enters New York's political battleground.
11. Canada rejects surge of Indian student permits.
Welcome
Welcome to USApulse. Over 70% of applications window denied to today's most powerful headlines and funding concerns. From catastrophic storms in the Caribbean ISRO launches in the Middle East and communication satellite yet. Here India are the top 25 global with the largest and US headlines for 29th of October 2025. 13. India's IT industry at a crossroads. Experts Zora Mamdani leads NYC working class movement grassroots campaign. 14. Gains national Israel returns as she challenges Palestinian bodies to Gaza. Health Ministry confirms handover, sends message amid to ongoing ceasefire negotiations. Avoid Trump defends nuclear testing revival, blames Pakistan life after genocide. Feels strange. US justifies its stance as competitors 3 US Republicans struggle to manage shutdown chaos. Leaves door open for critics Nigeria. Democracy is eroding in possible cooperation amid budget US interests are threatened. 17. Bangladesh-Pakistan relations in Sudan hospital massacre. Envoy WHO condemns attack diplomatic tone. Sudanese RSF fighters stormed Tanzania's new president, killing patients amid violent protests. Opposition rallies lead to hundreds of arrests and multiple faces criticism over rising prison phone costs. UAE accused of arming corporations paramilitary accused of exploiting Sudanese ambassador condemns weapon shipments to RSF fighters. Baltimore play The Peculiar Patriot. Air India exposes prison reality support. Stage only surviving takes audience leads inside America's prison system. 21 Indian student 7. Visa rejections. Rural America pushes to end prison dependency. Local leaders move towards justice reform and economic diversification. 8 Gaza residents defy evacuation orders. Choksi challenges extradition in Belgium despite Israeli warnings. Wanted businessman argues human rights violations. Civil rights icon Indian urges youth to resist Trump 23. And ICE policies. Trump backs leaders recall 1960s activism could redefine US global trade rules. 10. 24. Billionaires Trump warned of sanctions US over Chinese chip technology transfers. Experts claim US oligarchic Nvidia sales to China amid tech war. 11. Federal workers speak out on shutdown hardship to ongoing conflicts and natural disasters as pay and oil prices rise as investors weigh risks from Asia and the Middle East. Nebraska prisoner punished for political protest. Inmate faces solitary confinement after criticizing state policy. 13. Trump boosts ICE weapons budget by 700%. Controversial USApulse raises concerns over today's most powerful headlines. 14. From catastrophic storms in the Caribbean turn grief into tensions in the Middle East after police and a major Trump update. Bereaved families here are the top 25 global and US headlines for 29th of October 2025. Chilean band turns protest into resistance through music. 1. Artists Typhoon Kalmegi to challenge police violence and government at least oppression. 5 people 1731 dead. Hundreds stranded as flood submerged central strike. With winds up to 205 workers demand fair pay and safe staffing 2. Nationwide. Rescue efforts continue 18. In Nepal. No Kings protests. Avalanche bodies as of activists oppose recovered from Himalayas after a civil rights groups rally against intimidation and authoritarian laws. Ukraine drone strikes hit Russian petrochemical battle over voting rights. Russia accuses Ukraine of targeting industrial infrastructure and reshape 2026 midterms. Zora Mamdani 20 leads NYC Facebook accused of targeting Chicago. The progressive candidate emerges as frontrunner. ICE alert in a historic contest reshaping US city privacy outrage. 5. Donald 21. Trump's Treasury Secretary AI-driven job losses raise global worker fears. Supreme Court to debate the administration's rising unemployment from automation on November sectors. 6. 22. China begins Trump's test production shows of flying without democracy. A major China-based company say the administration weaponizes prototype aerial vehicles entering trial phase. Sudan's RSF takeover North Korea mourns UN former ceremonial head of state. Humanitarian crisis escalates. A key diplomat since the 1990s. 24. UN calls for global tech ethics FDA's top drug nations demand AI regulation. amid deep fake
George
surveillance
Tidmarsh
quits following federal probe.
25
world
leaders
urge ceasefire
9.
extension in
Nigeria's
Gaza.
ethnic violence
Diplomatic
deepens.
pressure mounts
Analysts
for
call
permanent
for dialogue.
peace deal. Experts urge reform as clashes escalate between northern and southern groups. 10. Trump backs Roman, threatens to cut funds if Mandani wins. The former president
Welcome to
re-enters New York's
USApulse,
political
your global
battleground.
window to today's most
11.
powerful headlines.
Canada rejects
From
surge
catastrophic
of
storms
Indian
in the
student
Caribbean
permits to new tensions
over
in the Middle East
70%
and
of
a major
applications
Trump
denied.
amid
Here
fraud
are the
and
top
funding
25
concerns.
global and US
12.
headlines for 29th of
ISRO
October
launches heaviest communication
2025.
satellite yet. India makes history with the largest satellite
Zora
deployment on a
Mamdani leads
domestic
NYC
rocket.
working class movement
13.
grassroots campaign.
India's IT
gains
industry
national attention
at a crossroads
as she challenges
Experts
far-right
warn
narratives.
of job cuts and global
To
outsourcing
Gazan
shifts.
survivor
Sends message
14.
to the world after
Israel
ceasefire.
returns 45
A voice
Palestinian
of resilience
bodies to
to
Gaza.
emerges amid ruins. Health Ministry
Life
confirms
after
handover
genocide
amid
feels
ongoing
strangely
ceasefire
empty.
negotiations.
15 Trump
3
defends
US
nuclear
Republicans
testing revival.
struggle to
blames
manage
Pakistan
shutdown chaos.
and China.
Critics say democracy
US
is eroding
eroding
its
in
stance as
plain
competitors
sight
expand
amid
weapons
budget
programs.
paralysis.
16 Trump leaves
4-4-6-0.
door open for Nigeria military
Killed
operation.
in Sudan
hints at
hospital
possible
massacre.
cooperation if
WHO
US interests condemns
threatened.
attack.
17.
Sudanese RSF
Bangladesh-Pakistan
relations
facility,
warm after
killing
Hasina's
patients
exit.
and
Envoy
doctors.
credits new government for improved diplomatic tone. Trump FCC
18.
faces criticism
Tanzania's
over
new
rising
president's
prison
sworn-in
phone
amid
costs.
violent protests.
Telecom corporations
Opposition rallies lead
accused
to
of
hundreds
exploiting
of arrests and
inmate
multiple
families.
casualties.
19.
6.
UAE
Baltimore
accused
played
of
a
arming
peculiar
Sudanese
patriot
paramilitary
exposes
forces.
prison reality.
Sudanese ambassador
Stage
condemns
performance
weapons
takes
shipments to
audiences
RSF
inside
fighters. America's prison system.
20.
Air
7.
India crash survivor
Rural
appeals
America
for support.
pushes to end
Only
prison
surviving
dependency.
passenger pleads for
Local
government
leaders move
compensation.
toward justice
21
reform
Indian
and
student
economic
visa
diversification.
Hit
8
record
Gaza
high
residents
in
defy
Canada.
evacuation orders.
Rejection rates
Families
surged
vow
to stay home
74%
despite Israeli
sparking
warnings and
diplomatic
strikes.
concern.
9. 22
Civil rights
fugitive
icon
Mehul Chokshi
urges youth to
challenges
resist
extradition
Trump and
in
ICE
Belgium.
policies.
Leaders recall
businessman
1960s
argues
human
activism
rights
as
violations
blueprint
in
for
Indian
modern
courts.
resistance.
23.
Billionaires
Trump backs
blamed
new
for
Supreme
deepening
Court
US
tariff case
shutdown
hearing
crisis.
could redefine US
Experts
global
claim
trade rules. Oligarchic influence
24.
drives political
Trump
gridlock.
warns of sanctions
11.
over Chinese
Federal
chip
workers
technology
speak out
transfers.
on shutdown hardship.
US moves to block
Many reveal
Nvidia sales
personal
to
toll
China as
amid
pay
tech
and
war.
aid programs freeze.
25. Global
12.
markets react to
Nebraska
ongoing
prisoner
conflicts
punished
and natural
for political
disasters.
podcast.
Oil prices
Inmate
rise
faces
as
solitary
investors weigh
confinement
risks from
after
Asia
criticizing
and
state
the Middle
policy.
East. 13. Trump boosts ICE weapons budget by 700%. Controversial move raises concerns over domestic militarization. 14. Parents turn grief into
Welcome to
movement
USApulse,
after police
your
killings.
global window to today's
Bereaved
most
families
powerful headlines.
unite to demand
catastrophic
justice
storms
reform
in the Caribbean
nationwide, to new tensions in the
15.
Middle East and a major
Chilean
Trump
band
update turns
Here
protest
are the
into
top
resistance
25
through
global
music.
and US
Artists
headlines for
use
29th of
art
October
to challenge police violence
2025.
and government oppression.
1731,000 Kaiser Permanente workers continue
Typhoon
strike.
Kalmegi devastates
Healthcare
the
workers
Philippines.
demand fair pay
At least
and
5
safe
people
staffing
dead nationwide.
Hundreds stranded as
18
floods submerge
no
central
protests
regions
spread
with winds
as
up to
activists
205
oppose Trump
kilometers
crackdown.
per hour. 2.
Civil rights groups
Rescue
rally
efforts
against
continue
intimidation
in
and
Nepal.
authoritarian laws.
Avalanche bodies of 7
19.
climbers recovered from the
Supreme
Himalayas
Court battle over
after
Voting
a deadly
Rights Act
snow
looms
collapse
near Dhaulagiri.
Ruling could cement
3.
GOP power and
Ukraine
reshape
drone strikes hit
2026
Russian
midterms.
petrochemical plant.
20.
Russia accuses Ukraine
Facebook accused
of
of targeting
Chicago
industrial
infrastructure
infrastructure
in Bashkortostan.
ICE alerts linked
4. To platform
Zora
moderation
Mamdani
spark
leads
privacy
NYC
outrage.
mayoral race.
The progressive candidate emerges as
AI-driven
frontrunner
job losses
in a historic
raise global
contest
worker fears.
reshaping US
Analysts
city politics.
warn of rising unemployment from automation
Donald
in
Trump's
service
Treasury
sectors.
Secretary to attend
22.
tariff case hearings.
Trump's shutdown
Supreme Court
shows
to debate
power
the
without
administration's
democracy.
trade policy impact.
Critics
on
say the
November
administration
5th.
weaponizes
6.
governance failure.
China begins test production
23.
of flying
Sudan's
cars.
RSF
A major
takeover
China-based
sparks UN
company
emergency
outpaces
session.
Tesla with prototype
Humanitarian
aerial
crisis
vehicles entering
escalates
trial phase
after hospital massacre.
24
North Korea
UN
mourns
calls
for
former
global
ceremonial
tech
head of
ethics
state
charter.
Kim Jong-nam.
Nations demand
Kim,
AI
a key diplomat
regulation
since the
amid
1990s,
deepfake and
passes
surveillance
away
scandals.
at 96.
25
FDA's
world
top
leaders
drug
urge
regulator
ceasefire
resigns
extension
amid
in
scandal.
Gaza.
Diplomatic
George
pressure
Tidmarsh
mounts for
quits
permanent
following
peace deal.
federal probe into ethics violations.
9. Nigeria's ethnic violence deepens. Analysts call for dialogue. Experts urge reforms as clashes escalate between northern and southern groups.
Welcome to USA Pulse,
Trump
your
backs
global
Cuomo.
window to today's most
Threatens to
powerful
cut funds
headlines.
if Mamdani
From
wins.
catastrophic storms in the Caribbean,
The former president
to new tensions in
re-enters
the Middle
New
East
York's
and a
political
major Trump
battleground.
update.
11.
Here are the top
Canada
25
rejects
global
surge of
and
Indian
US
student
headlines for
permits.
29th of October.
Over 70% of
2025.
applications denied amid fraud and funding concerns.
12.
Zora Mamdani
ISRO
leads
launches
NYC
heaviest
working-class
communication
movement
satellite
grassroots
campaign.
yet. Gains
India
national
makes
attention
history
as she
with the
challenges
largest
far-right
satellite
deployment
narratives.
on a domestic rocket.
2 Gazan survivor
13.
sends message
India's
to the world
IT
after
industry
ceasefire.
at a crossroads.
A voice of
Experts
resilience
warn of job
emerges
cuts
amid
and
ruins.
global outsourcing
Life
shifts.
after genocide
14.
feels strangely
Israel
empty.
returns 45
3
Palestinian bodies
US
to
Republicans
Gaza.
struggle
Health
to
Ministry
manage
shutdown
shutdown
chaos.
handover.
Critics
Amid
say
ongoing
democracy is
ceasefire
eroding in
negotiations.
plain
15
sight
Trump
amid
defends
budget
nuclear
paralysis.
testing revival.
Blames Pakistan
4460.
and China.
US
Killed in
justifies
Sudan
its
hospital
stance as
massacre.
competitors expand
WHO
weapons programs.
condemns attack.
16 Trump
Sudanese
leaves door
RSF
open for
fighters
Nigeria
stormed
military
the facility,
operation,
killing
hints at possible
patients
cooperation
and doctors.
if US interests are threatened.
5. Trump
17.
FCC faces
Bangladesh-Pakistan
relations
over
warm
rising
after
prison
Hasina's
phone
exit.
costs.
Envoy credits
Telecom
new
corporations
government for improved
accused of
diplomatic
exploiting
terms.
inmate families.
18.
Tanzania's new
6.
president sworn in amid
Baltimore
violent
played
protests.
a peculiar
Opposition
patriot
rallies lead to
exposes
hundreds
prison
of arrests
reality.
and multiple casualties.
Stage performance takes
19.
audiences inside America's
UAE
prison
accused
system.
of arming Sudanese
7.
paramilitary forces.
Rural America
Sudanese
pushes to
ambassador
end prison
condemns weapon
dependency.
shipments to RSF
Local
fighters.
leaders move toward justice
20.
reform and economic
India crash
diversification.
survivor appeals
8
to
Gaza
support.
residents defy
Only surviving
evacuation
passenger
orders.
pleads for government
Families vow
compensation.
to stay
21
home
Indian
despite
student
Israeli visa
warnings and
rejections.
strikes
Hit record
9.
high in Canada.
Civil rights icon urges
Rejection
youth
rate
to resist
surged to
Trump
74%
and ICE policies.
sparking diplomatic
Leaders recall
concern.
1960s activism
22
as
fugitive
blueprint
Mayhem
for modern
Chokshi
resistance.
challenges extradition
10.
in Belgium.
Billionaires blamed
Wanted
for deepening
businessman
US
argues
shutdown
human
crisis.
rights violations
Experts
in Indian
claim
courts.
oligarchic influence
23.
drives political
Trump
gridlock.
backs new Supreme
11.
Court tariff case
Federal
hearing.
workers
could
speak out on
redefine US
shutdown
global
hardship.
trade rules.
Many reveal
24.
personal toll as
Trump
pay
warns
and
of
aid
sanctions
programs
over
freeze.
Chinese chip technology
12.
transfers.
US
Nebraska
moves to
prisoner
block Nvidia
punished for
sales to
political
China
podcast.
amid tech war.
Inmate faces solitary
25.
confinement after
Global
criticizing
markets
state
react
policy.
to ongoing conflicts
13.
and natural disasters.
Trump boosts
Oil
ICE
prices
weapons
rise
budget as
by
investors
700%.
weigh risks from Asia
Controversial
and the Middle
move
East.
raises concerns over domestic militarization. 14. Parents turn grief into movement after police killings. Bereaved families unite to demand justice reform nationwide.
Welcome to USA
15.
Pulse, your global
Chilean
window
band
to today's
turns
most powerful
protest
headlines.
into resistance
From
through
catastrophic
music.
storms in the Caribbean
Artists use
to
art
new tensions
to
in
challenge
the Middle East
police
and
violence
a major Trump
and
update.
government oppression.
Here are the top 25 global and US headlines for 29th of October 2025.
Healthcare workers demand fair pay and safe staffing nationwide.
18.
No Kings
Typhoon
protest
Kalmagi
spread
devastates
as activists
the Philippines.
oppose Trump crackdown.
At least 5 people dead. Civil rights
Hundreds
groups rally
stranded
against
as floods
intimidation
submerge
and
central
authoritarian
regions,
laws.
with winds up to
205 kilometers
Supreme
per hour.
Court battle over
2.
Voting Rights Act
Rescue
looms.
efforts continue
Ruling
in
could
Nepal.
cement GOP power
Avalanche
and
bodies of
reshape
7
2026
recovered from the
midterms.
Himalayas
After a
20.
deadly snow collapse,
Facebook accused of targeting Chicago
3.
immigrant groups.
Ukraine drone strikes
ICE
hit
alert
Russian
linked
petrochemical
to platform
plant.
moderation.
Russia
Spark
accuses
privacy
Ukraine
outrage.
of targeting industrial
21.
infrastructure in
AI-driven
Bashkortostan.
job losses raise
4.
global worker fears.
Zora Mamdani
Analysts
leads
warn
NYC
of rising
mayoral
unemployment
race.
from
The
automation
progressive
in
candidate
service
emerges
sectors.
as frontrunner in
22.
a historic contest.
Trump's
reshaping
shutdown
US
shows
city
power
politics.
without democracy.
5.
Critics
Donald Trump's
say the
Treasury
administration
Secretary
weaponizes
to attend
governance
tariff
failure.
case hearing. Supreme
23.
Court to debate the administration's
Sudan's
trade
RSF
policy
takeover
impact
sparks
on
UN
November
emergency
5th.
session.
6.
Humanitarian
China begins
crisis
test
escalates
production of
after
flying
hospital
cars.
massacre.
24
China-based
UN
company
calls for global
outpaces
tech
Tesla
ethics
with
prototype
charter.
aerial
Nations
vehicles
demand
entering trial
AI
phase.
regulation
7.
amid deepfake and
North
surveillance
Korea mourns
scandals.
former ceremonial head
25
of state
world
Kim
leaders
Jong-nam.
urge ceasefire
Kim, a key
extension in
diplomat
Gaza.
since the 1990s.
Diplomatic
passes
pressure
away
mounts for
at
permanent
96.
peace deal.
8. FDA's top drug regulator resigns amid scandal. Dr. George Tidmark quits following federal probe into ethics violations. 9. Nigeria's ethnic violence deepens. Analysts
Welcome
call
to
for
USA
dialogue.
Pulse, your
Experts
global window
urge
to today's
reform
most powerful
as
headlines.
clashes escalate
From
between
catastrophic
northern
storms
and
in the
southern
Caribbean
groups.
to new tensions
10.
in the Middle East,
Trump
and a
backs
major
Cuomo.
Trump update threatens to cut
Here are
funds
the
if
top
Mamdani
25
wins.
global and US headlines
The former
for
president
29th of
re-enters
October
New York's political
2025.
battleground.
11. Canada rejects surge of Indian
One
student
Zora
permits.
Mamdani leads
Over
NYC
70%
working class
of
movement
applications
grassroots
denied
campaign
amid
gains
fraud
national
and
attention
funding concerns
as she challenges
12.
far-right narratives.
ISRO launches
Two
heaviest
Gazan
communication
survivor
satellite
sends
yet.
message to the world
India
after
makes
ceasefire.
history with the
A
largest
voice of
satellite
resilience
deployment
emerges
on a
amid
domestic
ruins.
rocket.
Life after
13.
genocide.
India's
feels
IT
strangely
industry
empty.
at a crossroads.
3
Experts warn
US
of job
Republicans
cuts
and
struggle
global
to manage
outsourcing
shutdown
shifts.
chaos.
14.
Critics say democracy
Israel
is
returns
eroding in
45
plain sight
Palestinian
amid
bodies to
budget
Gaza.
paralysis.
Health Ministry confirms handover
4460
amid ongoing
killed
ceasefire
in
negotiations.
Sudan hospital massacre.
15 Trump defends
Nuclear
WHO
testing
condemns
revival.
attack, blames Pakistan
Sudanese
and China.
RSF fighters stormed
US
the facility,
justifies its
killing
stance as
patients
competitors
and
expand
doctors.
weapons programs.
5.
16 Trump
leaves
FCC
door open for
faces
Nigeria's
criticism
military operation
over rising
hints
prison
at possible
phone costs
cooperation if
Telecom
US interests
corporations
are threatened.
accused of exploiting
17.
inmate families. Bangladesh-Pakistan relations warm
6.
after Hasina's exit.
Baltimore play
Envoy
the
credits
peculiar
new government
patriot
improved
exposes
diplomatic
prison
tone.
reality.
18.
Stage performance
Tanzania's
takes
new
audiences
president
inside
sworn in amid
America's
violent
prison
protests.
system.
Opposition
7.
rallies lead to hundreds
Rural
of arrests
America
and
pushes
multiple
to end
casualties.
prison dependency.
19.
Local leaders
UAE
move towards
accused
justice
of arming
reform
Sudanese
and economic
paramilitary
diversification.
forces.
8
Sudanese
Gaza
ambassador
residents
condemns
defy
weapon
evacuation
shipments to
orders.
RSF fighters.
Families vow to stay
20.
home.
Despite
Air
Israeli
India
warnings
crash
and
survivor
strikes.
appeals for support.
9. Only
Civil
surviving
rights
passenger
icon
pleads
urges
for government
youth to resist
compensation.
Trump
21
and ICE
Indian
policies.
student visa
Leaders
rejections
recall
hit
1960s
record high
activism
in Canada
as blueprint for modern
Rejection
resistance.
rates surged to 74%.
Billionaires
sparking
blamed
diplomatic
for deepening
concern.
US shutdown crisis.
22 fugitive
Experts
Mehul
claim
Chokshi
oligarchic
challenges
influence
extradition
drives
in Belgium.
political gridlock.
Wanted businessman
11.
argues
Federal
human
workers
rights
speak
violations
out
in
on shutdown
Indian
hardships.
hardships. Many reveal
23.
personal toll.
Trump
as
backs
pay
new
and
Supreme
aid
Court
programs
tariff
freeze
case
hearing could redefine
12.
US global trade
Nebraska
rules.
prisoner punished
24.
for political podcast.
Trump warns of sanctions.
Inmate faces
over solitary
Chinese chip
confinement
technology
after
transfers.
criticizing state
US
policy.
moves to block Nvidia
13.
sales to China.
Trump
amid
boosts
tech
ICE
war.
weapons budget
25.
by 700%.
Global markets
Controversial
react to
move
ongoing
raises
conflicts
concerns
and natural
over domestic
disasters.
militarization.
Oil prices rise
14.
as investors weigh risks
Parents
from
turn
Asia
grief
and
into
the
movement
Middle East.
after police killings.
Bereaved families unite to demand justice reform nationwide. 15. Chilean band turns protest into resistance through
Artists use
Welcome
art
to USA
challenge
Pulse,
police violence,
your global window
and
to today's most
oppression.
powerful headlines.
1731,000
From catastrophic
Kaiser
storms in the
Permanente
Caribbean
continue
to new
strike.
tensions in the Middle East,
and a major
workers
Trump
demand
update.
fair pay and safe
Here are
staffing.
the top 25
nationwide.
global and US
18
headlines
no
for 29th of
protests
October
spread
2025.
oppose
Trump crackdown. Civil rights groups rally against intimidation and
Typhoon
authoritarian
Kalmegi
laws.
devastates the Philippines.
19. At
Supreme
least 5
Court
people
battle
over
dead.
Voting Rights Act
Hundreds
stranded
lose.
as floods
Ruling
submerge
could
central
cement
regions
GOP power
with winds
and
up to
reshape
205 kilometers per
midterms.
hour. 20. Rescue efforts
Facebook
continue
accused of
in
targeting
Nepal.
Chicago immigrant
Avalanche
groups.
bodies of 7
ICE
climbers
alerts
recovered
linked
from the
to
Himalayas
platform moderation
after a deadly smoke
spark
collapse
privacy
near
outrage.
outrage. 3. 21. Ukraine
AI
drone-driven
strikes
job
hit
losses
Russian
raise global
petrochemical
worker
plant.
fears. Russia
Analysts
accuses
warn
Ukraine
of rising
targeting
unemployment from
industrial
automation in
infrastructure
service
in
sectors.
Bashkortostan. 22.
4.
Trump's
Zora
shutdown
Mamdani
shows
leads
power
NYC
without
mayoral
democracy.
race.
The
Critics
progressive
say the
candidate
administration
emerges as frontrunner
weaponizes
in a
governance
historic
failure.
contest reshaping
23.
US city politics.
Sudan's RSF
5.
takeover sparks
Donald
UN
Trump's Treasury
emergency
Secretary
session.
to attend tariff
Humanitarian
case hearing.
crisis
Supreme
escalates
Court to debate
after
the
hospital
administration's
massacre.
trade
24
policy impact
UN
on
calls
November
for
5th.
global tech ethics
6.
charter.
China
Nations
begins
demand
test production
AI
of
regulation
flying cars
amid deep
A
fake and
major
surveillance
China-based company
scandals.
outpaces Tesla.
25
with
world
prototype aerial
leaders
vehicles
urge
entering
ceasefire
trial
extension
phase.
in Gaza.
7. Diplomatic
North
pressure
Korea
mounts
mourns
for
former
permanent
ceremonial
peace
head of state
Kim Jong-nam.
Kim, a key diplomat since the 1990s, passes away at 96. 8. FDA's top drug regulator resigns. Scandal. Dr. George Tidmarsh quits
Welcome to
following
USApulse,
federal probe into
your
ethics
global window to
violations.
today's most powerful
9.
headlines. Nigeria's
From
ethnic
catastrophic
violence
storms in the
deepens.
Caribbean
Analysts
to new
call for
tensions in the
dialogue.
Middle East and a major
Experts
Trump
urge
update.
reforms.
Here
As
are the
clashes
top
escalate
25
between
global
northern
and
and
US
southern
headlines
groups.
for 29th of October
Trump
2025.
Cuomo.
Threatens to cut funds if Mamdani wins.
One
The
Zora
former
Mamdani
president
leads
re-enters
NYC
New York's
working class
political
movement
battleground.
grassroots campaign.
11.
Gains national
Canada
attention
rejects
as she
surge of
challenges
Indian
far-right
student
narratives. Over
2
70%
Gazan
of
survivor
applications
sends
denied
message to
amid
the
fraud
world
after
and
funding
ceasefire.
concerns. A voice of
12.
resilience emerges
ISRO
amid
launches
ruins.
heaviest communication
Life after
satellite
genocide
yet.
feels strangely
India makes
empty.
history with the largest satellite
3
deployment
US
on a
Republicans
domestic rocket.
struggle to manage shutdown
13.
chaos.
India's
Critics say
IT
democracy
industry
is
is
eroding
eroding
in plain sight.
Experts
amid
warn of
budget
job
paralysis
cuts
and global outsourcing shifts.
4460.
14.
Israel
Killed in
returns
Sudan hospital
45
massacre.
Palestinian bodies to
WHO
Gaza.
condemns attack.
Health Ministry confirms
Sudanese
handover
RSF
amid
fighters
ongoing
stormed the
ceasefire
facility,
negotiations.
killing
15.
patients
Trump
and
defends
doctors.
nuclear testing revival.
5.
Blames Pakistan.
Trump
and
FCC
China.
faces criticism
US justifies
over rising
its stance
prison
as
phone
competitors
costs.
expand weapons
Telecom
programs.
corporations accused
16.
of
Trump
exploiting
leaves door
inmate
open
families.
for Nigeria military operation.
6.
Hints at possible
Baltimore
cooperation
play
if
The
US
Peculiar
interests are
Patriot
threatened.
exposes prison
17.
reality.
Bangladesh
Stage
Pakistan
performance
relations
takes warm after
audiences
Hasina's
inside
exit.
America's prison
Envoy
system.
credits new government for improved
7.
diplomatic terms.
Rural America pushes to
18.
end prison dependency.
Tanzania's new president sworn
Local
in
leaders
amid
move
violent
toward
protests.
justice reform.
Opposition
and
rallies
economic
lead to hundreds
diversification.
of arrests
8
and multiple
Gaza residents
casualties.
defy evacuation
19.
orders.
Families
UAE
vow to
accused
stay
of
home
arming Sudanese
despite Israeli
paramilitary
warnings and
forces.
strikes.
Sudanese
9.
ambassador condemns
Civil
weapon
rights
shipments to
icon
RSF
urges
fighters.
youth to resist Trump
20.
and ICE policies.
Air India crash
Leaders
survivor
recall
appeals for
1960s
support.
activism
Only surviving
as blueprint
passenger
for
pleads
modern
for government
resistance.
compensation.
21 Indian
Billionaires
student visa
blamed
rejections
for deepening
hit
US
record
shutdown
high in
crisis.
Canada.
Experts
Rejection
claim
rate
oligarchic
surged to
influence
74%,
drives political
sparking
gridlock.
diplomatic concern.
11. Federal
22
workers speak out
fugitive
on
Mahel
shutdown
Choksi
hardship.
challenges
Many
extradition
reveal personal
in Belgium.
toll as pay
Wanted
and aid
businessman
programs
argues
freeze.
human rights violations
12.
in Indian courts.
Nebraska prisoner
23.
punished for political podcast.
Trump backs new Supreme
Inmate
Court
faces
faces
solitary
solitary
confinement
confinement could
after
redefine
criticizing
US global
state
trade
policy.
rules.
13. Trump
warns
boosts
of sanctions
ICE weapons
over
budget
Chinese
by
chip
700%.
technology transfers. Controversial
US
moves
moves
to
to
block
block
raises
Nvidia
concerns
sales
over
to
to
China
China
amid
militarization.
tech war.
14.
25.
Parents
Global
turn
markets
grief
react
into
to
movement
ongoing
after
conflicts
police
and
killings,
natural disasters.
Bereaved families,
Oil prices
unite
rise
to demand
as investors
justice
weigh
reform
risks from
nationwide.
Asia and the Middle East.
15.
Chilean band turns protest into resistance through music. Artists use art to challenge police violence and government oppression. 1731,000 Kaiser Permanente workers continue
Welcome
strike.
to USApulse,
Healthcare
your global
workers
window
demand
to
fair
today's
pay
most
and
powerful
safe
headlines
staffing nationwide.
From catastrophic storms in
18,
the Caribbean
no kings
to new
protests
tensions in the
spread
Middle East
as
and a
activists
major Trump
oppose
update.
Trump crackdown.
Here are the top
Civil
25
rights groups
global
rally
and
against
US headlines
intimidation
for
and
29th of
authoritarian
October
laws.
2025.
19. Supreme Court battle over Voting Rights Act looms.
1.
Ruling could
Typhoon
cement GOP power and
devastates
reshape
the Philippines.
2026
At least
midterms.
5 people dead.
20.
Hundreds stranded
Facebook
as floods
accused of
submerge
targeting
central
Chicago
regions
immigrant
with
groups.
winds up to 205
alerts
kilometers
linked
per hour.
to platform moderation.
Spark
Rescue
privacy
efforts continue
outrage.
in Nepal.
21.
Avalanche bodies of
AI-driven
seven
job
climbers
losses
recovered
raise
from
global
Himalayas
worker fears.
after a deadly snow
Analysts
collapse
warn
near
of rising
Dhaulagiri.
unemployment from
3.
automation in service
Ukraine
sectors.
drone strikes hit Russian
22.
petrochemical
Trump's
plants. Shutdown
Russia
shows
accuses
power
Ukraine
without
of
democracy.
targeting industrial
Critics
infrastructure
say the administration
in Bashkortostan.
weaponizes governance
4.
failure. Zora Mamdani
23.
leads NYC
Sudan's
mayoral
RSF
race.
takeover
The
sparks
progressive
UN
candidate
emerges as
emergency
frontrunner
session.
in a historic
Humanitarian
contest
crisis
reshaping
escalates
US city
after
politics.
hospital massacre. 5.
24 UN
Donald
calls
Trump's
for
Treasury
global
Secretary
tech to
ethics
attend
charter.
tariff case
Nations
hearing.
demand
Supreme Court
AI
to debate the
regulation
administration's
amid
trade
deepfake
policy
and surveillance
impact
scandals.
on November 5th. 25 world leaders
China begins
urge
test
ceasefire
production
extension
of
in
flying
Gaza.
cars.
Diplomatic pressure
China-based
mounts
company
for permanent
outpaces
peace deal.
Tesla with prototype aerial vehicles entering trial phase. 7. North Korea mourns former ceremonial head of state, Kim Jong-nam. Kim, a key diplomat since the 1990s, passes away at 96.
Welcome to USApulse,
FDA's
your global
top
window
drug
to today's
regulator
most powerful
resigns
headlines.
amid scandal. From catastrophic
Dr.
storms
George
in the Caribbean
Tidmarsh quits
to new
following
tensions
federal
in the Middle East
probe into
and a
ethics
major Trump
violations.
update.
Here
9.
are the top 25
Nigeria's ethnic
global
violence
and US
deepens.
headlines for
Analysts
29th
call
of
for
October
dialogue.
2025.
Experts urge reforms as clashes escalate between northern and southern
One
groups.
Zora Mamdani leads
10.
NYC
Trump
working class
backs
movement
Cuomo.
grassroots campaign
Threatens to cut
gains
funds if
national
Mamdani
attention
wins
as she challenges far-right
The former
narratives.
president re-enters New York's
To Gaza
political
survivor
battleground.
sends message
11.
to the world after
Canada
ceasefire.
rejects surge of
A
Indian
voice of
student
resilience
permits emerges amid
Over
ruins.
70% of
Life
applications
after
denied
genocide amid
feels
fraud
strangely
and funding
empty.
concerns.
3
12.
US Republicans
ISRO launches
struggle to
heaviest
manage
communication
shutdown
satellite
chaos.
yet. Critics say
India
democracy
makes
is
history
eroding
with
in the
plain
largest
sight
satellite
amid
deployment
budget
on a
paralysis.
domestic rocket.
13.
4460.
India's IT industry
Killed
at
in
a
Sudan
crossroads.
hospital massacre.
Experts warn of job
WHO
cuts
condemns
and global
attack.
outsourcing shifts.
Sudanese RSF
14.
fighters stormed
Israel
the facility,
returns 45
killing patients
Palestinian
and
bodies
doctors.
to Gaza.
Health Ministry confirms
Trump
handover
FCC
amid
faces
ongoing
criticism
ceasefire
over
negotiations.
rising prison phone
15
costs.
Trump defends nuclear
Telecom
testing
corporations
revival,
blames
accused of
Pakistan
exploiting
and
inmate
China.
families. US justifies
6.
its stance as competitors
Baltimore
expand
play The
weapons
Peculiar
programs.
Patriot
16
exposes
Trump
prison
leaves
reality.
door open for Nigeria
Stage
military
performance
operation.
takes
Audiences
hints at
inside
possible
America's
cooperation
prison
if
system.
US interests are threatened.
7. Rural
17.
America pushes to
Bangladesh
end
Pakistan
prison
relations
dependency.
warm after Hasina's
Local
exit.
leaders move toward
Envoy
justice
credits
reform
new government for
and
improved
economic
diplomatic
diversification.
8 Gaza
18.
residents defy
Tanzania's
evacuation
new president
orders.
sworn in amid
Families
violent
vow to
protests.
stay home.
Despite
Opposition
Israeli
rallies lead to
warnings and
hundreds of
strikes.
arrests and multiple
9.
casualties.
Civil rights
19.
icon urges youth to
UAE
resist
accused
Trump
of arming
and ICE
Sudanese
policies.
paramilitary forces.
Leaders recall 1960s
Sudanese ambassador
activism
condemns weapon
as
shipments to
blueprint
RSF
for modern
fighters.
resistance. 20.
10.
Air
Billionaires
India crash
blamed
survivor
for deepening
appeals for
US
support. Shutdown crisis.
Only surviving passenger
Experts
pleads
claim
for government
oligarchic
compensation.
influence
21
drives
Indian
political
student visa
gridlock.
rejections
11.
hit record high
Federal
in
workers
Canada.
speak out on shutdown
Rejection
hardship.
rates surged to
Many
74%
reveal personal toll
sparking
as pay
diplomatic
and aid
concern.
programs freeze.
22 fugitive
12.
Mehul Choksi Nebraska prisoner
extradition
punished
in
for
Belgium.
political podcast.
Wanted businessman
Inmate faces
argues
solitary
human rights
confinement
violations
after
in
criticising
Indian
state
courts.
policy.
13.
Trump backs
boosts
new Supreme
ICE
Court
weapons
tariff
budget
case
by
hearing.
700%.
Could redefine U.S. global
Controversial
trade
move.
rules. Raises concerns
24.
over domestic
Trump warns of
militarization.
sanctions
over
14.
Chinese chip technology
Parents turn
transfers.
grief into
U.S.
movement
moves to block
after police
NVIDIA
killings.
sales to China.
Bereaved
amid
families
tech war.
unite
to demand
25.
justice reform
Global
nationwide.
markets react to ongoing
15.
conflicts and natural
Chilean
disasters.
band turns protest
Oil
into
prices
resistance
rise as
through
investors
music.
weigh risks from
Artists
Asia
use
and
art
the Middle East
to challenge police violence and government
oppression. 1731,000 Kaiser Permanente workers continue to strike. Healthcare workers demand fair pay and safe dumping nationwide. 18. No King's
Welcome to
protests
USApulse,
spread as
your
activists
global
oppose
window to
Trump
today's most
crackdown.
powerful headlines.
Civil rights
From
groups
catastrophic
rally
storms
against
in the
intimidation
Caribbean
and
to new
authoritarian
tensions in the Middle
laws.
East and a major Trump
19.
update.
Supreme Court
Here are the
battle
top
over Voting
25
Rights Act
global and
looms.
US headlines
Ruling
for
could
29th
cement
of
GOP
October
power and reshape
2026 midterms.
20. Facebook accused
1.
of targeting
Typhoon
Chicago immigrant
Kalmegi
groups.
devastates the Philippines.
ICE alerts
At least
linked
5
to
people
platform
dead.
moderation.
Hundreds
Sparked
stranded
privacy
as floods
outrage.
submerge central regions.
21.
With winds up to
AI-driven
205
job losses
kilometers
raise
per
global
hour.
worker fears.
2.
Analysts
Rescue
warn
efforts
of rising
continue in
unemployment
Nepal.
from automation
Avalanche
in service
bodies
sectors.
of 7 climbers recovered
22.
from Himalayas.
Trump's
After
shutdown
deadly
shows
snow
power
collapse
without
near Dalagiri.
democracy.
3.
Critics say the
Ukraine
administration
drone strikes
weaponizes
hit Russian
governance
petrochemical plant. 23.
Russia accuses Ukraine
Sudan's
of
RSF
targeting
takeover
industrial
sparks
infrastructure
UN
in
emergency
Kurdistan.
session.
Humanitarian crisis
Zora Mamdani
escalates
leads
after
NYC
hospital massacre.
mayoral race.
24.
The progressive candidate
for
emerges
global
as
tech
frontrunner
ethics
in a
charter.
historic contest
Nations
reshaping
demand
US
AI
city
regulations
politics
amid
5.
deepfake and surveillance
Donald
scandals.
Trump's Treasury Secretary to
25
attend
world
tariff
leaders
case hearing.
urge
Supreme
ceasefire
Court to
extension
debate the
in Gaza.
administration's trade
Diplomatic
policy
pressure
impact
mounts
on
for
November
permanent
5th.
peace deal.
6.
China begins test production of flying cars. A major China-based company outpaces Tesla with prototype aerial vehicles entering China's sales. 7. North Korea mourns former
Welcome to
ceremonial head of
USApulse,
state,
your
Kim
global
Jong-nam.
window to today's most
Kim,
powerful
a key
headlines.
diplomat since the
From
1990s,
catastrophic storms in the
passes away
Caribbean
at
to
96.
new tensions in the Middle
8.
East and a
FDA's
major
top
Trump
drug
update.
regulator resigns
Here are the
amid
top
scandal.
25 global and
Dr.
US
George
headlines for
Tidmarsh quits
29th
following
of October
federal probe into
2020
ethics
violations.
9. Nigeria's ethnic violence deepens.
One Zora
Analysts
Mamdani
call
leads
for dialogue.
NYC working class
Experts
movement
urge
grassroots
reforms
campaign
as
gains
clashes
national
escalate
attention
between
as
northern
she challenges
and southern
far-right
groups.
narratives.
10.
True
Trump
Gaza
backs
survivor
Cuomo,
sends
threatens
message
to
to
cut
the world
funds
after
after
ceasefire.